he talking about? What's going on? Even the interviewer is just like, oh, yeah, that's really interesting. Yeah, another body of land that hasn't been explored. I mean, they're just talking about it casually like it's no big deal. And they probably, I guess, from looking at this, I never really knew the Admiral Byrd like mindset. Like, but looking at this, he almost just looks like he was just a military guy and probably believed, just like the early astronauts, like Gus Grissom, who was murdered by NASA. They believed in the system, like they probably thought back then, Byrd, like, oh yeah, of course we're going to go and start exploring that, right? And maybe people are start moving there or whatever. And then the whole thing got shut down, and the opposite happened. But whoa, that just for some reason it just blew my mind, like hearing it from his mouth. There, have you heard that interview, Indio?
Yes, I've seen the Long Jeans Hour or something like that.
Yeah,
Where they
yeah.
interview him, and he says to me, like when I listen to that, it's like a person that's like, he's like, okay, there's all this stuff there. Give me some money.
Yeah,
I want to go,
yeah.
I want to go investigate this because
That's
they'd
what I
already
mean.
given him like Operation, what was that? Operation Deep Freeze or whatever it was that he did. They already gave him 47 ships. Right? Like, why do you need more than that? Like, you already got, like, they had helicopter ships, specially made land vehicles. He stayed down there, like, alone in a tent for, like, 6 weeks and almost died of frostbite. Like, there's, like, the whole story of, like, his experience there is crazy. Then he comes back and says that. Right? So they did a weekly radio show. So you tell me how they did this. They're in Little America, right? Which is where McMurdo Station is now. They're doing a weekly broadcast that's repeated at CBS Radio. So this is back in the late, I think early 40s, no, late 30s, and there's no repeaters. He's sending his broadcast to what's called Riverside, New York, which is on Long Island. So that's that's 9,000 miles away. Like, how did he do that? Right, on a globe.
Mentioned that. Did you is that on the
That's in the
Flat
wiki.
Earth Wiki
Yeah.
page?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay, I gotta go find it now. I haven't.
They even made their own radio
I
station.
haven't looked at every single one.
It was like a weekly, because how they did radio back then, right? They had like weekly radio shows where, like, like the Lone Ranger and the Shadow and like all these little. I think they even did Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but that was in Britain. So, the Australian dude, this will blow your mind.
Yeah, mate. Listen.
So during World War One, this is along the same line. During World War One, a guy in Australia, he was like a amateur radio guy, and he's from Sydney. He was picking up radio transmissions from Germany. Germany. Think how far.
Yeah.
Like, think of the Earth's a globe. Where is that? Right, 10,000 miles away. It's on the other side of the ball. Right. Radio waves don't go through ground. Right. They bounce off it or absorbed by it. So because of this, the British Army and the Australian, government made a radio system to communicate with each other instantaneously, and the system was developed by Marconi. This is a 10,000-mile radio system. They talk from Cornwall, United Kingdom, to Sydney, Australia, which is 10,400 miles, according to the globe.
Yeah.
Now, the globe is only, if you go 12,000 miles, you're antipode, right? You're on the other side. So 10,000 miles is almost like a North Pole to South Pole radio transmission. So how would they do that on the globe?
Mate, the simple answer is just trust me, bro.
Just trust me. That's pretty much it.
I can't because you've just told me about it. Obviously, I can't really speak on it too much, but
there's literally plaques in Australia dedicated to this stuff.
Yeah.
Like where the radio station was, there's like a plaque, like a bronze plaque where they like commemorate his radio transmissions.
So you said this was in Sydney?
They were broadcasting between Sydney and United Kingdom.
Where is the plaques?
Hold on the wiki. I got you.
Yeah, no rush, man. Take your time.
Yeah, I was trying to find that other thing on the wiki, and then I can't even get the page to load. But it's probably just my signal. I'm not allowed to load a page while I'm talking to you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's
The
under the
reason I'm
radio
asking,
wave flat Earth observations on the observation page. So
yeah,
I'll post like a direct link.
yeah, thanks. Yeah, the reason I'm asking is just so I could like, if it's close, I could probably check it out for myself. Like this plaque that you're mentioning. Hang on, Donato, I don't know how to pronounce that. Said, or shared one of the plaques. I think. Yeah, like it would be pretty cool if I actually went to where you guys are talking about. I just took like a photo. Um,
Yeah, if you go in
yeah,
Livestream voice text, the channel right above
yeah,
this, the text channel,
yeah,
I just posted a link to it. A picture of the plaque.
yeah. I was just mentioning that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, I want to see if I could probably like go to where that plaque is. That's why I was just asking if it was in Sydney or not.
I'm pretty sure the plaque is at the site where his radio receiving station was.
Yeah.
And there are, if you go into the wiki link itself, if you go into that wiki observation page, there's
Mm.
links in there because I do citations, right? So there's citations
Yeah,
of the
yeah.
sources that I used, right? And those go to like the Australian Ham Radio Operators, Club or something like
Oh,
that.
yeah.
And they have
Yeah.
pictures of the old building and all the
Yeah.
antennas, all the stuff.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Like, there's no like, I'm not gonna press it. I'm just interested because it's close to home, I guess you could say. But yeah, like that's one of many proofs that the Earth is not a spinning ball. That the fact that they could get that transmission so far, like you were saying. I mean, I don't understand any of that anyway, but just on like hearing you talk about it, it doesn't sound like
Well, let's think about it.
that's what
If you had a
happening. Yeah.
walkie-talkie, super powerful walkie-talkie, and you were on the
Mm.
North Pole, do you think you could talk to somebody that's on the South Pole? Or would the Earth
Oh
get in the way?
no, not a
Exactly.
chance.
And this is nearly that. 10,000
Yeah.
miles is nearly 12,000 miles, right? It's like within, 20%.
Yeah. The way you put it then actually was you articulated what I was thinking then, that the Earth is actually in between it if it's on a, a globe Earth model.
Yeah.
So
You're
that's
on opposite
yeah,
sides of the ball.
yeah, exactly, yeah.
And that can't work. It has to be line of sight, right? So that's how radio pretty much works most of the time is line of sight. I
Yep.
mean, there is what's called skywave propagation where the radio waves do bounce off because there's the upper quote unquote atmosphere. It's not really atmosphere, but let's just call it that because we don't have other terminology for it. Atmosphere. There is an ion layer, and
Yeah.
radio waves reflect off ionized air. So they do reflect off of, basically it's almost what they call a waveguide. So the radio waves get trapped between this ion layer and the surface of the Earth and just bounce repeatedly. Now, this is what they say happens on the globe and why they can do this. But this isn't, but you have two circles, one with a small radius, right? That would be the Earth's surface, and with a larger radius, right?
Mm.
Because you do the geometry, right? It's real simple. The angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. And because the radius of these two, like the ground versus the ionosphere, right? The ground sphere versus the ionosphere, those radii are not the same. So the angle keeps getting flatter and flatter every time it bounces, right? It's not equal angles on the ground bounce versus the sky bounce like it would be as if the Earth was flat. So you
Yeah.
can only propagate so far until those radio waves become parallel to the ground and just shit off into space.
Right. Yeah.
It can only travel so far. Like there's no such thing as curved waveguides, right? They use waveguides in a lot of different. They use it in television transmission. They use it's called a microwave waveguide. So it's like a copper. So say your wavelength is 10 centimeters. They'll make a copper tube that's 10 centimeters, the size of the wavelength, and they'll shoot a microwave down it, right? And it will guide the radio, guide the microwave inside this tube. It's the same way a fiber optic cable works. It's the same way all this stuff works.
Yeah.
They can't,
Uh,
dude. They can't use a curved waveguide. It
yeah,
doesn't.
yeah.
It doesn't work.
That makes sense. Yeah, I'm just gonna say quickly. I've never heard any of what you're talking about before, so I'm definitely gonna have to go back and listen
Yeah.
to it. But it's all extremely interesting because uh, I'm sort of following. Like I'll repeat. Like I've
It
never
seems
heard
complicated, but
any
it
before.
really isn't. I mean, it seems complicated because you're unfamiliar with the terminology. But this
Yeah,
stuff
yeah. I can
actually
sort of
is
follow.
super simple.
Yeah.
India is like a walking encyclopedia of flat Earth life lovers. So
I can
he's
Oh,
probably literally walking right now.
Yeah, I'm literally
yeah.
walking.
No, that's
Walking
awesome,
encyclopedia about
man.
a lot of things, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's funny because I
Absolutely.
popped into the live stream and I saw Indio and Dandelion here talking to a new guy, and I was like, "You're literally talking to two of the best people in the world about this
Yeah,
topic." Like,
awesome, man.
Sweet
Now the
crypto. What
now
a
one of
nice
the
way
three.
to start my day.
Now crypto's here, so now it's one of the three best people in the world.
There you go. Right, India. Absolutely. I'll endorse
I was
that comment. Yeah.
like, seriously, there's a lot of people in this movement that are like, they kind of have a rough idea of what they're talking about, but they don't really.
Yeah.
But they're like, Indio can answer any technical question you have in absolute detail. you
I
know.
I can tell just by the short period that we've been talking, but I'll also add, Danelian and I, when we were getting my interview, uh, during the course of that conversation, I could just tell that we were, when we were talking, we were on the same page and about pretty much everything we were talking about. I think we went on a lot of tangents, but we definitely like, yeah. I do feel like I struck gold, so to speak, by finding this server because it's a lot of people that I'm learning a lot that I wouldn't otherwise know. Because the information does seem to be hidden in a sense. Like they even admit it. I can't remember. There's a clip of them saying, "Oh, we won't tolerate conspiracies." I think this is Google or YouTube. Correct me if I'm wrong. And they're saying
I think you're
specifically
quoting George.
flat Earth.
Sorry to interrupt. I think you're quoting George
Oh, good.
Bush. He was talking about 9/11, and he was saying we won't tolerate conspiracy theories regarding 9/11.
Yeah.
No,
To
Only
me,
the main one. Only the one that they endorse. The 19 men with box cutters, right? That's the only conspiracy theory you're allowed to talk
yeah.
about.
I know that quote like
There are
verbatim
like
because I've
two
heard it so
main
many times.
conspiracy theories.
Let us never tolerate outrageous conspiracy theories. That's what
Yeah,
he
I mean,
says.
what are they so afraid of? If it's this fringe group uh, on the edge and they're so nonsensical, what are they so afraid of? Uh,
Well, you might be
I think
talking about when the YouTube executives testified before Congress and said that they
I
were going
think
to
that's
censor conspiracy theories and flat Earths, etc.
yeah, I think that's exactly what I was talking about. I just didn't want to specify in case I got some of the details wrong because yeah, I think it's in a few Eric Dubai documentaries. I think it's in the one leveled as well, like
I
that
got
one.
another video that I think it's just a clip from it. I don't know. I'll try to find it if you want. Yeah, Life Lover is kind of new, like relatively new to it. Like he told me it's been 6 months since he realized the globe model is
Yeah,
a complete failure. But I was
roughly.
very impressed I was very impressed when talking to you in the interview that you have like, yeah, I mean, even though, like you said, you wanted to learn more of the technical details and so on, that you just
Yeah,
have this kind of very inherent understanding and firm grasp of that we obviously are not living on a spinning globe and that we are on a flat stationary plane. So, yeah, I mean, I think you're definitely on the right track. And I'm glad you found us because it does help to have other people around for sure.
yeah. I think we were even mentioning this sort of in a way that you can't convince anyone of flat Earth. You can only guide them along the path. Like you can't hold their hand and take it with them. So that's sort of like me being here is like I'm getting advice. It's not even like you're tactically trying to give me information. It's just you're giving me advice about the real world, basically. That's how I view it.
I found the video for you, and I noticed now I have. Oh, Freeze is in school. Oh, too bad. Anyway, but yeah, this and now I saw on my Flattered playlist I have exactly 100 videos, so now I'm not going to be able to remove or add any because that will upset me too much. But anyway, Freeze was one of the guys from last night. He's quite a character. I wish he would come in here, but he's in school. Unfortunate. Well, maybe he'll visit us after school.
I recommend anyone leaving school.
Yeah. Yeah. Skip school to come in here. No, we can't endorse that plan, even though you would learn more here for sure.
I get that, but like I would just say do whatever your heart desires, and if a part of that is not going to school, I would say do it as sensibly as you can.
Just educate yourself after school. I mean, that's what I did when I was trapped in the government indoctrination centers. I just, actually, I literally slept through the school, got all A's, and then at night would research the stuff that I wanted, read the stuff that I wanted, and teach myself different things I didn't want to waste time in class with. I mean, you can go there for entertainment or a place to sleep, during the day, and then teach yourself, because they're not going to educate you. I mean, they'll give you stuff that if you have a brain in your mind, you can regurgitate, without with both hands tied behind your back. So don't actually think that you're learning anything or a great person if you get an A there, because please. So yeah, I mean, if you're stuck there, then you can bring a book and read it, while they're blabbering around about stuff or scraping the spitballs off the wall.
Yeah, all it is like what you just said. You don't expect to be a grade A student and learn anything, because it's all it is just repeating information. Like, as a kid, you're put into this environment where it's just a stranger. You don't even know this person. And I use the word person, emphasis on person, because these teachers they're clearly actors. They're not they're artificial alter egos assigned to them by the government, which is a whole other topic.
Tell me more about how terrible public school teachers are.
Yeah,
I used to be one, Life Lover. I had to full disclosure tell you before you go on about how we're mind number of butts that I used to be one, but I'm not one anymore. I still do teach, but I teach for a private company, not for the public school anymore. But I did used to be one. Yeah. It's entertaining.
Yeah,
experience.
I mean,
Look, listen,
sure
I hear what you're saying, because
yeah,
I've known some teachers. Okay, let's put it this way. Okay, in school, they pretend to be fine, upstanding, moral characters, right? After school, you go to the nightclub. They are far from that. Very far from that. They're more like degenerate, decadent, alcoholic, whore masters. At least in my experience.
Yeah, I'm sure there's some like that. Dandelion, I
More
don't
than
know.
some.
You mind me mentioning
Well,
this?
if you had to deal with children all day, you'd be going to the bar getting blasted all day, all night.
Yeah,
too.
I'm sure. Yeah, you'd want to have that
Taking
alone
care of
time.
children that aren't yours. Think about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Takes a special kind of person. Actually do it and want to do it, it takes a special person. But, a lot of people just do it because whatever, right? I took math, I got a C, and I can, get a, education degree and teach math with my C grade, but I'll never be a mathematician. So
I'm sure some people believe that that this is what they want, but I still think that most of these people following these careers, it's their alter ego that they're following. It's not actually them, not the true self. But I was just going to say, Dandelion, I don't know if you're mentioning this, because you did tell me in private that your children are homeschooled.
Yeah, I mind you mentioning that. I've talked about that on the live stream before. Thank you for asking.
Yeah,
After you said it.
well, I mean, it's not really worth it, because I asked publicly anyway. But
yeah, I know,
was
but it's just
saying,
funny. No, I don't care. I totally promote that, and I once in a while talk about it when it's relevant to the conversation, which it is in the case of the Fantasy Globe model. Yeah. What were you going to ask me?
Yeah, and I wanted to ask that immediately after you told me that you were a private teacher, because I did remember you telling me that. I'm like, I don't want people to get the wrong idea. I'm not saying that everyone who's a teacher is automatically a certain way. I'm just saying that they're a person or the most of the people you see when their children are placed in their hands, they're trusted solely on a credential, which is essentially just a piece of paper that someone's opinion approved of. And that's why people trust their kids with these strangers. And it's a bit different, say, if you're in a small community and you knew these teachers because they're your neighbor or whatever, but that's not like that anymore. Or
Yeah, I think it's what Indio said. It's like people have this vision of teachers as being upstanding, and it's like they're kind of like living off the reputation of the past. Like it used to be, if you look at some of the standards for like pioneer teachers, for example, like they couldn't be married, they couldn't do this thing or that thing. Like the school board had this whole like behavior list. They couldn't be seen out in public after 7 or whatever it was. I don't remember what the list is, but it's like they had a moral code they had to stick to, and they actually did take it seriously that if this person's going to be around my children, I want to make sure that they're, a decent person. And because marriage and child rearing was more valued at the time, they didn't want, someone to take time away from their own children to raise other people's children. So they, as a service to the community and recognition of the role that nuclear family used to have in holding a society together, which we no longer have a society. We just have a plastic media 2D culture that is just a complete lie. But anyway, that people are still like want to believe, and so they allow themselves to still believe that they can just hand their kids over to the state, hand their children over to the state, and the state's going to actually give them what they need. I mean, that is just like such a fabrication. I didn't even know how bad it was because I went to high school, right? Then I went to college. Then I went back and did my student teaching. Just in that time, like the amount of that the culture in the public schools had degenerated was just like shocking to me. Like literally, I could not believe what was going on. And that was a while ago. Like I haven't really gone into a school for a while. I have. No, that's not true because I go sometimes for these seminars I have to go to. So I just see the posters on the wall, which gives me an idea of what they're promoting now, which has nothing to do with learning to read, nothing to do with learning to, express yourself clearly using complete sentences and so on. Has nothing to do with learning how to calculate. Has everything to do with pushing the agenda that the state wants on your children and basically teaching them how to be either degenerates or criminals, their choice, unless they somehow navigate through that, which people can. They can ignore all that. Like I told you, that's what I did. I mean, people can. I'm a public school graduate. People can ignore all that. It's just a rare person that's able to, and they're a child. They shouldn't have to. You know what I mean? So, I just find it very disturbing.
You're right. There is agendas being pushed, and they don't teach independent thinking at all. Like, there's no lesson that you'll see where they go, okay, student, this is the teacher. Okay, student, I want you to, or I want you to express whatever it is that you find interesting in this reality. I want you to go have an experience, whatever that may be, like hike a mountain, tell me about all your observations, tell me about everything that you experienced in that period, the wildlife, the foliage or whatever. There's nothing like that. It's put pen to paper, read this, or they'll even have a class reading where they're all reading together. And, you always get this peer pressure that if you're not following along, you'll get dirty looks or you'll get in trouble. So you have to be that there's that peer pressure of you have to follow along and just read and then repeat back to them. There's no independent critical thought at any point in these schools.
Or even a spirit of discovery. I think that's why we see these young people come in here like that group last night. There are many, not even just young people, old people too, like our No friend earlier, that just come in here and have no curiosity whatsoever. Oh my gosh, you guys are saying my entire reality is wrong. It can be patently proven false, logically and mathematically. There's no globe, and they're just kind of like, what does that even matter? And so it's just, and part of that is because of the way they've been taught what you just said, because it used to be, and I watched this change happen during my career used to be the local teacher, just like we were started, that was eventually completely eroded away, where now it's almost completely gone. Local control, which, according to the principle of subsidiarity, it's always best to have the smallest group of people making decisions, necessary, like a bottom-up kind of thing. Always works better than top-down dictate, especially from a place far away like Washington, D.C. that has absolutely zero idea what the needs of your community are. But nonetheless, it used to be a teacher, like my science teacher. The whole reason I got interested in science was because my biology teacher, ninth grade, our assignment was to go out and, stake off a plot of land. And then starting in the winter, we had to make observations of like temperature, wildlife, plant life, take pictures of everything, test the soil, and we were tied to this plot of land until the spring, like later in the spring. I can't remember. It was like maybe February to April or May or something. Watch the changes, how spring comes to the land, watch the buds come out, identify the plants, and so on. Like, that was the most amazing thing I'd ever done in school, because I was actually going out there in the real world, and observing these things. But you know what?
I've never heard anything like that.
I bet a teacher couldn't even do that today, because nowadays, I mean, when I first started teaching, you could still do that, and I did stuff like that. Nowadays, it's like, from Washington, D.C., National Science Standard, on high. First, start explaining the Bohr model of the atom. Next, explain the tiny little microscopic things about DNA that none of them will ever be able to see or experience. Next, talk about the solar system that none of them will be able to see or experience. Like, make sure you don't go outside. I'm not saying it's like absolute. I mean, obviously there's teachers who still are going to be like, oh, we're talking about leaves. We're going to go outside and look at the leaves. Obviously, anyone who has a brain in their head would do that. But a lot of teachers don't, like we just talked about, right? It's more important just to get them off of the reality of the earth and get them onto abstract stuff that they can't confirm or prove. And then you end up with the product we saw last night, Exhibit A. Children who have zero ability to take in information and evaluate on its own merits.
Yeah.
Oh, Matthew Listens is here. How lovely.
Yeah.
He's probably upset with me because I banned him a while back, but I'm not going to ban you again, Matthew Listens. I'm in a much better mood today. Somebody else might, but won't be me. How are you doing today, Matthew?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Okay. Okay, yeah, we have Life Lover here. He is relatively new to the server. Matthew Listens is a hardcore Glober Life Lover. He's a recalcitrant Glober.
He's a what? Sorry?
He believes he lives on a spinning globe, and despite all evidence to the contrary, and he never budges an inch. Matthew does. Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, if he's open to the idea that he might be wrong, then that's a good first. He's
not open to that idea, I don't think. Are you open to that idea, Matthew?
Well, I like hanging out with people who have radically different ideas than I do, because that makes you a better person, I think, in general. So I'm always open to ideas. Yeah.
That wasn't what was asked, though, Matthew.
You got sick of your echo chamber?
Matthew, that wasn't what was asked of you. Can you answer the question directly?
Yes, I am open to the idea that the Earth is flat. I was answering a more general question.
No. Just more specifically, just open to the idea that you might about what you believe. Like,
of course, yes. In fact, I think I am wrong about some things. I just don't know which ones.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Like, for me, I just want you to understand my perspective. Hang on, I need to put my phone on the charger because it's almost...
Imagine being wrong what you're wrong about.
Well, I think by definition that's always true, right? If you're wrong about something, you don't think you're wrong about it. And if you do think you're wrong about it, then you'd change your mind, right?
Yeah, just being open to the idea that you might be wrong is just always important for me whenever I have a discussion with a Glober, because usually they're so dogmatic about everything they're talking about, so it's very hard. You seem, just by your mannerisms or tone, I don't know what to call it, you seem pretty reasonable. I haven't seen anything you've said.
Don't be fooled by his manner.
Thank you.
No, still waters run deep. I'm still wondering what's way down there under the surface of the calm Matthew Learns exterior. But yes, don't be fooled, life lover. I'm sorry, Matthew. I better shut up. I said I was going to be nice to you. I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Thanks. No, I think that it's important to listen and to be calm. I'm not one of those people who just likes to argue for the sake of arguing. I think it's
good.
it's helpful
Yeah.
to like think of other ideas. That's all.
Yeah, I'd just say for me, it's not even an idea for me because it's about what I physically experience. So I'm not going to get into semantics so much there, but I do want to clarify for me, this is not a belief or an ideology. This is just my journey and my experience in this real world, which I don't know if you've heard has been a short period relative to the other quote unquote flat earthers. I don't even usually use the term flat earther because it's just, for me, it's a reality recognizer. I'm sure you don't see it that way, but that's how I would say it is. But yeah, so what are your main proofs of globe Earth?
Well, I'm a math guy, and so I usually reserve the word proof for math and logic. Like, I can prove that there's an infinite number of primes. As far as anything in the real world and science, I would use terms like evidence for that kind of thing. So I would say there are no proofs either way. There's just evidence that
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Well, I've never heard that distinction before, but I'm glad that you made it just to make it easier for when we're talking about it. So, is there any observations or something that if I'll scratch that. Is there anything as a human being in this reality, if I was to go out right now, what would I need to do to prove that I'm standing on a globe?
I'll show you an observation I made. Do you have the access to the voice text?
Yeah, I've got.
There's a picture I took. There's a picture I took a while ago. I was up high on a hill, several hundred feet high, and I was watching the sunset over the ocean.
Right.
And at that same moment, the sun was directly over the Solomon Islands. And so, how could it be directly over the Solomon Islands, but I can't see the bottom half of it here? And I don't buy the idea that perspective cuts off things from the bottom. Perspective just makes things smaller. And if you can't see something, it's always because something is blocking it. So that's my evidence.
All right. I understand your reasoning. I would just say that for me, like just looking at the photo, because I haven't actually seen this, but if this is something you would point to, then that's interesting. But I don't think if I was to say, actually, let me rephrase this. Would you say that's proof of curvature? Is that what the crux of what you're saying is here? Is that the sun cutting off there? That's proof that it's of the curvature.
I would say, again, instead of using the word proof, I would say,
Evidence, right?
Yeah, this to me looks like evidence that the bottom of the sun, the line between the bottom of the sun and my eye is blocked by the water. I mean, that's just plain what it looks like. It looks like you can't see the bottom of the sun because the water's in the way. And if the water's in the way, then
Right.
it's not being perfectly flat. That's how I would put it.
And what would you say? Because another observation sort of contradicts this, that a large body of water doesn't curve. What would you say to that?
I would say a large body of water does curve.
Okay. And would you use this as an example?
This would be evidence for that assertion, yes.
Okay.
Because the bottom of the sun is obviously not actually in the water, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
Obviously, yeah.
And also, I think we would agree that you would agree that the bottom of the sun on a flat Earth should allegedly be closer to us than the top of the sun. But we can see the top, but not the bottom.
Well, again, I know that you said you're
Card
not in
face
the
closer to the
perspective,
bottom.
but
You
it's
you don't
sorry.
know the sun it has the bottom or the top. You
Yeah,
don't know that.
I'm talking about in the picture, the top and the bottom in the picture. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Matt's
relative.
triggering me. Like honestly, you're triggering me, Matt.
It's another
And I'm going to tell
assumption.
you why. Because you didn't do that observation at the Solomon Islands. You calculated it. Right? No
That's
one was
true.
on the Solomon Islands looking at the sun directly overhead.
I
Right?
wasn't, because I can only be in one place at a time. That's right. I
Yeah,
assume.
but and you didn't have a friend looking. You didn't have a friend simultaneously doing this observation, right?
That's
So
okay.
over the
So
Solomon Islands is a conjecture. Just a guess.
okay,
Could be right, could be wrong. It could like at the Solomon Islands, the sun could have been down, like 10 degrees. You don't really know. 10 degrees from zenith, rather.
You're right. I looked at the timeanddate.com, and that that site claims that at the moment that I took this picture, it was directly overhead. But that was just trusting that website. I
Yeah,
could
that
withdraw.
website has lots of problems. Before the
Okay.
globe model, as a matter of fact.
What if I withdraw that statement and said at that moment in time, I believe that it was high in the sky somewhere else?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's fine. Okay, so that's only half of it. The other one said that a flat surface can't appear to cut off the bottom of an object, and you've seen the demonstrations to the contrary. I'm pretty sure.
In each of those demonstrations, I think that there is something cutting off the line of sight.
And what could that possibly be? You think
The
there's like like
table, or you use like a really strong lens?
I'm talking about the
There's
lake. The lake observations on the 600-foot lake with a little RC boat. You haven't seen those?
Yes, I have seen those.
Okay. So you've seen those. This is a 600-foot lake. The horizon on the globe Earth is supposed to be 2,600 feet away. How do you get cut off by a horizon you're not at yet?
If you're looking over water, like especially if you have the camera right next to water, then you have all kinds of like optical effects.
Well, what makes you think this isn't an optical effect?
I think there are some optical effects here, but this is much higher than the water.
Listen, relative. Well, if you scale it, right? So let's go scale. So the relative distance from you to the horizon versus the lake, right? 2 inches off the surface of water, 500 feet versus from your elevation, the horizon, so see what, 10 miles away, 20 miles away, whatever it is. That scale's the same. There's literally no difference. Or the difference is minuscule.
Okay, that's a fair argument. When you're looking over a hot pavement and it kind of has wavy lines and that type of stuff, and that type of stuff seems to be like right above the pavement. And so if we're within a couple inches, even a foot of the water, then I could see all kinds of weird effects happening. But in my picture, we're several hundred feet above the water, and so the line of sight on a flat Earth from my eyes to the sun should never go through anything that is anywhere near the water.
Well, okay. So here's the problem. So here's the problem. We're doing this it's done at a smaller scale because we want to eliminate the idea that it's curvature. So you have to do it at a distance which is before the horizon would be. Because if you say, okay, so you do the RC boat and you do an observation, right? So say we use a real boat. If someone sees this, they're going to go, oh, that's disappearing because of the curvature of the Earth, right? So you have to eliminate that. You have to eliminate that horizon distance. You have to do it at a shorter distance, and the only way to do it at a shorter distance is to do a smaller scale, which necessitates that you're going to be closer to the water, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, so it's the only, so like saying, well, you're too close to what? It's the only way it can be done. And it's been done on like flat surfaces like concrete. And then people say, well, how do we know it's perfectly level? And then when they leveled it, it probably leveled to the curvature of the Earth because it's leveled according to gravity, and gravity all points to the center. So we have this circle jerk where we never reach a conclusion. So like, I mean, I want to get to a point where Okay, I want to demonstrate the shit disappears. You can appear to disappear. Bottom first on a known flat surface. Now, you think this doesn't happen? We have observations where this does appear to happen. So, what experiment test can we set up will satisfy everybody? Do I need to like make a 2 mile slab of concrete? Like somehow
Yeah, actually, that would be really interesting to have a 2 mile slab of concrete that is provably within like 1 millimeter of being flat. We could do all kinds of observations with that. That would be cool.
But 1 mil, you know they have self-leveling concrete, right?
Yeah, but I'm talking about like a concrete where it's a perfectly straight line from one end to another.
And how do we engineer a perfectly straight line? See the problem again, right? How do we engineer a perfectly straight line? We use a level, right? And in the globe model, level's curved. So if we make a level line, they're just going to say it's a curved line anyway. So they're going to say it's obstructed by the curve.
Right. So you'd have to make a straight line instead of level, and you'd have to use lasers. Or I don't know what you would do. I'm not an engineer.
Well, apparently lasers aren't good enough either because of refraction. So, like, what do we do? Like, how are they making these tunnels in the Swiss Alps with lasers?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Well,
You know,
there is
you know.
there would.
Well, I was going
Can I?
to say, do you know, like one thing? Do you know what they have to account for? They do have to account for refraction in these tunnels, and they don't have to account for a vertical refraction. They have to account for a horizontal refraction because the walls of the tunnel radiate heat. It actually causes the lasers to bend left and right, but not up and down.
So I know a stretch. I know a stretch of 4 kilometers that's straight. It's called LIGO.
Well, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's true.
No bendy curvature. 4 kilometers. It even has a small piece of water going next to it, and they need LIGO to be straight.
It's in a vacuum chamber.
Yeah,
I researched LIGO extensively. So their vacuum chamber is wound steel coil fused together by heating.
Yeah,
right?
so vacuum chamber, there's no refraction, right? Because there's no atmosphere.
Yeah, there shouldn't be. I mean, yeah, they're not like running through like xenon gas or anything. They're just running straight vacuum. That's what they say. I think they said it's 10 to the -3. It's not like a super high vacuum, but it's pretty low. But they had all sorts of problems when they surveyed that. They had to like actually survey it 3 different times. And then they like set in like these control points that were concreted in, and then they set up like a little GPS thing, and then they had problems with that because the laser has to have so much clearance from their vacuum tube left. It has to be so far. They have a spec where it has to be something like 3 feet from the edges of the vacuum tube for whatever reason. The vacuum tube is basically like a steel pipe. It's a steel pipe, but it's not like pipe that you would use for plumbing. It's like they wound cable. And like I said, they fused it together. It's welded together. So the cable's like a spiral in the form of a pipe, welded together. And then they evacuate it, shoot a laser down it. But it had to be engineered to a certain spec so that it was like 3 feet from the edges. And so when they actually surveyed it to actually lay it, they just kept screwing up, and they actually had to hire, like, they went through like 3 different surveys. And things like CERN, that they have problems with their surveys, they had to use their own datum, something called the CERN datum, which is different than every other datum like the WGS-84 or any of those other ones. So, yeah, when you actually like start getting, CERN is, they measure distances with a steel wire, which is kind of crazy.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, it's probably the straightest thing on Earth is that detector.
Could be. Should be pretty damn straight. Now they're saying they've detected 90 instances of gravity waves. They're up to 90. Which to me is just they need more funding. Running out of money. Anyway, the sunset thing. I mean, I don't know. I like I said, we've done to the best of our ability to demonstrate that things do disappear bottom up. There are problems with the coin one, which I'm not going to go over, because when you actually zoom, the distance changes and the aperture changes in size. So there are problems with that. You're not doing the exact same observation when you're zooming in on the coin and making it come back. So you are aware that, like, when you zoom in a camera lens, the aperture of the lens moves forward.
Yeah, that's right.
So they're actually getting closer to the coin, and it's changing the angle of geometry to the relative to the coin in the table. So they're actually not, like, when they're zoomed out, they're not looking at the coin from the same shallow angle as when they're zoomed in. So it's kind of I would say it's not definitive.
Yeah, so Love Life's left already, but I was just answering his question. He said, "What do you think is the strongest evidence?" And that's why I put the sunset picture, because I'm
Sunsets.
Like, well, yeah, it's sort of the plain, simple observation. It looks like the bottom of the sun is hidden behind the water. So to me, that's the simplest.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's all you. So what do you say about sunsets that don't look like that?
There's all kinds of things that can happen with sunsets, because things like the clouds can block it. All kinds of stuff can happen.
So if we make observations, let's say 365 days in a year, and we see 15% of the sunsets look like that one that you have a picture of, is that the norm? Like, is that the true geometry, or is some other one the true geometry?
I would say the one that looks the clearest is the one where you could get the most information. If there's all kinds of things blocking the sunlight, it would be hard to make observations.
There's records of like 3 sunsets, 3 suns setting at the same time, 2 suns sunsetting like freaking 20 degrees in the sky. Sun turning into a vase, sun turning into a mushroom, sun turning, 2 suns side by side. Like, there's all sorts of crazy observations of the sun doing weird stuff.
Right. Yeah. You're right.
So, I mean, I would say this, that the claims about the sun, like you're making, that this is the true geometry, if we would have, like, used the modern scientific, like, say, statistical techniques, right, to determine whether this is what is the normal observation, right? So, like, I use this as an example, is that the normal observation, the claim is that everything is being refracted up all the time, right? That this is a general condition of the atmosphere, is that when I look out over the ocean, things are elevated, right? They say sunsets are elevated. They say everything is elevated from its true geometric position, right? They say this is why
Right, yeah.
there isn't equal day and night on the equator. They say, is there any evidence for that, though? Is there any evidence that the general condition of the
Yeah, I would say
evidence for that?
Yeah, so when you're doing navigation with the stars, they try to avoid shooting stars lower than 20 degrees above the horizon.
Yeah.
Because
They do the same thing in astronomy. They do, like, but they have different. It's weird. They have different terminology for things in astronomy than celestial navigation.
yeah, so you can pretty
But it's
precisely
the same thing.
you can pretty precisely determine the position of a star above you at night, and you can see that it moves about 15 degrees per hour, and then if you extrapolate, when it gets near the horizon, you see it slow down a bit. So you could use that extrapolation for its true geometric location, and then that's where they come up with the refraction numbers, as far as I know.
Yeah, I've seen actually Mick West posted this. Not only does it slow down, they appear to display sideways so that it doesn't make like a consistent arc. It kind of like turns. The ones I saw turn to the like kind of hook right.
Yeah, because they're moving upwards a little bit compared to their path. I think on the equator it would go straight down still. Like the stars would set straight down, and you wouldn't have that.
There should just be some time delay, according to the globe model.
Right, that's right. Indio, you know the globe model really well.
Yeah, I was a nerd. I'm a space nerd, man. Well, because it's like I didn't just like flat Earth. I believe this shit. Like not like that. Just some. I mean, a lot of this stuff I already knew, but some of it I didn't. Like some of the finer details of. I knew about refraction. I guess I knew about the claim that sunsets are 7 minutes off or whatever from on the equinox, and why it isn't like equal day and night on the equinox. But that's not actually their problem. Because according to globe geometry on the equinox, you're on the equator, the day and night should be equally divided. 12 hours and 12 hours, right?
Well, almost like the center of the sun should rise, and then exactly 12 hours later, the center of the sun should set. So it would still be a little bit of day. I mean, it depends on what you count daylight, when the center of the sun crosses the horizon or whatever.
Typically, they go from, well, there's actually published paper on this that's almost the entire paper is about where you measure the sun from. You measure from the top of the sun, the bottom of the sun, the center of the sun. So I think typically they measure from when the sun just becomes visible above the horizon at dawn, and when it just touches the horizon at sunset.
Yeah, right. So even on the equinox, on the equator, that wouldn't be exactly 12 hours because the sun takes a few minutes to go from the being partially visible to fully visible.
Yeah. Like if you look at the literature, it says there's a 7 minute difference, right? There's a 7 minute difference during the whole day.
Yeah, about 3 minutes as it's rising, and 3 minutes, 3.5. 3.5 as it's rising, 3.5 as it's setting. You know what I would love to see?
It's 3 hours, 11 hours and 53 minutes or something. But see, I checked that. On time and date. That's why I brought up time and date. Perfect segue for this. So I checked that, right? So that day on the equinox, when this day happens, right, that should be like the shortest day of the year. Right? It's the closest to that 12 and 12, right? So that shortest,
Right, exactly.
the shortest day. But when you actually look on time and date, the shortest day of the year is not on the equinox.
Is India still talking? I can't hear.
Yeah.
He cut out for me.
I'm talking.
Yeah,
Don't hear me?
you were cutting out a little bit for me too, here and there.
Yeah.
I can hear it.
Yeah, Vlad, go in and out. Indio's still talking.
I can't hear him.
Maybe you have him muted,
Sorry.
but hop in or out.
And for muting a mod.
Go ahead, Indio.
Yeah,
you were talking about date and time.
Yeah, so time and date, if you go on there and you look, that shortest day of the year is not on the equinox. It's actually like in April and August. So you got the autumnal and vernal equinox, or is it vernal? Yeah, the vernal and autumnal equinox, right? So that's 2 days a year. That should be 12 and 12. You should make at the equator. We're talking about at the equator. People get confused because they live in the so-called northern hemisphere, and they think the shortest day of the year is supposed to be in the winter everywhere. I don't know where they get this idea from. On the equator, everything's inverted because you're like, on that dividing line, right? So it has 2 days a year, which are the same, nearly the same length, right? Right.
Right, yeah.
The solstices, and the shortest day is on the equinoxes, right? Everything is supposed to be symmetrical. You're on the equator, right? So equator as an equal all this shit. Anyways, if you look on time and date, you'll see that like this is how you tell, right? It has a list of day lengths, how long the day is, and you can watch it day by day by day drop in time, like the length of day. If you start at like the solstice and just go through it every month, and you watch the length of the day drop and drop and drop, and then it starts going back up, right? So that transition point from going down to going up, that's the shortest day of the year. Right? Makes sense?
Yeah.
So the days go 12 hours, 34 seconds, 12 hours, 20 seconds, 12 hours, 17 seconds. Then they start going back up 12 hours, 30 seconds, blah, blah, blah. So, that's the shortest day. That, like I just said, that time is April, if I remember right, it's like April 23rd and August 27th or something.
Yeah, I just
So
looked it
this,
up in April. I posted a link if anybody's interested.
yeah. So this is like geometrically, how does this happen?
I don't know, but during April it changes by like 2 seconds the whole month. So
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, is it like, I mean, the time isn't the important part is the transition, right? Because if I'm standing on the equator, right, now I'm going to watch the sun for a year. I'm going to stand outside. It's not going to rain. I'm going to stand outside. I'm going to watch the arc of the sun. So on the equinox, I watch the sun go directly overhead, east to west, and then that arc gets lower and lower and lower and lower, and gets down to 23.3 degrees, right? And that's the June solstice. And then it comes back up. And as it's coming back up, that arc is shorter and the days get shorter, right? And at some point, it's going to transition where it's going south, right? Where that arc travels southward. But the equinox is the day that transition is supposed to be. And that transition is supposed to be the shortest day of the year. See, I'm thinking, I think about this geometrically, not just the numbers, like geometrically, how is this supposed to happen, right? If I'm looking at that's because that's how they came up with the Earth's a globe and it has a tilt. They watch the arc of the sun, right? Sun comes up in the horizon, it sets, and it makes an arc across the sky. And this arc goes, if right on the equator, goes from directly overhead and tilts down, right? And then it tilts back up and then goes the other way. Like if I'm facing north, it'll tilt down and then it'll go over my head and go. And if I turn to 180, I'd watch it tilt down to the south. That's the idea. But that transition, when it transitions directly overhead, that should be the shortest day of the year. And that day should be the equinox. Because if you're at the equator, right, they say the sun will rise because Wolfie 6020 and a bunch of crazy globers, anti-flat earthers, I should say, they say, oh, you can go to Quito, Ecuador, and you can watch the shadows, go directly east to west on the equinox. And you can watch the sun rise due east instead due west on the equinox on the equator. Right? If that's true and this geometry is true, this time problem should be that time should also be the shortest day of the year. So like there's this discrepancy, right? There's this inconsistency between the geometry and the mathematics. And I've actually emailed time and date about this, asking them about how they account for refraction and like what they do. And they basically said we use the U.S. Naval Observatory model, right? And they said we use the U.S. Naval Observatory data, and we add a correction for refraction. But if you go to the U.S. Naval Observatory and you go to their legal page, they say no agency of the United States government makes observations of the sun because calculations are good enough.
Interesting. So they're just doing calculations. It is interesting that these are all like very small numbers. Like it's changing
That's my
by
right.
1 second at a time.
Yeah, but I understand. They're very small numbers, right? But there's like this demarcation. It should not be changing like this. The day shouldn't be getting longer a month early. Especially with the precision of things that astronomy claims they have, right? Claiming they're measuring freaking black holes at the center of the galaxy with a precision of like, 0.01 milliarc seconds or some shit, right?
Yeah, I think time and date tries to say when the sun appears at the horizon. I think they probably have that type of consistency where it actually is down to the arc second, but trying to determine when it actually appears over the horizon is complicated by these other things.
And then there's another problem with time and date. If you look on the equinox, right, and you can take a locations that are on the same line of latitude, right? So you get the same line of latitude. You look up the direction of sunrise on the same line of latitude, such as the one I usually use is Tierra del Fuego, right, which is at the tip of South America, and Quanach, Greenland, which is inside the Arctic Circle. And if you look up the direction of sunrise, it's 86 degrees from true north in the Arctic, in Greenland, and it's 91 degrees from true north in South America. But I've heard Globers claim for years that the sun rises due east everywhere on the equinox. And this was actually discovered by Jeranism, because he used Google Earth, and he made these lines to like where the sun rose, and they kept pointing at the equator on Google Earth. Like if he took a line and went due and just like used like due east to like where the sun rose, it wasn't going along the line of latitude. It was pointing due east at the equator. That was supposed to be due east. The sun was at the equator. And he did this a whole bunch of places, which made me like look on time and date and look up to see if this stuff is true.
Yeah.
So there's a part where the mathematics doesn't match. I would say call it a mathematical inconsistency. Like the geometry doesn't match the math. And that's actually not surprising, because there's a lot of things in mathematics where arithmetic doesn't match the geometry.
Yeah, if Globers say that the sun rises due east on the equinox everywhere on Earth, that's not technically right. That's not our claim.
It's technically right by definition. Because the definition of east is where the sun rises on the equinox. So if I took a stick in the ground, right, and I mark where the sun rises on the equinox, that is the definition of east in the Oxford Dictionary. But it's not east in the coordinate system. You see what I'm saying? There's a difference between our coordinate system and, let's say, our vernacular or our reality.
Okay, so
they're not one-to-one like matching.
Yeah, here's how I would describe it. I would say that on the equinox, the sun crosses the middle of the sun crosses the horizon directly east on the coordinate system, the middle of the geometric sun where it actually is at that moment. Now that can, as you get way far north and way far south, that can be distorted, and then we're talking about the sun's moving as it's rising, and so are you talking about when the sun is first visible, or when you're talking about the middle of the sun or the bottom of the sun? But the globe claim is that the middle of the sun crosses the horizon geometrically due east.
Well, I don't know what their claim is, because normally when a Glober comes in here and I tell them this, they just change the subject or deflect or.
No, you're exactly right. You're exactly right. I mean, it's 91 degrees or 86 degrees in Tierra del Fuego. But those are true numbers, because we're talking about the sun.
And I can give you another one which is even weirder, like weirder in the concept of the globe model, right? So,
India, can I have 1 second? Like Matthew just did with the because you had the explanation about what was it with the sun?
The
daylight time.
It'd be in April, right? So what's your explanation about that, right?
Oh yeah, my explanation is that time and date attempts to give the time for when the sun actually crosses the horizon.
No, the one before that.
We're talking about the middle of the sun.
No, the one before that.
So listen, Matt, if you look up the definition of equinox, it's defined, and you look up the etymology of the word, this never changed. It's where the sun, where day and night are equal. right? Equality of day and night. Now, okay, that's fine. Quality of day and night. And then they say, well, that doesn't actually happen because of refraction, right? Okay, so let's go find the day that's closest to that, right? The day which most closely matches the definition of equinox. What day is that? Well, they say March, and but if you look on time and date, it's April. So what's the problem here?
The problem is we're talking about what we look at and what we see versus the geometrical position of the sun.
Must be that 8-minute delay for the speed of light.
Yeah.
Okay, so your
definition of
your
equinox.
explanation is that
There's
time and
no
date
explanation.
is wrong, right? We just need to follow what the sun does, not look at time and date. Is that your explanation?
No, my explanation is that time and date attempts to give the times of the visible sun when the sun peaks above
No,
the horizon.
we're talking about when is the shortest day, right? Indio said that's not at the equinox; it's in April, right?
Yeah, so
Right.
not even just the shortest day. Like, okay, this is the definition of equinox. This is the day that would most accurately match that definition, which happens to be the shortest day. Because we're never getting to 12 and 12. So what day is closest to 12 and 12? That day's in April, not March.
Right.
See, I'm not being picky. I'm like, okay, this is your definition. Okay, let's go find it. Like, what matches that? And like, hold on, you're a month off of what we're like. You can call it a celebration because it's all over the TV every time it happens. So we pretty much celebrate the equinox. Might as well have a party. First day of spring and all that. I guess it is a reason to celebrate. If you live in the Northeast, that is.
So the difference between the amount of daylight in September and April on the equator is like 10 or 15 seconds, and I just don't think that that's enough to make that big of a difference.
Well, I'm just pointing out a discrepancy of time and date. I mean, there's more.
That's fair. That's a good point. And you bring up
So here's another one which I've never ever heard really. Okay, so you take Mount Everest, right? Mount Everest is way high up, tallest mountain in the world, and you can look on time and date, and it has the day length on there, and it has sunrise time. So you can go to the so-called same latitude, 180 degrees. You go on the same latitude line in the same longitude line, not antipode in the same hemisphere, right? So that's Corpus Christi, Texas. That is 8 feet above sea level. And Everest is, supposed to be, 5 miles above sea level. And if you look at the time of day, like the length of the day at Corpus Christi is longer than Mount Everest, even though Mount Everest is supposed to be seeing around the curvature of the Earth, and the sun should be visible for longer because you're 5 miles in the air. It's a difference of 45 minutes. So the day in Corpus Christi, Texas is 45 minutes longer than the day at Mount Everest. And if you look at the latitude and longitude, it's the same. Oh, well, antipode. Well, not antipode. I don't know what you would call it on the globe. They should have the same day length because they're in the same geometric position.
Yeah, you're right. That's an interesting point.
Now, maybe time and date's wrong. Maybe time and date, I'm pretty sure they include elevation. But even if they didn't include elevation, it should be the same. So there's all these little problems. So when people I'm sure you've heard people say this, and this really grates my skin when they go, the globe model predicts everything perfectly. That makes you want to jump out a window, literally jump out a window, because they really believe that. You think the globe model's perfect?
Yeah, the come all the time. Yeah, we have a working globe model.
I'll answer. I don't think it is
Predicts
perfect.
eclipses within seconds. That's the good one. Within seconds. It's a ridiculous claim.
Kessler, you want to
I
say
saw the
something?
eclipse, and it was the prediction that was given to me was accurate
Within seconds.
within seconds, right?
So you
Ooh,
were looking at your
Kessler's back.
you were
Wow,
looking
we
at
got
your
all the
phone,
globe
looking at the
guys here.
sky, be like, we're timing this. We're gonna see.
No, there was an app that we downloaded that had all the times built in, so it would like tell us, and it had these announcements of when it was going to happen, and it was right within a second.
Well, I don't know the details of the app or what they did, but I know like so that 2017 eclipse. So Stellarium, what's the other one? Celestia. People, you can go to forums now, right? Back to 2017, and everybody was complaining that they couldn't get the eclipse to work in the app, right? And it's supposed to be using the ephemeris data from JPL, the New Horizons, or whatever they call it, ephemeris data, right? So, but it was broken inside their Stellarium, broken in quotes, right? It didn't match like what I guess. There wasn't, put it this way, there wasn't an eclipse where there was supposed to be an eclipse within the application. So they literally patched it to fix it and added an animation instead of a calculation, which to me is just quite humorous.
Yeah. So when the eclipse was supposed to happen, within that second is when we saw it start.
Yeah. I mean,
where I was.
they could have been correcting it the whole time, for all you know,
Did they
right?
correct it? How did they correct it?
Make previous observations, right? You make an observation in Seattle, and then like, okay, we're going to correct it. We're just going to keep correcting it because we know we can time it from the solar cycle alone.
Right, you can.
So that, which makes me think of, I wish I knew where this paper was. So there was a paper where they took, so these were 3 observatories, and they actually wanted to test like the model, the prediction of the sun moth, right, of when sunrise times were. They found that the mean error was 5 minutes from the model, and this is sunrise times, right? So this is the same shit time and date, U.S. Naval Observatory, all these things. They found that the mean error of sunrise calculations was 5 minutes, and the greatest error was something like 15 minutes. And the most accurate was about 1 minute. So when people say they can predict within seconds, I find that hard to believe in light of that published paper of actual observations of the model. But we also know that they're not using the heliocentric model to predict eclipses, so that could be the problem.
Yeah, and to tell the truth, when I went to go see the eclipse, I have no idea how they came up with the exact timing and location and duration of the eclipse, but however they did it, they got it exactly right.
That's interesting. Why bring it up then?
But I mean, who knows how they programmed the app? I guess I'd have to figure that out. Like I said, it could have just been a continuous correction.
Well, like you mentioned earlier, and more than likely it's just a solar cycle thing that they're just saying prediction, but with actually a post-diction.
Yeah, post-diction.
Because the thing happens, sorry for the noise, but the thing happens again and again on a repeating cycle. So it's got nothing to do with predicting. It's just got to do with using your eyeballs.
Yeah, I use this analogy. Like all I got is like a peephole in my door, and like the bus goes by at a certain, like every 45 minutes, and I can make up a whole story of why the bus goes by every 45 minutes, and not know how bus works, not knowing about there's people on the bus, not knowing there's a guy making a schedule for the bus. I can make up a whole story and make predictions about when the bus is going to be viewable through my peephole. Which is basically what an eclipse is, right? So the bus is the moon, eclipsing my peephole.
That is a good analogy. I like that one.
Predict the curved adjacent.
Quantum Racer's back. We had a fun time last night with those characters, didn't we? Those youngsters. You had to school them, didn't you? I don't think they found it yet. They probably were dreaming about curved adjacent last night. Maybe they'll come back. Oh, one morning, Freeze. We tried to get him in, but he was in school. So I told him to come by after school, Quantum Racer, if you're around. Maybe we'll have an after school session.
You want to get the shadows. Show
Yeah.
the curved adjacent shadow.
That's what that guy wanted, yeah. Yeah, we've got two ball believers in here, Kessler and Matthew Listens, two at the same time. It's a big day here for defending the globe. Usually we can barely get one that's willing to defend the fantasy globe.
Matthew. Go ahead.
Here's the funny thing. Matthew is less of a zealot than Kessler, if that's even believable.
He changed his name to Listens now. Here, listen to this.
I got
Show
banned.
curved
I got banned.
adjacent.
So I got banned for a while, so I am a little bit humbled and just doing more listening.
Why'd they ban you?
I banned him.
We just really wanted to,
Humbled him. Wow, good news. It was worth it then.
because we wanted to give him a reason to get the T-shirt, so that's why he was banned.
That's right. He can qualify for the T-shirt now. Good point. Good point.
What T-shirt?
I got banned from 24/7 Flat Earth Discord T-shirt.
Well, I need that.
I used to have an image of it. I don't know. The monkey is the designer, I think, of that T-shirt. Emerald Monkey. I don't know if I still have it. I'll have to look around. I'll dig around.
Yeah, it's in the live stream. I remember the trigger.
Oh, cool. It's a meme. Good to know. Yeah, thank you for finding it. Yeah, I haven't seen it for a while. That's a different one than the one I'm thinking of, but that one's good. I'll save it. Or I'll just try to remember the meme, which seems better for me.
Hey, how's it going, guys?
Oh, good to see you.
Likewise. Good morning.
Hi. Yeah, India was just having a conversation with Matthew, but it seems oh no, India's back. Yeah, I don't know if India's still talking to Matthew or what's going on. But
I
good to see
actually
you, Glatfo.
subject to like not Flat Earth. Matthew's a math teacher, so and he said he likes contrary opinions or likes to entertain them. Hey, Matt, you ever heard of John Gabriel?
No, I don't know who he is.
Oh my God, he's I don't know how to put this. He's a math teacher, former math professor, and he came up with a better form of calculus. He calls it the new calculus. Now, I'll give you a link to a channel. It's like what he's saying is right, but he's a total arrogant dickhead. So try to ignore that part. try to ignore how abrasive his personality is, and just like just take it for the mathematics. Like some of the stuff is pretty interesting. He basically formulated a new way of calculus without using infinitesimals. So, I thought because you're a math teacher, you might be interested in it.
Yeah, that does sound interesting. I think there are probably ways of deriving calculus using other methods, but
unfortunately, he calls all the like current mathematicians and Newton and everybody a bunch of buffoons, and he's basically the smartest man alive. The first person to realize this. He's a narcissist. So try to ignore that part. Because that doesn't make his math wrong. Just because he's a narcissist doesn't make the math wrong.
No, he just hasn't got to the calculation of his humility yet.
Yeah, exactly.
But could you repeat his name, please? I'd be interested.
John Gabriel. Here, I'll post a link to his channel.
Thank you. No, that should be all right. Thank you, though.
I mean, obviously, from the channel description, you can see. I'll just read it. The new calculus is the first and only rigorous formulation of calculation in human history, despite the many attempts to denigrate and destroy. Can't even see the sun is so bright. It has grown phenomenally and now well liked by thousands of math enthusiasts, engineers, educators, software developers, and scientists around the globe. Well, he believes in the globe too. Nobody can be perfect.
Yeah, thanks for the reference. I'll take a look at some of his stuff. Also, I posted.
Yeah, I mean, some of he has his new calculus stuff is probably like a little bit older. Like he does like a video periodically, like maybe every 3 months, but he also intermixes it with other things, other like mathematical subjects. So he goes over Euclid's Elements and a bunch of stuff. So you might have to go down a little bit past videos to find exactly his new calculus. He's got a PDF on it too with proofs and all that stuff. And Java applets and you name it. He's got a bunch. The dude knows what he's talking about. There's no doubt about that. He's just he's such a jerk. Nobody listens to him.
What if he does it on purpose so that people do listen to him? Because otherwise it might get lost in the background.
Oh my gosh, Truth Letter. That image is so comical. Oh, he's not in here. This image of space, 1962, what they were showing people. the first time they faked it. And now, I mean, it's not really that much better when you look at some of their stuff, but that's just hilarious.
It's pretty. You know, I wonder how long it took them to make that canopy. Put all those holes in it and cut that
Yeah.
little moon out of it and everything.
Yeah, I've never seen that one before. Why are you back? Because Wolfgang had mercy on you. I thought you're gone forever. Back on your spinning fantasy globe, just moving through the universe at a high rate of speed and away from the Flat Earth Discord server. But you made it back here somehow.
Yeah. I think I was away for maybe 2 weeks.
Did you make any progress in your understanding where you live while you were gone? Or are you still on your fantasy globe?
No, I think I'm still in the same position I was when I first joined.
Have you guys ever had eggs freeze? I'm just using this little dorm fridge here in this place where I'm staying, and I got out the eggs this morning. One of them is cracked because it froze. I've never had that happen before. So I'm going to try to cook it so it doesn't go to waste. I never even tried to freeze an egg. You know how those little fridges, different parts are really cold while other parts are not.
It should be fine.
Have you ever microwaved an egg? That's the usual way that I cook eggs, is microwaving them.
I have never done that, but I'm now putting the frozen egg on the Coleman stove grill, and we'll see how it turns out.
Wait, you mean microwave it when it's in its shell?
No, usually I get a couple spoonfuls of rice and some other vegetables and stuff like that. Open an egg into a bowl with all that,
right, okay, yeah.
and then mix it all up, and then just nuke it, and then it's like a breakfast burrito bowl.
Yeah, I've poached eggs in the microwave before, but I don't think I've done that exactly.
I'm not a big fan of the microwave, but I don't care if other people like it.
Yeah, I think I use the microwave maybe twice a year, if that.
Doesn't a microwave destroy all the vitamins in your food?
Yeah, the same guy the same PhD researcher who first explained to me when I was a child that the moon landings were a complete fraud also. Because he was a pharmaceutical researcher and researched other, health issues, that kind of thing. And for the company that was later bought out by Pfizer, anyway, no, we won't go on about that. But anywho, he also told us, according to the data he, collected, not to ever microwave your food in plastic, even though the containers, like those takeout containers or whatever you call them, like the frozen dinner containers, will say you can, especially back then. I'm sure it was horrible. That was before they even talked about BPAs and everything. But yeah, I mean, I think, and I also once read a book called Never Fear Cancer Again that talked about, the details about why it's a problem. But then, you know what? I only got about halfway through that book and I'm like, gosh, I could never fear cancer again. But then I'd be fearing microwaves, gas stoves, all of the things. Like every chapter was a new thing to fear, so you didn't have to fear cancer again. So now I more go by instinct rather than, oldest rules. I've survived so far.
And Matt, yeah, that's my mistake. I haven't looked at that in 4 years, and because the server isn't the old server where I posted it, I would just looked up the reference. Problem is sunrise time. The sun should rise sooner on Mount Everest by time than Corpus Christi, Texas, because you're higher up. So the horizon Mount Everest is 127 miles away or something.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And the thing that throws it off is the position it is within its respective time zone. So how close it is to the time zone would affect the time.
That's got some weird time zones. I couldn't figure out if this was a time zone discrepancy, but then they say they use UTC for time and date. So I don't think it's time zones.
So I would say that That's why I was looking at the length of the day, because that is independent of the time zone. When it rises and sets, doesn't matter. It's the actual length of the day seems about the same. But yeah, I don't know how close each of those two are to the beginning of the time zone.
Because think if you're 8 feet elevation in Corpus Christi, Texas, the horizon's 3 miles away. So if the horizon is what determines when the sun rises, and then the horizon is 127 miles from Mount Everest, and there's 1 degree per 67 miles, then, it should be rising something like 30 minutes earlier. You should see it, because that's where that edge is, right? There's freaking 2 degrees away. Right on the ball. It's 127 miles. It's like 2 degrees away. 15. That's 30 minutes.
Yeah, but that's where stuff on the ground is. I don't know about things rising over the horizon. So I hear what you're saying. I just don't know how you'd calculate that based on the altitude.
I think this is a general point I'm trying to make. Timing date is good enough.
Yeah, I mean, if
it's
off
not a
by 4
scientific
seconds,
instrument.
exactly. If it's off by 4 seconds, who cares?
Yeah, exactly. No one's ever going to notice. The same with celestial navigation. Like, you take many corrections while you're traveling. If you're off by 30 miles, you still see the island, and you're like, yeah, that's where we're going, right? You're not like, shit, my celestial navigation was off by 30 miles. I'm totally lost. No, like, you see Cuba 30 miles away, so you're like, we're going to Cuba. You don't care that you're pointing in the wrong direction. You're just close enough. So a lot of these things are made good enough for practical purposes. No one notes the discrepancies because there's no point in noticing them. No one really cares. The globe says, it's 69 degrees per degree, and someone travels that far, and no one's like, oh my God, this is off. I'm reporting this to the government. Like, no one's doing that. All the scientists. The globe model's wrong. This is why they publish things which are supposed to be impossible on the globe, and they don't think anything of it. Everybody is so sure that all observations match the globe Earth's concept that they'll publish things like you can see mountains from 300 miles away in the Southern Ocean from a boat. Not realizing that the globe Earth predicts that mountain is supposed to be 11 miles below the horizon. No one thinks of it.
But the light lifts it up so you can see it perfectly.
But you know what they say? Okay, so they have, the people that are swimming in Antarctica, they're doing all these astronomical observations, and why are they doing them there? Because they say the air is so clear, it's low humidity, and there's no particulates, and they have the best viewing there because of the low humidity, and that there's little to no refraction. So, which one is it? In the locations with the lowest humidity, right, you can see the farthest, and they simultaneously say, we're going to do observations here because there's no refraction, so they put telescopes there. But then because you can see farther on the ground, they say, well, there must be refraction because, these crazy conditions. They're like, I don't get it. I'm not even going to try to say the name. It's called the Nova something effect, right? And they say that, the sun is rising too early because this crazy refraction. Well, you're saying, but you're sticking, astronomical observatories in the Arctic because there is no refraction. So, which one is it?
Hey, Indio, I think I solved the 45-minute thing with Corpus Christi. It turns out that Nepal uses 5 hours and 45 minutes time zone. So they're off.
Leave it to the Nepalese.
I posted a map.
That's what you get when you're the happiest people in the world. You just don't care.
Yeah, and China is pretty bad because they use the same time zone for the whole country, all the way from the east to the west. So the sun is rising at like 4 a.m. on the far west side.
They should have like 4 or 5 time zones, really.
Yeah, at least 4. It looks like.
If you look at a time zone map, it's a wreck.
Oh yeah,
it really is. It's a total wreck, dude. There's like little squares cut out in it, and like it's weird.
I posted one if anybody wants to see it.
India, I saw which one is it? It's the one they need at that moment, India.
Which one is?
It's the one they need that moment. If they need refraction, then pooh, it's there, and if they don't need it, it's not there. Right?
Yeah, exactly.
I thought China was legit until they posted a flag on the moon. Made of nylon.
And anyone that doesn't understand the comment about Nepal does not measure GDP as they have like their own measure of like happiness. They have like some weird happiness index where they measure the prosperity of the country. They don't measure it by gross domestic product.
Isn't that like Bhutan as well, just neighbouring it?
Yeah.
Bhutan do the same thing. They've banned TVs and stuff like that.
Well, more power to them.
TVs?
Bhutan, I think. It might be old information. It might be changed now, but I remember.
Where's Bhutan?
Sorry?
In the Himalayas.
It's just to the east of Nepal.
I can't believe in NASA without TV.
I think they're all like pretty much rural peoples.
Well, they're in the Himalayas, so they're already in space. They don't need NASA.
Well, according to Neil, low Earth orbit isn't space, right? Isn't space, guys.
There's always like big arguments back and forth about where space begins, right? In the globe model, that is, but no one can really.
In the International Terrestrial Reference System, space is defined as where your aerodynamic control surfaces stop working.
Depends on the craft.
Yeah, so for a human being, it's like sea level.
Yeah, I think 100 kilometers is the probably the answer you'll get if you Google it. Kármán line.
The Kármán line is a political designation.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like argued back and forth, right? Where it is.
Well, it's like they had a little conference at the UN, and we're like, yeah, where are we going to say space is? Oh, it's 100 kilometers. Yeah, good. Nice round number. The French enjoy it because it's in kilometers. Go with that.
Then they put the moon in Earth's atmosphere, so that's all gone now. But you don't believe they went to the moon, Kessler, right? Come on.
Yeah, I remember one of the first like sort of conspiracies I ever saw was the moon landing fake.
But you don't believe that, right, Kessler?
Well, believe the conspiracy or believe that?
Well, that they went to the moon.
Either way, it's a conspiracy, right?
Yeah, I think my opinion on that doesn't really change much, right? Because even if I did say I thought the moon landing was fake, I'm still here as a glober, right? And I would still.
Yeah, that's cool. That's cool, right?
But I do.
Well, you would be a contradictory glober because your main globe argument, as I understand it, is trust them.
Yeah, no, I don't. That's the thing. I do trust that.
Yeah, and that is your only argument. I trust them. That is not even an argument. That's a declaration of faith.
Yeah,
religion.
I guess I could agree with that because I can't go to the moon myself, right?
You think there's a Mars rover?
That makes me actually feel better about you, Kessler, that you admit it's a just a belief and faith for you. Gosh, you just
Well,
went up in my
say it's a matter of trust.
estimation.
I always do try and make it clear that it's a matter of trust.
Godric wants to know what you think about the Mars rover. I don't remember what he he said.
You think
What did
there's
you
a
say,
Mars
Godric?
rover rolling around
Yes,
for
sir.
8 years
You trust me?
without,
Do you want to buy
know,
some crypto?
maintenance?
Yeah, is there a
Good
Mars
one, India.
rover?
Good one.
Is there a
Mars
well?
rover?
I can't answer that yes or no. Again, it comes down to my trust of the space organizations that do send those probes and rovers over there.
But nobody fixed it in 8 years. You think that's going to roll around like that without maintenance?
No, what
Yeah.
in with? Oh, because of you're talking about like the dust on the solar panels and so on.
The Curiosity, man, it's there for 8
Just
years.
to move. Just to move by itself. Like, what works by itself for 8 years without maintenance?
9 years and 88 days.
10 years.
I mean,
How about
what was
extreme
the-
temperature variation?
Was it Opportunity one of the recent ones that just went
I
offline?
just want to say that I would never
No.
leave my gun on a pile of rust for 8 years and expect the gun to be functional after that, even if it was an AK.
The
Well,
Curiosity is still going on. The
don't think,
Opportunity was like 4 years ago that it went down, or 5.
Yeah, I
Let
mean,
me look it up.
Curiosity is a freak of engineering. A lot of people.
Yeah, right.
Oh, it's a
NASA
freak
makes
of
such
engineering, right?
right.
Well,
NASA makes such
even
cool
NASA said
stuff,
they didn't
man.
expect it to last that long, right?
Yeah. Wow.
Well, it
But-
prolonged its mission time.
So let's probe this. What is the basis of your trust? Why do you trust these strangers? Like, is there like maybe they told you something in the past and it came true, or something like that? Is it like, do you have some basis for it, or is it like you trust the trust?
Conditioning, isn't it?
Like, I want to know what the basis of your trust of strangers, because I'm sure if some other stranger came up to you and said, "Hey, I went to space and saw the Earth," you wouldn't be like, "Yeah, fuck you. I don't believe a word you're saying."
Yeah, it's gonna
So
sound.
why do you
cliche.
trust these people as opposed to some other people?
Yeah, so it's gonna sound cliche, because you've probably had people claim this, but I'll say for myself, it is authentic, and obviously you don't have to believe me about this. But I do have a family member that works for a space agency. I know you've
And
probably
what do
had
they
people
know?
claim this. Yeah, exactly.
what
what do
do
they know? Are they a pawn or are they?
No. What do they know? Like, what? No, seriously. In their job, this is a serious question. I'm not being
Oh, yeah, carry
sarcastic. What do they know? They work in a space agency, and what do they know as part of their job? No, not believe. They probably believe the same thing you do. What do
Yeah.
they know?
So they work with the orbital mechanics of geosynchronous orbits.
What does that mean exactly?
So the corrections for satellites in geosynchronous orbit.
Ah, okay. So where does the data, what they base these corrections, where does that come from?
The data come from. Well, I think he does the actual calculations.
He
himself.
looks at a screen. He looks at a screen and takes data and then does a calculation, right? Where does that data that says where the satellite is, how fast it's going, and all these other parameters, where does that come from?
I'm not too sure about that. I can't answer it.
Because I've asked Cobras this for a long time. How do you know how fast a spacecraft is going?
Yeah.
So
Well, some
how do you
people
know
measure
its
like
attitude?
in the sky, right?
What did they measure it with? Do they got like an odometer in the spacecraft? Is there like, is there like a wheel that's rolling against the ground? Oh, maybe there's air and they're using a pitot tube. No, that doesn't work because there's no air in space. How do you measure the velocity of a spacecraft?
I think I'm not entirely sure, but I know they sync. Obviously, they sync from ground, and then measure. Well, I know you can. There's the people always do it with the ISS, right? When it translates across the moon. I think an assumption when you do that. So I'm not sure if I could really that.
Well, I've asked a lot of people this. Like, do you know what they say? It's funny how we come back to Apollo. What they say that they use to determine their position in the Apollo program? They said that they used a sextant that went through the side of the capsule. You know how sextant works?
You're in London.
You know how sextant works?
Yeah, I'm not too familiar on how sextant.
Well, with the very first thing you do with a sextant is you find the horizon. Where's the horizon in space?
No, I think are you talking about the one on the LEM window?
Yeah, they said that they used a sextant to determine their position. This is what Neil Armstrong said. Neil Armstrong. That he used a sextant, and a sextant works by finding the horizon. That's how you figure out where you are.
So if I believe correctly, I think they used that on the LEM, right? When they were descending towards the moon.
I don't remember if he said no, I think it was the command capsule, because they were halfway between the moon and the Earth.
All right. Well, I knew the LEM had the angle reading on the window. Well, a reference.
No, they supposedly went through the hull of the spacecraft so they to look out, so they could determine where they are and what their orientation was.
Yeah, I didn't know the command module had one. I thought you were talking about the LEM. I'm not
None
sure
of them
about
had anything. They have basically a big freaking fantasy land, because you can't get your position right from a sextant. How would they even know they were off course? How would they know where they are? They can't tell how fast they're going, right? There's no speedometer on a spacecraft in a vacuum, right? They can't know their orientation because they need some external reference, and the Earth is supposed to be spinning below them, and they took off from somewhere else, and they can't see, where's Houston? Am I above Houston anymore? What am I above? This shit can't work. Okay, if you just think about it for 10 seconds, it can't possibly work of knowing your orientation and your speed flying to the fucking moon.
Yeah, I'd have to look into that to see how they really because to see how they overcome those.
Oh, they had that AGC, the automatic guidance computer. They had the memory of a 1960 calculator.
Yeah, didn't it fail?
But if you look up the memory, how that was wired, right, in their spec sheet, it was wired to short. Yeah, dude. Yeah, they have a spec sheet on how they wired their so-called rope memory, and it was wired to short. Yeah, they printed the wiring diagram wrong.
What do you mean wired to short?
Because the way memory worked back then, there's an iron ring, right? And it's basically like a solenoid. So around one side of the iron ring is a copper wire. Around the other side is a copper wire, right? And they put a current through that wire, and it magnetizes the ring, right? And then they demagnetize the ring. When the ring's magnetized, it's a 1, and when it's demagnetized, it's a 0.
Yeah.
So, but when they read out this piece of memory, the wiring diagram shows it shorted. It would short it. It would demagnetize it, and it would basically erase the memory. Yeah, you can
This message will self-destruct.
You can go on ls.com, right? So there's actually a computer scientist named Xavier Pascal or something, and he actually has all the wiring diagrams. The only possible thing is that they printed this as misinformation for the Russians. But I think the Russians would have figured out that they're wired their memory to short, and that they knew it was baloney. Because it's really not even that technical. You know who they hired to make their memory? Weavers. People that sewed clothes. But because they sewed...
I heard about
Can I make a proposition?
Transistors were done with sewers.
Yeah, and the bra company made the suits, right? Bra company.
Yeah, with a zipper.
Wait, did they actually?
With a zipper for the fly.
And 1 year before they went, it was approved. 1 year, right? It was like the first prototype was wrong, and then they needed to do it. So like a few months or a year before it was finished. I mean, Kessler, come on, man. We live in this day and age, and we cannot go there back again. And you believe that they went there in '69 with junk, bro. Come on.
The reason why we can't go back is obviously you've probably heard this multiple times, but it's a budget issue.
Can't go back.
Because we've destroyed the technology, and it's a painful process to build it back again. We know why.
Can't go
Well, it
back.
is. I mean, they are currently in the process of building it back, right? They've got the SLS ready for a full stack, but it's been delayed.
Listen, hold on. Listen, before you
I
give me a second, QE, I want to say something. So these weavers that weave this rope memory, they're like your family member that works in the space agency, right? They put a product, right, in the Apollo. Therefore, they know that people went to the moon because they manufactured some product that supposedly went in a spacecraft. Like, where did the product go? Like, why did they make it? The government wouldn't just have them make it for no reason, right? They wouldn't just make them do work for no purpose, like your family member. No, that's not possible.
Yeah, I think that's different though, because I think the people that done the weaving for the transistors were literally just people that could like sew or something, right? They were just like average Joes.
Look,
Whereas my
your family member is not.
They were a
It's
prop
not. Listen,
department in a movie. Come on.
your family member is not generating. He's not looking at data that he's generating. He's looking at data that is given to him
I don't know.
from an outside party.
I can't speak for him.
Look, we had a person, right, that claimed they put this, it's called the Stardust satellite. It supposedly flew to a comet and collected dust and then returned to Earth. His name is Stuart something. He's come in this Discord. I asked him specifically the same question I asked you. He didn't know, and he built the fucking satellite, right? He claimed that he built everything, programmed the computer, did all this stuff for it, right? Then when I asked him, how do you know the speed, the attitude of this satellite? He's like, well, NASA tells us where it is. This is what he says. And I guarantee your family member, it's the same thing. He's told where it is, right? And he's crunching fictitious numbers, dude.
Right, okay.
And believing, yes, there's an object in space because my computer scene says this coordinate's in space. So there must be something in space. And he tells you, and you're like, yes, it's in space.
No, yeah,
it's an endless chain of parents parenting each other.
Have you heard about that?
So how is he going into a second law of thermodynamics violation?
Oh, he doesn't care about physics. He trusts Trump's physics in this guy's mind.
Really?
Yeah, he trusts his
about
family member.
So
and in relation to...
We're trying to figure out who's manufacturing the wick links in the 7B459 lanterns in Narnia.
What?
That's what I said. You're trying to it's just so
Who weaved Aslan's leash?
Yeah,
people out on the
Aslan's leash.
Yeah, you could use that as a joke, right?
Aslan's the lion from the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, right?
Yeah, it's in Narnia, dude.
Yeah, it's in Narnia.
Okay.
So it's outer space. It's in Narnia. Don't you understand that you can't have gas pressure next to a friggin' vacuum without a container?
A vacuum? Well, like you mean like perfect zero vacuum?
No, I didn't say there is no perfect zero vacuum.
Yeah, true. There's no perfect zero, right?
Yeah,
so
that's what I didn't say that, did
environment,
I?
right? Yeah,
I didn't say that, did I?
No, yeah, I agree. You didn't say that, but I was just clarifying that. That's we're not speaking.
A vacuum.
He'd rather talk about his red herring than the subject.
10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum.
Negative 17, right? Yeah, that's a lowest, right? That's a lowest state.
No, the lowest is zero. It doesn't matter.
No, zero's theoretical.
It doesn't matter.
All right, you don't need to shout.
Jesus.
It's funny. I think it's appropriate once in a while.
So, how do you have So, diarrhea to mouth guy. How do you have a vacuum next to a friggin' gas pressure?
All right, so a reduced pressure system next to a higher pressure system, right?
A reduced pressure system, no, a vacuum.
No, a vacuum. So a vacuum is a reduced pressure system. There's still pressure
a
there,
vacuum exchange, Mr. Dipshit. Do you know that it's an extreme vacuum? That's what it's categorized.
Yeah, it's an extreme vacuum. So
that's right.
Yeah, so there is. You would concur that there is a gradient, right, in the atmosphere.
A gradient? No, that's delta. That's a delta of gas pressure. I'm asking you how you have gas pressure, the X, not delta X.
Well, how you originally have gas pressure.
Exactly.
Right, so this comes down to you defining a container being physical.
Yeah, container. Can you show us a non-physical container?
Well, you could, right. So for the creation of this, so you could put sulfur hexafluoride, for example, in a
Sulfur
book.
hexafluoride. Number one, sulfur hexafluoride is a man-made gas. Number
What is
two,
it?
yeah, it's man-made. You're not finding sulfur hexafluoride.
You don't think you'd find it in the atmosphere?
No, yeah.
Not
it's a
found in nature.
Not found in nature.
man-made
Right?
It's synthetic.
gas. Number one, that wasn't.
You are hold on a second. You are aware that plastic is not natural.
Well, plastic.
Right. So we invent, as human beings, we invent novel molecules that don't exist.
No,
in
yeah,
nature.
I understand.
And sodium hexafluoride is one of those. Sulfur hexafluoride.
Yeah, no,
sorry.
I understand this. I just didn't know if you was carry on, Quantum.
Yeah, sulfur hexafluoride, right? That's number one. Number two, it's still going to undergo entropy. Just going to take a little bit longer.
Yeah. So why does entropy not equalize the pressure within our atmosphere?
Because we have numerous gas cycles.
A gas cycle, right? So there is something, there is another external factor that is
but that doesn't explain how you got gas. Hold on. That doesn't explain, the gas cycles don't explain how you have gas pressure initially.
I see. I have to bring gravity up at one point, right? And it's a big trigger word here.
No, it ain't. And he didn't understand what you said. It's so sad. I got to translate. Huey's saying is the Earth is a closed dynamic system, not a closed static system, right? You're saying the Earth is an open dynamic system that's pressurized, which isn't possible.
Wait, who claims it open? Sorry,
you.
I didn't claim there was an open dynamic system.
Oh, the Earth is not an
the
open
transfer of
dynamic
matter is quite negligible, all right.
The Earth is not an open system.
It can be
That's your
considered as it's not an open. Hold on, I'm confused. Sorry. Well, in terms of like what you think my claim
Open
is.
system means it's not sealed by a barrier.
And closed
physical
system
barrier, a container. Is there a container around Earth?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, I'm asking him because he thinks that in the gold model there's a container. Like
There really is. There really is.
Maybe the container is the edge of the universe, right?
Right.
Well,
Where's
then
that?
how are you still breathing?
I don't know, like 89 billion light years or something.
How are you still
Thank God.
breathing? And I'll say it for the third time. How are you still breathing then?
God.
You also don't know what an open or closed system is. You almost train wrecked yourself, but somebody cut you off.
Right. Do you guys believe in ghosts?
No, we're not going off.
This is Keith with his name spelt wrong. Bye, Keith.
It was just a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're a rude asshole.
So,
continue.
Is the gentleman we were talking to still here?
Yeah, I've got a dip like in about a minute though, so.
Yeah, I'd leave right now.
Well, I right now, or I mean, I said I could probably.
Yeah. Do you know what an open system is? Define an open system.
Well, a transfer of matter and energy.
Yes. Closed system.
Closed system, a transfer of energy.
And not matter, right?
And not matter. Well,
correct.
Yeah. And in an isolated system, we will just purely ideal, right?
Yes, it doesn't exist in nature, but yes,
Right.
but it doesn't exchange either. Yeah. Yep. So, what system do you live on the spinning ball space monkey?
Well, it can be considered as closed.
Oh, really? It's considered as closed.
It can
so
be.
So no matter leaves or enters Earth. Really? Do you know what rockets are made of and satellites are made of?
Yeah, but that's not natural. We're talking about unnatural. If you were going to use an example, you would use hydrogen escape meteors, but you don't use that. You use rockets, which is not natural.
No. We're talking about
Why
closed.
don't you just say hydrogen escape? Because that's an escape.
No, we're talking about open and closed systems. Natural,
closed
unnatural.
System and hydrogen escape would
doesn't matter.
There, right?
Doesn't matter.
So what rockets do?
Are rockets made of matter?
Yeah, but it's not natural.
Yeah, you said that before. You
rockets found in nature.
Monk.
Not
doesn't
natural.
matter. You're a dipshit. You're an Elmer Fudd sophist.
Oh, you're gonna you resort to insults.
Yeah, because you're an idiot.
Arguments, you know.
You're saying because it's not matter, it's not natural. Well, of course it's not natural. That wasn't my question. Is fucking rockets made of matter?
Yeah.
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 So matter enters and leaves your Earth fairy tale Earth system. That's not a closed system.
A natural transfer.
Natural transfer. No one said natural transfer.
Where does it say that?
Did you see natural transfer in those definitions?
Well, our definitions sort of apart then, aren't they, right now?
Apart. Did you post the natural part of that open and closed system? Let me post a couple different citations. Let's see if we find natural in here with your open and closed system. Let's see. Let's have a look. Nope. So Chem Libertex defines all three systems. So does the Khan Academy. Doesn't say anything about natural in here. We're just talking about systems. Right? So, my question, I'll tell you what. Let's go with natural then. Do meteors strike the Earth?
Well, this is what I said. That would break my argument apart.
Yep. Meteors strike the Earth. Does hydrogen and helium leave the Earth?
I already said yes.
Yep. So there you go. So you were by definition in an open system with gas pressure, which is a violation of second law of thermodynamics. Thank you. Have a nice day. Your fairy tale religion just imploded.
Yeah, no problem.
He trusts his family member.
Wicker that together.
Let me ask you this question. If your family member was a Catholic priest and he said for certain there's a God, would you believe him then? Even what if he said he talked to him? What if he said he crunched the numbers?
Crunch the numbers on God. I'd ask him. I'd ask to see the numbers.
What if he showed you the equations and you didn't really understand them?
Oh, I didn't understand them. I'd ask for a second opinion.
You'd have to trust them, right? Because I doubt you understand his equations for orbital mechanics, right? Do you understand his equations for orbital mechanics?
If it was just him, though, that only understood them, I would question it. But if there was a complete community of people that understood that, I might question it.
You polled the community to see if his orbital mechanics equations are correct.
So the mathematics.
You can lie.
See, you're so trapped in your contradiction, man. You don't even realize it.
All right.
Hold on a second. You just say that if there was a community,
anyway,
then you would trust it.
I've got a dip.
Did you just say
It was fun talking. Well,
have fun. We're selling a contradictionary. It's $9.99.
I'd probably dip too.
Can you guys hear me okay?
$9.99 per cubic meter.
No, you're not coming through clearly.
You're pretty muffled, dude.
You're a little low.
I'll catch you later.
You're pretty loud, but yeah, it's a little shaky.
They can lie to one person, but they can't lie to a whole community. That's what he's implying.
Indio had him like in the corner, ready for the knockout punch. He's like, I gotta go. He just smashed my globe-tard religion to smithereens. I gotta take off.
He just fell out from under the ropes, man. He ran for his dressing room.
That's right, exactly. What were you trying to say, Crypto? Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Roger.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the room know we have Lil D50 joining us, which promised us some measurements of his what was it, construction company, Lil D. Right?
I didn't promise you documents. I said I would try and get those documents. I never made a promise that I would actually get them.
Oh God, is that unorthodox, you numpty dipshit?
Can I just say before we move on, what I wanted to say was it's funny because when Indio asked the last guy if the Catholics said that they believed in God, would you trust them? And he said no. And then he said, oh, but if there was a whole community behind it, it's like, yeah, of course there's a community of Catholics. What are you talking about? That argument didn't even make any sense. So because there's a community of Catholics, does he now have to trust that there's a God? Doesn't make it.
It should, yeah, but he does. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, he doesn't want to admit that it's the same. It's a parallel analogy situation. So yeah, he can't handle it. That's a good point, Crypto. You weren't done though. Keep going.
Yeah, that slipped by. I let that one slip by.
I didn't even hear him say that. I missed that entirely. So thank you for highlighting.
Now back to unorthodox, numpty dipshit.
What's a numpty dipshit?
You. When we looked in the contradictionary, we find you.
When I looked in the black swan fallacy area, I
Lil
thought
D. This
Good.
fucking idiot.
Black
right here.
swan fallacy.
This fucking idiot. Yeah. Yeah. Thanks, unorthodox. Yeah. The first, I think it was the second day after the Black Swan came out, he called it Black Swan fallacy. He didn't realize that he was the one committing it.
Yeah, I was going to mention that. I mean, the Black Swan fallacy is the fallacy that you guys commit when you don't understand the Black Swan. That's why it's called the Black Swan. And
I think
you don't
you need
get
to look up like the textbook definition of the black swan fallacy.
Yeah.
Why don't you go and have a look? Why don't you read it?
All swans are white, you fucking idiot.
Okay, so it goes a little bit like this. The black swan fallacy is the fallacy of ignoring all contradictory evidence. So in the instance of the black swan, right, you're not analyzing photos.
That's not the Black Swan fallacy. The Black Swan fallacy, all swans are white.
You're not analyzing.
You dumbass.
You're not analyzing photos.
You dumbass.
You're taking an anomalous
You
photo.
dumbass. You committed the fallacy when you said it. You're a fucking idiot. You're an idiot.
Very
You're still on it, even after being corrected. How many times? Maybe 200
you didn't
times?
corrected me.
What?
You might think you did, but
shut the fuck up. That's all for him. Just see my channel, go to toe tags. And I don't think I did a numpty clip on him because it was a long time ago. Just go to toe tags. You'll see Unorthodox get his ass handed to him over and over and over again.
You know, he's got a list of what you would expect to see on the globe Earth, and I told him several times that he needs to update that list, right? There should be like the moon shadow, like a fourth the size of the Earth, right? And all sorts of other anomalies that he just refuses to put on that list. So I have a feeling that guy, he may be like extremely biased.
Oh, he also is the author of this. Check this out, posted in the stream. He's the retard. He's the left guy on the Retard Manifesto. This is Unorthodox. Unorthodox's argument, if you get a chance. Yeah, it's pretty funny. He's a stone cold moron.
Want to give Keith another chance?
That's give who?
10 seconds.
Keith.
Oh, I don't know who Keith is. I got to roll. Hey, have a good one, guys.
Take care, QE.
Later, QE. Peace.
Keep them
Bye.
adjacent. Keep them adjacents flat.
We'll remember. I had to meditate on that for 9 minutes last night. I'm not going to forget that. I don't know Keith either. We can unmute him, but there's nobody else.
Keith, watch out for Keith.
Keith? Are you there?
He said he'd give him a second.
Oh, okay. I missed that. Thank you. My battery's going to just randomly die. I've got less than 10%, but there's plenty of people here who can help him, I'm sure. Get off his fantasy globe. Hey there, Keith. I saw you on mute, so yeah, just whenever you're ready, speak up.
About what?
Flat Earth.
Oh, yeah. No, I just wanted to be server unmuted. I'm sorry. I can tell a joke or something.
Oh, we want to know what your position is in the place where you live. Do you think you live on a spinning ball?
Oh well, it's flat, isn't it?
You tell us. What makes you say that?
Just don't make sense in it. That's round. Like I'm here to learn. You know, I'm not really a good discussioner, but I really want to.
I mean, if you're here to learn, this is the best time. Yeah. Yeah, so it doesn't make sense. Yeah, what part of it doesn't make sense so far in your exploration?
You tell fuck cock.
I'm not trying to put you on trial. We're just having a casual conversation. That's all.
I
I
know,
haven't
feels
talked
like
to you
homework.
before.
Done it.
It,
Wait, who
it
am I
could be
speaking
my
to?
tone. This is Dandelion.
Dandelion. Hello. Yeah, no, sorry. Let me just go grab something real quick.
All right. He's got to take his bathroom hall pass and get out of here. Might not come back, but hopefully he does.
I've got $5 on an Netflix. Who
I'm
wants to
pretty
bet
sure
then?
his ancestors like stormed Normandy or some shit. Like maybe he could muster the courage.
You think so? Yeah.
Good evening, family. How is everyone?
Hi, good to get. Oh, we're doing great. Yeah.
What's up,
Hello,
Get Get?
Marima. Nice to hear you guys. Anyone looked about air refractometers? I read a little bit about them the last days. They are very interesting. They tell you the distance from the objects which start to disappear from the bottom up.
What do you got? Like a video to share, or is this something you've been researching on your own and you got like a little monologue? I'd like to hear it.
Yeah,
Is what I'm saying.
I was searching about them on the internet and I found a couple of sites. I started reading about them. And yeah, this is what they do. They tell you the air refraction index each day. They use them mostly in weather stations.
Well, is that what you learned, or do you got a little more to share with us?
Well, I haven't saved links. Yeah.
Well, do you got like a summary or anything? You have like a theory you're working on, or what you got? Did you order one?
Oh no, I wish. I was looking, I'm working with liquid refractometers for liquids, and I knew that there are refractometers for air to establish the air refraction index. They are optical, but the setup is pretty much different than the ones used for liquids. And some of them can even use infrared light, infrared lasers, which are very precise. And once you get the air refraction index, you can tell precisely the distance when something starts to disappear from the bottom up.
I watched the FE Core video for the first time the other day. I don't know which one it was. I can probably find it in my history if you guys are curious. But when he shot the laser across the lake, it looked like the light was bending up. a little bit. And
Mm-hmm.
like that's the opposite of what the Globers need, right? They need the light to bend
Yes,
down. But
yes.
if it was bending down, wouldn't you be able to see it bending down? Because when I always talk about looking at the neck of the
Actually,
guitar, right?
actually, laser refraction in the air, or even normal light, it doesn't bend downwards. It always bends upwards towards the sky. But
I'm not
when
disagreeing with that, bro.
when you have refraction in a liquid, then it's bending downwards.
Once again, I'm not in disagreement. But when I was
Yeah.
talking about the guitar, so I'm a bass player, right? So
Mm-hmm.
I can pick up any guitar and tell if it needs to be tuned. That neck nut, right there, where the head of the guitar meets the fretboard, there's a
Yeah.
nut, and you can tune it, right, to make the neck bend the way that you want it to bend, because it has to have a very precise bend, or the guitar shit, right? So
Yeah.
what you do is you pick the guitar up and you put the head far away from you, kind of like you're aiming a rifle, right? And you're looking down the
Yeah.
strings, and you compare the strings to the fretboard. And you can tell
Yeah.
if there's that perfect little bend that you would expect to see. It's slightly bowed, right? And it slightly curves
Yeah.
up just a hair, like just enough to where you can get the frets to not make that buzzing noise.
Yeah.
Um, so when I looked at the laser, it looked, I guess I was using the laser light as the frame of reference, but it looked like
Mm-hmm.
it was curving away from the, oh no, I guess I used the earth. It looked like it was curving up away from the earth slightly, and that's what I
Yeah,
saw.
I have an image with such thing with laser refracting upwards. I'm not sure if you saw it, but I kept posting it for years. Yeah, and quite rare in the last time, but I'll post it to see if that's what you mean.
So I also use the laser itself as a frame of reference, and it goes
Yeah.
out straight, and then it looks like it starts like curling up a little bit,
Yeah.
curving up a little bit. So yeah, I mean refraction does happen, but how do they prove that it's happening at 8 inches per mile squared? How would you prove that? Like if you were to say, "Oh, I'm not going to assume the Earth is a sphere," right?
Well,
We're going to
actually,
assume that.
no. Actually, you see, indeed, let me post the picture. One moment.
Sure, you go for it, bro.
There you are. You see it?
Let me look. Let me look. The cat. No, good. Yeah, there's the laser. Okay, so it looks like it's bending up, right?
Yeah. But when you look at the end, you see it's very diffuse, very low intensity.
Right.
That means
That's the phenomenon that I
it,
always talk about, where the light is
yeah,
scattering and it's diverging, spreading out in
the
all
laser,
directions.
yeah, the laser begins to reach the end of the distance that is going. It's actually propagating. It, that those photons don't have the intensity to further travel, and because they are wave-like, um, when a wave reaches the end of the medium it's propagating, it makes like a whip. You know, imagine a wave propagating through a whip. Once it reaches the end of the whip, it makes the end of the whip turn backwards and then fall back down. So it will take upwards trajectory and then just disappear.
But if they say that light is bending down around the curve, wouldn't you see the laser light leave the laser and then start to bend down gradually at 8 inches per mile squared? But we see the light bending up.
Yeah, correct.
And then sometimes, if we can get perfect
totally
conditions,
opposite. Yeah, it's
wouldn't the
totally
light
opposite of
just go
what they say.
straight? Like,
Sorry?
okay, so I ride a motorcycle, right? So when I'm riding in the
Yeah.
summer, there's pockets of really hot air that make me sweat when I'm all leathered out. And then you drive by a house or something, you get like a pocket of cold air. And it's like, oh, just for a second. And then it goes away. So there's like all these different, pockets of temperature. Right. So I get that the light would be slightly changing its angle of attack. But for it to be bending at 8 inches per mile square, it would have to reach that same condition over and over and over again. It would have to be hot, and then colder, and then colder, and then colder, right? Wouldn't if it was bending down, it would have to constantly be getting colder in that direction, enough to make the light bend at 8 inches per mile square, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't exist in nature. There's no 100-yard line, right, where it starts out and it's like, 50 degrees and then 49 and then 48, 47, 46, 45. That doesn't happen.
Yeah. True. But I don't know how they can't see it. And they haven't studied. Ordinary people, they don't care how light works. Laws of physics. Well, I have to run back to work. Catch you later,
Don't work
guys.
too hard. Be safe now.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, thank you. Have fun.
Yeah, I'll try. Have fun at work. He's a funny guy.
So for the second time in a row now, in the past 24 hours, I have scared all of the shills out of the YouTube chat. Yay! At least for now.
Well, if you weren't always cracking that whip, Jesus.
Yeah, man, I don't have to ban anybody. You just keep them on task if they can't provide globe evidence. Real globe evidence, tangible, physical, direct, demonstrable, measurable, etc. Then you're going to get timed out. Simple as that. Just got to stay on topic. It's not, let's talk about sophistry, argumentative tactics, appeal to the future on whether or not somebody's going to accept your quote-unquote proofs. We will stay on topic, and it will be that you provide globe evidence. Thank you.
Yeah, that last guy in the voice chat, the one that left right after QE started talking, he went after like red herring after red herring after red herring. It was like,
I didn't hear it, honestly, because I was so focused typing. But yeah, you guys always destroy it in here, man. Y'all don't need me.
actually, we do need you because I don't be lurking in the text chat. So.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the thing about this is I don't think that when they were hiring the shills on, they predicted that somebody was going to be so focused on the truth and staying on topic. I figured in the YouTube chat, at least, they figured they could come in and obfuscate and insult and condescend and get us all emotional instead of staying on topic. Well, I don't get emotional here. Very, very hard for a stranger on the internet to get my goad, if you feel me. So, yeah, I just keep her going. Stay focused, kids.
Breakfast of champions. Stay focused.
That's right. I get the feeling those handlers of these people, though, are getting a little bit pissed at me.
Yeah, I think I've been on their radar for a little while.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Hank,
Maybe
you're
not so much
destroying it.
these days.
No,
Maybe not
I
so much
think
these
that
days.
they'll keep an eye on well, all of us, really, because we're the only ones speaking out about this. And clearly it's threatening at best, or at worst, sorry, to the official narrative and program and plan. Look at how censored we are, right? Look at that. They wouldn't have to perform damage control on something that wasn't damaged, right? You don't send firefighters to a not on fire building. You feel me?
Yep. Yeah, they've been dancing to our tune for a little while. Now, all of a sudden, in 2019, the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere. It's like, how did they determine that? Did they go to the moon and check?
Well, they bounced
Because last time
lasers
they were
off
there,
the
they said
retro
it wasn't.
reflectors. Do you remember? They bounced lasers off the retro reflectors, and that's their, not only their measurement, but proof that moon's out there and it's available to be explored and golfed on and all kinds of things.
Yeah, they bounced laser off of something. They don't know what they bounced it off of, right? That's the apparent location of the moon, right? So it could have bounced off the ionosphere, right? Like a lot of other things do. For some reason, the ionosphere is just bouncy.
Just bouncy, yeah. Well, this is an assumption of mine, but if we're contained, well, we are contained, right? That's the truth, the fact of the matter, that we're contained. But so my opinion is that whatever they're hitting with the laser may or may not be bouncing back at them, convincing them that something's going on. I'm not sure.
Well, they say that they can tell, how far away the moon is by how long it takes for the lasers, photons to get back. And I'm wondering, like, how do they know, how far away it is based on the time the laser gets back? Because if the laser is going through all these different, atmosphere densities all the way to the moon and back, that's a lot of not straight line.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, and then you got to figure what kind of laboratory experiment proved to them how fast photons go in the unpredictable atmosphere, and then all they could do is repeat that distance, right, over and over and over. Say they get a whole mile for somehow, right? Like they get a big mile-long fucking area, and they see how, and I don't know how they control, maybe they should go outside, right? But then the atmosphere changes as you go up. There's just no way, honestly, to know about all that. Did you hear me just now trying to stumble through just thinking about it? I don't know how they do it.
Yeah, these people are mental gymnasts, They really got to have like a flexible mind to be able to take all that contradictory in their head.
Yeah. Yep. Well, bipolar people don't have a problem doing it. I'm just kidding. I'm not calling anybody bipolar. Except for maybe myself.
Yeah, I don't think you're bipolar. You don't exhibit the emotional range necessary.
I used to. You know what helps? Getting sober.
Yeah.
If you got a substance abuse problem and someone says you're bipolar, guarantee you that thing will fix itself once you kill the other bird with that stone. Get sober.
So it's like the opposite of the song "Go Home, Get Stoned." It should be, get stoned or sober up and go home.
That's right. You don't gotta go home, but you can't stay here. See, and then the first thing the new trolls for this shift come in and say is, can you give me an example of government censorship? Gosh. I think staying on topic is 3 gibberish words to these people, like I'm speaking Japanese mixed with German. They just don't understand staying on topic at all.
Yeah.
Okay, how about the time that the government asked the alphabet group, known as like Facebook, Google, and YouTube, asked these groups to censor fake news like Flat Earth? What about all the fake news coming out of like the Communist News Network, CNN? What about all that fake news? Right, they get caught over and over and over again doing this whole fake news, but they got to censor us because what? Like a tenth of 1% of the population listens to us. What about the fake news coming from Operation Mockingbird? Gooberment.
Well, they have to censor any topic that helps you wake up. The flat Earth helps you start thinking again, and then a whole bunch of other lies start crumbling down. So they kind of look at it as a gateway topic. If you seriously consider it, you'll start seriously considering other truth. It must be brutally suppressed at all costs. This gateway truth cannot be allowed to be.
Yeah, because when people leave here, they're told to test all things in the world themselves and to think for themselves and question authority. That's what they're supposed to do when they leave here, right? If we did a good enough job talking to people and trying to reason with people, right? We're not telling them to believe us. We're saying, no, go measure it yourself, like directly.
So sorry. What do you guys think of gravity? Like, what's your theory behind gravity if the Earth was to be flat, as it is?
Well, we don't have a theory. We got an experiment that you can do, right? So, if you don't mind, I'm going to reverse the question. What do you think gravity is? And then I will answer yours. Just real quick, Einsteinian, Newtonian, dark gravity, or specific gravity? Which one's your favorite?
Sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Okay, as far as I know of, there are 4 things that we call gravity, right? Newtonian gravity, Einsteinian gravity, dark gravity, and specific gravity. Which one is your favorite?
I'm gonna have to go with specific, but I don't really know anything else about the other ones.
Excellent choice, sir. Can you please Google specific gravity?
All right, I'll do that then.
Okay, thanks very much. I appreciate that. Let me know what the results you find.
Yeah, good that you offer a menu, because most people that believe in the heliocentric model don't even know that their top priests have different views on gravity, right? So the gravity that is being that they teach you in school, right, is that mass attracts mass. That's not even correct anymore. But Keith,
It doesn't.
have you found it?
Specific gravity?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm still searching, but I don't understand much of it.
Well, what does it say? Specific gravity, the first hit.
Specific gravity is a dimensionless quantity that is defined as the ratio of the density of a substance to the density of the water at a specified temperature, and it's expressed as some formula stuff. I'm from Iowa. I don't really deal with that.
Okay. Hank?
Right. So what I get out of specific gravity, you can put it in layman's terms as relative density. Now, if you take a look at the other gravities, they often deal with mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space-time, right? Or, the missing gravitation at the galactic level. But this one is something we can all test at our own house, right? So this is how it works. If you understand how the scientific method works, do you? Do you know how the scientific method works? Who's this, Keith? All right, so what are the three necessary things that you need, right? You have to have for an experiment.
Data? Well, what do you mean?
It's the dependent, independent, and control variables.
Oh, yeah,
Here,
yeah. Positive
I'll
and
post
negative.
that for you right now. Right, so there we go. All right, so I posted that. Okay, you can read that if it makes you happy, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to come up with a hypothesis. Okay, so my hypothesis is, it goes along with specific gravity, that things will rise and sink here on Earth due to the relative density of the medium that they are in. For example, if you take an apple, a fresh apple, and you put it in a pail and you add water, what's going to happen, Keith?
Floats.
Yeah, the apple floats, right. So if you take away the water, what happens?
It falls to the ground.
It sinks, right. So what was the cause of the apple floating and falling?
Gravity, of course.
No. Let's see. Okay. Let's see. We need to go over the independent variable thing. All right. So at 44 minutes after the hour, do you see what I posted?
Yep.
Okay. Notice that the manipulation of an independent variable must involve active intervention of the researcher. That's by Boston College. The next one. Therefore, experiments, a researcher manipulates the independent variable to determine if it causes change in the dependent variable. Right? That's U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. So the next one, independent variable is what is varied during an experiment. It is what the investigator links that will affect the dependent variable. So the next one, independent manipulated variable changed by the scientists. All right, so I want you to go back to the second one. Therefore, in experiments, a researcher manipulates the independent variable to determine if it causes a change in the dependent variable. So, according to that, after I manipulated the water in the pail, or the density in the system that we're testing, what did it cause when I manipulated it?
Oh, the water.
Yeah, I manipulated the water. So I manipulated the density in the system, and it caused things to rise and fall, right?
The apple fell.
Right. So, in conclusion, in my experiment, I proved that by manipulating the medium in a system, it determines whether or not certain objects that are relatively dense or buoyant will rise and fall due to the specific gravity, also known as relative density. And this is something that anybody can test in their own house. And I'm going to go ahead and go out on a limb here, and I'm going to say this. In all of nature, except for bird flight and, well, let's just say aerodynamics, things rise and fall due to their relative density or specific gravity. So if you drop a rock in a vacuum, it does fall at 9.8 meters a second squared. But if you drop it in water, it doesn't. And what did you change? The density of
But
the
what is it that pulls the
medium
rock
that the
down
rock
in the
is.
vacuum?
Well, it's the most dense object around. So do you think the vacuum is going to hold it up? Nothing can't hold up a rock. You know that, right? Nothing doesn't hold rocks. Right? So if you were to drop an anvil, that would fall, right?
Where does it just falls?
You know what an anvil is?
Yes.
Do you know what an anvil
Yeah,
is?
I know. I work on a
Right,
farm.
so okay, cool. So I just posted a GIF. It might take a few seconds for it to load. But I want you to tell me what you think about this anvil sitting in a pool of mercury. What do you think is going to happen if I drop it in mercury?
It falls, right?
Well, right, it falls into the mercury, and then what? You see the GIF?
It sinks or it comes back up. Let me see. Oh, it comes back up.
It floats. Why does it
Right.
float? Where's the bending and warping of space-time? So where is Newtonian's mass attracting mass? Is there no mass in the anvil?
No, there is. There is.
Well, how come it's not attracted to the Earth's mass?
Because it's less dense than the mercury.
Right, proving that no matter how much mass the Earth has, it still can't get away from that specific gravity, which is the real gravity. So you wanted to know what we think? This isn't what we think. This isn't what we believe. This is what science has determined to be knowledge. That's why we call it knowledge. You know that, right? The word science, when we say natural science, it means knowledge. So you can believe in the bending and warping of space-time. You know, that stuff that exists in outer space in a near perfect vacuum that has no physical attributes. You can believe in that if you want to, right? Even though it's non-material, right? It's just a concept. Or you could like go to your, kitchen and do a series of tests on peeled and unpeeled oranges, or put some egg in some water and then add a bunch of salt and watch the egg float because you changed the density of the medium. There's lots of tests that you can do like this to prove specific gravity over and over and over again. Thanks for asking.
Right. No, that was a great explanation. Thank you.
So now I think it's the only place in the major flat Earth community, I guess, where Globers can't perform their sophistry for very long, is the Flat Earth Discord here, the YouTube chat out there, the Globebusters chat. There's a couple other places I'm just missing where the sophistry and lack of globe evidence isn't tolerated anymore. Better or worse.
This is only disproving word gravity that is never ever proven scientifically that what Hank do.
Yeah.
But that has nothing with. I'm drinking. It has with the globe, but not flat Earth. It has with the flat Earth, of course, that density and buoyancy. But the shape will not arrive from that.
I know. It's like, so if we were to take their position on our observation of the truth, the way things really are, would we say relative density and buoyancy created the shape of the Earth, right?
Yeah,
whatever shape that is.
What he gave you, what he said, I can only think.
I wouldn't say that it created the shape of the
Somebody
Earth.
hot
I would
micing?
say that. I thought I heard somebody hot mic.
No, it's Sasha
I
was.
would
He's not
say
now.
that. I would say that what relative density or specific gravity did to the Earth is it governed everything that's movable parts to be in their state of equilibrium. So it's all entropy, like the way I see it, right? The way I understand it now. Specific gravity is just the fourth corner of entropy. And you know what? There may be a lot of people who disagree with me. That's fine. This is just what I believe. I believe hot to cold, high pressure to low pressure, high charge to low charge, and matter wants to seek its equilibrium in a fluid state.
You know, your opinions, your beliefs there happen to match with reality.
And can be backed up by experiment.
Yep.
Only what I'm saying because they want to ask, all the time, what do you think about gravity, and Hank, you answer this is the best what I can hear from other people. This is great, but on the end, it will be, okay, great. What will we do now? Should we, because this is not gravity, no gravity server, but yeah, the gravity it's good. That how you call that gravity? Specific gravity. Yeah. But on the end, even if you prove, let's for say, Newtonian, how that will be somehow only protect somehow in one place the globe, but that will not give you the answer why Earth is so flat, even if we have Newtonian gravity.
Yeah, I get it, right? Because heliocentric. So people that believe in the heliocentric model, they don't see the globe right in their daily life. When they go out, it's flat and level, non-rotating for everybody. So that's what we all experience, right? So there's this double thing that it's flat and level, non-rotating, but it's actually a globe. But they just can't prove it to themselves, right? Because my screen shows it's a ball, but when I go out, it's always flat and level and non-rotating. But the only thing they have is shit falling down, right? And then the story comes along. Well, that is because the warping and bending of space-time, and that created the ball, right? So that's the only thing in their mind they have that is the evidence of the globe, because that is happening in their reality, shit falling down. And the story, right? They don't think about it, but that might check out, right? But the things falling down, yeah, that is happening. So of course gravity is a thing and made the Earth a ball. Not thinking about it, right, Keith? Because when did you ever experience the Earth as a ball, Keith? Is that something you experience in your daily life?
Sorry, what you say?
I said, when did you ever experience the Earth as a ball?
Yeah, I did at the beginning of my life. I think when I was 22, my friends brought up this question of flat Earth, and I looked into it a little bit.
It's not what I asked. I asked you in your life, right? When did you ever experience the Earth as a ball?
Oh, I can't recall any such moment.
Right. Nobody, right? So the Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating to everybody. That is just how we experience reality, right? And then on your screen is the only time the Earth is a ball. That is the only time when they show you a picture on your screen. So it's double thinking, right? So the Earth, I experience the Earth as flat, but it's actually a ball.
Wait, are you saying that the Earth is a ball?
No, I'm saying that the Earth presents itself as flat and non-rotating to everybody. And the only time you, Strömsten,
Strömsten. I'm Swedish.
Yeah, I tried. Is on your screen, right? Is on your
Yeah.
screen. So the only time the Earth is a ball is on your screen. For you, your whole life, and everybody ever alive has only experienced the Earth as flat and non-rotating, right?
What about astronauts?
So 500 people, right? 500
Yeah, that's
people
true.
allegedly claimed to been into an environment you have never been to,
Yeah.
right? So you have to trust 500 people.
What? Yeah, but
so I guess the way to
but
put it is that
also,
these 500 people are your high priest, and they have a connection with heaven, and you have to believe what they tell you about heaven.
I don't really know
or
if I
you're
believe
going.
that they have a connection to heaven.
That's the analogy, right?
Have they been to the heavens? Right, because you don't
Well,
have the naming right on the word heavens. When the ancient, your ancestors, when they said heavens, or whatever word that they used for heavens, right, you don't get to go ahead and rename it, right?
No, well, yeah, I
So
don't,
our
I don't really
ancestors,
mean what you mean. Do you mean like out of a religious point of view? Now, I'm not a religious
yeah,
person.
I'm. Well, you say that, but you have beliefs that you can't verify. So, are you religious?
No, well, because
everyone has bias.
Yeah, of course, everyone has biases, but I feel that like I can choose to trust like science, or I can choose to trust like flat Earth, like this
No,
small.
science.
Wait,
Right,
but
science doesn't
let
need
me talk,
trust,
please.
right?
Let me
Science
talk.
doesn't need trust.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Let the guy
What
with
do
the name talk.
I was just going to say, like, I will believe the flat Earth when I like see if I could see Earth from space, which I can't, then I would believe the Earth is flat. But right now, I would probably say that I would instead choose to believe in like the general.
Right. So the
belief that the
consensus,
Earth is
right?
flat.
Everybody thinks that the Earth is a ball, so it must be a ball. That is
No,
basically your argument.
Well, I'm just saying that it doesn't really make a difference for me if the Earth is flat or a globe.
But you are here, right, talking about it, so it does make a difference.
I just wanted to see what people were saying,
Right.
because
so it does make a difference for you. You wanted to find out, right?
Well, maybe not an every day-to-day difference, but a difference of knowledge.
Yeah, I
Right.
guess.
So it makes a difference, right? And it does make
okay.
a difference if you understand, right? But because it isn't, flat Earth isn't a belief; it's objective reality, right? And it's based on knowledge, right? I can believe that my table is 1 meter wide. I can just believe it, right? But when I take up my tape measure and really measure my table, then I know, right? I absolutely know that my table is 1 meter wide. Nothing to believe about it, right? And that is why we.
If
The Earth is a little bit bigger.
Why should I believe that the Earth is flat? Like,
good question, right? It's not about belief again, right? It's not about belief. It's about knowing.
Well, for me, it is a belief because
No,
I don't
you can also know this by measuring. That's the whole.
I can't. There is no way to know,
you can.
objectively, if it's round or flat for us
Yes,
on
you
Earth
can.
without seeing down on Earth.
Yes, you
Because
can.
if we see any other stars or planets that we've ever seen, they're all round. Why would you?
No, that's not true.
Understand?
Yeah.
Do you want to realize which shape is the Earth or the stars?
Well, why would there be a difference between?
This is my question. Do you want to realize the shape of the Earth or the shape of the stars?
Well, I guess Earth, but why would Earth be different from other planets?
Good. Yeah, but leave it now other planets. Let's stay on the Earth if you can.
Well, the question would be, why would they be right?
Yeah.
That's from the
Well,
radius.
yeah, I guess that also works.
Yeah, what's the radius of of the globe Earth, Strimston?
What? Wait, let me get my book of formulas.
Okay.
Because I'm reading physics at school, so.
Yeah, the radius of Earth, right?
Yeah.
Is that in your physics book? Radius
Yeah,
of Earth?
it's
Okay.
in according to this book. It's with jorden polarrad. It's 6,356 kilometers polar
71.
radius.
Yeah,
and
polar radius.
6,378
Equatorial
I don't know
radius.
the word. Yeah, exactly.
Equatorial radius.
It's
Okay.
in Swedish, so
Yeah, that's fine, right? So this
Swedish.
This number, right? They gave you
Yeah.
the number, so you can then calculate the curvature drop over distance. Do you agree?
Mm.
So on a globe Earth with the radius of 6,371 kilometers, the horizon cannot be further than approximately 1.9 kilometers at 30 centimeters high. So if you're laying on your belly on a beach at approximately 30 centimeters high, and you're looking over the water, the horizon cannot be further than approximately 1.9 kilometers, right? And when you have observations and laser tests going 10 times minimal, right? It's a minimal, but for this example, 10 times further than the globe geometric limitations, then the Earth is not a ball. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm not really sure if I.
Okay, so imagine you're on a basketball, right? And you are an ant, and you have a friend which is also an ant, and he walks away from you, right? And at one point, you wouldn't see your friend anymore because the physical ball was getting between you and your friend, right?
Yeah.
Right. This basketball has a certain dimension, right? It is a certain size. It's a physical object. The same, they claim, is for the globe Earth, right? They tell you it's a ball with a radius of 6,371 kilometers. So, according to the geometry of this ball, if you are at 30 centimeters high above the water and you're looking over the water to the horizon, this horizon cannot be further than 1.9 kilometers.
Okay.
Okay.
But wait, if I see like a boat go like over the horizon, so I can only see like what's it
bottom
called,
up.
the mass.
Yeah, that's bottom up. Right? You're seeing it disappear bottom up, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you can't see the bottom, you can see the top.
Yeah. So that can be perfectly explained on a flat Earth, right? Because you can do this yourself. You can go to a large warehouse and lay your eye on the floor and have a friend and have him an object pull away from you over the floor. At a certain moment, you wouldn't see that object anymore because that is how your eyes work. If you're close to the ground, the angle from your eyes to the ground is too acute to pick up the light from the object. And when you raise up, you can see the object again. So this is something that happens.
Cameras?
Sorry?
Is that going to be the same thing with cameras?
Yeah, sure.
Like a video camera?
Sure. We have observations where there's a guy on the beach and you don't see the boat on the horizon and he zooms in and there's the boat, right? So if it's gone for your eye, right, then you can pick up a binocular and there it is again, right? And then it goes away for the binoculars and you can take out a high-powered zoom camera and then you can zoom in on it again. But if it was going over a curvature or let's say around the corner, you wouldn't be able to zoom in again, right?
Yeah.
So can you look at the live stream voice text?
No, I can't for some reason. I don't know if I've been banned from it or something.
1 second. Oh no, you don't have a.
I don't know.
Yeah, I have it. Okay, here you go.
Okay, thank you.
So Here we go.
Wait,
So this is one of the observations, right? One of many. And this is something you can do for yourself, because in Sweden you have plenty of coastlines, plenty of islands you can look at. So this is something you can do for yourself. So this observation has been done on 1 foot observer height, right? It's from a video where you see the guy on the beach with his camera, and then he drops down on his belly and he zooms in on these 2 oil rigs. So we clearly see the horizon beyond the second oil rig. But according to the globe geometry, the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 miles, which is approximately 1.9 kilometers. But we can clearly see it way beyond the second oil rigs. If you watch the video, you can even see an island that's beyond it, right? So you have to go, but can somebody finish it?
Yeah, I also have to leave soon. So, or actually, I have to leave right now. But
okay,
wait,
yeah,
I
look
saw,
at it. Yeah, look at it,
yeah.
and okay.
If it's fine if I send wait, I'm going to send a picture as well that I saw, and I would like to see it I don't know wait, let me see. Wait, I'm trying to get a picture of it, but I don't know how to. Yeah, there you go. Snipping tool. I'm just going to send this and then I'm going to go. I'll be back later, though. Wait, can I send things here? Yes, I could. Ah, fuck.
Yeah,
no,
now you can.
Yeah, okay. I'll be back later.
Come back anytime. The Earth will still not be a globe. Have a good day, man.
What's that graphics?
Does anybody got that video saved of that guy who sets the boat on his table, puts the camera even with the table, and then zooms out and then zooms back in on the boat?
Yeah, Roger. I think if you would have went over the horizon thing just a little bit better, like he wouldn't be showing you.
I know. I have a time limit now.
Sorry, bro. I wanted to take over, but he left, so it's not your fault.
This shit is a psyop.
Wait a minute. Are you talking about the flat Earth? Is
Yeah,
the psyop?
whole thing's a psyop.
Well, okay. So why would the government put out a psyop telling you to think for yourself and to question authority and go out and don't believe what you're told, to go out and measure the world yourself and to be as empirical as possible, eliminating all the variables, using the scientific method when applicable, and using math and other things and logic, and be aware of your bias to seek out the truth? Why would the government want to teach people how to seek truth, sir?
I'm not saying anything. I didn't even mention the government. I'm saying that this shit is a distraction from real conspiracies that
Wait a
actually
minute. You said psyop. You said psyop, but you're not mentioning the government. So who is perpetrating this psyop, sir?
I don't know. Someone who thought people would fall for it. And they did, of course.
What is distracting?
Well, usually people that do psyops are using subterfuge to trick the people into believing a lie, right? So I'm asking you, right, how could it be someone tricking you into believing a lie? When you leave this server, we're going to brainwash you to think for yourself and question authority using logic, right, and a sound mind and scientific method when applicable to discern the truth. Why would anyone lying to you want to teach you how to find the truth, sir?
Because this shit is a distraction from actual problems in the world. This shit does not matter at all.
Really? So you've explored the subject and you know that people's worldview doesn't change how people act or think or behave. You've completely exhausted this subject.
The shape of the earth has literally no effect on people.
All right, so say it with me. You just said that people's worldview doesn't change how they act or behave, right?
No, because humans have free will, so they can do whatever they want. That's a
Right, but if their worldview is based on a lie, like no cop, no stop, have you heard that before? And then when they find out that this place is created and they might be judged for their deeds, do you think they might be acting a little different if they think there's somebody watching? Or let me
Yeah,
put it to you like this.
I knew it was a Christian server. I just knew it the whole time. What a surprise! Who the fuck would have thought?
Okay, so you don't have a god,
I have what
right?
I know. I have myself.
Right. So you're a god and you're more powerful than the government, right? You got more guns and more eyes on everybody's cell phones and more microphones than the government, right?
I don't know. What does that do with anything?
Pay attention, it's related. Okay, so if you don't have a god, then the government is your god, right? Because they're all knowing that everybody's got cell phones, right? And you're aware of Edward Snowden and other whistleblowers that said that they've been spying on us for a long time. So the government's all knowing, it's all powerful because it can wage war on a state for 20 years without blinking an eye, which we've done over and over again in the past. So they're all knowing, all powerful, and omnipresent. The government is your god, sir.
It's just a collection of people who make up who have power. It doesn't mean they're God. They're just
Right.
people. They're people.
Really? Okay,
Yeah,
so you don't go to church, but I bet every time you get a chance to go to the church of the ATM, right? You go to that church, don't you? The Federal
No.
Reserve Bank?
Yeah,
Oh,
it
you don't
gives you.
sell your time for Federal Reserve notes. You don't, sir? Really? You don't sell the most precious thing you have here on this earth, which is your time with your family, for worthless pieces of paper that have sigil magic, and the only way they work is because people believe that it has purchasing power.
Well, if you want to talk about if you believe it's worth, okay, then why don't you just print off a bunch of counterfeit money and try to spend it? If you believe it's which I agree with you, but if you really believe these things, why don't you do something about it? Go make some counterfeit money or something.
What? Who's doing that anymore? You know how
Sir,
hard that
why would
is?
you tell me to commit? Why would you tell me to commit like a felony, like a federal offense?
But
Why
it's
would you
just
tell me to
worthless.
do that?
It's just worthless paper. What does it matter?
No, I'm interested. You said this is distracting. What is distracting?
What?
You said about flat earth something is distracting the real conspiracies. What distracting real conspiracies? What about flat earth distracting other conspiracies?
Because you guys are arguing about the shape of the Earth. When if you really hate the government, that's what you should be talking. I
Listen,
understand.
listen, this man. Tell me one conspiracy, only one, whatever.
The Jewish question.
Okay, great. Now, listen this now. Jewish question. Is that about people?
Is it what?
Is it that about people?
Yeah, it's about Jews.
Okay, great. Now, my conspiracy, it's a water. Is that about people?
Yeah.
No.
I don't know. I don't even know what you're, I don't even. I can't even understand a word.
It will be with people, but itself, it is not about people. It's about nature. It's about this earth. It's water, oceans.
For sure.
That is not conspiracy. That means water will not decide to lie to me. Water will not put in my brain something like conspiracy. Water will not be psyop. Water will not be bias. Water will be water. Are you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Because of this, I don't know where I'm living because they're telling me that water where I'm living, it's curving.
So I want to remind everyone, this is
And
the flat Earth. This
they're
is a flat
telling me
Earth.
that the air what I'm breathing in this moment now, air, that it's in open system, that this air it's going through the vacuum of the space. This is the belief of conspiracy theories, psyops, blah blah blah, whatever you want to call it. But this bullshit is this bullshit. You believe that you breathe this air because you're going 66,000 miles per hour through the vacuum. This is psyop, man. Then water, it's level all around the world, but they are telling you that it's curving. Is this psyop? Water is doing some conspiracies.
Oh, yeah.
That's the point of flat
He
earth.
deafened himself. He deafened himself. Yeah, I'm gonna. If he does that again, I'm gonna just ban him, hard ban him, because he wants to go into groups of people. That's his whole goal.
Yeah, that felt like a psyop. The whole thing.
Right? And we don't need that. So if he does that again, it's a hard ban.
Duly noted. Thanks, mate.
So no. If you go into groups of people again, right? This is a flat Earth topic. Flat Earth server. The topic is flat Earth. Then it's all done, right? Then you're out of here. Is it understood?
Yeah, if you want to know, I will put the accent on psyop flat earth. If you want to know more about that, then you listen, go into that, and if you think more that it's bullshit, that's great. Come back to your world and come back to your car, and that's all right. And come back to your conspiracies. Because whatever conspiracy is happening in this moment, water, it's fucking always flat.
Do you understand what he's saying? That water is always flat?
Yeah.
So you've been told that the Earth is 70% water, and that it's also a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles. If both of those things are true, then the water has to be bending or curving around the surface of the ball, right?
Yeah, because gravity is towards the center of the Earth.
Right. That's what they say, right? So
Yeah.
the thing is that we can actually test it, right? And I know that some people say you got to go to the sky to test the ground, but I would say you go to the ground to measure the ground. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so we've made observations, and others who are not flat earthers have also set Guinness Book of World Records for taking the longest photograph at 273 miles. Now, if this curvature rate is 8 inches per mile squared, right, we shouldn't have been able to see that mountain range that was a photograph not taken by flat earthers. But we're seeing these things, right, these anomalies, and what they're telling you, and you're probably going to think, oh, I've heard this one before, is that light is bending around the Earth, the curvature of the Earth. Now, what do you know about lasers? You ever played with lasers?
Yeah, I get it. Light doesn't bend. I get it.
Well, light does bend slightly, but at 8 inches per mile, right, that would be 66 feet of bending down curvature at 10 miles. So when
Well,
I
it's
went to
easy.
Corpus Christi, hold on, bro. When I went to Corpus Christi, right, I was right there next to that big ass ship on North Beach, converted into some sort of hotel, right? And I could see the buildings on the other side while I was in the water a foot above the surface of the water on 4th of July. So when I did the math, those buildings should have been below 66 feet of curvature, but they weren't 6-story buildings. On the other side of Corpus Christi from North Beach, slightly to the north east, yeah,
You just fuck something up.
those.
Just do it right. Do it the right way. You'll get it. It'll all make sense. Just get the math right. If you just get the math right, it'll make sense. You just fucked up your math. It's all good.
All right, so you're talking about bending the math, right?
What are
I'm
you
talking about
talking
reality.
about, man?
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about, bending the math. That sounds like, some kind of question. Questionable thing. So here's the thing. We're making these measurements all over the world, right? And people keep saying that you can see too far. You can see Chicago from Michigan across Lake Michigan at over 50 miles away. we shouldn't be able to see any of those buildings at all. So here's the deal, man. If you're a truth seeker, then you know not to speak on a subject until you've investigated it thoroughly. And you know not to be an auto hoaxer and go, oh, this is automatically dismissed or automatically debunked. You know that you have to, A, pay attention to what you don't see. Write this down. B, look at both sides of the coin. And C, listen to the opposite of what controlled opposition says. If you know someone is controlled opposition, then you listen to the opposite of what they say, because they'll tell you 10 truths and one lie. That's how you make rat poisoning, right? It's 90% food and 10% poison. That's how this shit works. So if they tell you 10 things and you know those 10 things are true, and they say one thing and you don't know if that's true or not, you should listen to the opposite of what they say and go investigate that. And if you're a real truth seeker, you know that I'm right. But if you're just a dude in here trying to get us shut down with some sort of psyop, right, then you don't want me talking about this. Because you know that you have to look at both sides of the coin on every situation, no matter how bizarre it sounds. Is that correct, sir? Is that correct, sir? Is he gone?
No, I think he needs another coin to insert.
No. Amazing.
Yeah, it's so funny, man. Yeah, it is so funny, you know. Can you say something like, I want to see that, I want to look into that, for example, because it's interesting. Maybe you have something to say. Maybe you have something to show even.
Sasha, are you from Romania?
Maybe you don't want to see. Maybe that's the problem.
Sasha, are you from Romania?
No, fucking. I'm not from Romania. What will happen if I'm from Romania?
Well, I'm just wondering, are you a gypsy?
No, I'm Jew.
Bro, what?
You're a
Why would you say
Jew?
that?
You're a Jew.
Yeah, I'm Jew now. For
That
you.
that makes sense.
Yeah, great.
So
I'm
what did I
fucking Serbo-Croatian. What
say
does
you?
fucking even matter?
I mean, Middle Easterners, Christians, Muslims, Jews.
You mean that my Romanian Croatian whatever fuck I am will change the voter? Do you want to see how Earth is flat?
Didn't I warn you? Didn't I warn you?
Yeah, this guy is nothing but nonsense. It's my opinion.
Like Romanian gypsies, they cannot realize that water is flat, you know?
Yeah, I just kicked him out. It's just ridiculous. We can talk to Jacko, maybe.
I agree, Roger. Good job.
Jacko, you're unmuted. You want to talk? Ask questions?
Yeah, no, I don't really have anything to say. I was just listening in.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had a globe troll coming by. So, but
What do you want?
yeah, if you
What do you want to listen to, Jacko? You got any questions? Sorry, Roger.
yeah, go ahead. I'm gonna off mute.
No,
Go
I'm
ahead.
a flat earther as well. I've been a flat earther for like 2 years. I found out about the firmament through thingy. What's his name? Eric Dubay and Eddie Bravo.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm with you guys.
No, with us, you're there.
Welcome to the server. Chip in whenever you want to.
Yeah, cool. Thanks.
Anybody else, Roger?
No, not yet.
What about Hank Hill? I think that guy's kind of sus. Isn't it ironic these people come in and try to say we're a psyop and the globe is the ultimate psyop? It's just so ironic. This is the one thing that you can actually have empirical evidence and verify, you know,
Yeah,
compared to other
especially
conspiracies.
without looking in, especially without not looking into that. Especially with that,
Right. Yeah. You can
giving
tell people are
conclusion without knowing anything.
Yeah,
they
because if the
haven't
guy was a
investigated
truther,
it. Yeah, go ahead, Hank.
sorry, bro. If the guy was a
No, talk.
truther, he would have resonated with what I was saying
Yep.
about
Yeah, yeah,
testing things and verifying
yeah,
things.
yeah.
He would have been like, you know what, this dude's right. But instead, he was just like, eh. Right. So he didn't acknowledge any of that. Because a truther can see other truthers, right?
Yep.
We know when we're talking to another truther, we can feel it, right? Because we're so familiar with sheep, anything that breaks the mold, we can detect it, especially if we can get people talking.
Yep. Exactly right.
You're gonna make me cry, Hank.
It's okay. Have no fear. Shed a tear.
It's deep, man.
How about Captain Caveman, VC verified? Welcome to the server. What say you, Captain Caveman? He says nothing, I guess. Continue.
Usually he starts out by yelling his own name, and then there's like an intro, and it's like him and his son, and they got clubs. And then sometimes throughout the show, he yells his name again. So if this is the real Captain Caveman, I'm going to expect you to yell your own name for no reason.
I think I recognize him from Nathan's server, Kiwi's server, Captain Caveman.
Is he on the dark side or the light side?
Don't know.
Looks like he's not going to talk. Oh well.
What no voice?
Captain Caveman! I like that boy, he good.
Has anyone seen that documentary, There's No Forests on Flat Earth?
Yeah, long time ago.
What do you think is like in the middle? Do you think there's like some sort of like this Mount Meru or like the Tree of Life?
No
Like, what do you
idea,
think is
bro.
actually like in the middle?
No idea, bro.
Yeah,
I've researched the shit out of that topic too, and
I know
can't
because
really find anything.
the North Pole is in the middle, right?
Well, yeah.
So, in that documentary, it said there used to be like giant trees back like at the beginning, and they got cut down. But then there's this one big main tree, which is the Tree of Life, and it has it in like Buddhism, Christianity, and that's what people think is in the middle, and it's connected all the way up to the firmament, and that's what brings like all the water and everything down from the firmament onto the earth.
That's a lot of speculation you did just now.
Yeah, it is. But I think it's interesting. I think it's awesome. It's like an adventure, right? All the things I've heard about Shambhala, Agartha, Mount Meru, you know what I mean? All that stuff, even Hollow Earth, all that, right? It's interesting to me. It's all unfalsifiable. That this, that, and the other. You can't test it. You can't even see it. But yeah, the ancient stories that I've heard, or the stories that are claimed to be ancient, are very, very compelling and interesting. And also, all compasses point north. They don't go downwards into the center of the Earth. They point straight north.
So there's some sort of like magnetic field in the North Pole, in the middle.
Sorry, what?
So there's some sort of like magnetic field in the middle of the Earth.
I guess, right? I mean, that would make sense. There's something making all compasses point north. Something.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, if you put a magnet, it's got a field, right? If you've got the parts where it's going out, that's centrifugal force out. If you've got bismuth on a magnet, it would want to go towards the opposite side of what the iron shavings are going to want to go to. So they're going to go to the centripetal zone of the magnet. So there would be a centripetal force in the North Pole that would be lining up all the magnetic fields towards the north. But then you've also got different magnetic nodes all over the Earth. So, because you could go to a distance, a location, and your compass is going to go nuts because there's a centripetal zone there, right?
What do you think is in the middle?
Go ahead,
Jimmy. What do you think is in the middle?
I don't know what's in the middle, so I'm going to leave it to. I don't know.
Okay.
You can comfortably sit that way. I can easily see a giant, for a lack of a better description, a giant invisible donut-shaped magnetic field over the Earth, right? And the center of the donut is at the North Pole. There does not have to be an object causing the attraction. It would just be the way the energy is flowing.
Right. If you imagine a toroid field or a toroid coil, right? That's what I imagine the Earth to be. Energy going in and out of the center. Well, actually pulling upwards and out, right? Upwards and out, and then it goes all the way around and then down, up, in, through the middle again. And so it's a constant cycle of up, over, down, up and through, over, down. Right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I've got a bunch of GIFs for it. Yeah, exactly. I see. I was talking about it while somebody else already posted it. Who's that? Old dude. Yeah, old dude posted. He's always on top of stuff, man. Yeah. I don't know. So this is speculation, but given what I've researched over the last decade, that seems to make the most sense to me. Toroid, Taurus, T-O-R. It's bull in Spanish. Buy bull. Got the bull in Wall Street. You know the drill.
I love how everything made sense up until the end when he went straight Russian vids.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. Well, it's just word games, my friend.
I got you. Yeah.
Yeah, you never want to go full RV, do you?
No. Like I said, these are all beliefs. And listen, RV is really awesome controlled opposition, right? All he does is take the focus off of just about everything and make you focus on gematria numbers, which don't prove a fucking thing.
You know, Flobe is 33.
Is it really?
Yes.
In English gematria?
I just made that up. I don't know.
Oh, God. Dude, that scared the shit out of me. I was like, no fucking way. No. Oh, that's funny. You got me good. Got me good.
In the other channel that I like going to, the moderators pointed out that my name JW is 33, which is the same as the Jehovah's Witness. They've got the JW on their logo.
See, it's clear. It doesn't fucking mean anything. How much stuff works out to 33? It's a pretty, between 1 and 100. It's you know what I mean? 1 out of 100. Like, I don't know.
I believe I can hang out with you fellas for a while.
Please do.
Kenny.
What's up?
What's up?
Crushing the basketball today.
I live
on
a swaka ball.
What's up, man?
Hey, I figured out my golf game's all fucked up because I forgot to account for the Coriolis. Damn it.
That was awesome. Damn it. He says damn it like he dropped his keys.
Hey, Kenny, I just, not to bring anybody down, but I haven't talked to you. R.I.P. Gibby, man, and good job on your tributes and stuff you did. So, did you hear me?
Yeah, man.
You're Samuel Robotham.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, your satellite is going down, man.
Greetings and salutations.
Sonny, where have you been, man? I've heard you.
Sunny day.
Sunny.
I know.
Good. Oh, man.
I took some time off, so
nice.
Too much
Nice.
too much sex, drugs, and rock and roll, so now I need to I'm on the mend.
You old rocker.
Shoot. Too old for that shit, man.
Sex, drugs, and rock and roll. I love that.
Anyway,
song. Yeah.
it's a pleasant day here in the extreme southwest. How's everybody else doing?
I'm doing fine here today in the Midwest.
All right.
It's it's mostly cloudy today with a high of 62. Winds in from the northeast.
Flat and stationary.
Flat and stationary every day, all day.
Yeah.
And my cherry tomatoes are almost ready to be picked.
Awesomeness.
Beautiful sunny day in Kentucky, if anybody cares.
I do care. That's great.
Yeah, we do care. It's good to hear that.
It was a sunny day. It was a sunny day in the Netherlands. It's now evening. So.
And now it's tornadoes. No, I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I think my whole life. I'm sorry. Go ahead, JW.
If you pulled tornadoes out of your behind and then tornadoes started spawning, I would be upset at you.
Well, that kind of dovetails in what I was just about to mention is why isn't there any extreme natural catastrophes like in the movies? I've been expecting something my entire life. What about you guys?
I expect a lot from this official narrative. Alas, here we are.
This morning, my grandmother brought up that there was supposed to be another object from space supposed to be hitting us. And I was like, they pull that same narrative every single time around the same time every single year. And it never happens. September through November, something's going to fall out of the sky. And it never does.
Whoa, what's that? People with my name. Huh.
Hey, guys, I think one of the Globers is getting it in the YouTube chat. He goes, as you know, the employee motto here at the NSA is, if you are not getting timed out, are you even trying? Oh, man, that's cute. I like it. I think that, no,
Yeah.
if you're not getting timed out, you aren't even giving it a valiant or even a valid effort. Thanks.
Yeah.
So is he trying to get timed out? Or does he want that
They have
really?
problems staying on topic, and so what I keep telling them is, I guess I could say it here too, they need to stay focused. It's not that they will talk about people or personalities or argument tactics or hypotheticals or predicting that someone may or may not accept your posits or even your opinions, especially what you think we accept as evidence. It's that you will provide us empirical, demonstrable, physical, direct globe Earth evidence. That's all. The chat's a very simple topic.
Yep. There's two choices. Either you do know with backing, or you don't know. Like most of us.
See, here's the thing. If the Earth is a sphere, and we've known it for 2,000 years, and we've got proof with NASA, right, then it should be really easy to demonstrate that the Earth is a sphere. If you take away NASA in the 2,000 years, well, they say that it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared. It's still going to be very easy for you to prove that. But yet, day after day, people come in here talking about the sun, the moon, the stars, and shadows, but they never ever want to directly measure the Earth and provide that.
Yes. Yes.
That's suspect.
Yeah, it's amazing, actually, isn't it? And first, we have to make sure we're using the same definitions for words, because there's a lot of there's a lot of mixing going on here.
Hank, if my balls itch, does that prove ball?
No, bro, you got to directly measure the Earth curve yourself. It doesn't matter how much of your chest hairs are tingling.
It's ridiculous, man. Here we are. Just show us like one little curvy, bendy something. Got nothing. How many years we've been at this? If this was like a class, man, these guys failed. They got
They
Fs.
really did. And then there's and then of course I always got to talk about these guys, the YouTube chat guys. So what they're doing now is performing damage control on the fact that we all know that they're paid shills from whatever alphabet agency. And so they're saying things like, you know, being sarcastic, talking about, well, I would hope you would much better test. Oh, sorry, that's not the one. He said, what did he say? He said something about applying for overtime. The holidays are coming up. Those plastic Santas don't buy themselves, right? Being sarcastic as damage control, trying to make fun of the idea so that people go, oh, of course they couldn't be paid agents. Why would they even do that? It's just the flat Earth. Anyway, continue.
Carry on. My
I mean, it's a
wayward son.
speculation that there's paid agents in our YouTube chat, but it's not a speculation that there are paid agents on the internet. Those do actually exist. I think there's quite a few companies that you can find all around the world. Some of them seem to centralize around one certain country, but I'm not going to get into that right now. But the point is that yeah, we don't know if the people in our chat are paid agents. We suspect it sometimes because, like, if you go to like the Tooth Fairy server, if there is one, like, is there like these anti-Tooth Fairy people that like camp out like 24/7 in their live streams?
Man, what about the Bigfoot? I always use Bigfoot as an example. I'm like, where's the anti-Bigfooters? Hey, come on. Where are they? There's
I
none.
don't know, man. Hey, is there anti-Santa coalitions?
Yeah, I'm one.
See, I'd be anti-elv, man, because those guys, I hear they're about to start either a mutiny or some kind of, what's the word?
I think I could be anti almost anything. Let's rally the troops. Let me know which one, and I can go along with it.
I'm an anti-Bigfooter, and I'm proud of it.
I'm an anti Bigfooter. So if you're anti Bigfooter, I'm anti against them.
Take a second, catch
See,
your
all you got to do is take one prefix and use it again.
Sonny, you can't be doing that to your fellow Californian. He can't take it, bro. He can't catch the laugh. Here in a second, he's not going to be able to catch the cough.
Give me a fucking chance and I'll have the whole room rolling. I better back up. Back off a little bit.
Flat Earth dude, it's good to see you coming around. Appreciate it.
Yeah, man. Thanks for having me.
You need to call your satellite company, dude.
Samuel Roboting.
You need to call your satellite company and complain.
Hey, thank you for being here, you guys. You know, also Flat Earth dude. I think I saw you. I saw you up there in SB with Witsit, didn't I? Weren't you up there with Witsit and SB?
Yeah, I was up in Hollywood.
No, Hollywood. Oh, that's right. Weren't you in Santa Barbara too?
Nah, that's somebody else, man.
Hollywood.
Not me.
Gotcha. Well, like I said, I've been away for a little while, a few weeks, couple weeks.
That's good, man. Take a break, reset.
No, I should have never went away. You guys are like the best conversation, and I know you guys help me laugh and laugh at myself and laugh at all the stuff's going around. You know, all the information that we've gathered, it gets a bit heavy, I have to admit. Like, it takes a toll on you in some ways, right?
Oh, yeah.
So, just a progression and moving along in the process. Yeah, it's good, though.
Dude, I just trolled these kids so hard, man. I was like, I'm an anti-tooth fairy believer.
I'm an anti.
I was like, you believe in the tooth fairy? What the fuck, man? So stupid.
Well, I mean, seriously, if these anti-flat earthers are out there, right, and they're searching for the truth and they hate fake news, how come they're not like anti-Santa Claus, anti-tooth fairy? I mean, there's all this fake news out there.
That's the point, yeah.
Right? And they're focused on us, right? Like, we're the real fake news, not CNN.
Oh, they're coming here to argue with us. If it was stupid, they wouldn't come here to argue with us. Obviously.
Exactly. That's the most telling thing, that they're out there at all, and that they come in here and talk to us, especially on a level, like we say, they never seem to focus on the whole entire base premise of the globe. So it doesn't seem like they even have an argument for their side.
No, they don't.
At this point, they don't.
We know they don't. Yeah, we know they don't.
Yeah, they always want to talk about everything but globe evidence, right?
Yeah, as soon as you ask for curvature. What about the lights in the sky?
But the maths.
The moon, the shadows.
The sun.
NASA.
What do you guys say
think
about
you guys can breathe? Do you think you can breathe at 60,000 feet?
No.
I think not.
Okay. So I have one more question. Now, this is just speculation and opinion, though. Do you think that the balloons they make today with enclosures that can, that go up pretty high, do you think that those are the same tensile strength as the Concorde jet? Because it has to go. Yeah, it has to go at least that high before crumbling.
Well,
I don't know. No. You know what I mean? I don't know.
They would have to be pressurized, I think, is what you're saying, right?
Sure, yeah. The Globers are making claims that a balloon.
Mm-hmm.
So they say CGI on the windows of that balloon. They're trying to make a joke, make fun of us. And then they say they wouldn't let us go outside even though I brought my favorite beanie. So I think he's talking about a balloon ride. I'm not sure. But anyway, I'm just speculating here. It's interesting. Because you know what? I'd take a balloon ride for sure. Go up
I
there.
looked into those high altitude balloon rides, and there's a lot of companies that have claimed to they're going to take people up to like 100,000 feet or whatever, and I've never seen one launch, and it's zero. There's zero people have gone up to 100,000 feet in a balloon. Zero.
It's dangerous.
But they're taking reservations. Some of them are as little as like 20 grand, and some are like 50, 100,000. Shit. I'm like, but they're taking reservations, and they'll be launching soon. They did push back the moon landing to 2025. I read this morning, the next one. Kicking the can
the next
down
one,
the road.
like they ever had one to begin with, like they've ever had one.
Yeah. And then they're going to send 3 astronauts up to the space station today. In about 7 hours from now, they're going to launch some SpaceX.
Oh, did you guys hear about? I don't know. I was talking to somebody. I don't think I'm here, maybe. But you know how Tom Cruise is supposed to go up there and film a movie on the ISS?
Yes.
I thought it'd be fun to get somebody, who just the girl that comes on here that does a really good like phone recording voice. Anyway, whoever does it, a little skit. Basically, it's Tom Cruise's agent calling up the people that are in charge of the ISS and asking about the accommodations for Mr. Cruise while he's on the ISS. So, Mr. Cruise just happened to be looking at YouTube and seeing some of the videos of the bathroom tour, and he's wondering if he's going to have his own bathroom and if it's going to have a seat and all these accommodations that he would just like totally expect that aren't going to be there for him. Be funny to have like this little conversation between his agent and the people that are going to be setting him up in the ISS.
Yeah, I hope he don't drink the coffee too. You know, that'd be bad too.
You broke up. What'd you say?
I said he hopes he doesn't drink the coffee.
Oh man.
Oh yeah, the coffee, the poop coffee. Yeah,
chugga.
He wants to make sure that he doesn't have any of the poop coffee. He doesn't want to drink the Russian pee, but he would like you to. he would like you to use his poop for a 3D print of something Scientology related, like the symbol for Scientology would be good. All of the things that they've claimed to do are not things that Tom Cruise would ever do, even though he's a badass.
Tom Cruise, Lost in Space, this summer. Chugga chugga.
Right.
Chugga.
Don Pettit would be like Rain Man. It'd be like Tom Cruise in the movie Rain Man with Dustin Hoffman.
It's kind of like they're blending the two little studios there where there are more actors in space. Yeah, okay, great. That's what they all are. All the astronauts, actors in fake space.
Right.
It's another mission literally impossible.
Possible.
Right?
Mission
That's
Impossible.
Good. Mission Impossible. That's good.
Pooping Impossible. Tom Cruise this summer.
Chugga.
I want to do my own stunts. So when I do the moonwalk, I'm going to go out there. I want to hang in space. I want to do it all on my own. See, that's the thing. He's all about like doing all of the stunts himself. And I think that him associating himself with this and doing like a fake stunt that everybody knows is fake, I think he's going to back out.
It's never going to happen. They're never going to
I
shoot.
mean, all the stars, they have people, they know people, they watch the internet. Everybody knows how fake it is.
Yep. Even Matthews knows it's fake.
Mm-hmm.
Was Matthew Lawrence here?
He was this morning.
Goodness. How'd it go with Matthew? Was there any notable arguments?
He didn't say a lot. I mean, I didn't hear. Maybe he said more when I tuned in. He might have been on his way out. I don't know. Probably had to go to class or something.
Nice day.
I don't
Gorgeous.
think Matthew's is going to learn until he goes on the ISS and he drinks the chugga chugga.
Yeah,
The
That's
chugga,
when Matthew
the
learns.
chugga, man.
that'll
We
be
got-
the
it's-
day. That'll be the day.
What do we got in here?
So, anything new in the flat Earth community news? I'm so out of touch, you guys.
There's a gunner video people are talking about with proof about 45 degrees and some kind of like simple way of knowing for sure it's not a globe. I'll post the link.
Alrighty.
There's the new Black Swan kind of thing.
Okay.
Pretty good.
The new Black Swan. Do you have a link for that?
It's about 32, 31 miles.
Is it QEs or it's BM LSVs? Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, it's BLM.
Yeah. Exactly. I've seen some of that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
That area up there is freaking incredible for those kind of views.
Right?
It's amazing. Across that Santa Barbara Channel there. Yeah.
Yeah, the best time is right after a rain. It's just like
it clears all that. Yeah.
clears all that shit out of the air, and then you can see forever, man, out there.
No, I've been told, like, I think I've seen San Clemente Island. I forget how far that is, but I know people have seen from parts of San Diego beaches here. Catalina Island, which as a crow flies, I'm pretty sure is no less than about 70 miles.
Yep.
And that can be seen from from here, beaches in San Diego, which if you're driving, if you don't know, is 100 miles, maybe a little more, 110, 120 miles north by road. So straight go out at sea, out straight to Catalina from here. Yeah, about 70 miles. Go figure that how much drop is involved in that.
Yeah, you should.
You really think one crow can fly 70 miles? I don't believe that.
That what?
One crow could fly that whole 70 miles.
I bet that crow could. Well, I don't know. I don't know if they do. I don't know if they fly that far or not. One crow's funny. How about that curved adjacent? Anybody got a curved adjacent? We're looking for a right triangle.
We're bringing sections back.
Right triangles, yeah. A curved adjacent, please. That's the next stage in your development. Globers.
Hey guys. There's the left to right axis curve. That's really that one's really missing. You know, that one.
Yeah, they don't even talk about that one.
I know. Where's the left or right?
Boat's going over the curve. Well, what about the other way? Do they tilt over too? They're supposed to. Right at that same point, right, guys?
Right. Yeah. So if the boat's sailing left to right or right to left, whatever, on the
Right.
horizon, you should disappear and then reappear and disappear.
Yes. Listen. I start watching things very carefully. So go watch some of the opening scenes of the series Lost, which is filmed off of Hawaii. And you look at the width of those panoramas that you're showing you
Yeah.
of that ocean is
80,
incredible. Go check
80,
that out, man.
100 miles.
Yes. It's amazing.
Where's the 7,000-foot
That's
hump
the
of
thing,
water?
right? Like if you do a panorama, that right there lets you know. Like I don't know what they're trying to say with that. Like I don't know if they're trying to say, well, the field of view isn't big enough to see the curve. I'm not sure exactly because I
Yeah.
mean, again, if you take a panoramic shot, that right there, I mean, there's no curvature anywhere, man. Not left to right,
Right.
especially not.
Exactly. And if you can see that far from left to right, like imagine like how
You
far
look
out actually
around,
straight in front of you. I'm
and it's
sorry.
just
Sorry, Elijah. I ran right into you.
no.
Sorry.
I think I'm on red, so I'm probably coming in late.
Probably some delay too.
Panorama.
Delay. Go ahead, Sonny. Sorry.
Yeah, what are they trying to say? I don't know. That's a really good question. I don't think they know what they're trying to say. They have no response. But if they do have a response, they probably do have a response. Come on and bring the response. We're just having a friendly conversation, right? Yeah.
Bring your panorama.
I mean, I was just talking about.
Flat Earth dude, serious roboting there, bro. I know you didn't know, but you're roboting.
I'm like, panorama.
Bring your curved panorama.
I got a GoPro.
You got a GoPro? Did you say, Elijah,
No.
you got a GoPro? Wait
That's
a
the
minute.
only curve I can find is with
I'm
the
missing
GoPro. That's it.
Oh, I see.
Works every time.
We should hear Elijah. What were you about to say, Elijah? Yeah, I'm having connections difficulty. I can't hear you for your.
It might be my wind.
That's better. Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, it's my wind. No, I was just saying, like I was talking today about.
Yeah, it sounds like wind, Elijah.
Yeah, I was talking today about the sun, man. Like, we shouldn't, like, the way things have played out shouldn't have led to this result, where people are in limbo. It's like, I don't know if the earth is flat. I don't know if it's round. Like, the moment the cat was left out of the bag, like, that should have been it. Like, for instance, the sun. The moment you articulate how ridiculous a ball of gas is in a vacuum, like that really should be it. Like what the like I don't it really should, honestly.
WTF.
When you talk about the water and you Google all the images they have of like the abyssal plains or the ocean floor, all of the depictions are, of the land going from the shore, and it's like declining as you go to the seabed, and then you have the seabed, and then you have the land rising back up to the shore somewhere else. This is all on the levels. It's the fucking floor is flat in their depictions when they draw. Like, what else? It's so ridiculous that I can't even finish a fucking sentence.
It's a tough deal.
I know. Without like cracking up almost.
I mean, here's the thing. If you can't manipulate your independent variable, you can't perform an experiment, then you can't empirically, scientifically know anything about what you're talking about.
Yep. And then to pile on top of that, if your theory is violating the second law of thermodynamics, you're in dismal failure.
And it's funny because the second law of thermodynamics is a law here in the physical reality, at least here on Earth. We don't know what's outside. But they'll whistle past that. They'll say, no, it doesn't. It's the gradient. And we're like, gradient means pressure still. Sorry.
Yeah, what would you call that? What kind of fallacy they do right there at that moment? That's a good thing to point out. Wait a minute. I had it.
Gradient.
No, it's a fallacy they're using when they're a special case.
Pleading?
Special pleading fallacy. It's a special case. It's like magic happens right there.
Especially with, okay, let's look at this, right? There's a gradient here, but there's a gradient in their story. For the sun too, but with the sun's atmosphere, it actually gets hotter the further away from the surface.
Yeah, try to make sense of that.
I love that one. Shit.
Shoot.
Yep, ever expanding, and it's into infinity.
But it tilts a little bit, and it gets hot. And when it tilts, it's very warm.
It tilts, it wobbles, it has a few more drinks, it tilts, it wobbles,
Weird.
and it never feels like it's moving.
What a strange thing, man. So in the center, where it's more dense and compacted and supposedly contracting almost inward on itself, where a teaspoon of freaking matter weighs tens of thousands of tons.
Somebody get that Mother Earth to the hospital. Her
But it's
contractions are out of control.
Wait a minute, but it's cooler there than it is on the surface. And that's supposed to be gases? Wait a minute. What a story they told just with that. All the second graders got to do is go like, gases can't burn in a vacuum. Thanks, teach.
Where's the oxygen? Where's the oxygen? Where?
Exactly. And now that I quit drinking, I really can't tell if the Earth is moving. Can't. No way. It's really, really stationary now.
I know. I have all kinds of stuff balanced all around. I have rocks balanced. I have like bicycles balanced.
Yeah.
Stuff is barely tilted like on a shelf.
Have you guys seen the
Never
balloon?
moves.
Have you seen the balloon half filled with helium and half filled with air and just sits there?
Yeah.
I love that one.
Equilibrium, right in your face.
Right, yeah, exactly. Gravity's like, fuck, that does destroy me yet again. Lots of scar tissue on that gravity story.
Gravity, you bitch.
One big Band-Aid that was ripped off.
Keeps getting ripped off too. Man, that's going to be a nasty. Is it going to get infected? I think so.
I think it's already infected. It's festering.
Yeah, it's disgusting is what it is.
I think I have to put her on the ventilator. I got to put her on the ventilator.
Gravity needs to be put out of its misery.
And that's one way to do it.
Yeah, right. Yikes.
And I watch a lot of flat Earth arguments, Glober arguments and such. I just sit back and watch. We are the most, and I'm not tooting horns here. Objectively, we are the most easy to talk to about this stuff. Because I'm watching, especially in the general chat in this one thing, these guys are cursing at these Globers left and right. And I'm like, guys, your evidence is good, but stop doing that, right? Stop yelling at them. There's no reason to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we don't need to anymore. Actually, that's going back. So the whole thing.
So 2016.
Yeah, and we're better. Everyone's better than that. You know what I mean? And it's the truth, so it shouldn't evoke an emotional response. And I'm not coming down on anybody. It's just kind of what I observe.
Yeah, we kind of went through all that back in the heyday, back when ODD live chat first started, right? Isn't that where this server basically originated from? Correct?
That's what I heard.
That's right.
And the only reason it happens is because sometimes we all want to talk to the globe earther, right? Because
Yeah.
it used to be a whole bunch of them. Now it's just the globe earther because it's so little. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a globe earther. We want to talk to him now, you know? And it's like, but the bottom line is with these people that we like you said, we don't have to curse them out. It's just that when we're all talking, I feel like everyone gets frustrated because actually the conversation should last about 5 minutes. Like in my mind, I'm not trying to end the conversation in 5 minutes. That's how long it takes for them to get serious, which means I have to hit all of the cues, get all of that bullshit out of the way, just so we can come to a point where they're like, oh man, actually, I hadn't thought about that. That's a really good point. Now I'm going to ask you legitimate questions that I think are legitimate versus, some list or something that I heard someone else say. So I came in here on one kick, and I like that's all I'm saying is like when we're all trying to talk them down off that 5 minute conversation, it just tends to go on forever, and they continue to give ridiculous arguments, and then we all get mad when actually one of us should talk them off the ledge for like 5 minutes, and then this is when the actual conversation can begin. I don't think anybody wants to talk to someone who's a headache. Everyone wants to talk to someone who goes, huh, wow, all you're doing is sharing information. I see the information, and that is quite odd. Wow.
I agree, and I think we're getting better at that, inch by inch. And I have a question. Don't we have a second live stream? Because I think it's overflow of a lot of flat earthers, and then one or maybe two glopers come in, and then we all just pounce. Can we split it up? Maybe.
Sure, we can.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like because if we can cut the numbers down by half in both live streams, then it'll be less people trying to push in and get their 2 cents.
Well, I've been trying better to let other people make arguments, so I'll try to be quiet.
No, that's what I'm saying. No, I mean everybody, including me. I'll speak for me. I need to work on interrupting and not speaking as much, I guess. But we wouldn't have to do that as much as if we, you know what I'm saying? If we had the 2 live streams, then we could have at least 1 glober, 2 globers in here, 1 glober, 2 globers up there. And then also the arena. Are we ever going to do that again?
We just gotta make this place as jumping as it was. That's all. Which is gonna take a marketing. It's gonna take a concerted effort from a few, not everyone, but there has to be a game plan of where there's people actualizing the idea of getting people into this place. Like I don't know about everybody else. I'm not going to put it on everybody else. I come in here expecting to talk to who's here. I'm not bringing people in here. I don't know who is, so there should be a team. If we want to talk to more Globers, there should be a team actually getting them to this place.
It's a good idea.
Yeah, I think people like Crit, he's one of them. He does go into other servers and he discusses different topics, but he does bring.
Well, that's what I do.
He brings them in here. Yeah, Chemtrail. Hey, yeah, I know you do that too, Chemtrail. And also, I think Godric and several others. There's people that are really good here at doing just that. Others, like I don't think I'm that good at that part of it. Like, but that's okay. We all have a place here.
One way.
You're roboting, buddy.
Yeah, hold on. Give it a couple seconds, Flatter Dude, and try it again.
I think he's driving.
You make a comment on a video or something, just drop a link,
Yeah.
in your comment.
I bring people in here all the time.
Yeah, Chemtrail's dope on that front.
Yeah, absolutely, Chemtrail. You do.
Yeah,
I have a question. Can you hear me?
Yeah. We can hear you. Yes, chemtrail. He might not be able to hear us.
He might have dropped out for a second. Let's see, who else is that making noise? Old dude.
Hello?
Hello, chemtrail.
Yeah. Maybe
Paz is in
experience.
here still. Paz, are you here every day?
Hey, Jimmy, Will, you're making a bit of mic noise. Are you there? Can you mute yourself, JW?
You're in my pocket. My pocket must have unmuted me.
Oh, okay.
I don't want to know what you're doing. I won't hear about it. You know what I mean? Jeez.
I am working on petroleum systems.
Glad you're a riot, man.
Yeah. Thanks.
Kind of like mine, so it's.
I try to say what I know or what I believe everybody's thinking about a certain subject, but won't say it. Better or worse. I try to do that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, all this stuff that New Perspective has given me is quite amazing. Like, what was
Has he been DMing you stuff?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he's good with that.
So let's see. I'm sure there's things I haven't seen. Let's go look at the DMs here. Yeah, man. Yeah, thank God you guys are here.
Yo, can I ask you guys a question real quick?
Yes.
So, in the ancients, apparently they're all holding like handbags or something. Do you know anything about that? Like, why are all the like Egyptians and shit
Yeah.
holding handbags? What is that?
Yeah, that weird little thing. Yeah, like who was that? They say the Anunnaki had those little. But I think some of the Mayan. I think some of the Mayan glyphs have.
As Karen said, my name is Corey Kill.
What?
I think it's holding all their sticks for their shadow.
Well, think about it like this, right? If you wanted to wear like all of one fabric, and then you got something in your pocket, are you wearing all of one fabric? So if you had like, say little tiny possessions, right? Maybe some sort of technology, or maybe that was their sextant sack. Who knows?
So just who knows? Who knows what was in it? It was their sextant sack. For fuck's sakes. Just
maybe they just had men purses.
Maybe
it was a herb bag. It was a herb bag. It was a herb bag. They carried bags to gather natural herbs and medicines from everywhere they went. Why wouldn't they? It grew everywhere, yeah?
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. They would harvest herbs and fresh stuff as they went everywhere they went, like healers. Everybody's supposed to be like a healer. All right, cool. Appreciate it. The boss was asking. The boss keeps asking. The boss keeps asking me stuff about flat Earth and stuff like that. It's really dope.
Wow.
He wants me to stamp all the dollars with flat Earth.
What?
Why
That's
not?
astounding.
Oh, the pizza boxes too. He said, like stamp all the pizza boxes as they go to the people's houses, and it says research flat Earth.
That's great.
Here, I'll take a picture real quick.
Freaking hope. It's like hope for humanity through pizza, flat Earth, pizza boxes, and dollar bills. Like, awesome. A little stamp, that would be pretty cool, actually. Little rubber stamp, just tick, 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 tick. Better than a sticker. I found permanent marker works really good.
So is there anybody in here who believes they're on a ball? Just curious.
Paza's a globe skeptic. That's a good start. And seems sincere. Well, that's a very good start. Let's see who else we have here. No, I don't see any Globers. What do you think they're doing? Or you think they're researching their the aspects of their globe religion? It's funny when you talk about scrutiny of ideas, right? They come here scrutinizing us and our ideas, but they don't seem to have scrutinized their own paradigm very well.
Yeah, I would agree with that, Sonny. They come with the scrutiny of videos from YouTube and you know, science gods like people like that, but yet they don't come with the scrutiny of a blank sheet to ask us the questions once they get here.
Right.
They see the trees, but not the wood. They just can't get it. It takes so long to get to the wood. I agree with Elijah. We need to, if we could pair the game and slice things down and realise who we're talking to and what level they're on, and maybe move them into live stream too, or down to the learning curve.
Yeah, that would
really
be a
work
good plan. Yeah, I don't think there's anybody worthy of coming into the arena. I mean, it looks like that's a done deal because unless they're going to provide us a freaking curved adjacent, they have nowhere to go. So the two live streams, that's a very good way, and we have done that before.
Yeah, I mean, we've had three live streams, or well, about 4 check-ins, 4 live streams, and various other rooms going at the same time. We just need to make it happen again, and if we get people, we can get it thriving. That's and bringing people in. I'm the same. I just drop links if I'm watching a video, or I'm using Quora a lot now. I get tags from people asking flat Earth questions. Well, strawman flat Earth questions in Quora. So I just answer it and then drop the Discord tag. So yeah, little bits and pieces. It's all we can do.
What was the deal with these half bird, half man, half fish, half man? That is quite odd. What was going on with that? Feathered serpents and stuff. Why is that like imagery so ubiquitous everywhere, those kind of things? Even from far-fetched supposedly civilizations or cultures.
It must have had some kind of reality to it. I mean,
Who knows what was here on Earth?
I mean, think about it. If you're in a snow globe, you got here somehow. And if an ancient culture is describing a people who came from above, then why would it instantly have to be labeled as a mythological example or, some
Right. Just it's merely just an interpretation of something outside of the normal natural parameters, right, of these people's lives.
The word myth is a lot like the word conspiracy theory, right? So if I tell you about a creature I saw in the woods, right, and he had big feet, right, and I call him Bigfoot, you say, oh, that's just a myth, that's, what do they call it, a fairy tale, or there's all these different words for it, right, but they all mean the same thing. That's just an urban legend, right? We have all these words that mean the same thing. It's just an easy way to dismiss what you're talking about. Now, I'm not saying I believe in Bigfoot or I'm hunting Bigfoot poo or anything like that. I'm just saying that's how easy it is to dismiss something like, oh, these Cyclops, they built these monuments. Well, there's no creatures with one eye, so, we're just going to dismiss that. I could speculate about the future and say that in the future they're going to say, oh, the Taliban, they got their ass kicked, right? Like, no, they're the leader of the Afghanistan government. Like, no, they are the Afghanistan government. Like, oh no, that's just an urban legend, bro. The Taliban, they got their ass kicked for 20 years and, they disappeared. It's the people of Afghanistan who are in control of the government. Right. Maybe we should make missions, right? Maybe we should get into like little groups and like say, for example, like what's his name? Glat Flobe. He's really good at typing. So instead of hanging out in the YouTube, maybe we could send him to Reddit, right? And then the other guy said he's got Quora, right? So maybe, you, Glat Flobe, could be like the head of the Reddit group, and, old dude could be the head of the Quora group, and they could have like little Quora rooms, and I don't know, like maybe we should like spread out, do recon, spread out, because, they're going to keep doing this to us until we give up. So are we going to give up, or are we going to spread out? Or maybe everyone has already spread out and I'm the only one in here not doing any work.
I'm just working on paperwork.
What if we did like Monday night Reddit raids and we all went into Reddit and started like pumping flat earth and voting it up, voting it up, voting it up like crazy. And then Tuesday night Quora raids. And then like Wednesday night we went to like Google Hangouts or whatever the next, what, Tweeter? I don't do the tweetings. Maybe we could start doing Twitter raids. And then like people would notice like wow, where did all these flat earthers come from? All of a sudden like voting up on their flat earth stuff. Because if there's so many of us, then we'd just be able to like vote it up to the top. I mean, we got numbers, right? Everybody acts like we don't, but I mean, if the ladies' night keeps failing like this, right, it's not going to be no fun for the ladies, right? There's nobody to talk to. So we could just have to go do some flat ops, right? And, you know, do some recon. Flawless execution with monotonous regularity until the people get pissed off and come in here. Okay, I'll go try to get some now.
I just wanted give a quick update. There's still no bendy water, still no curvature, and Earth is still flat. Continue.
Okay.
So I might be mistaken, but I'm seeing stuff. YouTube is going to hide the dislikes. Okay. Interesting.
I'm going to post these two songs I can't get enough of while we're on some downtime. You've probably seen them in there a couple times, but for those who haven't heard them, they're great. All right, there's the first one. And there's the second one. And a pro tip, if you guys start a Spotify or whatever you use, start a playlist or a radio based off either one of those songs especially. Well, yeah, either one of those songs. You won't be disappointed. Enjoy.
Are those songs anything that we would have to worry about a copyright?
Maybe not the Billboard one, but perhaps the first one.
The Madian?
Yeah, Madian. I wouldn't post that one, but Billboard, I don't think so. He's not very popular. But that'd be I still don't know, man. It's on Majestic, and that's a popular topic, YouTube topic for that kind of music. So I think maybe it would
probably
be off limits.
ought to stay away from.
Yeah, got to be careful. But I wish you could play them.
Unless they're like dedicated flat Earth songs.
Right.
Only those, yeah. I don't think any flat Earth music creators would mind that we play their music on.
I don't. I mean, I'm not a flat Earth music creator just yet, but hey, Sonny, have you seen my? Ooh, what is it? SoundCloud? Have you seen that yet? You have.
No, I'd like to. Yeah, send me a link.
Okay.
You can play my ones if you want.
Huh? Okay, I'll just post it in a voice text, if that's okay.
Play the Tommy, the Tommy Yanch one, the fucking the flat Earth one, the gas pressure without a container.
Yeah. Okay, I posted my SoundCloud. Shameless.
Let's have a look.
All right. So we could play your music here, right?
You can if you want. Yeah, KJ has a few times. Just been nice enough to do that.
Oh, awesome. You got some as well. Let's have a look.
Sorry?
I didn't know you had some. You're just saying you just posted yours as well. Let's have a look.
Yeah, that's my personal music.
What if we played a couple tracks of yours? That sounds great. Hold on.
Sure.
Let me grab this. Since it is a little bit slow right now, we could play some of that. I saw the first track is only, if I remember how to do this.
The good thing is they're short. They're just demos for the new record I'm writing. Hope to have that before 420 next year.
Before 420.
Or just right on it, yeah.
Or on 420, okay.
I put my Baldy Cats one in there as well for you if you want to watch the Flat Earth song.
Cool.
Yeah, Gladflow, I'm following you on SoundCloud.
Nice, thank you, sir.
I'll do it as well. And go ahead. I'm going to go ahead and play this Gladflow. All right, here we are.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Oh, wait a minute. Unknown file format. Why did it do that?
Also, subscribe to me as well on YouTube. Tell me, Ants. It's brilliant.
No, I did. Strange. Do I have to rejoin? 1 second.
Trying to get 1,000 up, man. Trying to get 1,000 followers. Only got like 300.
Hold on a sec. Who's talking right now?
Riven.
Riven. Okay.
AKA Reasons, aka Brummy.
Okay. Could you talk just a tiny bit slower? Sorry, I couldn't understand what you said before.
It's all good. How are you doing, my friend? Flat Globe Flat.
Yes, sir. How are you? I'm good. How are you doing?
Excellent. I'm feeling good.
Oh, that's good, man.
Yeah, just been debating this crap for years. I've been listening to you trying to get the room the way it used to be with the arenas, and trying to get people more systematic and splitting it up to make it more organised. But it's just become a bit like, you get what you get when you come in this. Sometimes you get a couple Globers, and sometimes you get a lot of dominant flat earthers, and it's a mess. It needs more organising, but it's impossible.
Yeah, we're working on it, coming up with ideas how to do it.
Yeah. Hey, so glad. Don't
Make me a mod, okay? That's a good step towards making this server.
Don't make me a mod. Do not do it.
Make me.
Hey,
give me the
Reason.
power.
Hey, Reason. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I know you've been on here for quite a while.
Yeah.
Long as I can remember.
It's time for promotion, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's time for promotion. Surely I've put enough effort in this room. Fuck me. I've been in here screaming.
Well, this is the guy. Whenever somebody says, "Oh, we have to do this like this," because reasons.
Yeah, I say reasons, because I say reasons, because it's always a reason. The globe always has a reason why you can't see what you expect to see. But you can't see what you're supposed to see because of reasons. You can't expect to see that because of reasons. It's always this reason.
Always
You know what I
reason.
mean?
There's always a reason.
Yeah.
So Reason, I heard some of your wicked rap that you did. That was wild, man.
I just posted it in the chat. To say, because obviously he does Globe Flat, or whatever his name is. He does music, and he's posted his SoundCloud link in there. And obviously he said he wants to do some Flat Earth music, but obviously I've got some already done, so I just thought I'd share that as well.
Yeah, dude. And if you want to ever collaborate, anybody wants to collaborate, do lyrics and I can do beats, and then we can, you can tell me if you like the beat or not, and all that.
So glad. Which track do you prefer?
Let's do Energy first. Warm it up with Energy.
Energy. Okay, 1 second. Let me grab the link for this one.
It's my favorite of the new 4.
There you are. Okay, hopefully this will fly this time.
Speaking of energy, Glaflow, you check out my coffee and.
I did. I checked out the website. You should spam it in the voice text.
Okay, I'm gonna try to start this. 3, 2, 1. Let's see if it goes. No. Why is it?
What's going on, mate? What's going on?
It's not playing it's when I'm in the music bot command room.
Well,
it's only,
probably because it's SoundCloud. It's like a separate sort of playing system.
Oh, my bad. Oh, Roger just pointed it out. I am doing it wrong. Hold on. Sorry.
It's most likely.
Thank you, Roger. I'll get back on cue here with the controls. Thanks. Here's Glaflow. On the 24/7 Flat Earth Live.
Welcome to Flat Earth, where Globers think you crazy and know more about their globe than they do.
Nice.
Thanks, brother. Thanks for playing it.
It sounded like some futuristic Oingo Boingo type stuff, man.
Yeah, I just make what comes to me. A lot of it's like video game kind of sound stuff, and I don't know, just have fun with it.
Yeah, it's nice. Good job.
Thanks, man.
Do you have to purchase sample packs, or can you add samples in?
The answer is yes to both things. So you can get free samples, and Pro Tools, for instance, and Ableton. A lot of the good ones come with a ton of factory samples, and you can pay for them. Obviously, the best ones are.
I was talking about like having like a recording device, and you hear something like just funny and it's a weird sound, so you'll like take that sound and cut it out, make a sound file out of it, and then sample it for like the different.
Right. Yeah, for sure. I mean, so what I would do is I'd try to find the file online, the WAV file, and if I couldn't find that, I'd find a way to record it from like the live playback if that were possible.
That's what I mean. Like just like have a sound idea, like say like the splash sound when a big flat stone hits the water, and the sound when something that's aerodynamic hits the water is like thunk instead of thunk. So it's like those two sounds, and then you can like make a beat out of that.
It's called
like
something, and I keep forgetting. It's basically functional sounds for all kinds of stuff. Doors shutting, feet clicking and clocking.
Right.
That's on the tip of my tongue, man. Hang on. Anyway.
Well, I know they got these little music boxes, right? It looks like a harmonic, like about the
Foley.
size of a harmonica.
It's called Foley. Here, I'll post something in there. Keep going.
But like he'll take a sample like from a movie where it's like a guy sitting there saying something. Like for instance,
you can't handle the truth.
Yeah, like you can't handle it, or I'm the dude that looks like a dude that's acting like another dude, or something like that. And, like make a beat out of that whole thing, and like add like music tones, keyboard, and stuff. Like make a whole song in like 5 minutes out of it. It's funny.
Yeah.
I was like, dang.
Here we go. This is 6 minutes on how it's like making sound. It's Foley. That's what it's called because obviously it's named after some dude with the last name of Foley. So hang on. All right, check the voice text there. That's what you were talking about. But then, yeah, also you could do vocals. I mean, you could go on your phone and just say a bunch of shit and then upload it to the Pro Tools and mess around with it. Reverse it, do all kinds of stuff.
Burgundy.
We did a little bit of Foley too in my audio engineering school. We did obviously cans were easy to get, cans and like buckets and all kinds of stuff. Get like sand and have the mic turned up real sensitive and pour sand onto a piece of paper. It sounds awesome.
Yeah, I know Audacity has the able to create samples, and then you can make a wave synth table out of it.
Yeah, Audacity's good for that, for sure. For sure.
Because that's how I was able to record Davey Numbs one time going off, calling me a douchebag. So I backmasked it because I was sitting there going, "Nah, dude, I know, your Hebraic origin, you're Hebrew too." And he goes, "No, I'm not." And he goes, "Whatever, you douchebag." And I bass-smacked it, and he goes, "I am Uden." And I was like, "Yeah, see right there, that says it right there." And he goes, "Shut up, man." It was funny.
Yeah, get some Inglourious Bastards quotes for that.
Yeah.
That would, that one, and we made memes, or they made memes out of Leonardo DiCaprio in Django Unchained, right? Well, why don't we get some quotes from it too, right? Get it on Creation Bear's little button pusher. Here I am going, hey, y'all should do this. I'll just do it.
I remember this one episode of South Park where Cartman goes up to, I can't remember what school it is, but it's this big NAACP basketball school, right? And he goes up there and he's dressed like a Southern gentleman from like Leonardo DiCaprio, right? who's acting like Leonardo DiCaprio from Django Unchained. And he goes, "Yeah, I just want to know how you get your slaves to cooperate without wanting payment." And he goes, "Oh, we don't have slaves; they're athletes." And he goes, "Oh, athletes! Oh, that's a good one. I gotta remember that one." I just started laughing my ass off.
Yeah, that's great.
I was
Tarantino,
like, man, these guys are so fucked up. Matt and Trey Smith, Matt Parker, Trey Smith,
They didn't do Django Unchained, did they?
Trey Stone. No, they did the South Park episode though.
Right.
No, that was Tarantino. And I guess he's doing his last film because he says there comes a point where somebody will get too old and they'll just start making shit. And
Well,
they
that's
have
true, for sure.
where everybody will sit there and say, "Oh, it's great," even though in reality it's shit. So he's making his last film.
That's a man. See, I hate watching Tarantino in an interview. He can't stop talking about himself and how great his movies are. But I respect the fact that he sees that there is a time and a place, and there's a time to hang up your hat. There really is. That's good. Since I'm going to live forever, I won't ever know that feeling, but you know.
Yeah, only the good die young. That's why I'm going to live to be a million.
A million.
Man.
Go
So you're
on.
talking about
Say motherfucker one more time. Sorry, go ahead.
that was about the video you shared. That's all about like sound effects, like Jurassic Park, how the sound effect they used to where the dinosaurs were hatching out of the eggs was like a regular cake ice cream cone getting broken up.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's neat, dude. And you
Yeah.
know, when they stab, like when they do stabbings in movies and TV, they stab real meat with big knives, and they chop like it's just beef or whatever's going to make the most noise. A lot of times pork because it's a little thicker. Anyway.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about. Glad. I don't know what that style is called, but it's all about like you take a sample and you can break it up to make different things, and yeah.
Over Flat Earth? Weet je wat je dan keihard moet roepen? Nee, de aarde kan niet plat zijn, want hij is al hol. Hij is al hol? Ja, hollow Earth. Oké, maar als we horen mij.
How's it going out there? Are you dead during the workday?
The globe is a ball, and you can't prove it.
No one can prove it. Got any glove believers in here? Last night I went over into Gem Panda server for the first time.
How did you fare?
Well, I kept it cool at first. Then I kind of wrecked through a few people like a bull in a china shop a little bit. Didn't intend to do it that way, but
Were you a stumbling bull, or were you a bull with a purpose?
somewhere in between, probably.
Well, I didn't mean to break that one. Oh, didn't mean to break that one. Oh, that one I really don't like.
Well, I was asking for, because first they asked me like my background, you know, why I'm a skeptic of things, this, that, and the other, and all that, just general stuff. But then I was saying that you can't. At some point, you gotta trust some people for certain things. You know, like you have to trust that airplane engineers built a plane correctly. I can't go study how to be an airplane engineer just to go fly a plane. Like at some point, I have to trust people. But generally speaking, once I look into a topic, I'm looking for something to meet my standard of proof. And once I looked into the globe, it didn't meet my standard of proof. So I asked them for some experiments that I could do myself that prove that the Earth is a sphere so that I can check it out myself. And their number one experiment was looking at the stars, of course. So
What kind of fucking experiment is looking at the stars?
they seriously believe that shit too. Like they were adamant about it. And I'm like, well, can you walk
By
me?
that means
Can you walk me
watching
through how you
YouTube
jumped
videos.
from observing a so-called southern pole to the Earth that has to be a sphere? They use the words, the only explanation is a sphere if the stars are doing this. So I'm like, wait. Can you walk me through how you got from point A to point B? And then, of course, they just mentioned point A and then point B. I'm like, wait. How did you get to point B? Well, I saw the stars doing this thing, and therefore the only explanation is a sphere. Wait.
Yeah, but see, that's the problem. They're flawed with their definitions, right? This is why. Because if just looking at the stars is considered an experiment, and watching NASA on TV is science and research.
Exactly. And we got into so then they came up with something that they're calling observational science. I said, well, I'm giving you credit for at least
What the fuck
giving it.
is observational science?
That was my first question. But once we got into the nonsense of it, I said, I give you credit for at least calling it something else and distinguishing it from science. They're like, no, it all falls under the umbrella of science. I said, okay, that's your right to believe that. I said, me personally, I don't see it that way because when you say the word science, it packs a punch. Because when you say science, there's a long history of people using the actual experimentation to prove hypothesis. So when you say the word science, it packs a punch, and you can't just name anything you're doing science. So if you want to do that, that's fine. I don't do that. And one guy's saying that he was a geodesist for 30 years and all this shit. So the first thing I asked him was, so you take measurements and then you use an equation to add in spherical geometry, right? He's like, no, we don't do that. He said the actual measurements, it's built into the measurement. I'm like, wait. What do you mean built in? So then we went through the whole 20-minute thing for him to admit, yes, we do use an equation to add the spherical geometry. It's like, that's where we started, dude. Jesus, like pulling teeth.
Yeah.
And then he said straight up, he said, so separately from GeoDZ, we have confirmed and measured the radius. Therefore, we can use that in our equation. So I said, okay. So like I said, you're using it in an equation and adding it to the measurement. You're not measuring curvature. And they finally said yes. Like, well, damn. That's what I was saying the whole time. It was funny, though, asking for the experiment and having them keep saying, oh, so here's your experiment. You take the flat Earth and you look at the star. I'm like, no. I don't want no proof of negative of some flat Earth straw man. I said, I'm asking you how I can do an experiment to prove sphere Earth. And they say, so what you do is on a flat Earth. I'm like, no, I don't give a damn about the flat Earth. Tell me about your sphere. It was what I expected. You know what I mean? Wasn't really shocked or anything. For people to double and triple down like that, they gotta be doing it intentionally, man. And then he says that he takes 20-mile measurements.
These people are the ones that are targeted, right? These are the targeted individuals, not us. So they feel that, they have to attack everybody that's disseminating the truth because everything they know of is a lie, and everything anybody says about the truth destroys their world paradigm, and they can't have that apocalypse happening, right?
Yeah,
Their
the
ego's too
for
powerful.
sure.
Their ego's too powerful for it.
Because the dude really did do 30 years of geodetic surveying. He has no choice. He has to double down. Like you said, it'll interrupt the whole worldview. And nobody wants to feel like their whole career has been a lie or anything.
Yep. That's the problem with Matthew Learns, right? It's already been confirmed. I already confirmed it with him that, he has to perpetrate, no matter what, he has to go along with the globe narrative because of his career, that he could not, with good consciousness, continue doing what he's doing. He goes, yeah, that's right. And I go, well, I mean, what's the conflict of interest here then? It's like, why are you here trying to defend the globe when you know that it's not a ball? There's no measurable axial rotation, right? There's no measurable curvature of the Earth, right? We see too far. Space is a violation of entropy, no matter what. Things that are more highly energetic because either pressure or heat, they have more energy. And an area where there's a vacuum, right, is devoid of energy, meaning empty space. So that, that gas will fill the vacuum. The vacuum doesn't pull the pressure, right? The pressure fills the vacuum. It fills the void.
Yep.
That's what people don't understand, It's like, if, there is no container, then the pressure that's inside the Earth would vacate in all directions at the same time. It'd be fucking apocalyptic.
It would be even harder to have that vacuum without a container. They're both impossible, but it would be even harder. Look at the what is the strength of that vacuum they have, the NASA vacuum that's like they got 8-foot thick walls. I think it's like 10 to the -6 torr. And they got 8-foot walls. Like, so these people are in thin ass spacesuits in 10 to the -17 torr. Give me a break.
Yeah, even the bell jar, right? The bell jar that people use for a vacuum chamber to run sputtering things so they can sputter metal on other surfaces like metal and glass, so they can have like printed circuit boards on glass slides for some reason. anyways, they have to use what's called, it's a rather thick bell jar. It's about 3/4 of an inch thick glass. I mean, why couldn't they use a thin freaking, light bulb envelope type glass? Yeah, the envelope inside of a light bulb is lower pressure, but that doesn't mean it's a negative pressure. It's just a lower pressure than atmospheric pressure and backfed with argon and whatever, so it doesn't burn up the fucking. It protects the filament from oxygen. I mean, it's like they don't understand property physics, like material physics. They want to go ahead and jump to the things that cannot be measured, the non-physical things like the luminaries, or they want to jump to the sky. Oh, I'm gonna find out what's going on the ground, dude. I'm just confused, so I'm just gonna look up at the sky and blow bubbles.
Yeah, it's gotten pretty bad. It's gotten off in the la la land. It's like where people can't. And back even when people like Einstein wrote their little philosophical diatribes, people recognized it as that. They didn't just bow down instantly and say, "Oh, did you hear? This paper says this is science," and this, like, they didn't even. People knew that, hey, this is just some guy's opinion. Like, I mean, the layman, like the average person. It's like, hey, this dude went on a whole philosophical, speculatory adventure on his paper. Cool story.
What if Einstein was a Nazi? Oh no.
Yeah, it was bad though. So I finally said, okay, so what you're telling me is when you observe the stars, it matches your globe model. They said yes. I said, okay, let's move past that. Now, do you have any experiments where I can test that the Earth is a sphere or rotating? And then they gave me, the sunset. I said, okay, so you're saying a sunset matches your globe model? They said, yeah. I said, okay, let's move past that. Do you have any experiments? And they're like, geodetic surveys and photographs. So that was all they gave me. They gave me what the stars are doing, what the sun is doing, geodetic surveys and photographs. That's what they sent me off with to experiment to find out if the sphere was true. Like, man,
I
this
could
is
have
pretty
talked to
weak,
them.
you guys.
I could have talked to them and said, okay, well, this is my experience in over 12 years of running a psychological survey and a social experiment on Facebook. I mean, how do I know? Well, because there's a control, there's a variable, and there's an independent. It's not just me that's doing this, but I'll see what the other people are doing. That's my independent and my control. My control is doing nothing, whereas is my variable, my actual experiment that I'm trying to run to see how things change is how I comment back on the people, right? And usually if I comment back with some sort of a positive feedback loop, it goes nowhere. However, when I comment back with a little bit of insult, with a negative feedback, with some truth to it, it really eats at their ego and they cannot stop thinking about it.
Yeah. It's next to impossible to eliminate the variables with psychological stuff, but
Exactly. That's why the independent and the controls have to be specialized by, joining under a different account, a SOC account, and not doing anything as the control, and then the dependent or the whatever the dependent variable is responding how everybody else would respond, right?
Yeah.
And the actual variable that you want to, the independent variable that you want to change something, you comment back with something different, and you watch their freaking mental issues flag. Like this one lady, everybody, oh, you're so beautiful, you got such a great smile, and I'm just like, okay, this is going on for like 3 days now. People keep commenting on this one post, and I'll go, what are you talking about? Looks like she can eat an apple through a picket fence. And she's got buck teeth. And then, oh my God, she started getting all insecure. And then all of these dependent variables started attacking me. Even the control variables started to attack me. And I'm just like, really, you need to read, my profile and find out what owner operator self-psychology, psychological experimentation truly is. And this is just, for my own shits and giggles to try to figure out why this narcissism has taken hold of our society.
That's funny because I did a video once basically postulating what you're saying right now. Like, can we do an experiment on Globers themselves to see why they think pseudoscience is science or something like that along those lines? And I brought it up in here, and it's just a joke kind of video. It's not like a serious, it's not a serious thing at all. But I brought it up in here, and people had a meltdown saying, "Oh, you don't know what real science is. It's only natural science." I said, "I get all that, man. I'm just bullshitting." And seeing, and yeah, there were some people in here that really didn't like that.
Yeah, but we can both agree that, looking at something is not science.
Yeah, exactly. And he said,
I mean,
when they asked me what science was, I told him. And then he said, well, there's two types of science. There's a science with experimentation of a hypothesis, and then there's observation and conclusion. I said, no, there's no fucking
That's
observation and
pseudoscience.
conclusion. That's retarded.
He's sort of right about there being two sciences. There's actually three sciences, right? You have science that's backed with the scientific method that's been refuted even back when science was mixed with mythology, religion. That's what it was all about. It was all about experimentation. This happens because this happens. That the fire happens in the woods because the lightning strikes the timber. That kind of a thing. And well, what strikes the timber? Well, we don't know. We're going to call that energy a god. That kind of a thing. It's a way of explaining the unknown, right? So when you think about it that way, right, it goes deep, real deep, right, to where people have a way that something was explained to them, and they don't want to change their worldview, because if they change their worldview, then that truly means that they are lost at sea and sinking without a bail.
Yeah, for sure.
But only those that know how to swim will jump ship and swim to an island and create their own paradise. Some people can look at, being on one of these, islands out in the Pacific, like stranded, dire straits, and other people would look at it, answer to my prayers. It all depends on how you look at things.
Yep.
If you were truly looking for truth because you thought something was not right, and you go by, okay, well, I believe this and I believe this because the news is telling me, well, then you need to figure out who owns the news and why are all the news channels saying the same thing? Oh, because it must be true. No, you dumb motherfucker.
Yeah.
True journalism is who, what, where, why, how, and when. 6 points. That's how journalism is done. Most of these journalists only go with the who, how, and why.
For sure. And it's half of it's scripted anyway.
Yeah.
If not all of it. But it's sad.
I mean, dude, you learn, okay, the people learn 3 different ways. I can't remember how it's called. It was called the didactic system or something like that, right? You learn by watching, so observing. You learn by reading instruction, and you learn by hands-on knowledge. So watching isn't just, reading about something or watching a movie. It's watching somebody build a house, right?
Yeah.
But the best way is to read about it, watch somebody do it, and then help them do it. So you have hands-on. Then you know definitely how to do it. You know what I mean?
For sure.
And people don't
a lot of people
understand
learn
how to
more
be
by
that.
doing.
Well, most people want to attain that 33, right? Everybody wants that 33. Even these fucking Masons want that 33. But that 33 is something special. It's a special mindset where you learn equally across all 3 platforms of learning. That's all it is.
Yep.
Because
Another
you have
example is people they'll find out someone cheated on them, and it's like hurtful, it's painful. Oh, it's the truth. I saw that they cheated on me, and they'll revert back in and go into denial and choose to live their life pretending that that never happened. The same thing with these other people. It's like they don't want to interrupt their life for truth. Like they don't want to trudge through it. They just want to go into denial and skip right over it.
And then something else, like even with my own mom, right? She'll be sitting here listening to us sometimes talking, because I'll just have this playing in the background while I'm helping her move. And she goes, well, who cares? I mean, like, really, who cares? And I go, that's the main issue right there. It's not about the anti-flat earthers. It's not about those that don't look into the information. It's about those that might look into the information and then just say, well, then I don't know what to think. It doesn't matter. Right? That's the problem. These black pillars.
Yeah. And that's a choice people make too. They're actively making that choice when they even say that. When they say, "Well, what does it matter?" It doesn't. Then, obviously, to you.
Well, see, it's going to take me about another 6 months of talking to her and showing her little snippets and videos. Like she's starting to send me things that I knew about like 6 years ago, saying, "Look, did you know about this?" Yes. You didn't listen to me. You thought it was crazy. So she's eventually going to come around and realize, hey, my son might know something. So, but the thing is, I keep telling her, sorcery, it's not good for you. But yet she keeps going to the doctors to have a laser beam shot in her eye. And before she could see, right, there's just a little bit cloudy. Now she's completely blind in one eye and she can only see like 10% out of the other eye because they've been shooting laser beams in her eye. I told her, stop going there. You ain't paying the guy, so he don't care about you. He's getting checked from the government. He's just going to fucking shoot lasers in your eye while fucking kicking his tongue sideways.
Yeah, he went to whatever vocational school and he's getting his whatever. I don't know. Is it an actual doctor doing that, or is it someone that went to?
I don't know. I think it's a technician. I mean, most of these technicians that run the machines are not doctors.
Yeah, exactly. Like a radiologist or something like that. You just go to a vocational school and then you get your $18.50 an hour or whatever it is to.
I don't even think an optometrist is a real doctor, are they?
I highly doubt it. I don't think they go through the same.
I know a dentist is considered a doctor because it's about health, right?
And
so
chiropractors even go through pretty extensive.
Doctors of dentistry, right? So it's a little like it's not MD, it's DMD, Doctor of Medical Dentistry or some shit. It's crazy.
Well, chiropractors go through pretty extensive training, just like doctors too.
Yeah. I don't know.
I would trust a chiropractor more than a doctor.
Well, a chiropractor knows about homeostasis in your body. And the doctor don't give a shit about homeostasis. Well, you have a little bit of imbalance. Well, here, let's give you a little bit more to tip the scale the other in the wrong direction. To hopefully, there'll be a response that'll right it. No, just put the balance on the other end and balance out the system.
Exactly.
Shit.
And they know about the nervous system, and like you said, homeostasis, which makes infinitely more sense to treat the cause instead of the outcome.
I mean, just look at nature, right? Everything we know about nature, and it's the things we've been talking about, about the entropy. Everything in reality seeks equilibrium, the homeostasis, right? Heat doesn't fucking disappear. The cold doesn't infect the things that are hot. The heat radiates out and equalizes the heat with the rest of the environment, right? So it's one of these things to where if you understand that things that are more energetic want to be at rest, and the things that are rest want to stay at rest, right? Then science makes a little bit more sense. But when you think that, everything's just happen chance and it's just a bunch of balls on a billiard table and you just have to throw in the right amount of fucking cue balls to create this molecule. No, dude, that doesn't work. Good luck trying to create fucking gold in a particle accelerator. Go ahead. You know, you'll spend fucking millions and millions and millions, billions of dollars and fucking years of research just to do that. Meanwhile, I'll get like 1,000,000 times that amount in one weekend just by going where I know there's gold and digging, doing a little bit of hard work. You know, it's like, fuck the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone is not even fucking science. Oh, but we want alchemy to be real. Yeah, that's why you make chemistry. But you know what? It's all still equivalent exchange. You cannot have anything that upsets that equilibrium unless you have a catalyst. And you think the Philosopher's Stone is a magical catalyst? No.
Yeah, they're just like always. Their dogma predates any so-called discovery. So they've been wanting that. They've been pushing that alchemy stuff for a long, long time, and it's more of a religious thing.
Yeah. Well,
They like
here's
to
the thing.
bring their
Exactly.
religion into fruition.
The Philosopher's Stone is not something physical. It's a mindset. It's a spiritual state. It's when you attain enlightenment, so you know what is true. It's so people can go from one thing to all of a sudden start philosophizing about everything. So when you look at everything as a philosophy, then that means you are stoned by the philosophers. You're high, right? It's a spiritual thing, and it's demonic. People are going to sit there like, I know a lot of these scientifics just turn their fucking shit off and rage quit and all that shit because I said spiritual. Well, you could say mental as well, but how can something outside your mind influence your mind? I know things outside your spirit can invade your spirit.
Well, yeah, even thoughts are immaterial.
Yeah. So
Concepts are immaterial.
Just think of the psyche as something that is not physical, right? Your mind is not physical. You might think it's in your head, but it's not physical. Right? That is the spirit.
Yeah.
It's the thing that survives after you die.
For you to have thoughts, it has to be immaterial. It's not.
Yeah.
It's like if I told you go across this lake with this mirror, and I'm gonna zoom in on you, and you reflect the sun to me, and we're gonna do this curvature experiment. When you're over there with the mirror and I'm over here with the camera, there's no like physical agreement between us floating above the lake. It's immaterial. And it makes sense to it that immaterial could cause material things to do things.
Well, just going based on the ghost that controls the machine, right?
Yeah. And then there's some sort of immaterial thing behind it. We don't know if it's one consciousness. We don't know if it's individual. Like how Ken Wheeler references the destroying the radio. There's still a signal there. So in that case, there would be one signal.
Yeah, but see what I think they're trying to do, right, is create a state or develop a way to separate the mind from the body, to separate your abstract thoughts, your consciousness from the body, and clone it somehow so they can upload it into a machine.
Yeah.
So it's a virtual world where you never die. Have you ever seen that show Devs? And this happened right around when the Holocaust started.
No.
Devs, man, it was on FX. It's all about these quantum computers and they come up with this neat little algorithmic code that has the ability to predict everything in reality, everything from the beginning to the end and everything in between. Like it can know what you're going to do. Even if you consciously go about not making that decision, you will always end up making that decision, just like the projection showed. So it's like they did that. They created the singularity world so that they can upload their consciousness after they're dead and be in a world where they are gods. It's
exactly.
the thing is when you start watching it, you're like devs. Okay, well, it kind of looks like a, don't look like a V, looks like a U. And then later on, like the last episode, he goes, yeah, it's play on words. It's not actually devs, it's deos, because we're creating ourselves to be gods in the afterlife.
Yeah, they're pushing for that hard for sure. But imagine the hell they're going to create. Imagine tumbling around in a digital world endlessly forever. They could end up creating a pure hell for themselves.
Yep.
Sounds like hell, man. Tumbling around in the digital world forever and ever and ever. What if you get stuck in some fucking algorithm somewhere, like some bad mushroom trip or something? You're
Or
just
what if
stuck.
you have somebody that has a higher user clearance to where they're able to generate code and then infect your code? Because at that time, that's all you are is code, right? Infect your code to where you turn into something different and it crashes the system, then everybody's gone. Well, that's not true afterlife now, is it? Transhumanists. But see, here's one thing. They're still going to need somebody around to man the power stations, the fuel reactors and all that, and make sure, that the creepy crawlies don't jam up the electronics. So there's still going to be people around when these people are in their Borg cube of hell.
Yeah. They're batshit crazy, man. Have you watched Metropolis?
Yes.
They spelled it out right there.
Yep. And that was like fucking in the 20s, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was 27, I think. Yeah,
Almost
it's
100
kind of
years.
a Kabbalistic, Talmudic type of mindset where you can create AI. You can basically create life as you're like a god, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah, that transhumanist nonsense. They've been pushing that a long time.
And you notice how that robot was dancing in the movie Metropolis with the
Yeah,
gyrating
just like
motions and
Beyonce and all of
gyration.
them.
Yep.
For sure. Because they pay, because when I did my, actually when I started my channel, I started it to expose the LGBT agenda. And at the end of the LGBT agenda, I broke down Metropolis and showed, which a lot of us know, obviously, that they use the pop stars and all that. And I showed Freddie Mercury too, with his Radio Gaga, paying complete homage to Metropolis, where he emulates the movie itself. And then Lady Gaga would name herself Lady Gaga, and then also do Metropolis rituals, and just exposed all of them.
Just listen to these crazy flat earthers talking about conspiracy of some fucking movie over 100 years ago. Yeah, go ahead, keep eating your Cheerios and your freaking ho-hos and your fake foods. Find out what happens to you when you grow that bump on your neck. Yeah, it's not an extra brain, I'll tell you that much.
That would be their first brain.
Well, when they did the remake, or when the re-release of Metropolis, they had a new soundtrack for it, and they actually hired Freddie Mercury to do an exclusive song for the re-release of that movie. These people are clearly involved with the occult and paying homage to Metropolis.
Yep, and they hate the name Jesus Christ.
Oh, for sure. They're very, very anti-Christian.
And I know
Yeah,
this isn't about religion. I'm just saying they dislike that name very much. Why? Maybe there's some truth behind it all.
Well, yeah, they're certainly against that for sure.
I think 2,000 years ago, right, or whenever, he showed up on the scene and threw a monkey wrench in the secret societies and caused them to go into hiding.
Oh yeah, he said, "For in secret, I've said nothing."
Yeah.
It's like it doesn't get any better than that. It's that mystery school style.
And they're really ramping shit up now, aren't they?
This is a slide from my presentation I did. On the left is a direct clip from Metropolis. On the right is a direct clip from Madonna's "Express Yourself" video. So it's inarguable that they're paying homage to these occult movies. And you know what's crazy? I remember back, because I've been telling people about that for like many, many years. And I remember about 10 years ago or so, I went to Best Buy. They have a store called Best Buy here, and electronic store, but they have like 4 aisles of movies. It's not like a compendium of movies. It's just like the new movies, the new releases. So it was like all 2010 movies or whatever it is. And then the one movie they had that didn't come out this year was Metropolis. They always kept it available for sale because it's highly, highly revered in the occult. And I went to a
How much
bar
did you
one
pay
time.
for it?
What?
How much did you pay for it?
I didn't pay for it right then. I didn't buy it then.
Because you do know that it's free on YouTube, right?
Yeah, exactly. But I didn't buy it. I'm just saying that I was looking through the movies, and that was the one. Like, they didn't have Shirley Temple or any type of classics. Literally, the only movie older than 1 years old was Metropolis.
Crazy.
They make it available. And I went to this bar in downtown Sacramento once, and because I wanted some food, so I ordered a burger or whatever. And I'm looking, and I look at the wall or at the TV. They were playing Metropolis on the TV, and I looked behind me, and it was Metropolis, but it was not live. Like, the one was from TMC, like being broadcasted. The other one was from a DVD. So I'm like, these people got Metropolis playing double here from 2 different sources. And then when the bartender comes up to me, I see the little Baphomet sigils and stuff on her necklace. I'm like, I walked into a witch coven here, man.
Yeah, fuck that.
I didn't go back there.
You just scream out, "You're not taking my seed."
I was like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. This is not, not cool, man. Yeah, there's no doubt that they pay homage for sure. This is another slide right here. As you know, they had the staircase they're coming down from being sacrificed to Moloch and all that. And they got the Whore of Babylon with the people around her. This is Madonna in the middle, directly emulating Metropolis. And then the famous pointy boob outfit, that's her Metropolis outfit. And then on the bottom and on the right, that's directly paying homage to Metropolis. There's no way around it.
What's the significance of the Metropolis movie?
What's that?
What's the significance of that movie?
Well, it's basically a transhumanist agenda is spelled out.
Are you saying Necropolis or Metropolis?
Metropolis.
The idea is to have people working underground to run, just smart enough to run the machines, while the people sit like a Fendi and eat on the above ground. And it's about reducing people to menial tasks to run the machines and whatnot.
I don't think I've seen it.
It's a must see.
Can anybody put a link to it? Is it on YouTube? I heard YouTube.
It's in the chat.
I linked it. Shit.
It's at let's see, right here. 49 minutes also. In BitChute, you can watch it. 1927.
So these pop stars, they do these rituals on stage. Here's Kylie Minogue. They do these rituals where they dress up as the robot.
That's true.
Seducing the men.
A bunch of that.
And, yeah, this is what they do.
It's wild. See it out at all those halftime games and all that crazy shit. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Rob Zombie's too. Living Dead Girl.
Wild. You see their own little demonic rituals they have at their award shows.
Is this a black and white movie?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a silent
What
film.
year is it? What year is it?
1927.
1927.
Okay. Yeah, I
And
definitely
there you
not
can
seen
see
it.
you can see Janelle Monáe. She's mimicking the Metropolis cover there, or advertisement, calling herself the Arch Android, and she calls her fans her little droids. And you can see all the duality, black and white, and all that. Like this is
Yeah,
not by
she's
accident, obviously.
definitely Eastern Star right there.
Yep.
Call them outs like I sees them. See her throwing up the 6.
Yeah.
The double 666.
Exactly.
And they will have 6 fingers.
Here's Freddie Mercury. So he did. It's called Love Kills. He did an exclusive song for the re-release. And on the top middle, the black and white is Metropolis, and in the top middle right, that's colored. That's Freddie Mercury in his video.
Yep.
Paying homage. And on the bottom left is Metropolis. The bottom middle is Freddie Mercury. And then the bottom right, that's a clip from Freddie Mercury's video. It literally says, "Thanks to Metropolis." So this is just point blank proven. Their Bohemian Rhapsody was an homage to Marlene Dietrich, who was the face of debauchery for this Weimar Republic, where this
Probably she could have been the first Hollywood tranny or something too.
Yeah.
Or it might have been Marilyn.
They're
I don't
all
know.
crazy. It's all
I
just
think
coincidence.
Yeah, I think they were doing it since the very beginning in that part of that part of the of America.
Charlie Chaplin.
Yeah, since over 100 years. So there's strange shit going on.
Charlie Chaplin played in drag.
Some of
and
the
that
early
video was called Radio Gaga, and then you'd have another star name themselves after his homage to Metropolis and do her own homages, her own Metropolis ritual.
Yeah, how they just continue to push this stuff onward too is just incredible.
Who the fuck is here? Who's here to car doors?
And if you watch that Born Like Us video, it's literally like Metropolis 2.0. She's giving birth to the new race in that video. It's sick. Which we know these people make a bunch of sick stuff. I usually don't go and watch all of it, but in specific cases like this, I will.
Yeah, I saw a whole expose on Lady Gaga. There's a lot of freaking Freemasonry, like even in the building she lived in, and her parents. Like, it's our stuff, man. Really,
No, man, it's just edgy shit, man.
you don't just
Cool.
make that shit up. If you know how to follow crumb trails, then you'll freaking discover this stuff. And what's so strange about it these days is like now everywhere I look, I find this kind of odd stuff. It doesn't matter. That got so freaky for me. I'm like, oh my God, I got to stop looking now for a while. I can't take it.
Yeah, it was overlooked.
Sonny,
Yeah.
glad to hear you back, man.
Thanks. Wait a minute. Who is that? Is that Mr. Anderson?
No, it's Josh.
That's Joshua.
Oh, Joshua. Thanks, man. Thanks. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I hope he's all right, man.
Well, I've never had an easy time of anything, so for me it's just kind of more of the same. Things not all that pleasant. But anyway, it's okay. I'm all right. I'm gonna make it. I still have high hopes, and yeah, I don't know. I'm just staying to myself. What I do is I put a big old pot of water on, and I put all these herbs like eucalyptus and juniper, if I can find it. What else? I found all these trees, right? So there's a tea tree there, which is very aromatic. You boil that stuff with like I literally make a potion and boil it in my house. It makes it smell great in here.
Yeah.
And it's helping my breathing.
Right
So it's
on.
nice. That's a
I
change.
know a buddy of mine. He has frankincense, myrrh, and copal, and that's basically what he does. He exports from Mexico to the United States,
That's
and it's
cool.
good quality stuff. I don't know how much it is, but I
Yeah.
can get a look at if you're interested in that kind of incense.
Well,
This
no,
is more
because
like
you see, because where I live here in California, there's a tree garden that's trees for health, and there's every
okay.
kind of plant. There's lavender and sage and like several varieties, mulberry trees. There's a coffee bean bush. There's a freaking allspice tree. There's a passion flower bush thing, and like it's amazing. So I take a lot of that stuff in the spring and summertime. I make tea out of like goldenrod and a whole bunch of different things and make my own tea. Yeah, and I boil the shit in my bathroom under a camp stove and steam it all up in there and burn a little sage in there and smoke indica and sit in a bathtub. It's freaking great.
So now we know the secret to his
You should try it.
music talent right here, guys.
No, I'm truly a Cancer where sometimes I have to retreat into my own home and just stay in here and take care of myself the best I can, you know?
Yeah. Wait a minute. Did you say you were a Cancer? Because I'm a Taurus.
I'm a Cancer. Yeah, my son. I have a Taurus son.
Yeah.
And a Pisces son.
Cancer.
Oh yeah, it's a trip. It's a strange
Small
life.
world, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's glad to hear your voice. Glad to hear you're back.
Yeah, it's cool. Last 2 days I've been listening to the conversation, and it's very good. The conversation's been good. So I like listening to you guys a lot. Yeah. Anyway, I don't have a lot to say. Sometimes I have a lot to say. I'll think of things to say. I just don't like taking up all the bandwidth, and I'm not here to talk about myself. So anyway, yeah, it's a good day.
I was just gonna say, I think I have a problem. I think I have too many peppers.
Too many what?
Peppers.
Wait a minute. Did you say peckers?
Peppers. Pepper.
Peppers. I'm like, what the heck?
Chilies.
Chilies. Yeah, okay. That's awesome, right? Yeah.
I got too many of them. I got to thin them out, otherwise they're not going to get big. And I just realized how many of them I have. Thought I only had like 4. I got like 80.
Wow.
Oh, man. I just want to grow some of them so I can pickle some fucking sweet peppers. Damn. Guaranteed the first time around I'll fuck it up. Too much salt or something.
Is there a 13th zodiac sign?
They say it's a fucus, but a fucus is really the hidden one because it takes up like 3 different constellations. But yeah, Ophiuchus is not a good sign. It's not a good thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just
it's
in regards to we used to have 13 months, you know. So I was just wondering.
Well, I think some would say Draco would be in there because it's just off the ecliptic.
Mm-hmm.
And coincidentally,
if our
the stories
calendar
of the pirate.
and record of time is all messed up and skewed, as we think it is, wouldn't we all kind of be not necessarily the signs we think we are?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. If you get fuck, what the hell is it called? Let me think. Shit, what's this? Give me the app because you can actually go back in time. Star Walk 2. Go to Star Walk 2. Face the east, like maneuver the thing to the east, and then go back to your date of birth. Go back in time to your date of birth and see what sign the sun is in. Right. See, I was born on 420, which puts me in the middle of Aries and Taurus. But when I do that Star Walk, I'm in the middle of Pisces.
I'm gonna do that and see what we get.
Don't be surprised if you're not what you think you are.
Yeah, thanks for that. I'm gonna check it out.
Yeah. That is if you have an Android. I don't know what one for. I think it might be the same app for iPhone.
Yeah, I'm on Android.
All right, cool. Coincidentally, the origin of the fire-breathing dragon is not necessarily a creature that breathed fire, but perhaps the constellation Draco, because emanating from the mouth of Draco is a meteor shower. So it's literally fire coming from the mouth of a dragon. Another meteor shower is emanating from the Pleiades or the heart of Taurus, the celestial bull. So all these different mythologies have observations that go along with it. That's why I say science is mixed with mythology back in the day.
That kind of goes along with, what is it called? Enochian lore or Enochian beliefs, like the Enoch, what he talks about. There being these planets that are prisoners because they went off their course assigned. So they still have to like slave away almost. But there's one that goes and torments these people. It flies around throwing fireballs at them.
What if Einstein was a Nazi because he thought he was an Anunnaki? Think about that, man. What are these 13 bloodlines? There's also a story of 14 dragons, and one of the dragons is put away to where only 13 dragons can still play. It's an ancient poem. At one time, all 14 dragons played in the cosmos together. Then there was a war and strife, and one of the dragons was put away, never to be seen again, while the other 13 dragons have fun. And they dread the day that the 14th dragon breaks free, because it will consume and destroy everything and everyone. I wish I still had that poem. I can't find it anymore. Like, it's in English, but the way, like, if you just look at it, you can't read it. You have to like read in between lines and kind of like do the pareidolia where certain two letters put together will create another letter. It's weird. I think it's an old Anglo poem. So Sonny makes his own potpourri.
Yeah. So that's what I like, a new tradition for myself. I started this thing where I'm just gonna have this pot in the winter boiling of all these aromatic and different kinds of herbs, and it cleans the air. It's nice.
Plus, if you have the moisture in the air, you won't get that static electricity and shock yourself every time you get up to use the bathroom and touch the handle.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah, it's like my favorite time of the year right now.
Yeah, so the weather doesn't change too much here, but...
Well, I mean, it's my favorite time of the year because my indica is ripe and my sativa will be ripening up around February.
That sounds so great. I wish I could see that.
Yeah, it's funny. These ones are about ready to be done. The trichromes are starting to turn orange, and when I dry a little piece of it, it's fucking ripe. So yeah, these are about ready, and then this one is going to take another while, a little bit longer. But this is more of a sativa as opposed to an indica.
Nice.
All started at the same time too. Also got this one real bushy plant. I don't know what to think about it. It almost sounds like you're off D a little bit.
Probably is. Haven't even tuned this one. It's probably it might be sharp even. Not sure.
Well, because I keep hearing like quite simply D instead of D. Yeah, see how it sounds like D, D.
It is like D. That's D. But I was playing E. A7, A, what was it? A11? A13? Oh, wait a minute. This one. Oh, rad. I have a couple guitars that do better with that sliding a little bit. Just some rambling, 6-string ramblings from Sunny on your whatever day it is. Wednesday.
Wednesday afternoon.
Wednesday afternoon. Time for another cup of coffee, I think. Should I say methinks?
Oh, you didn't hear about that, did you? A good song to be released for Christmas time, right? Is Globers, your shit is starting to sound a lot like bullshit.
Oh, right. I should practice up my own little version. I'll do the rock and roll version.
A blues ballad.
Hey, y'all, there's a new person. Well, never mind. They just leave. Never mind.
Yeah, there was Donovan in here earlier, but they had no roles.
Just look through the list. It's as far as I know, a complete list of globe deniers, such as myself. We deny the existence of said globe. Do you agree?
I don't deny the existence of the paper globe on the desk, but I deny that is reality.
I should have been more specific. You're correct, Josh.
Yeah, because I like blowing up globes. They make good targets, man.
Globes do exist. There's somebody that owns a globe factory and makes money off selling globes, I guess.
Yeah, but the funny thing, all globes start out flat.
Yeah.
But yeah, as opposed to that globe being reality, no, I think it's for entertainment purposes. They're trying to see how gullible you people are. And by the way, it seems you people will believe anything authority says. So take your medicine.
Says right there on the bottom of the globe for educational purposes only. So there you go.
Yeah.
They know education.
We don't need no thoughts control. Fuck the government, because that's all they are is thought control, control of thought, control of Minty. Imagine having to ask permission to use something and exercise something that has always been yours.
Talking about your brain?
No, I'm talking about your rights, your ability to live life how the fuck you want.
Okay, basically the same thing. Brain initiates all this stuff you want to do, I guess.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying.
Well, some people only use 12% of their brain.
You are free to do as you're told, Joshua. Is that okay?
Yeah. You can do whatever you want to as long as it's on this list of approved activities.
I'll give a little preliminary demonstration. It's beginning to look a lot like bullshit all across the globe.
La-di-da.
How's that?
There you go, Sonny. Now you're getting into it.
Mm-hmm. The Christmas spirit.
Very
It's going to be a
uplifting,
fun
Sonny.
one.
Good job.
Sorry, Dave. Got what?
Make it a very uplifting song. There you go.
Right on. Yeah. It's going to be a funny one, I can tell. This is going to be a funny Christmas.
Yeah, I don't believe in it.
Black people keep saying it's going to be a dark winter. What does that mean? It's going to be a long, dark winter.
I don't know.
Do you want me to show you what Operation Dark Winter is?
No, not really.
I'm not sure.
It's on YouTube, and it's already been done before. Yeah, man.
Well, I guess I'll have to go outside more if it's going to be darker then.
Like, basically, when the Soviet Union fell, it was a dark winter.
I don't know if anybody's shouted him out on this channel yet, but we lost another flat earther last week. The flat earth Fokker, Mac. Anybody knows who that is?
Flat Earth who? Flat Earth Fokker?
Yeah.
Oh, shoot.
The guy that lived up in BC evidently collapsed. He was alone in his bathroom. They didn't give details about what happened to him. He obviously had not been jabbed. At least he claimed he had, Let's hope he had. I don't know. Can't talk about that.
Yeah. Just in case you were interested, there it is.
Yeah, but R.I.P. to Flat Earth Fokker. He has some good content. I watched some of his stuff.
Well, see, I think, that, what is it, Flat Earth Finder or Friend Finder or whatever that dating app is on the Sky Moon or Earth Moon Sky Flat Earth thing, that app?
Yeah, Zodiac Clock.
I'm wondering if everyone that passed away was on that app or owned that app, because it could be a way of tracking people down.
Oh, I can't get it. So is that? Hmm.
You can't get what?
I lucked out. None of my devices I can use that app on.
Oh, yeah.
I haven't. There is a way, but I haven't figured out how to do it on Linux on my machine.
Anybody wants to track somebody down is going to do it anyway, whether they have an app or not.
Hey Dave, you're really hard to understand.
I'll shut up.
No, now see, as soon as you said that, it was better. So is it just the mic?
I guess I just got one of these cheap Walmart mics.
Yeah, if it's too far from your mouth, I think that's what.
It's too far away from me. I was just saying, if there's somebody that wants to track somebody down, they're going to do it whether they have an app or not.
Yeah, that's true.
We're all out there public. If you're on the grid, they know where you're at. So they can come and get my ass.
Yeah, good luck on not being on the grid any way at all. That would be nice.
But yeah, he was only like in his 40s, I think. Anyway, it's enough morbid stuff. Just wanted to shout him out. He's in the better place now. Let's hope, whatever that is, It's not here. Whatever here is. It's not a spinning ball zipping around through a vacuum. I know that much. Anyway, back to Sunny Guitar or whatever y'all are doing here. This has been Dead Air Dave at Flat Earth Discord Live. The best place on earth to talk about Earth. There happens to be anybody listening right now. Is my mic still working?
Yes.
Am I cutting? Okay. There happens to be anybody listening on YouTube or anywhere. If you want to talk about this globular thing that supposedly exists, we're going to need some measurements of curvature, motion of the glob, and the existence of the glob in the vacuum of space next to a gas pressure system without containment. Back to you guys.
To the Globers find out hell is flat too.
Hello, how are you? Everything's good?
What did you say, Indio?
Said wait till they find out hell is flat too.
Oh yeah.
Finally died and went to hell. I got away from them flat earthers. Shit, it's flat here. Damn it.
That's funny. A flat hell, that's hilarious, Indio.
That's awesome. Everywhere it's all flat.
Yeah, and all they hear is the demons laughing at them for thinking that they lived on a ball, like 24/7 nonstop. Ah ha 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 ha! You fool! Ah ha ha ha! It'll be fun.
Did they get over here?
That'd be like, remember all those times you were there on the Flat Earth server making fun of those people? They were all right. Now you stuck in your flat hell or you flat heaven, either one.
Yeah, so the anti-globers the anti-flat earthers are the same that crucified Jesus.
What's up, man? How is everybody? Everybody good?
Greetings. How you doing today?
Fine, man. Fine. Just got to work again, like every day, and just, man, just got in here to a little chat for a little while. What's up? What's the news today? Anything shocking happens?
The distinct lack of any tangible evidence for the globe. Go ahead, son.
Yeah, it turns out that Earth is still flat, man.
So nothing serious happened in the world today, correct? Or does happen?
Oh, yeah, but we can't talk about that here.
Oh yes, happened something seriously?
I think there was an alien invasion in Greece. Did you hear about that?
Beijing?
No, an alien invasion. Y'all get
in Athens.
Invaded by aliens. You just haven't seen them yet. I'm just kidding with you, man. You're in Greece, aren't you?
Yes. Just got serious. Yes, I said what happened. I didn't know it.
There was no alien invasion in Greece, just to clarify. Before I pull Orson Welles on everybody.
What are you talking about, man? Greece has been being invaded by aliens for years, ever since we went over. The United States went over to the Middle East and started fucking them up.
Yeah,
we have a lot of pork here. Pork, a lot of pork, but with 2 feet pork, 2 feet porks. I mean the humans. With
yeah,
pork
there's one
minds.
thing we cannot talk about here, so let's just put it this way: nobody has yet to provide any proof of curvature, no actual true measurement. I did learn that what is now colloquially called in the pseudoscience community an experiment is just an observation. So yeah, watching YouTube is science.
Okay, YouTube is also very much controlled. I think it's much obvious now. Before, it's a little bit free, so everybody can post something. But now they have a lot of people inside there. You can report something, many categories reporting something, and they close your account immediately if they see something it's not on agenda. And by the way, who owns YouTube? Okay, we know Facebook. Who owns Facebook? Who owns all the platforms? Who owns YouTube?
Google bought YouTube. Google.
Google owns it?
Yes.
Oh, didn't know that. So it's a big
Yeah, so of
corporation.
course it's going to be censored and algorithm to death if it's censored and algorithm to death on Google search engine. It's going to have the same thing with the Google videos called YouTube.
Yes. Another thing happened to me in
Google.
Yes. Another thing happened to me.
Google.
I got a report that the Google photos of the storage that I've uploaded, it will be not free anymore. They will limit it to 50 gigabytes, and I will soon have to buy some storage. But it was free if you had limited dimension videos and on the photos. 7050p I think. But now you must pay it. after 50 gigas. So they swimming around all the things.
And Google changed the name to Alphabet. So it's Alphabet who owns them. And then Facebook changed their name to Meta. Mass confusion.
Yeah, but the thing is that all the people, they try to upload something, and after some time, you get your video removed.
So, Siler, I was just looking at your roles. You seem sincere and you're VC verified. Do you think you live on a ball?
What do you see that I'm not verified?
No, you don't. All you have is VC verified and seem sincere. So I don't know. So I'm asking, do you think the Earth is a ball?
I think that it's not a ball, 100%. Okay, it's not a ball. I think we living in a. I don't know if it's flat. I don't know. I think it's. I think mostly. I think that's flat, but I think we're living on a. Let's say a surface that it's. We have not explored it yet. It has been explored from Andrew Byrne, I think. He was on a mission for 10 years on North Pole. And I saw Byrne, I think it's his name. And I think we're living on a limited field of all the field that's out there. We are very, very limited, and I think it's all a small village that we're living in, all the countries. Okay. And I think also that the countries is not where they say they are. I think they're on a different place also. Like they explain that we are here and we are here, okay. But if it's like this, if you go on an airplane, you can make around the world very, very fast. Let's say if you're on China, you can travel on America very, very short time because you're a globe. So you are one country away. Am I right or wrong?
Could be. I lost half of that last couple sentences. So I can't really answer. Somebody else answer.
Because if you see the map says that China and US are on the other side of the map, each country. So they are also very, very near because it's one country apart, let's say. But it's not like this. They say it's a very, very, very long trip. Why? If it's a globe, you're very, very, very close by. This is an answer I didn't have yet. And after all that, I think that we are, like I said, limited. There are very, very much fields out there unexplored from the regular people. And I think there are also some creatures, maybe giants or other things, but we have no, let's say, permission to go there. It's another land for us. Because I heard also airports, they have catch people with different money from ours, with a different currency and different passwords. They're not on these countries we have. Very, very different. I think I saw it on YouTube that they found the people with different passwords. and different money from the regular money, all the monetary we had. Did you hear about it?
Hear about what?
About catching people on airports with different currency, with money, and passwords that are not on this planet. Let's say on this countries we're living.
Sounds pretty wild. That sounds pretty wild. Did you got anything back that up? Any citations or anything?
What do you say? I didn't understand.
Any evidence for what you're saying?
Yes, I can find it on YouTube if you like.
You want to stick it in the voice text or whatever? Check it out. So basically, you're done some speculating there, but you agree with all of us that we don't live on a spinning ball zipping around through nothing, right?
Yes, because I said to you, if it's a spinning ball, okay, so you can travel from China in US on 1 hour.
Okay.
If it's a ball, very close.
When you get a chance, the mod should interview you for a flat earther tag if you want one. I'm just saying. I don't know if anybody's on here right now that wants to do it. I'm not a mod.
Okay, but the thing is that I'm very curious about many things, but nobody tells and speak about it. I don't know why.
What kind of things?
The things that, let's say, here in Greece, for let's say 3 months, it was raining. It was the first time 3 months it was raining all the time. All the time. All the time it was.
Okay.
And
so was there floods? Did it flood?
I think it was with machines. You cannot rain 2 months.
Aren't
Is
there,
it possible?
Siler, aren't there great, huge floods that happen in Greece from time to time? Is that true?
What is flood?
Pardon?
I didn't catch the last word you said.
I asked if there are floods in your country, in Greece. Are there floods?
Well, what is the word floods? I didn't
Floods,
understand
like
it.
massive water coming down a river that washes away like towns and things like that.
From Athens happens here, but mostly not. Mostly not.
Okay.
But the thing is that you cannot have a cloud that's raining for 3 months at summer.
Interesting.
In summer, it was raining when I was a child for, let's say, half an hour. And after that, sun come out again. It's very common here.
Wow, interesting.
1 hour, it's raining, and after that, sun come out, and after 2 hours, everything dry again. But not 3 months.
Yeah.
3 months, and it's all time raining and raining and raining. Where is the rain coming from?
Yeah, it's forming above. It's forming above you somehow. Whether we don't like, obviously, there's a lot of questions whether any of our weather is natural anymore. That we know they've been tampering with it for at least 100 years. I would say.
I think that it was on purpose, so they limited the outgoing of the people. If you don't want to go out, you can either regulate rules and said with a lot of police, you don't go out, you go inside your home after 10 o'clock in the afternoon, or all this.
Right. Hey, so I would like to get back to the Earth, though. So you don't believe we live on a sphere at all, correct? Is that what your take is?
Yes, I think it's more simpler, more simply that the presented.
What about the top surface and the relationship between you and every body of water, like every ocean from your position, anywhere you are on Earth, is all horizontal? Do you understand that concept? Where we
Yes,
actually
understand.
Okay. We all like you look out in Greece and out into the ocean from Greece, all completely flat horizon, right?
Yes, I saw also islands, mountains. Very much islands. They're miles away. When it's a clear weather, I can see it. When it's not clear weather,
How many kilometers approximately? How many kilometers?
I don't know how many, but it's very far. It's very far. You cannot see it, measure it. It's, let's say 100 kilometers.
Yeah, yes,
What's the
100
name?
kilometers. Yes.
What's the name
Yeah,
of the
what?
island?
Mhm.
Wait, I will check it out. Wait.
Yeah, you no doubt have lighthouses that are seen for hundreds of miles in that part of Earth. There's lots of water. All that water is at level, like even though the oceans are constantly in motion, we know this. Highly dynamic. But yeah, lighthouses. I would suggest in Greece you could probably see lighthouses on, depending on if it's a weather for seeing the furthest, hundreds of miles.
If you're trying to monitor refraction, would it be more refraction at night or in the day?
I think
day, because the sun seems to be causing this whole circulation thing, right? Because of the air currents that it's creating with its energy, whatever it is.
So I know Globers claim that lighthouses have refraction at night. That was my next question.
Yeah, so that's ridiculous. Show me in navigation manuals then where they have to make a correction for seeing a mirage. Where's that? Where is it in the where is it in navigational charts and manuals for corrections? Where
For
that
refraction?
Yeah, so here's what you just got to get really technical with them. Like if you've ever navigated, you've been on a ship, there's charts you go to for different kinds of things that are happening. So there's deviations, there's kinds of things, but you go to charts. You go to these data logs of information that says, if this, then this, and it gives you numbers, and you make corrections. So I need to know where the correction is for visually seeing freaking lighthouses somewhere. Where's the correction manual? Where's that data? They don't know what they're talking about. But then all you got to do is go, where's the spherical adjacent of a right triangle? We're right back to where we started, navigation, the sextant. Flat horizon is necessary. Level is not curved. Boom. That's it.
The thing is that everybody knows it, but nobody tells about it. Because I think there are many reasons for that. There are reasons that they want to keep it on a myth, let's say, on speculations, on the rabbit hole.
Who is this person in the chat that is purple letters? What are they talking about? Most people don't hang out in places where they think their head is going to explode unless they say something. It's kind of a little odd. Right.
Okay, the thing is, the island is Milos, and it's from it's 96 miles or 155 kilometers. You can see it clearly.
Oh, that's why he's not allowed to speak. Pretender clown. Yeah. Okay. Muted.
It happened. Okay,
So no proof of globe. Yep. Nobody's moving along a globe on a sphere where you have continuing drop in elevation all the way until you are tilting over whichever direction. Let's say you're going forward until you become antipodal, then you're upside down, and all angles in between. Where is this shown? Can you show me where that has been measured? Because
You make a really good point because I feel like I was a globe earther
should be
when I was
easy.
flat.
Okay, can I ask something else also? They said that the God created the world. Okay, did He created the earth or the world? I didn't see anywhere that God created earth like a planet.
No, the ground. God created the ground, right? Above the face of the water. The face of the water, is that kind of like the ocean floor? The face of, okay, the top of the water, the face of the water. You know what the face of the water looks like?
I saw in documentary. Am I correct? Document on the TV, and I think it was Khrushchev. He was all the exploration, something like that. And he told that if some people can see and will see what's down on the sea, they will be scared for the rest of their lives. There inside there are very many big creatures that does not come up on the surface of the sea. And
Oh
they
yeah,
live
I could believe that. That's interesting. I could believe that's true.
was very deep inside. I don't know how deep he was. I think it was with how can you say it? Submarine? Yes, a submarine. And he was very on the surface, and he saw very much things.
Well, if you have links to videos on the subject, feel free to like post them in the live stream voice text or DM them to anyone here. Silver or higher, I guess, something like that.
Yes. And here in Athens, I mean that they will not tell people the truth, because even if the people don't are interested on it, or they don't tell truth because of their money.
Yep. They knew it was coming. Look, a few years ago, they knew it was coming because all the school children started freaking trolling the freaking whole entire class with flat Earth. That's what happened. Right after that, pandemic happened. That was actually planned the year before, and they had to lock down the entire world because
Yeah.
so the whole thing is they get another few million poor souls, children's minds being destroyed, causing emotional scars and damage to young people. So that way they kind of diffuse the whole thing. Like then there will be another whole crisis to take care of in the near future that they created in the first place.
I think that 1984, yes, it was written by
Yes.
ex officer.
George Orwell.
Yeah.
Orwell. Yeah, that's right.
And also a book from the farm of the pigs, the big farm.
Yeah, exactly.
And it was also written. And now I think it's a movie also. The farm of the pigs, or the farm. It will be an actor. He played Smeagol on.
What was the name of that one book about? I forgot the name of it. Does anyone else recall?
What?
Animal Farm.
Animal Farm.
Animal Farm.
Animal
Oh yeah, I
Farm.
remember that.
Animal Farm will be now created like a movie from the actor of the Lord of the Rings. He played Smeagol, the creature, the big.
What creature are we talking about here?
Smeagol, my special, and the Lord of the Rings.
Gollum.
Gollum, yeah.
Gollum. You know, Smeagol.
Yes, yes.
Shmeal.
Precious, my precious.
My precious globe, my precious globe.
Oh, shoot, who's that? That sounded like Master Chief.
Remember? The monologue.
These hobbits forever for destroying my precious globe.
Joshua. Another linguist in here. Wow.
And I think the Animal Farm will be produced 2021.
Yeah, I demand quite a bit of money for my voice talent.
Really? That's interesting. Yeah, that's cool. That's a good skill.
I think it will be a hit because the people already know it and they will go see it.
Yeah, people are already still figuring it out. So I don't know how much they did. These people that we want to call quotations they, you know. But I think it's gonna backfire myself. I don't know.
But the most interesting, you know what it is? It is that it's a little bit suspicious to me. It's like I feel like they want people to wake up on some things, but not a lot of awakening, but a little bit. Let's say they created all the universal with a globe, with everything.
Yeah, just a little bit of house cleaning. This guy, Big D, you're not authorized to come in here and just chat, skank all you want, anything you want. So can somebody moderate this and take care of that?
Yeah,
we don't need you in here. I'm sorry.
You're just a Quim.
Yeah, we don't want you in here. Sorry. Sounds like you already got like dinged. So, Mr. NASA.
Yeah.
So
and
whatever.
He doesn't even remember why he spiraled out of control and got all these negative rolls.
Yeah. Moderator, thank you.
I think the rolls that he got are actually very nice.
No, they are earned rolls.
Yeah,
you understand that?
That's not
I remember you in, was it last night or the night before? I can't remember.
I just deafened him too, so now he can't.
Oh, he's got Children of the Corn. That's the.
I mean, if you just deafen him, you can just go on the live stream.
I got the real.
He can just go on the live stream,
Yeah,
but he can't respond here. Well, I guess he could. Whatever.
So I don't know what deafening will do, but you know.
Can I have flat Earth?
He's listening on the Discord. He can't hear anymore.
His name's probably Dwayne.
The Rock Johnson.
Okay, like I said.
So let's see if that stops him from responding in his delusional fashion.
He's like, where did they go all quiet?
You can see, I don't put up with shit for too long. Like, I'm very lenient with people. And honestly, I don't know if I don't know personally, but if he's got the roles he's got, I think I know who gave them, so I don't have to. It doesn't.
Yeah, you know who gave those roles.
Mm-hmm.
You can go and check that shit out. So,
yeah.
Earned.
And like I said, the all movies are created. It's from Hollywood, and I think Ghetto Beck told that they already give scripts, so they create some movies they like, and they pay off for the productions and all that, so they can create some thoughts about what's coming, what people must thinking, and all that. And after all that, they're creating the Animal Farm that's waking up people. It's a little bit weird. Why do they like to wake up some people? The time also they want to make people to go to sleep again, or create Star.
Yeah. Here's my idea that they knew it was coming. They already had a plan in place for when it happened. They had to kind of direct the flow of this awakening and redirect it into something else, which they've done successfully. Like, you have to admit, the sheeple went right along willingly. The lemurs, whatever you want to call them, lemurs.
I think they create the river, and also after the river, they create also the turns. If the river wants, yes, they let everything's flowing, and after that they create also the turns. They say, okay, you're on my boat now, I can turn you wherever I like to turn to you. Understand? They don't let you go. They always keep you on on a queue, like on something to say. Okay, you do now that. You will do now that. You will do now that. All the time, and all the thoughts you have, it's the seeds they plant on you from the movies, TV shows, sports, and all the media. They plant seeds. They don't let you to think something. They give it to you for free all the time, and say, okay, this is what he will think. They place to you on your mind 100 thoughts, 100 thoughts, but it's all from them. It's not your thoughts. They plan the thoughts. And for all the thoughts, they have also the solution for these thoughts because they created to you. So it's not your thought, it's their thought. So you are always under a ruler, someone who told you what to think and how to think. They don't let you on a
or it's just an opinion, bro.
About what? What is your opinion?
Here we go. So what we'll do is, the guy's still spiraling, and he's not even in the live chat. I think that's a TOS violation.
I think
So,
you would like the conversation in Cogdis better.
yeah, thanks.
What happened?
Yeah, somebody Cogdis this person.
Miguel Sousa? You mean this?
No, not
He's
you.
getting
Someone
frustrated
else.
because his cries for help are falling on deafened walls and not echoing. He can go to the
Yeah,
echo chamber and echo. Right.
Is someone talking or open the mic? What? Or on text?
No, it's only in text, and that's what we're dealing with right now, because it's
They're
not
just
allowed
being a
here.
little bit slow with the R factor. Can't quantify the R. Can't come up with a measurement for R.
Okay.
The only reason why they think R exists is because, well, 24 hours it
Yeah.
takes for the sun to come back to the same spot.
You know, so we could take the other approach with this guy and just talk to him once, and then we'll see what happens. Okay. He's going to be undeafened and unmute. What do you have to say for yourself, Big D?
Greta Thunberg is a retard.
An extremely big D?
Well, there you go. You got points in my book. Greta Thunberg is a retard.
Oh no, that was Joshua that said that. Big
Who
D's
said Joshua?
asking.
Oh,
Big
sorry.
D, you're unmuted.
I know.
Okay, just making sure.
I just don't understand why I was muted in the first place. Last time I was here, I had like one of the better conversations I've ever had with.
Your mic is
I
barely
think
audible.
I think it might have been feedback issues or something, man. I'm not sure.
I got a really good mic on this iPhone.
I can barely understand.
Yeah,
I
are you
can barely
driving right now?
understand you, Big D.
Try getting
Sorry
closer
about that.
to your mic.
I
Are
hear
you
some
driving right now, Big D?
vague mumbling. Sorry. I hear vague mumblings, all I'm hearing.
No, I think it's just his mic. Y'all gotta calm down.
Yeah, it's okay, Freeze.
Well,
Don't
no, it
worry.
sounds like he might be driving and getting out of tower range.
Yeah, you never know.
Is that any better?
Freeze, that's got to be to come
Turn
back.
off noise suppression.
Let's see here. Is that better?
Yeah, much better.
Yes, much better.
Okay, that's my iPhone microphone instead of my little headset microphone.
Oh yeah.
But I'll have to be a little bit more deliberate in punching the mute button. I'm still working, man. I'm just sitting in my fucking work truck being bored. So I figured I'd have a go with you guys for a second. That was good.
Have you been getting okay, since you use like a Bluetooth headset for like phone calls and stuff, have you been getting complaints from customers or people you talk to about what did you say?
What? Have I been getting custom, like whenever I talk to other people? Like
Yeah,
on this
like
phone?
like say you're at work, right? And
Yeah.
you're probably using a Bluetooth headset so you can work because you work with your hands. Say you get a
Yeah.
phone call and you're talking to people on the headset. Do they ever have complaints where it's hard to understand you or hear you sometimes?
No, not typically.
Huh. Maybe
But I
it's
did drop
because
these in the water recently.
maybe it's
Um,
because you had the thing set on speakerphone instead of phone call.
Speakerphone instead of phone. I've got it on speakerphone right now.
Yeah. That's what I mean. Like it now it's running off of the internal speaker, right?
Yeah.
Or the internal mic.
Yeah, the internal mic.
Yeah.
I wish there was a way to. I wish there was a setting where you could have the Bluetooth, like them as like your audio, and then the mic from the phone is your mic. That would be a good setting.
I know on the computer you can adjust your input and your output volumes.
Yeah.
I don't
I
know if
haven't
you
done
do that
any
on the
work
phone.
today
Let me
whatsoever.
check.
I'm getting paid for it though. I've literally just been sitting in my work truck all day.
On the computer, I know that even if you buy the cheap microphone, it's very, very good, very accurate. Because I buy for $1 or $2 from a site, it's called
Hey,
Address.
wait. Tyler, you need to get a better mic, bro.
I'm from my phone. That's why I'm not here. You cannot hear me very well. But if it wasn't on my computer, it's perfect.
All right.
Can I buy an external microphone for my phone?
Yes. In fact, you could take a pair of earbuds, and you can use that too.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing right now. Just some cheap $10 skull candies.
Yeah,
I'm
because
sure they don't sound
there's
great,
four
but
contacts inside on your phone. It's not like a
yeah.
regular headphone jack.
Wait, what? I can buy something and put it on a different port like Jack.
Yeah, see, I have
Same
Turtle
port.
Beaches, right? Like right now, I'm talking on my computer, just using my computer's built-in microphone. But when I
Okay.
plug in my Turtle Beaches, because there's 4 bands on this connector and 4 bands on my computer, just like there's 4 band connections on my uh, audio jack for my phone. And now I can use my headset, and it's a little bit more crisp. But this is like an $80 gaming headset, so.
Turtle Beaches are garbage. However, whatever. I'm not gonna shit on them.
Hey, that's how I find my
used
voice, man.
the mic is pretty good actually on it. The mic is really good. I'm surprised those are Turtle Beaches. So.
Yeah, they're cheap ass fucking $30 Turtle Beaches.
Oh, yeah. I see them at the thrift store all the time, man. It's like, yeah, no wonder. It's like I would never. And I
Yeah,
don't
they
pick them
hurt.
up. They're like
Over
$2.
time,
It's
they
like
hurt your ears, right? But just for like an hour and a half of gaming, like, yeah,
not bad.
it's
Yeah, they're
nice
not bad.
because you have like that sound whore capability.
I'm an audio whore. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Stiller. Go ahead, man.
Can you connect on the phone the earphones with a microphone, but I can hear you from my
Your mic is
speaker?
awful, bro. Your mic sucks. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Let him finish.
I need to buy some mic with earphones, but I wanted to to hear the music or the speaking from another speaker.
Dropped out completely there.
Speak on their mic. Can I do it?
Well, can you hear me right now?
I don't get it. I kind of don't get it.
I'm on my phone right now with the same headset plugged in.
Same headset? Really?
Yeah,
Sounds like shit on your phone, though.
I know. That's why phones are shit.
Oh, that's interesting, man. So you're not running any like preamp software, which is interesting,
Nope.
right?
Nope.
Okay.
I am through my computer. I got that shit. What the fuck is it? The Harman Kardon sound system on it, so it's like amplified a little bit.
Okay.
But I need to buy some.
Just similar. If you can use your phone, just get yourself nice earbuds. Earbuds. I don't know what you got available in your country, but or go online. Just something decent. Nothing doesn't have to be too expensive, or but decent quality, decent microphone.
I think what the difference is mono as opposed to stereo input. I think that's what it is.
I have
But yeah,
also Bluetooth.
To me, it sounds like, Tyler, like you're sitting there talking, and it's almost as if you're on like 3G and you're on like 2 or 3 bars instead of the 4G. It's like you're on the older style, and it's like having a problem connecting to the cell phone tower. I don't know if you're connected to the internet, like at your home through a modem, or if you're just running off the cell phone.
Or the first cell phone, but it's
Yeah,
not good.
That's why. That's why.
It's 4G and it has 3 out of the 5 signals.
Yeah, that would be why. It's because it's running through the cell phone tower. It's got latency issues.
But let's see how is the speed. Wait, it's
Well, the data will be fine. It's just there's a problem with voice packets. It drops some voice packets, so it'll mute out some portions, and it gets difficult to hear you. That's all it is.
3 megabps, 3.6. It's small, but it's not a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, but maybe it's this.
Like, see, right now my
I will fix it.
milliseconds is
It's all okay.
I'm running just below 70 millisecond ping. So
Where? What server?
No, you can use it.
this server,
My internet's slow right now.
Oh, okay.
you know,
So
where it says on the computer where it says voice connected and it's got the bars, you can hover over that and it'll tell you the milliseconds.
70 milliseconds? Then it's on the East Coast for sure.
Less than 70. No, I'm on the West Coast.
I got 30
Well, exactly, because you're on the West
I'm
Coast.
actually
and
in Arizona.
The server is yeah, that's why the server's location is on the East Coast.
And whenever I do a
calculated
speed
based off
test, it
your
connects to
location.
race connections out of Los Angeles for some reason. It used to connect out of Mexico.
LA
So I have
between
like
you and LA
67.
should be like 8 milliseconds or 7.
Yeah, but the problem is this is antiquated shit, and it's just tapped in, fucking hacked into the fucking fiber optic. It's a miracle.
My
it even
internet is
works.
better than all of yours.
And what is it?
Verizon.
Fios.
No, when you go over the voice
25 down,
connected,
25 up.
how many milliseconds on the server?
30.
Mine's
that's
at
not bad.
Mine's at 70.
Yeah.
Where does it say that?
Mine is
Okay, I'm on my
bestest.
phone. Let me try to.
I don't know if you could do it on your phone.
Okay, so how do you do it on the computer? You just click on the bars, the 3 bars or whatever.
No, you just hover over
No,
it.
you're doing it all wrong.
Now it's 72. Awesome.
Okay, so I'll check it in a bit.
Okay. 65 to
So
72. That's pretty good. I have the
No,
cheapest.
it doesn't allow you to check it on the phone, man.
It doesn't. Okay. Well, that means the server location. Like you can change the server location. It's on the East Coast of the states. You can change it to West or Central, I think.
No, I have my VPN set to.
Makes sense because I'm a little bit further from. I'm a bit closer to the East Coast than you are, and right now I'm at 70, 68, 70.
Mine's 70.
I should ping. Yeah, I should ping at 80 or something like that if you got or similar, but more than you. I should.
You shouldn't because there should be a T1 uplink
from Kirkland.
Really?
Yeah, because
Let's
Bill
see.
Gates purchased Discord.
Oh, motherfucker! When did he do that? I didn't know that.
Fuck. About
Microsoft acquired
6 months
Discord?
ago. 5 or 6
Oh
months
shit!
ago. That's
Nice.
when the noise suppression improved. Now you can turn the
So
noise
coming
suppression
soon,
on
you
and
won't,
like
you won't,
sneeze and no one
you
can
won't
hear
be
it.
able to log into Discord unless you got your vaccine certificate from Bill Gates himself. You gotta scan your QR code to get into Windows.
What the hell? Yeah, pretty soon, really. Send a DNA sample.
Did you hear what happened in China?
No, I did not. I'm trying to.
Well, since we can't really talk about it, what the reasoning behind it is, but there's a bunch of people in Tyvek suits that loaded a bunch of their citizens onto trains and sealed the doors and sent them off to quarantine camps.
Wow.
Oh, fuck's sake.
Oh.
Color me
Probably going to
surprised.
make Soylent Green.
I don't know what they're doing, but it seems like possibly the city is condemned because the building materials is the true story behind it.
I logged on my computer and I checked 81 milliseconds, just like
Which
it. See?
city is it, Joshua?
Wow, that's pretty fast.
I don't know what city, but there was one area in China where they just emptied everything out.
I've seen that before. They have millions of
So it might have been one of these cities where the buildings are like tofu. They call them tofu buildings or whatever. They're like real soft and cheesy. Poor construction.
Can I ask something? You told now for VPN, if you're connected on a VPN, why does it?
What is going on?
What's going on, man?
The hot miking is intense. Who the fuck?
Harbin.
Who's clacking away?
HARBIN.
Oh, that was me. I'm sorry. I was unmuted. That was my fault. I didn't know.
Yeah, all good, man. No problem.
No, you know.
Hey, Joshua, can you send me any links you got on that story?
Yeah, I'll link it to my page since it's open to the world. Shit, where's the link?
Can I ask something?
Fuck, how do I find the link?
Can I ask something?
Yeah, sure, man.
Yes. If you connect on VPN, why does it limit the speed on half?
Speed? So okay, if you connect through a VPN, there'll be more lag for sure. Okay, so there'll be more of a delay because you have to go through a middleman now. Wherever that middleman is, then he'll send your signal through another middleman, and off you go. But like the speed, like the download speed and the upload speed, will depend on like your VPN service provider. Huh? Who's talking over me? Who's rumpusing me? Goodness, fuck. So, yeah, the VPN, if your speed slows down, it's because your like VPN is probably like a free one.
Mom, get out. Mom.
Bro, your mom,
Please
we don't
mute
care about your
yourself,
mom. No, I'll mute him. No, he's muted. Doesn't have to worry about that ever again.
Who was asking for it? Was that
Get out. Sorry, Joshua, you go.
What was that? You, obvious?
Yeah, I was just making the joke.
Okay. No, I mean, were you asking for
Oh,
the
yeah, I
resource?
was asking for the link. Yeah.
God damn it! I don't want to mention message, not massage. Okay, I guess I gotta add you as a friend first.
Let's see.
There you go. And it hasn't been hit by the fact Nazis, so it's I don't know what the hell that guy's saying. That's like foreign language. Let's go back because I had the translation. It says China, hundreds of citizens from Harbin are boarded onto trains to be sent.
It looks super staged straight away, though, you know. And if it's not being hit by the fact checkers, then it's something they want out there to stir.
To be sent to somewhere else.
I don't know.
That we don't know.
Is that the only video connected?
Yeah,
to
that's the only thing that I
it?
came
It really
across.
doesn't show anything.
I know. And then I guess today's the anniversary or the birthday of the U.S. Marine Corps.
Happy birthday, Semper Fi.
Yeah.
I'm sure people are disappearing left, right, and center in China, to be honest.
Can you imagine?
Well, apparently, the a majority of the population of China lives along the coastline.
Well,
There's
actually,
like nobody that
everywhere.
lives inland.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. U.S.
And then they have a problem with pollution because the government wants everybody condensed in these large cities because it's easier to control people that way.
Yeah, there's probably thousands of people disappearing here in this country.
Oh, there's been over what is it, 1 million U.S. citizens that disappeared last year without a trace. And the FBI is not doing anything about it.
Is it primarily children?
I don't know. Just 1 million people disappeared, usually from like national parks.
I would imagine most is children.
Yeah, lost children primarily. Yes, somehow just lost. In the wilderness, you can't find them. I was like, yeah.
Did you hear about China that there were, let's say, superhuman powers? I saw on YouTube they had a car, a man throws away someone who was appearing out of nowhere and took a guy out of the car before it crashed and something like that. Do you think it's all CGI? Created, video did it, or is it also?
Yeah, because it's probably all created, man. Honestly, it probably is. Like, why aren't there more testimonies of this thing, or why haven't you seen anything, any kind of aberration in our reality like that? It would be seemingly, if it happens with one, how could it be so rare that it was only seen by a few single people? You know, that it wouldn't happen to like everybody once in a while.
It's being recorded from.
Doesn't make sense. Not how stuff works.
It was recorded, they say, from traffic cameras, and I can show you also the video.
Yeah, well, we saw Paranormal, the movie too, so. Like,
Yes,
deep, but not really.
As well, they make it look just like real video. It definitely looks just like real video, as if it's raw video, CCTV or something like that.
Yes,
so
exactly.
if they can do it on there, then why can't they do it on YouTube and make you think, oh, all this weird stuff's happening?
Yes,
no,
yes, exactly.
It's just like these people that are addicted to horror flicks. Like it's another form of dopamine hit that those people are crack addicts.
What about those people that are all into like, you know, the first 48 and all that murder porn shit?
Yeah, they're crack addicts too.
Yeah.
Well, what the fuck is that, man?
What, murder porn?
Yeah, I don't know.
First 48?
It's not.
It's like
that's that, first
CSI
48.
type shows.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's another one of those delusions because see, they've created this criminal freaking what do you call it environment. So now they have this whole culture and sociology going along with it through the media.
Yeah,
makes people think that it more solidifies it as if it were a real thing, as if like these people actually had authority over anyone in the first place. It's almost like legitimizing it.
What is the modern porn? I didn't understand that.
Huh?
Did you say something about porn? Something new? I didn't catch it.
What?
You wanted the latest, the hottest porn information you guys got.
He was talking about you guys referring to murder porn.
Oh, murder porn. Yeah, it's like
Mm-hmm.
they made sitcoms about people like murder investigations, like these detectives investigating murders, and it's like really popular on A&E and a couple of these other reality TV networks, and people don't realize that it's desensitizing them.
Oh, you're talking like CSI Miami and all that type of stuff.
Yes.
Yeah, all right. I thought you meant like literal.
All that, yeah, that
Not
whole.
not
And
literal.
then you
but
have
like,
those other ones where it's not just murder mystery, but it's like actual, some gangland shooting. They got to figure out who the guy did it, and they have majority of
Like
the
Dexter.
evidence is collected in the first 48 hours of a homicide investigation. The premise. So it's just like, not interested in that shit at all.
I think they do this to people like with horror movies, murder porn stuff, shows, because they're trying to move all of them notions out of reality into like the fantasy movie world, so that people only think that stuff can exist in movies and shows.
Well, what it is, right?
But the worst horrors exist in the real world.
Yeah, but it has a real world consequence because it makes people believe that the real world is more dangerous than it actually is.
I'll send on a text here
Then
on
you get the
chat.
Karens.
Waterman, water fountain. He drinks 3-4 liters, and after that, he can spit it out with a lot of power. How is this possible? Is this fake also? I don't know. I just posted
I can't see it. Are you talking about the guy that can put out fires with his he drinks water?
It's the waterman from Human.
Bro, I think okay. Your Discord settings, your noise cancellation shit from Discord is what's fucking with this because you drop a lot of words, man. You know?
Okay,
so like, I didn't catch some of the words you said. I didn't catch them all. It just blanks out. Like I'll hear a couple, then it just blanks out, then I'll hear a couple more.
Wait, I will cancel it. Wait.
See if that helps. I don't know.
Noise. Listen, this is it. Echo cancellation and the suppressed background noise from the mic. Maybe.
Anyways, I have a hypothesis about these Karens. My hypothesis is these Karens watch these murder porn shows.
Okay.
Is it better now?
Which is why they always overreact.
We'll see.
Think it's the life
Might
and death
be, man.
situation.
Okay, wait. I will also make the sensitivity.
It definitely does keep them on edge in some respect, yeah.
Oh, it's more like give us your mind, man. It doesn't matter what it is. It's like, all right, 8 hours at work, and then one before work to go to work, one after work to get back from work. Now,
I did not see that way.
Who's hot mic? Why is it whenever I talk, everybody hot mics? Mr. Reality Denier, who's this globe earther? Big D? We'll just fucking pick on you then. What's up, dude?
Okay, pick on me. What's up?
Why are you a globe earther? Because you're hot micing while I'm talking. Now I lost my train of thought. So it's like, alright. Since
I just turned on my mic.
Alright. Well, you were making a lot of noise when you turned on your mic. I'm disappointed.
Driving.
Alright, man.
But it should be chilling out here in a second.
Alright.
But why am I a Glober? I'm a Glober because, let's see, everything I know to be true reports that the Earth is a globe. Like, just from...
I'm down. That which is?
Well, I mean, you start from the beginning, like the distance to the horizon. That would be kind of step one. because that's
Cyrus,
what you
before you
witnessed.
start,
And
you
what
know
about
that's
the
unorthodox.
distance? What
You
about
know
the
that
distance?
unorthodox are 50, right? Cyrus, he's been around for like 6 years. Y'all go ahead.
Oh shit! This guy?
Yeah,
All right.
I'd say
Well,
about
I'll
6
take you
years.
No
straight to
wonder.
the continuum then. You want to go Einstein, and we'll skip all the dancing. And we'll go to the punching. I'll just tensor equations. You down? Since you've been around
Tensor
for a bit,
equations?
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'll take you there.
Sure. You want me to show you how they collapse into Newton's equations?
Yes, please. So what happens? What happens when the Ricci tensor equals 0? What do you get?
Know. I don't fucking know.
All right, just testing your knowledge. All good.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't do any courses on Einstein. I did courses on my background is basically Newtonian mechanics, but I do know a little bit about Einstein, and I do know how to kind of collapse the equations into Newton's equations, and I have citations in regard to how whenever Einstein built out his model that the basically how do you say this, the initial conditions had to be Newton's equations, right? That was a constraint. I guess you could say a constraint would be a better way to put it. Whenever Einstein built his model of gravity, one of the constraints was F equals ma or F equals mg and all the stuff that comes along with that. So, or F equals mg 2 over r squared.
Right, and
I've got some.
Einstein in the field equation, that's on the right hand side. It still exists like almost as is, and you'll see that the r squared is replaced by c to the power 4. And okay, so that's that term. The F force on the left hand term, which would be the spatial tensors, right? The metric tensors that control the space time. So you got the space time on the left, the warpature of space time on the left equals the gravitational bullshit. Yeah. So the force got replaced by curvature. That's how really Einstein did it. So yeah, you're right to some extent, but there are no forces, and you should know that. And if you're willing to admit that, then you're kosher with me. Because what does force equal there? It's curvature of space time. It doesn't. There is no, because what you're gonna measure force in Einstein's in what? Newtons? No. Kilograms? No. That's not force, anyways. But it's in warpature of space time.
Special relativity?
Huh?
Wouldn't it be special relativity?
No, this is general relativity. I'm discussing. It's more quirkiness into special relativity, but I'm just discussing the Einstein field equation. Nothing fancy.
Okay, got it.
Oh, anyways, man, I thought you were actually a troll because you were just hot micing earlier. So okay, you're cool, you're chill. All right.
Who I was? I just came in.
I know. When you just came in, you were kind of hot micing, and lucky you, right before you, another guy was doing that, and I muted him. So I was like, "What the fuck is this?" Right? Like troll heaven today.
No, I'm not a troll. I just got in not so long ago.
All right, cool, man. So, what's your background in Newtonian mechanics? How exactly? What'd you study? Big D. All right. He said he was driving, so.
Yeah, we've seen Big D before.
All right. It's my first time talking to him.
Okay, yeah, I've seen him at least once before.
You never talked to Unorthodox or 50? You don't remember who I'm talking about? That's the same guy.
I think I remember Unorthodox.
50? I remember 50. I remember the name in the panel.
Well, that's who you're talking to is 50. He's got 20 things that prove he lives on a globe, and none of them prove he lives on a globe. You can
Right.
ask him about them.
They are the 20. Actually, it's 20. It's 26 now. By the way,
26. All right, what's the first one again?
20. Oh god, we already went over this. The first one was solar eclipses, lunar eclipses. Let me get into one of the more interesting ones. Hold on, let me pull up my notes. I can go for a little drive here. No, it's let me just name a few, and then you can pick some.
Sure.
Typical horizon distance, around
Well,
5
that's the
miles.
first one that doesn't have to do with not where you're fucking standing. And we're talking about where
What?
you're standing. We're talking about where you're standing, not what's in the sky. So why are you looking at the sky? So that's the
No, I
first
said
one talking
typical
about, where
horizon
you're standing,
distance.
not looking at the sky.
I'm not looking at the sky. It says typical horizon
You
distance.
are when you're talking about lunar and solar eclipses.
Regardless, I mean, I don't understand how that doesn't. I don't understand how that defeats the argument.
I don't understand how horizon distance, how come we can never see it where it's supposed to be at 1.2 miles of 1 foot observer height?
You can. That's why the black swan is a black swan, because it's always that distance. The black swan was supposed to be something other than that distance.
That's bullshit. Listen, you
have
can see the
repeatable
islands. Hold on. I'm gonna stop
Go
this
ahead,
guy
Tom.
right here. Shut the fuck up. Listen, Big D, shut up for a second. That's not true, because you can go to the exact same video where the black swan image comes from and see the islands in the background. 31 miles. This makes your radius 1.8 million miles. Explain
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I'd like to see that calculation.
in the same view. So stop your lying.
He said he would like to see that calculation. You can see an object 31 miles in the distance.
Yeah,
at 1 foot observer height. You got that part? 1
And he's
foot.
trying to say that we normally see it at 1.2 miles from 1 foot off the water. That is absolutely not true. With today's optics and stuff like that, anytime you pull out binoculars or a telescope or a camera that zooms hard at all, you beat that. You crush that.
Yep. So your geometric radius is never where it's supposed to be. Big D, can you explain why it's not ever where it's supposed to be?
It's always where it's supposed to be. I have no clue what you're talking about.
You was going to read a long list, guys.
No, listen. You go to the expert. Andrew, listen. Shut up. I'm going to just start fucking you. Hold on. You can't. So listen, Andrew Thomas Young, your expert in astronomy, right here, San Diego State, is telling you exactly how you're supposed to be finding it by the number, exact numbers, 1.22. Yeah, are you disagreeing with Andrew Thomas Young? And then I'll unmute you. Here you go.
No.
Then why did you just disagree with what he says?
I didn't. You got to read the rest of the paper, Holmes. You're cherry picking.
No.
You want me to read the rest of the paper?
Then show me where I'm cherry picking, bro. Show me right now. I want to see it right now. Show me which part of his statement am I cherry picking, please. Continue.
I'm liking this guy already. Wow, I can't believe I've never talked to him before. It's like, bro, I haven't taken you to the continuum yet. Oh my god.
So Andrew Thomas Young tells us that's where
fresh
the
fish for me.
is supposed to fucking be. Okay, why is
you never
that?
heard this guy before.
Hold on. Why is the geometric horizon not where it's supposed to be? From your experts, Andrew Thomas Young, astronomy, San Diego State University. Tell me why that is.
In the world.
I can't hear you.
Okay.
Your mic sucks, so can you fix that first? Come back when your mic's working. Thanks.
He's driving. You know, it's all good.
Okay, he's driving. Yeah, I apologize. No big deal. Yeah, so I'm just wondering, why is that? I don't mean to get excited, but Andrew Thomas Young
dropped out.
Where the horizon is supposed to be. Here's the key point. It's never where it's supposed to be, according to the experts, according to your geometry that is required.
The funny thing is he says he works in construction, which means he's familiar with how a spirit level works. It works with a straight edge.
Yeah. a straight line compared to curve.
Yeah. That's the hypocrisy of the whole thing.
There lies the
He's
rub.
back. There you are.
So
All right. Your mic, I think, just flip it around or something. It's muffled. Are you using earbuds or what?
no, I switched from my headbuds to my iPhone.
So
Okay, this is better. So
Mike should be quite better now.
okay, good.
yeah, it is.
So are you saying Andrew Thomas Young is correct in what he says about where the geometric horizon is?
Roughly speaking,
Roughly speaking, why did you say roughly?
because there's no such thing as perfection. Like that's not
He
always
gives,
going to be the case.
he
That's a
gives an exact.
general
Listen, he gives an exact number,
rule.
doesn't he?
Yes, as a general rule.
Is the radius an exact number? Is that a general rule also?
No, the radius is an exact number.
Oh,
Within
really?
a certain tolerance.
Why aren't
yeah.
they the same thing, bro? You said it's the sphere edge. You're saying the horizon is the sphere edge, right?
Yeah, but I mean, it's fracted, so it's not that simple.
So why is magnitudes of thousands of times larger than it's supposed to be?
Like I said, I don't believe that. I'd have to see that calculation.
Really?
I asked Quantum Eraser for it. I've asked many people for that calculation.
It's all over in the server. You have long distance observations. You have numerous over and over and over again laser tests.
Server for that black swan like 5 times. At first, it was like
Why
8 feet.
are you asking for a calculation when the observation of the horizon being way too far? It's not a calculation.
Measurement by measurement.
Yeah, I mean,
a calculation of what?
Let me ask you this: why use an anomaly though?
What are you saying is an anomaly, bro? What
The
is
black
the
swan, right? You didn't have. There were no images like this.
Dude,
listen,
the anomaly. Listen, the anomaly is this: that you live in a globe that has never been measured to have any curvature equaling to altitude drop of specific dimensions given to us by your globe Earth. That has never been verified.
Can you have him define anomaly?
I beg to differ.
Can you define anomaly first?
Yeah, please do.
Anomaly is basically a strange occurrence, right? Something that shouldn't be, isn't typical. Something that's atypical, unusual, very rare occurrence.
How rare are you talking?
It's unusual. It's unusual to only be able to see 1.225 miles from 1 foot. That's what's unusual.
That you never see it. That you see much, much further, which is impossible on your globe.
Answer this. How many times does an anomaly have to occur before it's no longer an anomaly?
Let's see. It would have to be over 50%.
Okay.
Or what if it's 100%?
What about 100%?
100%. That would not be an anomaly.
Right. So you can go and do this yourself anywhere you want. Find a body of water and test this math, these calculations that you keep talking about. And you can prove to yourself whether or not it's an anomaly. Doesn't that sound pretty cut and dry, pretty easy?
Yeah.
Right. So why don't you just do that? You don't have to be here. You can try this out.
I've already done site surveys when I was working for a civil engineering firm, so I don't really want to go repeat something I've done. But regardless, like I don't know how you can't say that picture is an anomaly. Like that's the whole thing. There's no picture like that in the whole flat Earth community. And then all of a sudden, boom, we got this special picture that disproves the globe with one picture.
Again, you're
never
just
been
asserting
before,
something that's untrue.
Never been
There are hundreds, if not thousands, of pictures that destroy the expected horizon distance. We've been sharing them for years. This is the first one that got named the Black Swan. It doesn't mean it's the only one that we've ever had.
Okay, well, name some other ones.
Dude, anywhere you look, you can just even go on the National Geographic documentary where they were trying to debunk the flat Earth, and where you know the one with the little stripes on their target where they tried to claim that it showed curvature. The horizon is well behind that thing. That destroys it right there. National Geographic debunked your globe.
No, there's 2 horizons in that one. That's the only thing that's kind of made me
There's
go,
no such thing as 2 horizons.
You don't think there's a thing such thing as 2 horizons?
How about Indio's wiki page has hundreds of observations on it.
Bro,
least
you need to look at some
several dozen.
What?
Oh, jeez.
Can't hear you, man.
I'm just saying, like, that's just like an optical effect. You know, there's going to be two horizons whenever the
Okay.
optical are a little
Can
weird.
you see the geometric horizon?
Can you see what?
The geometric horizon.
Can you see the geometric horizon? That's a bit of a loaded question. Optics is a branch of physics, and if you're talking about the geometric horizon, you're talking about it as it pertains to optics, and like light refracts. So, in terms of like a true picture of the geometric horizon, it's almost a certainty that that's not going to happen. But
Yeah, it's
it's
never been
going to be
seen. There
pretty
is
damn
no
close.
geometric horizon because there's no geometry to it other than flatness. Like the geometric horizon is a theoretical horizon that you people invented.
No, it's not
There's only
theoretical.
one. There's only one horizon, and it's the apparent horizon that you see. That's it.
Well, you can measure it. Like if
No,
you
you
want
can't.
to, like if you're doing ballistics, right? If you work for the military and you're doing some kind of ballistics or what do you call it? Artillery, right? They have artillery shots that go way over the horizon, and you have to know those calculations, and they're based on there being a
What
sphere
about
to hit the target.
lasers? What about lasers? Speaking of military, laser sighting. Yeah, what about
Dude,
lasers they use for targeting distant objects with lasers targeting?
What are you telling me? To launch an artillery shell, they have to get a measurement of the horizon?
Yeah, I mean, if they're
that's what you're saying. Show me the evidence of that.
Yeah.
Show me that that's true.
You want me to pull up the artillery
yes.
table?
Yeah, I want to see the calculation.
No, this guy's going to be done in a second. We need to see. We need to see a spherical adjacent of a right triangle.
What?
You know? Do you know anything about navigation? Sextant.
Triangle. I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the sextant?
I do.
Really? What do you know about it?
I know how it works.
How does it work?
It works by
Can you explain it?
Yes, the sextant is a device used in navigating the seas, or where you look through a lens to get a angle from the horizon to known stars.
Elevation angle. Yep.
Yep.
And how do you establish horizontal part of the right triangle in navigation along with your zenith, which is overhead? How do you establish a horizontal plane on a spherical surface?
It's just a purely mathematical thing. You don't establish it. It's just you assume it.
You don't establish it. That's you're full of crap. Anyway, how do you have a circle of equal altitude on a spherical surface?
Sir, you don't.
You're correct. You don't. That's why a sextant would never work on a sphere, and they never use anything having to do with spherical surface because you would need a spherical adjacent.
Yeah, the history of navigation is the history of the nautical law.
Yeah, your ball is just
history of
freaking
the
on
sextant,
fire. It's burning in
no,
disaster. Yeah, it's going down in flames. Yeah, right
Have
there.
you ever looked at like a navigation, like a
The right
navigation
triangle. You have to show me a spherical adjacent of a right triangle, please. It needs to equal 180 degrees.
I don't know how this guy is still here. We kick people
No, it's over for your globe. It's over for your globe in 5 seconds.
For being a
It's
liar and
over.
making assumptions.
It's
For
over
being a
for your
liar and
fucking
making
globe.
assumptions.
Globe's
Kick them out.
over
Kick
with the
people out
sex.
all the time for that. I don't know why the fuck you're here.
It's over. It's over for
Well,
the
one
globe
at a
with the
time,
sextant. Boom, done. You're done. I don't care how fucking long you've been here.
Oh, you muted him? Why, man? He's
knowing that using the knowledge that the Earth is a sphere means that the Earth is flat.
You were muted there for a second, bud. You just put that fucking gear in neutral real quick. Hold on. We didn't hear shit that you said. So, where's Where the fuck were we?
Can I have everybody direct their attention to the live stream voice 6? That means you too, Big D. 54 minutes after the hour. See the horizontal line? Angle of elevation, which sextant measures. The second slide. Oh, here we go. Angle of elevation, the upward angle from the horizontal to a line of sight from the observer to some point of interest. There's some math is fun. Angle of elevation, the angle formed by the line of sight and the horizontal plane for an object above the horizontal plane from Merriam-Webster Dictionary. Measurement elevation angle. Elevation angle is the angle between the horizontal plane and the line of sight measured in the vertical plane from radar tutorial.
Yeah, you realize.
And moving on to the third plate. The term elevation of angle denotes the angle from the horizontal upward to an object. The observer's line of sight would be above the horizontal. What does the sextant measure? Elevation angles? Yep, that's true. Going down to 54 minutes.
No horizontal lines on a globe, 50. I'm sorry, man.
No horizontal lines on a globe?
Nope.
Not on a flat piece of ocean.
There's no horizontal plane, which is what we use as sextant to
Yeah, you're not measuring a horizontal plane.
Yes, you are. You're using the horizontal plane as the bottom part of the triangle.
You're not measuring that.
You're just, oh my God. No, I didn't. You're just, oh my God.
You're not measuring that. You're assuming it.
Look. Yeah, because it is so. That's why. Sea level.
Because it is so.
Is level, listen, Big D, is level curved?
Is level curved?
Don't act like you don't know money.
Yeah, level is defined as basically at a right angle to the surface of the Earth. So
level is curved.
Yeah, it's the surface of the Earth. The surface of the Earth is curved. So yeah.
So large bodies of water are not level.
How did you determine the sphericity of the surface of the Earth, bud? Right?
What now?
Yeah, I'm with you.
You already
I'm
said
with you. It's 90 degrees to the surface, and you said the surface is curved. Just like, all right, I'm down. Now show me by which method did you determine the sphericity of the surface?
My sense is, I used to be a lifeguard. I was swimming.
Yeah, bro. I used to be. I don't care. Just post your evidence. Well, tell me though. But yeah, stories are interesting. But I really don't care about it. Okay.
Hold up. Was lifeguard really your evidence?
Yeah,
Are you fucking kidding me?
Used to be a lifeguard.
Yeah, can you please post
swimming,
evidence of the sphericity and how it was validated of Earth surface?
I used to be a beach bum. That's what makes me an expert.
Hey man, I like surfing, man. Only swim in sharky water. That's what makes Earth a sphere. Yeah.
Hey,
Cyrus,
it purports.
So you proved several times that you know nothing about how the sextant works. Actually,
Did you ever measure the curvature of the Earth? No, but I did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
yeah, and swim in the pool.
I did measure the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah,
I did. Working for a civil engineering firm.
Okay, show us the data. Show us the data and the method used to come to the sphericity of Earth's curvature, please. Put that in here, please.
Multitask here. I don't think I can do that right now. But
Oh, of course you can. You've been here 6 years and you haven't been able to provide any evidence of your ball Earth.
He never posted anything to back up any of his claims ever.
Well, no, we can just safely say he didn't do that because his first example was I'm a lifeguard.
Yeah, that was it. Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and when
That was the first thing that came to his mind.
When he tells about
you interrupting me.
He's civil engineering from the life tower.
So you're promising me. Can I say my example?
On the job training, and he couldn't hack it. So
Can I say my example? You weren't letting me speak.
Lou, your mic is a little fucked up, bro.
So the example was I was a lifeguard. I used to swim a mile out. The buoys used to disappear.
And
that's pretty weird.
You know that happens over flat surfaces anyway.
Yeah, because
You've
the
been in
waves
this
are
game long
3
enough that
feet.
you know 50.
Yeah.
Why are you being so disingenuous?
That's
I don't know
ridiculous.
that.
You're
Tell me what
swimming.
flat
You're
surface. Tell me
you're a
something I can do.
you're a fucking
Hold on.
numpty, bro. You're swimming
Tell
at
me.
the surface. If you have a 3-foot wave in between your
This
eyesight
was
and the buoy, it's
crystal
gonna
clear,
fucking
bro.
disappear. You're a
Crystal
Yeah, I'll give
dipshit.
clear.
him.
That's
Yeah,
fucking
I'll
crazy,
give him
man.
an easy example that
That's crazy.
he's
Water
totally
was up
already
to me.
done, but he's forgotten about. 50. Go to Walmart and just lay your head on the floor and tell me if you see the entire floor.
Brain damage, man.
I don't think that's flat, Holmes. You think
The
that?
floor at Walmart is not flat.
It's aggravating. Like
No.
you're trading around as an adult male, and you're like you sound like a child here.
How do I sound like a child, bro?
Wait,
I don't
go
know.
back, go back. Hey, how do you build a building on
Right.
a foundation that isn't flat?
The foundation might be flat, but that doesn't mean that the fucking
The floor on top
tiles
of it is.
worked a little bit.
We have tolerance to
Okay, so how do you
flatness of
establish
floors
level
and shit like
when you're
that.
building a floor? How do you establish level when you're laying a foundation? How do you establish that level?
You make a form, and then you fill the form up, and gravity settle it.
What is the level based on?
What
Gravity.
the fuck did you just say? No,
Gravity.
that's not how we level
The
Earth.
level is based on gravity. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Are you
let the-
out of your
you-
mind?
No, I did this the other day. I made a fucking concrete slab.
Sea level? What is all elevation based on Earth, bro? You're a civil engineer? Bullshit on that.
No, I'm not a civil engineer.
Sea level.
I will-
Numpty. Listen, Numpty.
Sonny,
Listen,
Sonny,
Concrete slab.
listen.
Oh my God. You guys are fucking impossible to talk to, dude.
Good, because you need to fucking go away, is my opinion. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I know.
Yeah,
It gets
yeah,
a little too rough.
Bring your evidence then. Okay, listen, I'll back off. Bring your evidence. Let's see it. Your cards on the table. Where's your globe evidence?
Let me get my 26. Let me get my 26 different evidence.
No, we're not. No, we're not looking for 26 empty claims. We're looking for the evidence to back up those empty claims.
When you DM Lou or me or someone else, you DM the information and you'll be unmuted. That's my opinion.
There's another VC verified in here if you want to try to move on. Lane don't play.
Oh my God, Morv, are you trying to say something, bro? Because
Jelly.
we can't fucking understand anything.
We have a rash of mic problems today.
Cyrus, you're the gravity guy, right?
Yeah, I love gravity.
Can you take Guinness through why the Cavendish experiment doesn't prove anything?
Oh no. That's pseudoscience. I'm I'm Einsteiner only gravity. I don't accept that nonsense. I'm space-time continuum guy. It's like no. Proper fucking pseudoscience. I spent time studying the proper pseudoscience before becoming a flat earth. So I'm not going to discuss horse shit with you. Like, bring it up to my level. Like, Jesus, up 2 notches above, space-time continuum, Reiki tensor, motherfucker. That's it.
Now, so what I want to see, I want to see in civil engineering how they use gravity to achieve level or elevation. Please show me that. Anybody got that info? That fucking pisses me off, man. There's somebody clearly just like putting out lies about things as facts.
Yeah, it's a Quartz WRX. Did you take the website? Yeah, I looked all over the internet. Okay, if you don't find it, if you didn't find it, the website. Might have some up online. You know.
Somebody hot mic and
on the website. That's mean they discontinued.
Yeah. More, are you hot micing, bro, or trying to talk to us?
What? I might as well process that. Yeah, because I just want to be able to swap the tire over if I get some. I mean, what is going on?
All right, I think he's hot micing. Oh, we got him.
anyway, mic check. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
No?
Yeah.
Yes, we can,
Yeah.
Dave.
Okay.
Yep.
We have Lane Don't Play, VC verified. Welcome to the server. What say you, Lane Don't Play? You got control of your mic. Feel free to talk, ask questions. You have the right to remain silent. Do you have the ability? Okay, back to you guys.
Well, thank you, Dave. And this is Glatflobe here, trying to figure out just why people believe in the globe Earth. Can you tell us why? Can you demonstrate one piece of empirical, demonstrable, physical, direct evidence of the globe Earth being the reality upon which you live? Can you do it?
The Cavendish experiment.
Instant global response would be NASA picture. I got a picture from NASA. What about that?
That's about as good. In fact, I think that's better than invoking Cavendish. Tell me, what about the Cavendish quote experiment is an experiment, Glover?
What do you mean? It's
Well, what's the
experiment.
independent variable, my friend?
He was trying to weigh Earth anyways. It's like, what about fucking Cavendish? That's what he was trying to do.
He was trying to find the density, the density of the Earth.
Which means literally you have to weigh the Earth because, well, okay, we already know the radius. Now I just have to weigh it because the radius, you got the volume. So I got the volume. Now I need the mass, right? So he's trying to figure out the mass of the Earth to get the density. He's like, yeah, no shit, trying to weigh it.
Why is that
dangling
trying
balls
to
on his
find
head.
the density of Earth?
Well,
Dude,
there you go. If you're unaware of that, then you haven't read his shit. Like, you know,
the title of his paper is like finding the, something about finding the density of the Earth. That's like the title.
That's literally what they were trying to do during that time. Like, that was the hot subject of the fucking day, man. Like, if you're unaware of that, like, you don't know shit about Cavendish.
Aren't they trying to prove that mass attracts mass with the Cavendish?
No, you're just trying to weigh the Earth. No.
No, you guys are asserting that. You guys are asserting that even though he was attempting to find the density of the Earth, you say that he inadvertently proved that mass attracts mass.
Okay, so what's the issue with that? If that's an inadvertent result.
He didn't prove a thing because there's no experiment. There's Glad was getting to. You have to. How was your experiment made? You know, like what was your naturally observed phenomenon? What's your hypothesis? What's your dependent variable? Go ahead, explain to us how this was an experiment, and if it was an experiment, what was the experiment trying to prove?
Right.
Well, you're saying that there's no experiments, but they have multiple experiments of it replicated today.
Yeah, listen. You're gonna have to show that just like I forget who it was. Was it Hank? I don't know. Whoever was talking previous to me. You're gonna have to show the correlation between this apparatus, which is mechanical, man-made device, and the relationship to what you are trying to say it's proving. Can you do that?
They're saying it's proving that mass is attracting mass.
Yeah. How is it doing that? You're going to have to show me, take me from the apparatus to the end and show me the steps. Let me see. How does that work? How does that apparatus go from being this apparatus that's doing these things with dangling balls to where that information becomes, what did you say? Mass attracting mass? Can you show me how they correlate?
Well, is this your first time debating Cavendish?
No, bro, it's
Do I have
not.
to explain it?
What?
Is it yours?
No, it's quite not the first time. No. What is it? So how is it you're correlating dangling balls in this apparatus to mass attracting mass on Earth? That how does that correlate with Earth attracting mass? Can you show me how that correlates?
I'm going to link you with multiple videos of the Cavendish
No, I just
experiment
want
that
you to
Globers
tell me.
have.
It's not an experiment because you haven't shown an independent control variable. One, and it's not anything to do with natural science because you don't find man-made apparatus in nature that you can test to find a cause and effect. So the very most that you could do with this man-made apparatus is you could show a mechanical phenomenon. That's it. Okay. You put more lubrication on this side, yeah, you could show differences. You could do all kinds of
Well, you
things
can.
mechanically.
Okay,
You
I
can
follow
use
that.
Only that's all it is. It's a parlor
you can
trick.
you can
Right, you
use
can't.
a man-made apparatus to perform an experiment, but your naturally observed phenomenon has to be from nature. You can't create a device and say my device is my natural phenomenon.
Right.
Okay, I like that. I like that. I like those words. Look, you can get a fucking big ass apple, right? And then put it next to a small
Oh my
apple and
god.
have the apples be attracted to each other, is what you're saying.
Oh. Yes, it should
Is
be
that what
happening.
he's saying?
Yeah. A mountain should be attracting a
Why is
car.
it?
A
Yeah,
huge
why
piece
is
of
it?
iron should be attracting a smaller piece of iron.
Yeah,
Okay?
if you walk by a chubby person, you should be swerving over towards them. It should
No
be hard to
shit.
stay away from that person.
Look, this is really a non-topic. Let me ask you: Do you believe that
Mechanical, not natural.
Einsteinian do you believe in Einstein's theories? Like any of that? Do you think that Einstein was a smart guy?
I don't believe in shit. Knowing is better than believing.
No, look. Cavendish and mass attracting mass has been outdated for 106 years. Einstein replaced it. Okay, so even if your Cavendish experiment supposedly did prove that mass attracts mass, which it didn't, even if it did, Einstein superseded it. It's been tossed out 100 years ago.
Yeah, because you're saying it's an effect, not a force. How are you saying that the Cavendish experiment doesn't prove gravity?
It had nothing to do with gravity. Nothing at all.
Yeah. That's the truth. Dangling balls and this. What the hell? So really, are you still going to stick with that? It's almost as
I'm
bad as
curious.
sticks and shadows from 200 BC.
Wait, let's give them all three forms of gravity, right? Even the new quantum whatever gravity nonsense. Then what? Like, what's the point after that? Like, what is that? What's the end all be all after that? You have gravity, then what? All three forms.
You're saying mass. It's not mass attracting mass because it's a mechanical.
Listen, did you hear what I said? Did you hear what I said?
You're playing my game, bro. I love it.
You give him
all the gravities.
I'll give you mass attracting mass. I'll give you bending and warping of space time, and this new idea of quantum something gravity. It's so ridiculous. I don't even remember the name of it. But you have all three forms of gravity. Now what do you do with this? What does this do for you? This information. Now what?
Mass attracting mass. Space time bending.
Yep.
Yeah.
And what's the third one?
There's this new
quantum
something gravity. I forget the name of it, but it's because Einstein's now been debunked because the speed of light has been proven to be wrong. Supposedly they can shoot atoms faster than the speed of light, which proves bending and warping of space-time wrong, and at the quantum level, yada yada yada. It's whatever. So you have all three forms of gravity. Then what? What does this give you? What do you now have?
Bending in space-time gives you orbits, and the moon being in Earth orbit, right? And also,
He can't even keep a straight face.
no, well, I'm not a Glober. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm trying to understand the Glober's perspective and then bring it to you guys to see how you argue this.
Roger, sorry about that.
Okay. So all they gotta have is that initial premise, the initial foundational basis of the entire thing starts with Earth's radius. So let's just start there.
They have mass attracting mass, which gives them things falling down instead of sideways.
But they're saying it's a ball. They're saying that Earth is a sphere. So we're going to establish that fact first because it's the foundational premise. We don't want to skip steps, right?
Well, yeah, they have videos of Earth from space.
Wait a minute. That's secondary. That's secondary. photos can be
Sonny,
falsified.
the audience is confused. Is he pretending to be a globe earther or
I
what?
don't know. It doesn't even matter at this point to me. I don't
No,
care.
look, nobody's confused. Everybody's onto him. We all know he's a
Yeah.
glober in disguise.
Right.
Fucking
Correct.
yeah,
Thank you.
yeah.
quit
Thank
with
you
the
very much.
attitude.
Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
stop pretending. Thank you.
I've been here for so long. I'm not a
I like
glober.
where Sonny was going. If he could
That's
just
fine.
continue.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. So we're just going to get to the foundational premise. So it's simple. We can't go to gravity yet because we have to take out all the presuppositions. So until we move on. So what we're going to do is establish the, like a foundation, you have to have something solid. So the foundation for the globe Earth to make it solid is an actual measurement of radius, which would equate on the surface to altitude over distance. Can you tell us when, where, and how it was ever measured?
Aristosthenes? Erotic.
You know what? That's a wrong answer because sticks and shadows do not equate to a measurement unless you intend to provide us how sticks and shadows make an actual measurement.
That is literally one of the first arguments the Globers brought to me of proof of Earth's circumference. Is Eratosthenes' experiment.
It's funny, isn't it?
It wasn't
What's
an
wrong with it?
experiment.
It's
It wasn't an
hilarious.
experiment.
It's not an experiment. It's not even really a measurement of anything,
Not a
but measurement of
Yeah.
shadows. And shadows,
He
guess what?
measured,
Guess
he
what
measured
shadows
a
are?
shadow coming from an obelisk.
Hold
While
on,
his buddy measured
hold on,
the amount of
hold
shadow
on.
seen in a well.
Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. I like again how Sonny by himself was going on with this. Because the funny thing is, if somebody's going to tell you something, like Eratosthenes proved and shown how we live on a sphere with the radius that we do, then all you have to do is ask them to explain, which is what Sonny did. We don't need 5 people explaining to him how
Yeah.
ridiculous it is. Let
Yeah.
people go through the mental process. We'd like to hear that.
Yeah, so just give me a few minutes. It won't take too long, I promise you. So how did they establish the distance to the sun in that project? Do you know?
Yeah, they measured something. They measured something tall in Alexandria, and then they went over to fucking some other place, and then they measured something tall. And
Okay. I know that. I know all about it. I've read about it. Yes, I've looked at it. That's not the question I asked, though. I asked, how did they establish the distance to the sun?
okay, how did they establish the distance from the sun?
I'm asking you.
Yeah, what the fuck? How did they establish the distance from the sun?
Well, they told us this. Here's what we know. They assumed parallel light rays, right? How did they do that?
Parallel light rays?
Mm-hmm.
How did they do it?
You know of
They
light
assumed,
coming from
they
the
assumed
sun?
the
You know of
sun to
any?
be.
Hold on. Do you know of any parallel light rays that are coming from the sun? Do you know of that being true?
Parallel light rays? They're not parallel, are they?
Thank you. That's you're absolutely right. Light rays from the sun are not parallel.
There's literally photos of light rays coming from clouds, and they're not parallel.
So I could stop you right there because, but we could go on. I mean, it's in depth, but I don't think it's worth our while wasting time on Aristosthenes. As you can
There's
see,
no way that they're claiming that there's parallel light rays without there being parallel light rays. Like that would just be a straight up lie, saying that there's parallel light rays.
well, they've changed the distance to the sun about at least 6 times in 1,000
Yeah, look,
years.
they didn't care if the light rays were in fact parallel. It was the assumption that they would have to be parallel if you would also assume that the sun was an infinite distance away.
Yeah, and it's actually kind of stupid. Think about this. If you're in 200 BC, how are you establishing your elevation, your heights along the route? How did you measure the route? See how intricate I can ask these questions? Did they use a bicycle with an odometer on it? What were they using? How they measure,
Well,
how they tell how high up a hill was going, so that like the distances would be all off if they didn't have those. So none of that's been available. We don't even know if the guy existed. I think we can
Yeah, I
move
was
on.
just going to say,
We need,
aside
we
from
need,
that, you can't prove that Eratosthenes actually ever existed.
yeah,
And then he was never mentioned until like 300 years later in some paper, and then not mentioned again for many centuries afterwards. And then aside from that, uh, even your priests, Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever, like the globe side will tell you that even if that it did happen, it doesn't prove anything. It works the same with a local sun.
yeah. That's really the whole point. If you could do this on both surfaces, which is shown to be true, then it doesn't prove either.
I'm
So
sure there's repeated experiments of this today that they have.
yeah, well, as I just pointed out, it doesn't matter because you could do it on either type of surface and have the same result. So, moving on, any more modern, actual direct measurements of Earth's curvature? We need direct measurement. That Eratosthenes thinks that's not direct at all.
So
Eratosthenes is not direct measurement of curvature because the sun rays are not parallel.
It's not a measurement at all because none of the known parameters they're not known. Nothing's known about it.
Well, can you tell us how it in your mind it is a measurement? I mean, at best we've been telling you things, but I still don't know from your mind how you think it's a measurement. So could you elaborate for us? Like, say if this was a room full of 5-year-olds that needed to know something very basic about the shape of the thing they live on, explain it to them.
Well, no, I don't want to explain that.
Okay, fine.
Because
fair
I
enough.
don't think it is. I don't think it is a measurement.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Well, then that leads back to Sonny's original question: how have they measured the radius, and how have they concluded that the Earth has a circumference of the size they claim?
Yeah, I'm actually asking for something very simple here because look, I myself have taken the information they gave us all about distances, and it really is as simple as if a surface is a sphere, it has to drop off, altitude drop as you go further away. All right? So I've done this myself. I looked over distances, even with the naked eye or just with my glasses. And I can literally see almost 5 miles. I can see more than 5 miles away of waves breaking out on a point that are breaking on a reef. And you can see whitewater bubble up every now and then at like 5 and 6 miles away. That should be about 20 feet below my visual line of sight. So if I can do this myself, even without a Zoom device, then I'm just asking for when did they verify this drop? Because it should be absolutely measurable. I'm just asking for them to show me. So when was that drop over distance? When was that ever measured?
You have videos of that, but they also have videos of ships disappearing at the horizon.
Listen, I'm not asking for a video though. Here's the thing. I'm asking for the official documentation of Earth curvature that is used as a standard of measurement or reference to any kind of technology. For instance, flying solid physical objects over the physical surface of Earth, or any other type of thing like rail guns, lasers, torpedoes. Like show me, and like I'd like to see any technology anywhere that is using Earth curvature in them. Can you show me? Can you show me any of that?
Not yet.
Not yet. Well, we're in
Yeah.
2020 with chop chop. We're 2021 here. I don't mean to be trying to be funny. So yeah, Earth curvature. So yeah, you'll never find it. You know why? It's simple. It doesn't exist. No one's ever measured because everywhere we look in any direction, all we see is flat horizontal. The lower plane of our vision ramping up toward this visual point of acuity or the vanishing point, the top part dropping in, the sides all coming in as railroad tracks do, off in a distance.
You sound just like a glober. A glober will say the same thing, but opposite of what you're saying. They'll say, "Show me the proof of Earth not."
You know what the difference though, bro, is what I'm talking about is verifiable and lines up with reality. Every time. Every time. That's the difference.
One thing you need to understand is the flat Earth doesn't have to be proven. That's what everybody experiences. The ball is what needs to be proven.
Well, the flat earther is the minority of people. Like, there's only like 3% of everyone on Earth that's a flat earther. So yeah,
Yeah, but that's a reversal of that look. That's a
Your source on
reversal
that?
of the appeal to authority. Now your appeal is to minority.
Hold on, time out. Let me ask you a question. Let me say a couple of things. Might be a couple of questions. Might be a couple of statements. What was the circumference of the Earth? Okay, what was the formula that tells you the distance to the horizon on this geometric shape we live on?
You're asking me these.
Yeah, go right ahead.
The circumference of Earth. You can just Google it and find out.
Right. Now, my point is, because the effect was received. What I mean is, the majority of the people that think they live on the globe also.
Is it just me or is he breaking up?
Your mic's cutting out.
You're breaking up like a bad relationship, Elijah.
Something? You might be in
All
an
right.
elevator.
No, Mr. Wynn. So what I'm getting at is the people, the majority that you're talking about, also doesn't know when the last launch happened, what happened, how it happened, if it happened. They don't know the geometry. They don't know anything that's reported about their belief system. They just know they believe it, but they don't understand why. They don't understand how it works. Doesn't really matter that most people are in this condition. It's actually kind of sad.
Dude, these guys are smart. I've spoke to somebody who has been 10 years in career in nuclear power.
Okay.
They know what they're talking about.
Smart people are wrong all the time.
No, but they know what they're talking about. And so they went to school for something and they know about it. So what? What does that mean?
So
you
just as
have
confident
you have someone in here. You have someone here who works with nuclear power and they're flat earthers. So what I'm getting at is, again, the majority of people that are smart because they can follow directions and do what they literally took years to learn how to do. It's coming slow.
Yeah, listen, you can work in Korean nuclear. I'm sorry. I
You're
didn't
breaking up
realize
again,
you were so.
Elijah.
Yeah, you're
The
breaking up,
bottom,
Elijah.
the
Breaking up.
bottom line is that people don't know why they believe that they live on a globe.
Yep.
That's true. There's nothing you can say or anyone can say that can make that statement make sense. In 2021, we're
Yep.
supposed to be living on a globe with all this technology.
Right.
There's not supposed to be a majority of people who believe they live on a globe but can't articulate how they know that knowledge.
Mm-hmm. So
They gave me Cavendish experiment. They gave me
yeah.
Cavendish for mass attracts mass and gravity, and they gave me Aristophanes for whatever the fuck. The
Well, they're
radius.
only
You know
about
what's
they're only
funny?
about 5 years. They're only about 5 years late. So to the party. So they're still doing the same things they were doing 4 or 5 years ago. That's all. So it doesn't really matter. They still like you could work in nuclear power. You could be a
Wait,
nuclear
hold on,
physicist.
hold
You could
on.
still believe that Earth is a globe, even if you do all kinds of highly technical types of work. You
And
can
how
Yeah,
long?
still
he
How,
grew up
how
with a
long you been
nuclear
going to?
physicist, and
How
he
long
could
you been
never.
going to
He was
school?
never socially accepted. He was always socially awkward.
How long you been going to school?
Wait, who?
How long you been going to
I went
school?
to high school. I didn't go to college.
That's fine. Have you seen this so-called Cavendish experiment?
Can you see it?
Have you seen it by now?
Have I watched the videos?
Have you experienced it the same way we experienced those dumb little tarts that they put those dumb little balls in the middle of and said, this is what gravity is like? Or all of those kid games where they sit you around in a circle and the teacher whispers something into the person in the beginning's ear and it has to go all the way around. These things we all remember because we experienced them. Did you experience the Cavendish experiment?
In real life, no.
Why the fuck haven't I? Who else in here? Has anyone?
I haven't.
Nope.
Well,
Yeah,
it doesn't matter because it's not an experiment,
it's
and it
not.
proves nothing.
No. But we're not talking about what is experiment or what isn't right now. We're talking about psychology. Because someone would straight up come in here and say, someone will come up in here and straight say, oh yeah, Cavendish proves it. The amount of times I've heard that, and every single person who said that hasn't actually experienced it.
No.
They
We've
call it
experienced
How is capillary action stronger than gravity?
We've
How
experienced
is
a
capillary action
number.
stronger than gravity? You know, come on, guys.
We've experienced a number of experiments, even the people who've only finished high school, because we've all had to do the stupid little science board that was like 50% of our grade or whatever. I don't know what the hell you guys do now.
And
But
then
the bottom line is
and bucket.
we were taught this stuff. You know, what a hypothesis is. How to fucking cause and effect. That was the whole point. We didn't do anything that had to do with hooking up to computers and trying to create a simulation reality. None of that other weird shit. We just figured out how to make shit work. That's what we did. Did you ever experience the Cavendish experiment?
No, but why would I need to if I could just watch a video of it?
So the bottom line is you have it. And for anyone out there
Yeah.
that's listening, it's like you guys believe in all of these things that you haven't actually experienced. And that's not like I don't care. But for yourself, why do you think that's okay? Why is that enough?
Right, because the consensus, the majority of people, the consensus is
Yeah, so what?
that it is. So
It's an appeal to consensus. Do you understand that that is an illogical form of thought?
But what kind of response is
It's like saying no.
forget the fallacy. How is that even related to anything that I just said? Like it's like you guys don't care when you say something and they don't respond to what you said. That's not okay.
Say it again, Elijah.
That's like a sign of psychopathy or something.
Yeah.
Even though
you
you
know,
didn't experience it, you know that you can know that it's true. It's like saying that you've
How do
never
you
been
know?
to China. Look, you've never been to China, but do you know that China exists? Yes or no?
You know that water is curving, but it's flat. How you explain that?
What are you comparing to China? The Cavendish?
But again, you're gonna run away with his
yeah.
little escape hatch
Don't
and
let
let
him
him
do it.
do it.
Don't let him do
I
it.
don't understand why you do this. If you're gonna come after me, keep it on the same level.
Okay,
Because
so
I'm
what do
trying to
you
get down.
say?
I'm trying to get down to the bottom of one simple thing.
Bring it back in.
Why do you not think that how you're speaking and how you're reasoning right now? Because all I did was ask you if you've ever experienced the thing that majority of people believe in,
No. The
but
answer's
no
no.
one's ever really right. It's not that. I mean, what you don't have to be emotionally attached to something that people just say but have never experienced.
I am not a glober.
It doesn't matter because the bottom line is an experiment has to be testable, repeatable, right? And as many times as people say, "Oh, there are videos of this," and blah 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 blah. I don't know one person. I'll take a volcano in my crib. Not an actual. I guess I didn't cause lava or whatever the fuck, right? But you get what I'm trying to say. But my thing is, even if you did see it in a video, wouldn't you set some shit
Multiple
up
videos.
in your? Wouldn't you set your shit up in the house to see if it actually worked, if it actually did anything? Like there's videos of people doing incantations for 30 days in a row until finally they can move a piece of paper in their mind. You don't think that a dude like me tried that shit to see if it was actually real?
Exactly. You're
Only
saying
to
because I haven't
only
experienced
to come to the 30 days and realize, oh, that was some bullshit.
Oh yeah, so I haven't experienced it, so it's not real. Which is why I brought up China. Have you been to China? Have you experienced China? But do you know it's real?
You can go to China. You can't go to the vacuum of space.
Hey, that's not analogous. People base their whole reality off of this. People base their entire existence off of the Earth being this shape and they're in this universe and they came from a monkey and all this other stuff. You comparing it to just a place that I can travel to and buy a plane ticket doesn't work.
Well, the answer is no. You don't know that China's real unless you actually set foot on it. Unless you land on China.
Did you hear what I said? You don't base your entire existence, your entire reality off of China.
Secondly, that's true. Because I mean, because gravity
It's basically affirming to what Elijah said.
because gravity is single-handedly the reason, for whatever reason, this is a ball and the sun is a sun. You can survive here, even though let's say it did make sense. Gravity is the thing that holds you together. So, quite frankly, this is like literally your entire life versus going to a place. We're talking about knowing how the world was formed and what it was formed into without verification versus a place that we can book a ticket to.
Yeah, and exactly. No, you have to experience something.
Do you think
know
that
that
makes
it's real.
sense? Because no, do you
No, I
think that
follow
makes
you.
sense? But I mean, was that the best? Was that the best question you could come up with? Are you trying to? Are you going to really play yourself tonight, or are you going to give it your all? Because asking a question like just because you didn't experience something doesn't mean it doesn't exist is something that me as a 32-year-old definitely fucking understands, and I think that you're smart enough to know that I understand that.
Well, I'm saying the opposite. I'm actually saying the opposite.
You're saying exactly what I just said.
Yes, I am. If you didn't experience it, you don't know that it's real.
Goodness, how long do you think a fucking China doesn't exist movement would last? You think it would last 7 years? You think there'd be big debates and servers fucking, devoted to it and whole communities and people going out and doing it? How long do you think that would last? Like people would live in that delusion that China does not exist. They would just fucking go and verify it, bro.
I bet all your Star Trek toys in your bedroom are made in
take
China.
the logic to the extreme here, but you're not taking it case by case basis.
Yeah, which one's
one
more
of these
real?
things is significantly more important than the other.
Yeah.
But the answer to your question though is, if you didn't verify it, you don't know. So what?
If you didn't verify it,
and then now what? What's the follow up to you saying something that's blatantly obvious?
Okay, well, that's the reason why I'm here, is because I haven't experienced the Cavendish or verified it for myself. But for me to be a flat earther, I need to feel confident in the reasons why you guys debunked the Cavendish experiment, which is why I brought it up.
If you want to be like me, I don't know. If you want to be like one of us, what you need to do is question your belief system. I didn't wake up questioning if flat Earth was real. That's why the fuck would I do that? Again, that's psychopathy. The only reason I would do that is because I watched a video that was preemptive and captured my mind so that they could tell me the same thing that they told me when I was fucking 6. Here's a ball, you live on it, but the reason you can live on it is because of gravity. Don't ask any more fucking questions about why you would fall off the bottom of the ball, because that's just dumb. Even though what we experience would tell us, even as children, that makes no fucking sense unless you accept what they're telling you without any experience whatsoever.
They're gonna give you the Cavendish experiment.
So the bottom
line, they're
line,
going to give you anything they possibly can to support gravity, because their entire model is dependent on it. Should realize.
I don't even remember. I don't even remember anyone telling me about a Cavendish experiment when I was growing up. I mean, sure, it's probably it's definitely existed, but it was never a part of the curriculum.
Right.
Well, here's the thing. Even if you do experience it, it proves nothing. That's it. Number one, it wasn't even an experiment, and it didn't prove anything.
It's not even the right.
I have talking to people that will say the opposite of what you just said.
Yeah, so what? Do they have a Earth curvature measurement? So here's the thing. They can look. They can spout They can spout this Cavendish all day long, all they want. It still does nothing but what we already talked about earlier, which I won't repeat. But if they're so great, why don't they show us the Earth curvature measurement then? Isn't that what they're alluding to with this? Yes, they are. Yeah. That's what they are. That they're not saying. That's being dishonest on its face. By bringing up Cavendish, they're avoiding the whole initial premise, which I keep going back to, and I will keep going back to. They don't have a foundation for their entire premise and the curvature measurement.
Well, okay. Let me ask a couple of ridiculous questions. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And give me some room. Just a little, and I'll shut up after like 3 minutes. Y'all can do whatever y'all want. So we've seen on TV, maybe you've seen in real life, perhaps if you smoke, you've done it. We've seen people blow smoke rings, right? Why not smoke ring turn into smoke point?
Wait, what?
He said, why doesn't a smoke ring turn into a smoke point? Am I correct?
A smoke coin.
Yeah, so a smaller ring of
Why
smoke.
doesn't the hole close up? Why doesn't it just become sphere of smoke?
You're gonna have to keep your mic closer or something, because and it backs away. Then I lose what you're saying.
Why doesn't the hole just close up? Why doesn't it just become a sphere of smoke?
There you go. Yeah, good
Because
question.
smoke isn't. Smoke is gonna disperse. It's not gonna fucking pile up
Does
into a ball.
smoke have mass?
Yeah, well, hold Sonny, I said like 3 minutes, bro.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
You're stating the obvious.
Yeah, you're asking the obvious.
Right. But we're talking about mass attracting mass. And we're definitely talking about particles, because that isn't that what the sun is supposed to be? A whole bunch of those in a densely packed area in a vacuum. So I'm asking you if I can look up at the sun and think, oh yeah, that's a whole bunch of hydrogen and helium just sitting there as a source of energy, because it once was a plume of gas that turned into that. Why the fuck would smoke rings that I blow out of my mouth ever expand rather than contracting on itself? If I'm looking at a sun that does exactly what my smoke should do.
I think I'm gonna go test out your. I'm gonna go test that.
I mean, for real, the sun is supposed to be lighter than the air we breathe. It's just hydrogen and helium, right? Supposedly. And the reason that it's a sun now is because of gravity, right? So what's up with the smoke that I blow out of my mouth?
It's gonna be pushed away
There
by
isn't an
wind.
answer. There isn't an answer.
Well, it's gonna blow in the wind.
What do you mean it's gonna blow in the wind?
If you blow smoke out of your mouth, it is going to be blown away by wind.
Windless spaces.
Can't hear you, dude.
Even in a windless place like a basement, are you for real?
Okay, well, if you're in a basement, no. Even still, the smoke isn't going to ball up into a ball.
Right. Why do you believe that about the sun? When you've never experienced smoke, gas, anything doing what they claim the sun and Jupiter did. Which you've never experienced, but you were given a story that's exactly that. Gas that just
I don't believe in that shit.
Well,
I don't believe in
pretend
that.
to be the Glober that you were, or think of what your Glober friends would say and give me an answer. Or just say, yeah, you're right. I don't really know. Or just concede. I guess like you
Okay,
just
look.
did.
The elements and the gases that make up the sun, they form the sun because they're being pulled together. And then they're combusting, reacting with each other.
But that's the question I'm asking you. That's what you've been told. But any other interaction that you have with gas-like material, it does the opposite. So what I'm asking you is why you would even believe that. I know what you've been told, but why would you believe it?
I don't believe. Knowing is better than believing.
Okay, so do you know of an experience or an example of gas doing this? Have you experienced that?
No, you can't. You never can. It's just like mass attracting mass. You can never see a big giant object attracting a smaller one. Not here on Earth.
Well, that's
Okay,
all.
well,
Have a good.
he said something.
So you can't know.
He said something that was gas is being pulled together. That is the complete opposite of what gas is. Always. They're never pulled
To what he
together.
said a second ago, magnets would be attracting each other, but that's not gas pressure without a container, so it doesn't prove that the Earth is a ball in space.
Somebody fill me in.
So what it seems like he's saying is that he knows that's happening because of what they're saying, but we won't experience that here on Earth. So we won't know that on
If you
Earth.
don't experience, how can you know? If nobody
Exactly.
experiences that, how can we know? I like an answer from my dude who's claiming that. He says,
Okay.
Thank
we
you,
don't
Ian.
experience these things. We don't experience these things. But then you say you know, right?
Right.
But you know.
It's just like So it's just like saying that you know that there's a container, even though you've never experienced, seen one.
That's different. That's different.
Or you're just inferring.
That's different.
Like,
No,
you
it's not an
know
inference.
that the
It's not
container's
an
there
inference,
because
though.
you're
But it's not an
No,
inference. Listen to me. That's not an inference. That is a necessary existing condition.
Yeah,
It's not
we experience that here.
All
We
test and evidence and experimentation and known actual science and materials indicates that you cannot have pressure without a container. Period.
It's not an observation.
There is no experience. It is the observation in reality that you cannot have gas pressure without the necessary existing foundation of a container.
Right. You're saying that gas is going to behave the same way it does here.
You
in
are
the same way it
claiming.
does at
You
an
are claiming.
elevation
Hold
that
on.
you've
Hold on.
never been to.
That's a claim. That is a claim derived from knowledge. What you are claiming is actually a claim derived from ignorance. So what you're doing is you're appealing to the unknown factors when we're appealing to the known factors. So we're not in the fallacious argument. You are, because you're appealing to what you can't prove. We're appealing to what you can prove. Who do you think is being more scientific? The one who appeals to known things or the one who appeals to the unknown thing?
Do you even know what gas?
I am asking you,
gases are
what is
making
more
the
scientific?
atmosphere
I'm asking
at
you, what is
at
more
the highest
scientific?
elevation that you've ever
What
been
is
to?
more scientific? Those
And then
who
you're
appeal
saying
to
that
the
it's going to follow
known.
the same
Hold on,
laws as
hold
the
on,
gas
hold
that
on,
are down here.
hold
Go
on,
ahead.
hold on, hold on. What is more scientific and more logical? Appealing to the known variables or trying to appeal to unknown variables?
Appealing to known variables.
Thank you. So we are not the ones standing on fallacious ground. It is you. You are appealing to what is
known variables.
unknown. You are appealing to what is unknown. We are appealing to what is known. Do you understand?
Well, you
In a
don't know
court of
what's up
law,
there.
in a court of law, hold on. If we were to take this to court and someone was on trial for murder, you would not have to prove the unknown. You would have to present the known. That way you can't just make a claim like this guy's a murderer. No, you'd have to prove it, wouldn't you? You don't have to prove your innocence. You have to prove guilt, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, so when we're talking about solid logical foundations, you can't appeal to an unknown variable, which is a variable that is really just exist in the mind because it's unknown. So how could it be known to even be known ever? You're appealing to a fantasy variable that is only a claim on which your claim is based. We are appealing to the known variables that exist in reality, aren't we?
You still will not know that there's a container until you experience it.
We are appealing to what is known. You are appealing to what cannot be known. Essentially,
All right.
you're doing a God of the gaps argument. That's what you're making, is a God of the gaps argument.
What God of the gaps? What?
Yes, you are.
You're
What is
You're
that?
making
practically
a
saying
religious argument. You are making a religious argument.
you're practically saying the gas pressure can cause everything what you can imagine because we cannot observe that. But we have all practical results on the earth that we can have only gas pressure with container. But now let's imagine that that could work in some another. But let's just only imagine. But it's working with container all the time.
I mean, Elijah just said you don't know something unless you experience it. So
If it just takes application of extremely simple logic to dismantle what you're saying, do you think you're on a firm foundation?
yeah, well, I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
Yeah, how do you?
How long you been in here? My bad. Somebody else wanted to ask you.
No, go for it. Go for it.
I just wanted to know how long you've been in here. I don't want to treat you like some, you know. I just want to treat you as the person you are. I know you said that you're not a glober, that you're a flat earther. I'm gonna let you know I don't believe you, but then again, you don't know me, I don't know you, so it shouldn't really matter what my opinion is. At the
Uh-huh.
very least, I'm gonna treat you with respect. I'm not gonna disrespect you. Um,
I don't
but
know.
I want to talk to you genuinely.
Like over a year?
Over a year.
Yeah. On
How'd
two
you
multiple accounts.
how'd you get into this conversation? What sparked your interest? What aspect of it?
How I got into it today? I just said Cavendish.
No, in general. Like, how were you
Eric B. Bell.
introduced to the idea? Okay, Eric is there. All right.
Eddie Bravo.
Yeah, Eddie Bravo did it for me.
Hope you guys are doing well.
But look, all it takes is figuring out who's coming from a solid foundation or not. That's all it really takes. Who has a foundation in truth and logic?
Me.
And who has a foundation in fantasy? And the foundation from fantasy can be dismissed without discussion. Because that which is presented without evidence can what? Can be dismissed without evidence.
What's sufficient evidence, though?
Sufficient evidence would be physical measurement.
Oh, so you only limit yourself to that?
What do you mean limit myself? That is literally the only sufficient evidence that there is physical measurement. Scientific proof.
Yeah, I mean, if you believe in all that, sure.
What do you mean if you believe in scientific truth?
No, I'm saying if you believe in that's the only thing that can prove something,
Well,
then I guess, yeah.
look, math can prove itself. Philosophy can prove philosophical and theological truths. But science is made to examine what? It's made to examine the physical and natural world. So if you're talking about the physical and natural world, the only way to discover its truths or its laws or its functions is through science and not through philosophy and not through math.
Yeah, but I mean, science isn't what proved it to me, though.
Science hasn't proved it to you. What's the cause of water boiling when you apply heat at 14.7 psi.
I don't know. You tell me.
Yeah, you do know the application of heat. That's known. It is known. Is it the only way to make water boil? No. But it's known that that's the cause under those conditions. So we can know things about the physical and natural world via experimentation, which is science. That's the only way to know things about the physical and natural world.
Yeah, and I'm telling you it's not.
Do you have another way?
Yes.
What is it, divine revelation?
Yes.
So we can just apply Hitchens' razor to it, can't we?
What's that?
If you present something without evidence, we can dismiss it without evidence.
Yeah, but hold on, but what is that called again?
Hitchens' razor.
So, do you use this?
Do I use it? I use it when it applies. I don't misuse it.
I'm sorry, you broke up. What razor? Did you say Occam's razor or something else?
Hitchens.
You broke up again. Okay.
Hitchens' razor.
Christopher Hitchens is a famous atheist who died maybe 5 years ago.
Ron Hitchens, I think. Isn't it his brother? Oh, no, yeah, you're right. Christopher Hitchens. Peter Hitchens is the brother.
Well, just to clarify something, heat is the only thing that makes water boil in nature. That's what science does. But cause and effect in nature. And
yes,
that's true.
So in nature, heat is what causes water to boil.
So does pressure.
Yeah, but pressure can't be created in nature because there's no perfect containers in nature. Isn't that correct?
Oh, right. How did Earth get pressurized?
Well, this is the thing, though. Water does boil with pressure because the higher up you take it, then it does boil within that. Now, the water would have to be in something that, I guess I get what you're saying, because it would have to be in something that is man-made. Then you bring it up there, then the boiling action starts to happen, right? So we have not witnessed this with something that is completely natural. Is that what you're saying?
Water sublimates it.
That's an added variable in which you can adjust something through like elevation. But that is just like, that's why I always add that 14.7 psi, which is sea level pressure.
Yeah, you can even create combustion through compression, like a diesel engine has no spark. A diesel engine, man-made device, right? Diesel engine, that compression of that, and the atomized gas going in there, that just the compression alone creates the combustion.
Hey, somebody's breaking up so bad, I'm going to mute them.
Yeah, who is
Somebody's
that?
breaking up so bad, I'm going to mute them.
Morvis?
Mute up.
Morvis, man, stop. Somebody mute him.
I don't know who it is. I'm not sure who it is.
It's infuriating.
It sounds like he just
Somebody broke it. Somebody broke it.
It sounded like he was like,
I
The best globe proof I've heard of yet.
Either get on Wi-Fi or get a good connection. That goes for everybody. Christ.
That was secondarily to me. I know. It's the wind.
No, that wasn't to you even.
Yeah,
Because
it's the wind. It's the wind with Elijah, though. I can always tell when
you always say, "Look, I'm about to get on the subway." Such a Christ.
Did you win the debate? No, I got destroyed.
You got destroyed? How?
They told me I'm an autistic retard.
How?
Hey, put your friend on the mic.
They want to talk to you.
He's next.
You're gonna lie to him you're gonna lie to him like wait. Did somebody actually call him a retard?
No.
No, dude. Big Clover
You
did.
gonna lie to your boy like that?
Not this guy.
You want to talk to them?
Who is standing, bro? I'm like extraterrestrial or something. You want to talk to them?
It seems to be popular to say you're a flat earther these days. Interesting.
Maybe.
And like it's crazy the flat earthers that don't know that, like the flat earthers that aren't flat earthers because they question the globe is okay. I'm gonna repeat myself because I don't feel like I was well received. The flat earthers that are flat earthers, not because they've looked into the globe, but because they have this idea about a flat earth cosmology, that's what's the most insane to me. Because I can't imagine waking up as a person who's been indoctrinated by the heliocentric model whole life. I mean, yeah, I'm watching My Hero Academia. I mean, I'm watching the 100. I'm watching. I can't get fucking away from it. It's everywhere, you know. And then I couldn't imagine waking up, Googling flat Earth, looking at that dome, and going, "Yeah, that's what I live on. Yeah, yeah." Like that. The people that have done that is probably more insane than the people that believe that it's a globe still. Because the only reason I'm here is because I heard Effie Bravo say there are no fucking pictures from space, and I said you're a motherfucking lie. And I got Google and I Googled it, and it all, like, if you just click on images, it all looks. Listen, when you know how you got your shit that's well produced, and then you want the raw and uncut shit, the shit that's unfiltered, the shit that looks like you're right there. You don't want all that glazed production shit that they put on
Right.
movies and all that.
Right, man.
You want to see some. You want to see some rocky, gritty. You know what I mean? You know
The
it
real
when you see it.
shit. Yeah, you want to see the hidden camera stuff, man. Like who's got the phone? Like accidentally, clicked it on. Whoa, look at this.
And then I was like, okay, cool, pictures of satellites. I'm like, why are there pictures of satellites? Are there a contingent of satellites just there to take pictures of other satellites for us to be satisfied? What the fuck is going on? So then I said, you know what? Pictures aren't going to settle it for me. Let me just go with something like how they know the distance to the sun, which led to, okay, in order to know that, they had to know the circumference of the earth and the radius of the earth. And so how did they know that? And alas, it's been like what, 5 years now? And I have not, no one can give me the answer to that question. That's why I'm still here.
Yeah.
That's
Exactly.
why we're talking today.
Yeah.
Because I didn't come in here and somebody go, remember that shit we was looking for the last 5 years? Somebody finally said, here you retarded flat earthers go, it's right here.
Yeah.
No one has done that yet.
What would be the reason people, could anybody tell me, Glober or otherwise, what would be the reason for us to be here with over 17,000 members on this server? Whether they're all flat earthers or not, this is flat earth server.
17,000. We got like 20-something thousand.
24,000?
25,000? 25? 26?
That's great. So why would that be the case? Why would we even be around? There'd be no reason. I wouldn't hang around. Like if they had shown me some kind of proof. Definitely.
This is the weirdest room. This space in my life is the weirdest space I've ever, like, I don't even know, because
yeah.
I wish there was a whole bunch of people just arguing about a tree. I wish there was like two factions of people.
Mm-hmm.
This is a tree. This is what it's made of. No, it's not. You're like
the tree, anti-tree people.
I want to know of the thing that is parallel to my existence because of the motherfuckers that don't want to get rid of the globe and get rid of their old Santa Claus religion
Yeah.
bullshit. I
And
want to know. I want to know what parallels my heliocentric belief. I
there's
want to
nothing.
know I want to know. Like what I'm saying is something that we've all experienced in real life that we literally can't decide on because it's physical and it's real. Like the Earth being a globe is supposed to be. It's supposed to be what they said. So I want to know something else that we all know, but we just can't we can't agree that it is what we all experience it to be. I want to know the other thing that's like that.
Man.
Am I tripping? Like, am I the angry black guy?
No, you're not tripping, but you're making me trip out now too.
The existence of God would be in that category.
That's a good point, Elijah. What's another thing in reality that's in dispute like that?
The existence of God.
Point.
God is not in.
It's not the same thing.
Listen, if God is not in dispute because things don't just pop out of nothing. That's the first. Before you get me on the globe, you got to tell me how something comes from nothing. Meaning, I'm not talking about the material. I'm talking about how everything was formed, how everything does what it does. I want to know what in existence came from nobody doing anything to it, like a building or a bus, just something that is obviously has processes, but nobody did shit to for it to have those complex processes. What is that thing? Someone tell me.
Look,
That's
I
the
agree
same
with you
problem.
about God. It's just that I'm saying that some people, it's still in highly disputed in our culture, even though you're right.
Well, I guess he's talking about the physical world as well, right? So, like, again, like we could all, we could all sort of like say, well, yeah, God is up for dispute, but at the same time, it's again, that's something that we're willing to sort of say that's something on the belief parameters that I'm willing to say I believe in that thing, right? But again, there is nothing in the physical world that is tangible, something it's extraordinary, really, when you put it like that. You know what I mean? Like, look, there's this whole world. You know what I mean?
I might even
What's up, brother?
I might even say that it's not up for dispute because you would have to be able to prove that information comes from nothing.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, right? And I'll relax a little bit. Here's the thing. You're fucking lying if you're telling me that creation is up for dispute. You might think that as a person who's very skeptical listening to what I'm saying right now out there. I don't know who's out there listening. But if you're a skeptic of what I'm about to say what I've said right now, listen to what comes after. You don't know who the creator is. You have a problem with the dude that everybody talks about in relation to maybe the Bible, maybe the Quran, maybe whatever. You don't agree that they know who the fuck they're talking about. But you can't tell me that you think that things are created not from a creator, but from the antithesis of a creator, which is not created. You can't tell me that you're in opposition to that.
Yeah, it's good points. Very good point.
How many fucking atheists have I heard say, and they're not really atheists, but just for the sake of, how many of them have said, well, how do you know it's the God in the Bible? Well, I don't believe in that. I do believe something put us here, but not that though. I mean, if I had $1,000 for how many times I heard that in the early 2000s, I'd be rich.
Yeah.
How are we going to act like these aren't the actual conversations we had? Now that Flat Earth came around, everybody wants to fucking act. You're pretending now. Like now it's beyond a level that I can stand. You're gonna pretend that the physics of water doesn't require a container, or that a matter in the gaseous state doesn't require a container. Even though you Google it, that's exactly what you fucking need.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's almost the next stage of like how William Casey of the CIA said, when all everything Americans believe is a lie, then our job will be done. It's like the same thing. When everybody believes that pseudoscience is real, then our job will be complete, hijacking all of science, trying to show like the masses, or trying to convince the masses of things that are unprovable. And the masses taking it and going like, oh, like evidence for this is not even necessary because these experts said so. That's
Well,
all.
see, in that case, what they've done is they've signed over their human autonomy to another man.
Yes.
And that actually makes them the deviant. It doesn't make the CIA or the elite the bad guy.
That's true.
The bad guy, the villain of Earth are the masses.
Yep.
They are the villain.
Yep. And it's interesting because you can visually see them now because they have provided us that clue to who they are visually. They don't even know it.
That's the thing. I don't blame the schools. I went to public school and I bought into this 100%. How did I wake up?
Mm-hmm. Me too.
It's you're gonna wake up because you're a certain way. It doesn't have to do with what lies you've been fed. And there are just some people, most people I would say, who don't want that. They love the lie. They love it. And that's just how it is. And it's just how it is, yeah.
And it goes to, I would say, in the sense of like the globe in and of itself. That's
Cutting out
like,
real bad
people
crap.
enjoy that life.
It goes down to they love being asleep, actually, is what it is, the whole thing. Because to believe in the globe Earth, you really actually have to be conscious.
Many of these people are not stupid on paper, book smarts, even street smarts and some common sense. But I will tell you, that's how I know it is an addiction to them. They are addicted to appeal to consensus, thinking they can't be duped, right? Incredulity, a host of things.
It kind of relates very closely to a religious to fervency.
It's almost like they want a jihad.
I can tell you what it is. If you ever met like a Roman Catholic, or you've met someone who's really Islamist, or someone who's a particular religion, they can tell you all the tenets of that religion. They can tell you what their beliefs are. And they can justify their beliefs through their religious perspective. But if you talk to the people who talk about science and deify science, you know what they can't do? They can't explain any of it.
Yep.
Because what it really is, it's not beliefs. They don't have beliefs. They don't even know what their beliefs are. What they have is ideological possession.
Yeah.
It's just purely distilled down to a team sport. And it's that stupid and simple. That's what makes these people actually wicked.
They do have agendas and goals as well, and they're willing to forfeit your rights to achieve their agendas and goals as well.
Well, that's the thing. That's the thing, Crack, is that's what the elite have. I'm just talking about like the normal people. I think they're the villains. I think the normal aggregate people are the villains. Yeah.
No, seriously, that's what I'm talking about, is the collective madness behind, let's just take the fictional world that we have somehow engrossed ourselves in, and people are willing to go along and effectively prop up the elite and to help them infringe against mine and your rights in order that they can have some form of like, I would say, like a fantasy form of lifestyle, right? And when I say fantasy, it's always it's the never-ending idea of, like, for instance, we will escape this planet one day and we will go to the least hospitable places, in the far reaches of the universe, and we'll inhabit those places, and we'll do so at the lack of everybody else, and we don't care about taking money to do so and destroying your lives to do so. Also, the very industry that apparently causes climate change is the very industry that propels things to get away from climate change. It's like the most wicked Ouroboros in the world, and it is people's fantasy type mindset that allows us to continue. You know what I mean? And when I say it's that machine that feeds the other machine, remember, it is the people that consume fantasy sci-fi fiction that ask for NASA to send rockets up to space in order that they could escape this place from climate change. But it's that very machine and the industrial nature of those machines that actually propels forward things like climate change in their own mind's eyes. So how stupid have you got to be to sort of say, right, let's go and take as much lithium out of the ground as we can, and let's frack things, and then say, well, we shouldn't do that, but at the same time, let's continue doing it so that we can get away from the results of it. It's so retarded, it's unreal.
I just view globeheads as zealots with cog dis, and that's a scary kind of person.
Well, yeah, of course. That's the whole point. It's like, the average person doesn't. Do you reckon that the average person realizes that, that they are the thing that bays on the evil? They push it forward.
I think somewhere inside them, somewhere in their consciousness, they do know. I think
that too, because I'm like, if I can see this shit, then why can't you? But then is that a misequivocation of me thinking that everybody else understands things the way I do?
Yeah. Are you making the mistake of assuming, that other people see the same thing that you do? Yeah.
What's going on, guys?
I would say everyone is given the choice at some point, and on either an instinctive or subconscious level, they understand that choice. And a lot of it is when we're young, we're presented with the fantasy, and we choose to believe it, and we never grow up. That's what happens. We refuse to grow up.
Yep, precisely.
You have to understand how strong, how powerful cog dis can be, especially to a zealot. Cognitive dissonance is very, very powerful, and it can make people actually blind to truth.
I'm starting to see cog dis as a little bit of a bit of a cop out at this point, though. I'm being genuine, like, because I think it's very easy for people to sort of because obviously people that have cog dis, they don't go, oh, I've got cog dis, and that's my excuse as to why I'm not understanding what you're saying. But my point would be this, is that, again, like, if your investment in the material that continues to mess everything up for everybody else, if your continuation in that, right, is simply fantasy, right, as far as I'm concerned, it's not very hard to evaluate what's a fantasy, right? What's a fantasy? What's something that can be tangible, that you can actually involve yourself in and can, actually get your hands on it and deal with it? Well, it's probably a fantasy that you could go to space, right? It's probably a fantasy that for somehow that you could be the victor of the world and lord over everybody else. It's probably a fantasy to think that it's all right to have massive companies for instance, like Google and stuff like that, that completely intrude on people's privacy and all this sort of shit, and people just continue, and even we're guilty of this stuff. We continue to prop these services up. We continue to involve ourselves in the media of this fantasy. But what I'm trying to say is it's pretty obvious to me the things that we're able to tangibly be able to be involved in versus the things that we're not, right? And I think to just sort of go, oh, it's cog this, again, it's no, because we don't have cog this, and we're still guilty of involving ourselves in these things too, right? So again, I think it sometimes comes back to the idea that some people are just selfish bastards, and then us included. Like I said, we are all in some way or another, I believe, maybe not everyone, of propping up services that we would consider to be tyrannical. Because then when I ask people,
majority of us use Amazon, so yeah, come up off that horse. Like, we all
Well, if
want
you
our
just
deliveries in a day.
Yeah, Elijah, but we know what we're contributing to. We accept the hypocrisy and we admit to it.
Nah, that's not good enough.
I do.
Well, that's my point, is that we can't claim cog dis at that point. Do you get what I'm trying to say? That's kind of where I'm saying that the delineation or the clear line between, is it cog dis that allows the shit to continue, or is it like what Meme was saying, is like the average person does have a streak of evil in them. We all do. I genuinely believe this. Nothing black or white.
Everyone
right?
does. Yeah, everyone.
Well, I'm
has,
white and you're black,
has
Elijah, but
evil in
yeah.
them.
Exactly. So that's kind of the point. It's like obviously cog dis is completely real, right? But for the people that understand what cog dis is, and then the people that are able to look outside of that and understand what it is, and then see if it's a framework that applies to themselves, they go, wait a minute, no, I'm not in cog dis. I'm willing to accept information. You're past the point of cog dis, and then it has to become, again, like what he just said, right? Like, I'm accepting of the hypocrisy, and I'm willing to admit that, right? But it's like, again, like, that's why we have to be a little bit tougher in the way that we live out our lives, right? Even I have problems coming on Discord at this point with my psychology, right? Or I struggle with it. Now that, is it what, YouTube or Google that owns it now?
Who owns it?
I think
Google?
No, I thought Microsoft bought it out, right?
No,
Yeah.
nobody bought it. Microsoft was in deals there. They made an offer of like $10 billion.
Yeah.
Discord stopped talks with them, but then I heard that YouTube was interested in buying it, and I don't think it's gone anywhere yet.
Oh, really? Oh, all right, sweet. That's good. Because I heard that YouTube bought it, and I was like, and then I thought it made sense, because if you notice that, like, the nitro boosts for every server, for it to be level 3 now, you only need 14. You don't need like 30 or 40 anymore, right? And I was like, and then there was like a bit of a rehaul of the whole of Discord, right? Like, they introduced these like different ways of, like, different groups and all this sort of stuff. So I was like, maybe they did take it over and then put their grubby mitts on it.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that a while ago, like, Google made an offer or something like that, and then they were rejected because Discord was first starting out. And they were like, we'll give you like a few million, and like, nah. And now Discord's as big as it is now. So with that, we will.
I really hope that is the case. Like, for some reason, I was told that YouTube bought it. Like, they said no to Google, and then apparently YouTube bought it, and that's literally just what I was told. Like, and I was told this like as if it was completely factual.
Yeah,
I
there's
guess I didn't look it up.
there's been a lot of rumors about that. I keep hearing people saying different things, whether it's Microsoft or YouTube. But everybody keeps on acting like Discord's been bought. I looked it up because I'm not sure. I want to know what the truth is. I looked it up and I can't find anything about it being purchased. Only information about these other companies thinking of, or having talks about it. Not striking a deal though.
Oh, sweet. I'm glad to hear that, because like, I didn't look it up myself. I just took the word of what someone else said, right? And then obviously, I guess there was a confirmational thing in my mind with the rehauling of it recently, like with the changes. I was like, that seemed like quite a good move to make. Like, you'd probably make more money, wouldn't you, if you changed the boosts down to 14 per server to get it to level 3 instead? Because if you do that, as your platform opens up to a bigger group of people, right, like to a much larger audience that are using it, then obviously it's a more obtainable goal. So people are more likely to actually pay for the boosts. Do you know what I mean? Because before it was far too unobtainable. You'd need like a huge server to do it. So across the board, like, now smaller servers are like, pushing to get to those 40, and it's like happening quicker. And I think they're probably making more money because of it. But that's good to know. Any Globers in today, then?
No, and not only that, Old and I have been holding down the fort in the YouTube chat, and we're not letting them get in even an inch past the topic, which is globe evidence, because They got sophistry, they got questions that have nothing to do with the topic, etc. So instead of diverting from the topic, we've been timing people out and
We got one in now.
banning the worst of them. Oh yeah,
Big D, but not really.
Oh, Big D, fucking guy.
Big D.
Matthew's not chopped up.
Oh yeah, Matthew's here, dude. Not chopped liver.
Like even back when I was a fan, having NASA paraphernalia was cringe.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
I
Big
agree with
D.
that.
Like,
Wait a
what
minute.
the fuck is that
Wait.
about? Right? Okay, go ahead.
Wait a second. Big D.
Like
Big D.
imagine unironically slathering yourself in a government establishment.
That's what I'm saying, man.
Like what if I put police or FBI on the shirt?
That's right.
Because
Walking around
I
with my
thought they were
FBI
so
shirt.
cool.
Yeah.
How much of a bootlicker do you have to be that far up the state's rectum that you would wear their paraphernalia?
You were there at one point, Mimas.
You
Is that what you're
missed it.
saying?
You know those fitted hats that Jay-Z and Rock Nation made very successful, using the logo of the fucking USPS. Obviously, you can't use the logo of the fucking U.S. government. And like, I can't just make fucking clothes with whatever logo I want. But they made that logo and people wore it like a proud. I don't know, man. But them hats, the one with the little, what is it? The little paper plane on, like whatever that shit is.
New Era. I don't know. Wait.
New Era, yeah.
The little eagle. It doesn't really matter, but it is. Having NASA on your shirt is the same as like wearing mailman. Like you're a government agency. It's not cool.
Mailman, that was a good one.
I've never seen anyone.
Stuff.
I'm not gonna lie. I've never seen anyone in England ever wear it like a T-shirt that says like MI5 or MI6 on it. Never. But I've seen plenty of Americans.
Let me tell you, there's a type that wears NASA shirts.
Oh yeah.
One, there's the fake geek who's a complete phony,
Yes.
who's trying to look like a nerd. But then there's the person who really loves NASA, who's got his mouth open and a scraggly beard in a picture, making soy face. Those are the only
there's
two types
also
of people
there's one
who love
more I can think of. There's one more I can think of. It's just idiots that follow along that don't even think. They just seen other people wearing the damn shirt.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I guess it's cool. I'll buy one too.
Yeah, like they actually think it's a brand. They don't actually know what NASA means at all. They're like, yeah, this is actually a clothing brand.
But you're missing it. No. Look, this is why I'm upset at people because it's their fault. Now, what happened was companies put this kind of clothing in the affordable clothing stores like Forever 21, Jimmy Jazz. All of these places have the spaceman, went to the moon, NASA shirts, and they were even, I took pictures of them and posted. I don't know where they are right now, but they're like on sale in the front.
Yeah, man.
So
For
people
really
just
cheap.
bought them.
Yeah,
That's
it's the
what
same
happened.
here.
People just bought the T-shirt.
It's same happened in England.
like,
Primark made like a whole NASA range, Elijah. Like I'm guessing It's the same type of shop that you're talking about, like a affordable clothing place, right? Where the jeans are like like $10, $15 or whatever, right? T-shirts are like $5.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's even cheaper over here then. We've got a place
Like
called
more or
Primark.
less, yeah.
Yeah. Our place is Primark, right? And you can go in there and buy like a pair of jeans for like £10, £12, right? Which would be like $15, $16. And they were selling like NASA t-shirts, NASA hoodies and stuff like that, and you could get them for like £5 for a t-shirt, and then like £11 for a hoodie, right? And like I would walk around like small towns and just like every other idiot was wearing one. I'm like, that's a real big bootlick, right? You know, wearing a NASA t-shirt in a country that doesn't even have anything to do with NASA. I'll be repping government agencies that ain't even part of my own government.
That NASA probably has friends in the city of London. Come on, get real.
What, the dirty financial center of the world? I doubt it, but
Hey, wait a minute. Mimas would like this. So, Mimas, so the statement was, I asked somebody in here recently, that's in here again now, who I remuted, if anyone's wondering, said that in civil engineering, how elevation is determined is with gravity. Is how.
Wait a minute. Civil engineering?
Civil engineering, yeah, that gravity is used to determine, that it's used to determine elevation.
Look, civil engineers are the stupidest people on this earth, and we're going to dismiss everything they say because they're worthless. They separate commercial and residential. They are the stupidest people on this earth. Every single civil engineer should be packed onto a boat, taken to the Marianas Trench, and thrown overboard.
Okay, so do you want to do that on live? Well, I'll just unmute
Yes,
Big D.
we need to live stream it.
Here we go.
Them and the lawyers.
Okay, Big D, do you have their citation for your statement that gravity is how level is determined, or how rather elevation is determined in civil engineering?
All principles of engineering come from thousands of years of trial and error.
Yep.
Nothing comes from gravity. Gravity is a reverse engineered. It has been imposed on something in the reverse. They didn't know about gravity when they built the aqueducts or anything like that. The Roman aqueducts were perfect.
6,000 miles of them.
Okay.
6,000 miles of them. They didn't even have a concept of gravity. What are you talking about?
So why did Big D say it
Are
then?
you some kind of dumb, stupid retard? What is wrong with you?
Well,
have you lost your mind?
Unmute the guy and
He's unmuted. He's unmuted.
Big D, are you saying the Romans figured out gravity? Big D, you're claiming the Romans figured out gravity by saying civil engineering requires it.
Did I say that? I don't think I said that.
You said civil engineering requires it. Where does all engineering stem from? Thousands of years of trial and error. So therefore, with your inference that civil engineering needs it, means it would have been needed to create engineering.
No. Modern.
So are you saying, hold on, modern engineering is not modern. Modern engineering comes from thousands of years of trial and error.
Yeah, trial and error.
Can you get to your Wi-Fi, or are you too poor to have Wi-Fi? What is it?
What?
Why don't you have a good connection?
Why don't I have a good connection?
Yeah. Are you poor? Do you have Wi-Fi?
I'm out in my truck looking for something.
Out of your truck. Why don't you go inside your house and stop being embarrassed? Get close to your Wi-Fi. Because I don't want to talk to somebody. You're cracking up, and I can already tell you're a crackhead.
I didn't really let my people in my house hear that. So
I don't want to let people in my house hear that. Hold on. Okay. Well, then maybe you should not get on where you got a bad connection, so that I can ream you and you can hear me reaming you.
Oh yeah, I tell you what. If you think civil engineers are the idiots in society,
civil engineers are the biggest retards on this earth. I have dealt with hundreds of them. They are as bad as the Army Corps. They are as bad as the Army Corps of Engineers.
Yeah.
They are that bad.
What about the electrical engineers?
What about them?
Are they dummies? Are they dummies?
What about them? You tell me. What about them?
Are they dummies?
What about them? You tell me. You said what about them?
What about them? Are they dummies?
I don't have an opinion. I don't have an opinion on them. What are you asking me?
You don't have an opinion on them. I'm asking.
I don't have to deal with electrical engineers. What I have to deal with are civil engineers who are absolute mongoloid.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I am right. The only engineers that I've ever dealt with, the only engineers from the state that I've ever dealt with who have been worth anything was from the Coast Guard, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm so sure that you have very, very intricate interactions with civil engineers, and you really know the ins and outs of how dumb
interactions.
Wow.
Don't you mean hold on? Don't you mean intimate?
That is such a joke.
You don't even You don't even know the words to use. This is your low IQ. Your low IQ, because what you said is intricate interactions. That is a nonsensical statement. You should have said intimate interactions, which would be a full knowledge of each other. You said
you want to hear the kicker?
You said
You want to hear the
intricate.
kicker?
Absolute mong. You have too many chromosomes. What are you doing here?
Yeah, check it
Yeah.
out, me. Here's the kicker. As bad as you say civil engineers are, he's a dropout for a civil engineering degree.
No, I say mechanical
Yeah.
engineering is what
Okay. So
I would.
this guy who's saying intricate instead of
Good
intimate
decision.
is going for an engineering degree. I am not surprised. He's going to work for the state, guarantee you.
Well, he's got a NASA. He's got a NASA picture as his profile picture. So
Yeah,
it
he's
would be
a mongrel.
a natural
He's a total
curve.
mongrel.
It would be natural, right, that he would end up working for the state.
Supposedly this guy's been around here for like 6 years. He had some other
So
name. I forget what
Wait,
it
that
was.
Big D. So I've not spoken to Big D before. So Big D, what was it that you were doing in college or was it university? I don't know how you would say that. In your neck of the wood, brother. So what, you went for an engineering degree and then you dropped out, civil engineering degree. It's a good choice that you dropped out there. That's a good choice. And then now what are you doing?
Civil engineers are the people who gave us streets through cities.
No, he dropped out of mechanical engineering and went into
Well, he was
civil
totally.
engineering.
Yeah, hey, he was sucking the big D of civil engineers for some reason now.
Okay.
Well, why is it that all these NASA fanboys are also obsessed with like butts and penises too? Everything they do revolves around that kind of like obsession.
Phallic stuff, right?
I think it's phallic stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, like Uranus.
Well,
yeah, they're always wanting to shoot rockets at Uranus.
It's because NASA's been probing Uranus since 1958.
Yeah, well, see, these guys, I swear, go to any city and tell me that civil engineers are intelligent. any big city, tell me civil engineers have a brain. Any big city.
The best
Hold on.
really old
They can
ones.
set an elevation and make the sewer run. Oh, wait a minute. No. But they put 4-lane highways. They'll put a 4-lane highway through a city and call it progress, despite the fact that it's going to bankrupt the city.
And it causes more traffic somehow.
And it causes more traffic because the bigger roads you put in, the more traffic is using it.
Yeah, I've never
And these are
understood
civil
that.
engineers. This is what civil engineers do. Civil engineers have turned all cities and suburbs into drag strips and raceways.
Yeah.
That's
And
ridiculous.
parking lots. Civil engineers have taken 5 taxable locations, and because they wanted parking lots and infrastructure everywhere, turned those 5 locations into one Zaxby's or McDonald's. That's what civil engineers are. They are the biggest dopes, the most worthless, idiotic retards on this earth. I have no respect for them. They have no sway over me. I wouldn't piss. I told you we should sink them in the Marianas Trench.
Mm-hmm.
But they
Well,
have fancy stamps.
I'm just waiting for that citation for gravity
Oh
is
my
used
god,
for
oh,
elevations
nice, bro.
of engineering.
Huh?
And by the way, this is coming from someone who loves cars and petroleum and hates clean
Yeah,
technology.
brother, what the fuck is wrong with you, man, bro?
What the heck, Maddie? What kind of intro was that?
That was a
What?
crazy intro.
Hey, what the heck is wrong with you? Mamma mia!
What the heck's wrong with you, bro?
It's me, Mario.
You hate this and this. This is what you love, man, bro. You don't
fix
love
it
nothing, man,
again,
bro.
Tony.
I can do the same shit what you want. Yeah.
It just wouldn't be authentic, right? Well, no, sorry, it is authentic when you do it.
say something. Say it's a me, Mario. Say it once for me.
No, I do that meme shit, no.
You do not memes.
Just
But
say
can
it.
you meme shit for
Sorry,
me?
brother. I don't do that shit.
Just say my name is Mario. Come on.
Mario? I love Mario, brother.
Okay.
I'm gonna play Mario
bet you
all
do.
day.
That was
bet you
better
love
than
Nintendo.
expected.
I bet you love Nintendo.
Love Mario, love Mario.
Of course,
Is that
you love
good?
Nintendo.
I bet you could do the
love
song.
Mario, bro.
Wait a minute. Can you do the little song? Come on, let's hear it.
Did your wife's boyfriend get you a Wii?
I don't remember actually a song of Mario. Actually.
It's the theme tune of your life. You should remember that.
Oh my life.
You know when you were a plumber, remember?
I can prom fucking you, man, bro. I can prom your whole house, man, if I want to.
Yeah, that's what we're saying.
But what are you? Can you
what do
little
you think
guys do
about Maddie?
also
Maddie,
something or just talk?
Maddie, you're from a pseudo-European, a southern
Can
a
you
southern or
work,
eastern
bro?
European
Or
area.
can you
Where are
do
you from?
just do shit?
Where are you from,
Huh?
Maddie? Where are you from?
No. I don't want to tell you where I'm from. Can you
What part
work
of the
or can you
EU
do
are you
shit?
from? What
What
part
the
of the
fuck?
EU are you from?
Where are you from, bro?
I'm American, which makes me right.
He sounds
Are you
like he's from a
American?
place where you shouldn't
What
say
are you
where he's
Okay,
doing
hold
from.
on
on.
the European
Hold on.
server,
Hold
bro?
on.
He's
I'm
afraid.
You don't
obnoxious.
belong
Hold
here,
on.
brother.
I'm obnoxious. I don't have an accent, and I
I don't care
and
about
I love
accent, man, bro.
petroleum,
Fuck
and I have
accent, man.
petroleum.
Everybody got accent, man,
So
bro.
that means I'm an American, right? I have guns too, Maddie. That means I'm an American.
But what is an American doing on the European server, bro?
This isn't a
This is
European
his server.
No, this is.
Oh.
Is this a
Am
European
I,
server? Is there such a thing as a European server?
So Maddie, what part of the what part of the EU are you from?
Huh?
What part of the EU are you? What part of the EU are you from?
I'm from Netherlands, man, bro.
You're from the Netherlands. Okay. Oh, so you have hold on. You have good civil engineers, don't you?
I'm fucking drunk.
You don't?
What?
I'm drunk.
No, he's fucking drunk.
Yeah, that doesn't.
That's a shame because the Netherlands knows how to put a road into a city.
Bro.
Yeah, what about those dams and stuff too? Wow, those dikes.
You
like that.
damn, you
Netherlands.
damn
Is he drunk or
Olo,
is he
that's
high on
what you are.
heroin?
Do you grow
Are you
your own
drunk?
weed,
Are
bitch
you
ass
drunk or is it
motherfucker?
opium?
Is your
Fuck
being
drunk
America,
drunk?
what you do? You making moon rocks and shit, bro.
Is
I'm
your being
doing my
drunk
own
the
shit.
reason? Is that what's telling you to talk over every single person that says a word? Like, is that you're being drunk?
You're
That causes
listening,
it?
guys. I'm
Yeah,
totally
I'm just
drunk.
Yeah, that's all.
Hey, I'm totally from the Netherlands. Yeah, it's a me.
Yeah, I like that talk, man, bro. That talk, yeah. That's me. That's me.
If you're from the Netherlands, why don't you
Yes, that's
speak?
me.
Why don't you speak some Neverland for us?
Oh. What do you want to know about the Netherlands? It's not so
I
nice
heard that
country
Michael
here.
Jackson owned Neverland. What are you talking about?
Is it flat there?
Like, how far Michael Jackson, bro?
I heard the Netherlands was a ranch out west, and Michael Jackson owned
A
it.
ranch? What's a ranch?
It's the thing you put on your salad.
On my salad?
Ranch dressing.
Salade.
That's a ranch dressing reference.
Ik weet niet wat jullie allemaal aan het praten zijn. En ik begrijp jullie al niet. I don't
Did you know
understand
the
you all.
word salad?
So, do you guys know Amsterdam?
Did you know
Weet
the word
jullie
salad?
Amsterdam? Amsterdam is ook not so good. Amsterdam is not so good, man, bro. Fuck
I don't
that
want to
shit.
get robbed by
on,
Fuck
Maddie.
Amsterdam, man, bro.
Maddie, I don't want to get robbed by junkies, so I don't want to live in Amsterdam now.
Hold on, I gotta mute him so I can hear what Mimas is saying because I
I
couldn't.
said I don't want to live in Amsterdam because I don't want to get robbed by junkies.
Yeah, they had notorious pirates there. Anyway, here we go.
If you come to Amsterdam.
Don't you know the lyric to the song "The Swiss Junkie in Amsterdam ripped me off my pants"?
No lyrics, bro. I'm 30 fucking 6 years old. What the fuck you think?
Maddie, that's the most intelligent thing I've ever heard you say so far. Is
No, I don't know much.
You don't
Fuck
know.
that shit.
Really intelligent.
Good for
Huh?
you.
I don't like internet much. Fuck that shit.
You don't like internet much?
Signs of intelligence.
I'm intelligent, but not that
like
internet
talking to
intelligent.
This is
What you
kinda
guys
like
doing? What you guys garbage about, bro? I
This
don't
is
need
the
to hear
weirdest
that.
conversation I've ever heard in my life.
do we
bro.
garbage
Maddie,
about?
I don't know if we
but
can
you
get to a
guys-
conversation.
About, bro.
Okay. I listen.
Maddie, do you think you live on a spinning ball in space?
No.
Okay, well that's good.
Then you're a good man.
Ah,
You're a good
motherfucker.
man, Matt.
Probably all that water you have around you. You never
brother.
Go down to your local municipal building and get your methadone.
I'm smoking my weed, bro. I'm just
Don't
smoking
be
my
late.
joint, brother. Smoking my joint and my berry. My nice
Berry.
beer.
Well, I
Wait,
don't know.
isn't that a school lunch breakfast in Netherlands?
School? What is school, bro?
School breakfast is weed and beer, right?
No, you should go to school,
And,
bro.
and
You should go to school.
I think you're getting diminishing returns on the beer part, though. Actually, my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't even hear what you're
Can we
talking,
go?
but
Can we go
okay,
back to
you're
talking
right,
about
man,
how
bro.
much I went
That's
to
okay.
Yeah,
Everybody
dude.
else
every
knows.
single civil engineer ever?
Yes. You're right,
I'm
man,
gonna go
bro.
back to that.
I guess you're all right.
I once had a civil engineer. I once had a civil engineer deliver me about $30,000 of concrete infrastructure that was 2.5 foot too tall for the lot we were putting them on. In other words, the sewer
Fuck
was
guy
2 foot
talking,
too
man, bro.
high.
You talk garbage, man, brother.
That's a civil engineer.
You guys got any
Imagine
room
that.
for a
So you
Glober?
get how much from concrete?
Yeah, what do you build your
Luigi,
sewer
calm
out of?
down.
Clay?
Hmm?
What do you build your sewer out of? Clay?
You built what from clay?
No. What do you build your sewers out of?
I didn't
Your
build. I
sewer
buy.
lines.
I buy shit,
Like you
bro.
have street sewer lines that go under the ground. They're made out of concrete.
Hmm.
I hope you do. I thought
Yeah,
Amsterdam
I
was
buy
modern.
shit, bro. I don't build, man, bro.
Well, I've built them.
You built?
Yeah, I built that kind of stuff. I own a concrete company.
Hey, can you build that underground shit?
The stuff in the ground, it's called infrastructure.
Yeah, I don't care. Can you build it underground? I pay you
He
crypto,
doesn't care.
bro.
He
Can we move on
Doesn't
to
care.
somebody else besides
Yeah, we can
listening
move
to
on.
this
Maddie,
guy?
you gotta take a break.
Ignorance, bro. Come
Come back
on,
when
man.
you're not
Hey,
high
shut
and
up,
drunk. Come
man,
back when you're
Marty.
not high and
I'm
drunk.
talking to the guy here.
Nah,
Give
Maddie,
some
you gotta
respect.
take a break. Sober up.
Okay.
Sober
Okay.
up.
Yeah, maybe I need to.
Mhm.
I have money to spend, bro. That's all
Maybe
I can
put
say to you.
yourself on
He's
mute
got a
and
month's worth of spam.
listen.
Nice.
Maybe just listen for a little while,
Okay, I listen.
or get some hot coffee or something.
Hot coffee? Man, it's the night, man, bro. I'm gonna make some more beer.
You don't make beer. Oh, well. Okay.
Make, drink. Fuck I'm doing. Smoke some joints, drink some beer, listen
We
to you
don't really
guys.
care what you do, man. We just want to make help
Just want
people
you to shut
educate
up.
themselves, bro.
You
So if
wanna
you're here to
help
learn,
people?
man, just listen, dude.
Okay, I listen.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
For real,
No
that guy
problem,
did
bro.
it. Oh
You
my
can
god.
laugh like a little. I know.
He really does sound like Italian. Like I was shocked when he said he's from the
I don't
Netherlands.
care what I'm listening, man, bro. People say I'm
Whoa.
Russian. People say
Shut
I'm
up,
this
man.
and that.
I thought he was listening. Hold on a second. Okay, this just has to be temporarily. Okay, now what happened? There was someone up there named Cam Man, and then they disappeared. Then they were muted. Then Aurelius appeared, who's also muted. Interesting. Here, should we unmute Aurelius? Anyone know this person?
Yeah, I'm gonna unmute him.
Okay. Very well.
I was literally about to as you said it.
Yeah,
Aurelius, you have control of your
I
microphone.
have my finger on the mute too, so I have that ability too. So I could mute Crack actually. You could try it. Here, we'll give Crack. He's a moderator, so okay. Hold on. One sec. How about less than a second? Couldn't even catch it hardly. Wow, that was quick.
Right,
Anyway,
that's it, you're banned.
Aurelius.
Somebody's gonna give us rooftop coverage here.
No.
Aurelius, what say you? Say you anything? Are you there?
He's stealing names now. He's trying to LARP.
Aurelius, interesting.
As in Aurelius.
What was the original name on there? Oh no, it's a VC verified. So, should I put him as I found him muted? Maybe so.
Nah, just leave him on mute. He's been VC verified.
Yeah, nothing. Yeah, what
He's
could
not
happen?
making any noise.
What's the worst that could happen? Anyway.
Hopefully.
That's not gonna happen.
We have sanctioned us back. Good for you. You made it back. All right.
Yeah. How's it going? How's it going?
All right.
Yeah, just tune in.
Cool. Let's see anyone new here.
Who's sanctioned? Is sanctioned a Globey or you're a flat earther, dude?
No, I don't remember.
I'm just here to hear what's up. So I'm just chilling.
I think I remember part of the conversation from yesterday was sanctioned, but well,
It
it's
was more of
sanctioned.
my friends. They're kind of being assholes at the same time.
Oh, that's right. Freeze and the
Winger.
coder guy.
He left and then came back in because he was like, why can't anybody hear me? We muted
Oh,
you.
you from that group sanction?
He probably doesn't know because he's drunk.
Me?
Yeah.
No, that was a different person.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, never mind. But yeah, no, I'm just chill out. Yeah.
I'm just seeing the names, and then Maddie like left and then came back in. I think he thinks that.
No, Maddie's. I muted him because he couldn't keep quiet.
No, I know why you muted him, but I'm saying I think he backed out and then came back in because he thought that there was something wrong with his mic.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, I'm mute, mate. Matt, are you there?
Didn't catch that part.
Oh man, he's drunk, man.
He's drunk, is he? Oh, is that Luigi guy?
Yeah,
Yeah, he's the drunk guy.
All
so.
right, yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I mean, we can unmute him. We can unmute him later, maybe, or tomorrow, or whatever. Maybe.
I don't know about that, mate. I'm
when
very.
he's not drunk,
wait
bro.
there a second. Wait there, I'll tell you. I think the best thing to do is to do this. Take away that, and then put that, and then do that. I've just cogged this him just for being a twat. Sorry, I literally don't think we need people like him even in here. Might seem a bit harsh, but he's gone.
Just give him a chance to when he's sober. Like,
yeah, I'll put him out of cock this tomorrow. So that's if he sticks around.
Right.
You're gonna forget about him for a year, Crack.
Yep.
Fuck Luigi.
Have to make a new
Luigi,
name.
man. It's just bones and Cogdis,
No, but the thing is like, what? He's a European, right? So, like, English hours, right? When there's no mod in here or no gold in here, he's just gonna come in and just say a load of rubbish. He's a drunk. The server rules don't come in drunk, and then he comes in wasted, right? So.
Oh, we got PMAC, man, and he's all slashed.
Yeah, but that's PMAC, bro. PMAC's Irish, mate. That's like their natural state of living.
Oh, right. So we give a little leeway there, I suppose.
I cogged this his ass too. I cogged this him as well.
I've had to mute him. I'm not proud of it. I like the guy too.
Yeah, I like him, but I've had to
we sing tunes together here on the Discord live. It's been fun, but sometimes you get a little bit too boisterous and a little bit, I don't know, like on the verge of disrespect, I guess you could say. Yeah.
Exactly. Fuck, I've had to mute Helio before.
Yeah, I know. I've seen that.
He'll admit that he needed to be muted too.
Yeah,
I know. I like that. He's a cancer like me. Helio's a cancer too. Yeah.
Yeah, my mum is as well, actually. That's interesting. That makes a lot of sense now. That actually makes sense.
That is interesting. Wow.
Yeah,
So sanction. Just briefly refresh our memory. I don't quite recall from yesterday, but what is your take on Earth?
I'm kind of. I'm not. I'm actually not afraid to answer this, but I'm still kind of like neutral on the subject right now. I'm like,
That's
but
fair.
Worries.
But yeah, again, I'm not really like a talkative person. I just like hearing others.
Okay. So
yeah.
Would you say kind of like maybe on the fence? You've seen some information. Obviously, you're skeptical of the globe. Is that true?
Yeah, a little bit, but again, I'm just chill out. Yeah.
Sure. No problem, man.
It's and by the way, when I'm in here, am I okay just to come here and mute and just like listen, or do I have to like have a question in order to be here?
Well,
since
at some
since
point
you're
you're
new,
gonna have to interact with us. So you know we can't do. At some point you're gonna have to interact with us.
yeah. Here's the
Oh,
reason why. Here's the reason why you want to is because since you're new and you're VC verified and it says you seem sincere, people will just want to know who you are. So they probably will, like I did, ask you.
I'm just very curious, you know.
Yeah, and here's how that goes away. That kind of goes away if you do enter into conversation more, interact with us more, and then we'll see where you're at, and you'll get the appropriate roles, so you won't be continued to ask over and over the same things, right?
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Thank you very much.
So just give it some time.
Yeah, we're gonna
Also-
poke your brain. Or
It,
probe
it
it.
might help your understanding, you know, go a bit easier if you do just engage and ask questions and
Yeah, I'm like it's like this VC and my homework at the same time. I'm like I'm like cross, but yeah, it's whatever.
Got a few people in the VC check-in.
Yeah.
looks like about 4 new people coming in from VC, maybe.
Puddles is in there already.
Unless they're just like hogging all the conversation up there. That does happen.
Yeah.
I'm mad quick when I do it. I'm just like, right.
I know, right? They do that. It is kind of fun
Yeah.
sometimes.
Because they're sneaking on flat smacking.
Mm-hmm.
They're doing the flat smacking in there while we're all over here trying to wait to flat smack them, but shit.
You guys need a Glober yet?
We do.
If you want to
Yes.
go to VC check-in 2, there looks like 4 new people there. I don't see any mods or anything up
For
there.
CC and VC1.
I see Cuddles. Cuddles is
CC and VC1, has he been checked? Do you want me to VC verify him?
No, it looks like
Sure.
they're talking.
Yeah, bring him down and talk to him. He's going to be a good one.
It looks like they're talking to him right now. So a couple people. There's a gold up there.
Yeah, Gravity was up there. Gravity was up there earlier.
Well, no, Radwin was just up there, so I'm just saying, like, yo, Radwin, I'm not urgent voice in time, my G.
Oh, that is Radwin. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Radwin, has he already been checked in then, yeah? Or pretty much?
He's up in the VC checking one.
He's come out of it now. So, I mean, I know I should have moved it down here.
Right.
Hello?
There he is, CC. CC can prove globe using 2 magnets.
No, please.
You can.
Please do not
I may seem.
misquote me.
All right. Okay, all
All
right,
I
CC,
can do
go ahead.
is
You say, wait, we'll start again, CC. All right,
Listen,
sweet.
all
We'll
I
let you
can
say
do
what
with
you were saying. That's cool. Go ahead, bro.
All I can do with magnets is prove that the Earth is not flat. Okay?
Okay, let's hear it.
How does that work?
Okay, so
Please tell me.
a compass works. A compass has a magnetized
Holy
needle.
crap, you're right.
Yes, I am in
Is that a
fact.
cause or effect?
Listen.
Is your
I haven't
compass,
even-
hold on, is your magnetism
Listen.
a cause or effect before you go on?
Sorry, what?
Is your magnetism a cause or an effect? What is it?
Magnetism is caused, but it's definitely an effect. It's an effect of having
Okay, so it's a
magnet and
derivative. It's a
magnetic.
delta X. It's not a delta.
No, it's not a derivative. It's very definitely not a
So
derivative.
magnetism is causing? What is magnetism causing?
I'm going to be blunt when I say
How many
that if you do
directions
not,
are there? How many directions are there?
if you're
How
going
many
to
magnetic
let me,
directions are there? How many magnetic directions? I want to see how much you know before you talk about magnetism to me. How many directions are there?
Mimus, I kind of want to hear his premise.
I don't.
To
want
hear,
you to tell me how
I
many
know you've
that's
been in
case
directions
your.
in
there
point.
are.
You don't have
How
any
many
interest in
directions?
listening to me.
Hold on, genius, you toothless Brit. How many directions does a compass point?
Right, sorry, if I'm just going to be insulted, I'm leaving.
How
I have
many
no
directions
interest
does
in
a
being.
compass point? It points one direction, doesn't it?
No, there's two magnetic directions. One that
It
goes
points
against the
one
magnetic field
direction. It
lines and one that
points
goes with the
north.
magnetic field
Everything
direction.
else is derived from north.
Sorry, can someone mute this person or I'm not talking in this call?
That's going to be really
Or the
hard for
one named
anyone to do.
CC. Gladly.
That's going to be
Gladly
hard for
mute
anyone
CC.
to mute me. They can't.
There we go. There you go. CC's muted. Okay. So just oh, he has to
Bye-bye,
go
CC.
now. Oh, like got a
Wait, then,
feeling.
I actually can mute you.
But I can ban you.
I know. You can ban all of us.
Okay, so I'm not even going to let someone talk if they're going to say magnetism.
It's so
proves not
retarded.
flat. I'm not even
No,
going to let them talk.
I know. I just wanted to hear the
it
All I
kind of
want to
flesh
do
out the
is bring them
ridiculous
over and hear the butthole.
fucking
And that's
premise.
it. That's it. That's all I'm going to do.
I know.
But it literally proves
I'm
the
not even going to
opposite.
let I'm not even going to let their false premise get out of their mouth.
It actually proves the opposite, to be quite honest with you. Like,
Yeah,
again,
because
what is
there
a
is only
what
one
is a
direction.
compass? Yeah,
There is
like,
literally only one direction. And what was his claim going to even be? Outside of one direction, everything else is derivative. Left and right,
Yup.
but relative to north is east and west.
exactly. It's like up
And
and
south
down. Like,
is just the opposite of north, wherever you are. Period. That's it. That's how it
Yeah,
works.
I
There
don't
is no
understand.
There was a mongoloid in here arguing. It was R.C. Meisty, wasn't it? There's a magnetic west.
what? What?
I've heard
Say that
some,
again.
and said there was a magnetic west.
There's only one magnetic direction, and
There's
that's
only
the
one
only
magnetic
cardinal
direction,
direction.
and that's
And
it.
then you can only detect west in relation to north and south in relation to north, and so on and so forth, right? Again, I would say that a compass nearly proves that the Earth is definitely not a sphere, right? Like, because again, like, think about how a compass works, right? You effectively have a disc, right, inside of basically something again that is flat, right? Remember that, right? Remember the compass is something that is flat, and I just like I really don't understand how compasses still work so well. If you're, let's say, 20 degrees south of the equator, for instance, right? So it apparently is able to, because obviously, if you guys know about resistance, right, and the way resistance would work, right, the magnetic pull of that thing is pulling it through the ball, right? And obviously, from that position, it has to bypass the actual core of the Earth as well. This magnetism, which obviously makes absolutely no sense either, right? Because obviously that would mean that the magnetism of the northern point of the North Pole would have to be able to not only penetrate the Earth, but it would also have to be able to bypass through the hottest thing ever, right? And then somehow through that angle, right? And if you take the angle, like I said, of being like 20 degrees south of the equator, or even let's say further than that, for instance, the actual disc segment inside of the compass effectively has to work against the torsion of the friction, should I say, because that little plate is going to be apparently being pulled up for it to actually direct itself, as if, like, the way it works in a planar sort of sense on a flat plane. That makes complete sense, right? How there would be no friction on that disc. But if you're talking even about, like I said, a magnetic connection to the North Pole that you probably wouldn't even be able to get because of the impossibility of what's between that thing and you, right? Like, how does that even work? Do you get what I'm trying to say? Like,
Right.
it seems ridiculous.
How are you getting a compass to point north on the bottom of a ball? Shouldn't it be
Right.
pointing south?
It makes no
Why
sense.
don't any compasses point south? None.
They stop working, right? As well at certain points,
they do.
apparently.
That is correct.
Like,
They do stop working at a certain point.
but like the issue with that's what I'm trying to get at, is that the compass would stop working Like, and you can do this with magnets yourself. That's kind of what I should have added to that. Is if you guys go and get a magnet and overtake the northern magnetic field by having a magnet that's stronger than the northern magnetic field itself, right? And you start to place a magnet above at an angle, it doesn't, and you put it in the direction of north, right? So you have the directionality of north. Then you start to move the magnet above the compass, right? The compass can literally, like, so it's still north of the needle, right? And you're coming from that direction, and you bring it higher. And if you've got an electromagnet, you crank it up, right? You can get it to like stick in different positions, right? Like, and this is just like easy to test yourself, and you can do it yourself, right? Like, you can see how the friction of that disc and it toppling against that pin, because it's now being pulled upward, right? It doesn't work correctly. So I just don't see how they think that it would work on a globe whatsoever, right? Like,
Well, that's the thing too. Is I've listened to about 70 hours of lawyers right now, so I'm just tired of bad faith arguments. I kind of had my fill. Because while I work every day, I've had the Rittenhouse trial on in my headphones like all day, every day.
Same.
Yeah, all day, every day.
I like the way I like the way the prosecution pretty much laid out a better case, right? For an acquittal, right?
Yeah, they did.
Oh
than
yeah,
the defense did.
that's
I was
right.
like, what?
If you want a master class in how not to argue your points, just go watch that prosecution. Like, I always,
Binger.
It's the same reason. Like, if I wanted to tell someone what videos to watch to learn how to play Dark Souls, I would tell them go watch Dark Side Phil, because he's terrible and makes every mistake. And he does. And that's what I like to tell people. Go look at other people's mistakes to see what not to do.
But
And
that Binger guy is just a
every
retard.
argument was bad faith.
You see the bit where he actually strung out the whole idea that the group was showing restraint, and he did so in the most beautiful, stupid, retarded way that I've ever seen anyone actually build a defense for the person they're supposed to be prosecuting, right, guys? He's like, so when you're on the roof, right, and you guys are on the roof, and he goes, wait there. He starts off with a gun strap. He's like, is that gun strap strong enough that if someone were to grab the gun off of you, they wouldn't be able to remove the gun off of your body? And he's like, well, yeah, it's probably strong enough to have someone tug on it. And he's like, but I don't really understand how that would make it any less worrying. It doesn't. So, and he goes, so maybe that it would be harder to turn the gun on you, but like, it doesn't mean they can't grab it and start shooting people to the right or left of you. It doesn't mean they can't cut it off of you.
The panel that was watching it, they were really concerned that the defense wasn't like making objections during all that. And what we didn't know is that people watching the jury were saying, if you saw this jury, you'd understand why they weren't using objections.
I would never have objected.
I have a question. The jury was very displeased with the prosecution, and everybody.
I'm not surprised. You wouldn't object to that. Like, sorry, one second. Why would you wouldn't object to it? It was the most brilliant defense from a prosecution ever. They were literally making the case for the defense.
So, it has to do with that. So what I watched, and I wasn't looking at the TV, so in reality, I was listening to the prosecution sounding like the defense, because that's what he sounded like. He was making a case for this guy to shoot people.
It did.
Yes, that's the point.
He was talking about. He laid out how, yes, they chased you. Yes, you were probably scared. Did you need to kill him?
And then the bit that was like the most disturbing coming from the prosecution, right, is when he spoke about the chronology of the events, right, guys? So he turns around and he talks to basically one of Rittenhouse's friends. I think he's also might be a journalist, right? And he turns around to me and goes, so when you're on the roof, right, and, they were like throwing stones at you or like water bombs or gas bombs, again, there should be a massive differentiation between water bombs and gas bombs. It's just like, maybe water bombs or gas bombs. It's a big difference. One's like extremely terrible. One is a water bomb. It's like, he had a butter knife versus 17 samurai swords to your throat, right? Like, that's literally like probably not even a big enough difference, right? So he then says, so, you didn't feel the need to use deadly force at that point. Remember, Carl Rittenhouse was on that roof and he was also there and also did not shoot anyone, meaning that, yeah, you didn't feel threatened enough when you're on the roof when you were being attacked to use deadly force. So how come when you're on the floor you use deadly force? And it's like, wait a minute, Carl Rittenhouse didn't use deadly force on that roof either. So what you're showing us is that this group were continually attacked and continued to show restraint up until the point someone started trying to smash him over the head with a baseball bat to hearing gunshots.
Doing that, he even laid out the conditional differences of being on the roof and on the ground. These are bad, but you know what? A lot of the lawyers on that panel were saying this guy sounds like he's trying to cause a mistrial, so that he can get more time to prosecute him later.
No, you guys. So he definitely wasn't trying to cause a mistrial. Definitely wasn't trying to do that, because if they do
I
a
don't think he
mistrial,
was.
it would be with prejudice, meaning that they cannot retry him. Number two is that a lot of the things that I've been watching are lawyers that know Richardson, whatever the defense main lawyer is, and they say he never objects to anything. Because I don't think I've ever said, "Oh my God, oh my goodness, what the hell is going on?" so many times in my life in the matter of hours. Like, why are you not objecting? What's going on? Because one of the things that you should do that for is, yes, the prosecution was flailing. He was trying to nail Jello to the wall. Like, he totally helped the defense in so many ways, but the jury was bored. Reporters were saying that they even had their legs up, their heads back, like they weren't taking notes anymore. And the defense should have objected so that the jury was aware of how bad this line of questioning actually was.
The logic that was used, though, was that if the jury's asleep and don't like the line of questioning, then don't wake them up with objections.
Exactly. I heard that as well, but it still is to point out, to wake them up and be like, no matter what, do you hear how awful this prosecution is being to Kyle Rittenhouse? How horrible these questions are. I mean, it was asked and answered how many times? It was the craziest I've ever seen in any court trial. It was insane.
One thing I will say, though, is that if you watch the tapes, right, and the jury would have, right, you understand exactly where Carl Rittenhouse's mind was, right? In those moments, you understand, to be quite honest, that this case is a cut and shut. It's already done. It's been cut open. You can just shut it back up after watching the tape. So I'm not surprised the jury have gone to sleep. They're probably just, right, whatever. We don't even need to listen to the prosecution whatsoever, because the case is a cut and shut case. It's obvious what's happened.
It should have never even been tried. It should have been that there's no evidence. It should be shut down before the jury even has to do anything. I mean, it's ridiculous.
No evidence, I would say to the opposite, even like to take it even further, I would actually start to prosecute the person that tried to put his hands up to Carl, right? And he's done this, right? He pretends that he's basically someone that, although he proceeds to try to put out his glass. He tries to close that distance between Carl in order that he can get that shot off, and that's what the bicep shot. That is a fucking brilliant shooting by this 17-year-old man.
I mean, his trigger control was amazing. It was
exactly
really
like we've got this guy like running at him, shouting expletives at a Black Lives Matter thing, shouting the N-word as well, which is quite funny. Like,
well, first of all,
I mean, he sees hands up, he drops his gun, he sees hands coming for him, he shoots. Like, he had really good trigger discipline.
Let's say this: in a perfect world, he wouldn't be admonished or rewarded, because killing communists is like throwing out bad toasters.
Say that again, me?
Killing communists should just be like throwing away toasters. It's just something you got to do.
Yeah.
Like, they're not. I mean, look, communists aren't even people to me.
So true.
No, I know.
That's why I love Meme. He's an extreme pragmatist.
Yes, I am.
And
yeah, well, actually, if you look at the main guy, the guy that was shot, right, and killed, he molested like 5 children, I think it was, right? So
he molested five boys ages 8 to 12, and was convicted of 8 different charges on those, all with anal penetration.
And
What
didn't
he would
he
do
get
is
out of hospital
he would
that day?
start dating women. He would date women and molest their boys. That's what he
Nice.
that
did.
guy way too fast.
And yeah, well, what's funny is when he got shot, it went through the neck and came out near his dick. So there's some
Like
poetic justice in there. And the other
the
guy he shot in the chest. The other guy he shot in the chest was, I think, was like in training to be a serial killer. He had been convicted twice for kidnapping and strangulation, not killing, but kidnapping and strangulation.
You have to ask yourself, who are the types of individuals that go out onto, and I don't think necessarily, this is what I mean, like, you know, when the Black Lives Matter stuff was really happening, and like, you know, Antifa, I don't think they're at all representative of the demographic of black people whatsoever. Like, I know so many black people, and they're disgusted by the actions of people like Antifa. Like, black people hate groups like Antifa even more. Do you know what I mean? Like,
Let me tell you who buys into the narrative here is middle class, stupid liberal white people.
White liberals, yeah, white middle class liberals. That's my point. You know, that's
who's fighting
exactly
it.
it.
The Black Lives Matter is a white liberal movement.
It's
That's all it
white
is.
guilt. It's white guilt personified.
Our
You know,
lives
it's like
are
the
so
Germans.
good. We should give back to these little pets that we brought over. That's
Yeah,
all it is.
man.
It's
Like, that's the most racist shit I've ever
condescending
seen.
thing. It is. It's what it is. It's the black people
It's like,
can't help themselves because they're not as smart as us.
yeah,
We
they're
need to
just so
help them.
stupid. They're
It's the
victims,
worst.
and they'll never crawl back up from where it was that we put them. So, thus, we must kneel so they can be higher than us at least once.
I could respect someone who says, I don't like black people.
Exactly.
Well, that's
Yeah.
horrible. That's a horrible thing. But you know, at least you're just honest about it. But then the white liberals are like,
Right.
we're so much better than black people. We need to help them. To me, that's worse. That's
Yeah,
the
it's
wolf.
so much
That's the
worse.
wolf pretending it's not a wolf.
It's demeaning as anything, right? That's the most demeaning
Yeah.
position I think I've ever seen. Mhm. Yeah, that's like got to be the most demeaning position ever, right? Like to be like, you know, these people
If I
are.
made the TV movie, the prosecuting attorneys would be George Costanza as big man, that guy, and Ben Stiller as the lawyer, as the prosecutor.
Yeah, dyeing his hair blonde as well. That would be a sick movie.
No, the little finger guy, the little finger, the mustache and the scrotum tickler, the little puffed of hair below his.
Yeah. Yeah, you could make him into like a little bit of a parody of like a gay Hitler almost, right? As well.
No, I would totally just use the Blue Steel character when Ben Stiller plays the model.
Mm-hmm.
How do you expect him to defend himself, sir? You know, absolutely.
Zoolander for the win. Yes, bro. Zoolander the hell out of that. 100%.
Yes, Zoolander,
That would add such a nice twist to it. Yeah. 100%.
It is funny.
It would be hilarious.
Frustrating watching it, especially when you're watching it and there's like a panel of 10 lawyers screaming at the defense team, and then later on, it's like, well, the defense team is winning, so maybe their strategy is working.
Well, that's kind of my point. It's like when the defense are going, right, we've got the lawyers screaming at them, right? Okay. But when it was the prosecution, we just heard silence. Yeah. So it's actually a nice framework to put it in. And like, so that's kind of what I've been studying for the last couple of years is criminology and law, right? And when I say it's a nice strategy, it frames it nicely. If there's a load of silence during the prosecution and everyone's just disinterested, but when the defense gets going, that all there is this bravado and this defensive type behavior, right? So like you have the prosecution acting in defense. So it's like they're actually being attacked and that they're actually sustaining some form of damage because they're having to parry.
It gets even worse.
Shines,
When the
Shines, I wanted
judge
to
is
ask
the
you
one-
something.
Wait, really
Shines,
quick.
I
I
want to
just
ask
want to
you
say
something.
really quick. It
Okay,
gets
go
even
ahead.
worse when the judge is the one that's actually making the objections
The
for the
objections.
defense, because then it looks even worse to the jury that the jury actually stands up and is like, "Whoa!" Like the judge is the one saying, "Like, don't do this," and now we need to leave the room, and like they know that they're going after the prosecution with that. So, I mean, on that tail end of it, I think Kyle taking the stand everybody was like so black-pilled about it in the beginning, but I think it worked out swimmingly for the defense.
think it worked
Like
out
it just
fine.
helped them so much.
Are you watching it through Nick Potato's stream, Shines?
So I just started watching it today through their stream. I was watching on Long Crime and not watching any of the comments, live chat or anything like that. And then
That's the
they
best stream
posted
to watch it
something.
through.
Yeah, so I started watching it today because I saw one of the. I retweeted it. It was the
Can you
one where
send
they're
that to
like,
me?
yeah, I'll send it to you. It's the one where they were like, "Oh my God, he just said," like it was when Gage was up on the stand and he was like, "Yes, correct," whatever.
Okay, so
And
you
their
saw that, yeah.
response, I was like, that response is everybody's response, screaming at their screen right now that knew Kyle was innocent since day one. They knew that it was self-defense.
Right.
Like I was,
Okay,
I didn't watch anything today.
I've been subbed to Nick for like 3 years. So I watch a lot of his streams, or I have
I've
watched
been
like in the
subbed to him.
background.
I didn't know that he was streaming this. Like somehow I don't
Yeah.
get notifications on YouTube and or on Twitter. I follow a ton of people, so I just didn't know until it became like a trending post, and I was like, "Damn it, I missed the
Right.
whole trial." But today was
You'll
fantastic.
never figure out YouTube's algorithm. I have an account that's purely just for gaming and stuff.
Yeah.
And I get recommendations for QE's streams.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any
It's the
sense. I
same
don't
for
watch
me.
him on
Same
there,
for me.
and I don't sub to him on that channel.
Same as me. So I had the exact same thing, right? Where that's just because QE's a shill and he's paid money to the Jews.
That's right. He's paid money to YouTube.
Yeah.
He's one of them. Hey. So anyway. But yeah, I like Nick Potato's stream because he gets like Viva free, and all the YouTube lawyers go on his stream, and they'll argue and talk about it as it's happening. And there's a lot of different perspectives, so it's really good.
Are you guys surprised that they aren't doing Ahmed Arbery's trial? Like I've been watching that on the sideline, but I mean nobody's really covering it.
Isn't that trial a joke? Because they named their son Ahmed Arbery. Isn't that armed robbery?
That's amazing.
Like, is that trial a joke or something? His name is literally Ahmed Arbery.
I know. And he was known as, what's even funnier is that he's known as the runner because of all of his thieving. He would run into stores, run into all this stuff, and so he's literally known as the runner, and everybody's like, "Oh, I can't run now because you'll be shot if you're black and you're running."
Hey, look,
Wait, so what piece is this? Can someone clue me up on this Ahmed Arbor guy? Because I have no clue, and I should do. I'm English, so it's
so
different
he was
for me,
basically
right?
the one that was prowling at night and looking into this guy's house that hadn't been built. A lot of stuff was stolen out of his boat. This house is like next to a dock. A bunch of stuff was stolen, and so these people who are ex-cop, Coast Guard, all this stuff around the neighborhood. It's a tiny little neighborhood, and they were rallying together. And so when they rallied together and saw that he was out there during the daylight, they started to chase him down in a truck. And then things ensued. It's a big, long story after that, but they kind of cornered him, and the son was there with his shotgun. And instead of like ducking, any direction away from the gun, he ran straight to the son with the gun and tried to grab it out of his hands, and the son shot him in self-defense. Like you can't have somebody take your gun away from you. You just do not do that. He shot him, and so they're all on trial for murder in this because of racism.
Are you serious? So, all right, okay. So that makes a lot of sense. Not. So what state was that in?
My gosh, I can't remember. I think it was it Georgia? I think it was. Yeah, I think it was near Atlanta.
That's yeah, that would make sense. That if it was in Georgia, that it would be
Well, and
near
it was
Atlanta.
the same time as the whole Floyd thing, the Jacob Blake, the
Yeah.
everything else going on.
Right. So it's a narrative-driven prosecution. Okay,
Exactly.
that makes sense. I was going to say because that doesn't really make sense. Obviously, knowing the gun laws in Georgia and the different laws in Georgia, stand your ground type laws, and then knowing obviously that I don't believe there's much case law even in Georgia for prosecution. I don't believe there are any prosecutions in Georgia where people have tried to actively take guns off of people and got shot doing so. I think usually that shit just gets, acquitted straight away. Like it doesn't even make it to trial. That's crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean the whole thing that they're saying is that he was just running. They were playing the game of police when they, this whole citizens arrest things. They were trying to stop him for the police to come. And then they are trying to say they used their car as a deadly weapon to try and kill it. Like They're bringing in
No,
all
come on.
kinds of stuff. I mean, it's the same deal we're seeing with all these other cases.
Well, I hate it
legit.
when you make that case.
This is why I am legitimately anti-police. Legitimately, I actually
Yes.
am. As someone who looks very right wing, who seems super conservative, I am vehemently anti-police.
Same.
Because if you watch Rittenhouse trial, and every single stupid conservative I know should watch that trial, so that they can stop backing the blue, because every single cop has lied. Every single cop. From the beat cop to the detective to the
the
prosecutor,
FBI.
every single one lied. They do not have
To
your
the
back.
FBI,
They are
man.
the bad guys.
Well, think about while Rittenhouse and everyone were even out there that day, right? Look what the police did. They went and protected the courthouse, right? Okay, in Kenosha, they went and protected the courthouse. What did they do? They didn't protect the citizenry's property whatsoever, right? They
No, not at all.
literally said, "Nope, we're not doing it," and they've admitted this as well, that they had, literally orders from on high that they were to leave citizenry property to be smashed up and to protect federal buildings. And the FBI did what? They pretty much lost or deleted said video, right? The aerial video of reconnaissance where they were tracking the whole event. So they knew exactly the layout of this whole thing from the beginning. They haven't come forward to say, well, maybe this should be acquitted, right? They didn't care. They're just there fulfilling the narrative, right? Again, then they're not there to help you. Let's face it. We wouldn't need citizens to arrest people or any form of vigilantism if the police were doing their fucking job.
Well, no one can even prove to me that vigilantism isn't the right way to go.
Exactly, same. I've been a vigilante for years.
Let's look at the history of policing in America. And okay, so vigilantism, okay, that may be there were some people wrongfully attacked, right? Probably in vigilantism. How many people have been wrongfully attacked in an organized police state?
Yeah, well, let's make a clear delineation, right? So the word vigilantism is a word already, again, like the term conspiracy theorist, that has been propagated and propagandized, sorry, should I say, and it's made it into it's a negative term in the sense that it's been, defined in that manner, right? So what's the difference between heroism, okay, and serving your local area to a better end, okay, than it just being disrupted, destroyed, and dismantled, right? So like, there's a big difference. There's heroism, right, versus vigilantism. Vigilantism would be the egotistical form, right, in today's modern world and in these descriptors.
Right.
Would be like the egotistical thing of going out and seeking out to find these problems. There's a big difference between a group of people that are protecting an ensuing horde of zombie wave type shit of people that are coming definitely to mess up your community and to ruin where you live and to potentially harm people, right? That at that point, that's just heroism.
If you organize a bunch of neighbors to walk around with guns to prevent unwanted people from coming in your neighborhood, that's not vigilantism.
Exactly.
That's not, there's no ego in that. That's just you're protecting your community. And the police will say, you aren't allowed to protect your community until they actually burn you down.
Right.
But that's the nature of the state, is to not act and not protect.
Well, that's
It's
the
the
thing, is
same
that
here in the UK.
it wasn't even that much though, because they were even saying in the prosecution, like the way that Binger was making it seem is that you aren't even allowed to protect your property, even if it's burnt down, even if anything, like, you aren't allowed to protect yourself or protect if you walk up to somebody with a gun in your arms because they're setting something on fire, then you're the instigator, which isn't the way that it works,
Yeah. Let's even give them the most gracious definition. Let's say you can't protect property, you can only protect yourself.
Yeah.
Well, at what point are you allowed to protect yourself where you're not criminally liable?
Right. Is it the point when,
Do they have to, does the knife have to be in you?
Or the skateboard has to be actually clubbing you over the head more than 10 times.
Yeah. He was like, well, he didn't have a weapon. Meanwhile, he had a skateboard and his foot and all these other things, right? Like, you're not allowed to defend yourself unless somebody's already shot you. He's like, well, he hasn't fired the gun yet. Well,
Like,
do
I'll
I
be
wait for
honest
them
with
to
you.
fire to
When we
defend
find
myself?
the gun
I'll be
was
honest.
the gun
If
was
he had
fired
pointed,
in the end.
if he
So
had pointed his gun into that crowd that was chasing him and fired and just mowed a bunch of people down, he'd be justified, in my opinion.
yeah, in that moment with that fear over him, yeah, 100%.
He had mowed every single invader there down to protect himself. He'd be totally morally justified, in my opinion. Because
Well,
first
yeah,
of all,
because it looks like they're
none of
all
them
going to
were,
turn on him.
none of them were people. They were all communists. So it's really like your duty as a human to get rid of them.
I love
Killing
that.
zombies.
But even so, like, I think this whole trial, notice that they always say AR-15. They don't call it a weapon or a gun or anything like that. They're calling out the gun. I think this is really a trial on our ability to defend ourselves, and the Second Amendment is really what they're showcasing here. Because it hasn't, I mean, everything is so blatantly obvious of what happened here. So what they're after now is basically our Second Amendment and our freedom to.
Well, yeah, that's why they've exercised this case to the extent that it's been exercised too. And as horrible as this may seem, I wouldn't be surprised if this young man goes down forever.
He won't. I'll tell you why.
I don't believe he will. I don't believe he will. But I'm saying I wouldn't be surprised if he did.
Because the absolute best they could ever hope for right now is a hung jury. Because there is no way that all 12 would ever convict this kid. Ever.
Yeah, I really hope so. But I wouldn't put it past the FBI.
I'm not going to put it past. I'm not going to put it past him to do something. I'm not.
Yeah, because again, is it really the jury's decision? At a certain point, when we get to these sort of high-level forms of cases, we've seen this in the past in other cases. In the UK, we've seen this, where you have the secret services pretty much probably involved, and I would say there's a good indicator that they are when you have the FBI deleting high-resolution footage of aerial footage that clearly shows the events in the best way possible, showing the directionality that Rittenhouse was running, and all of this stuff, right? And who was behind who and who was really chasing who, right? Like, when you have those individuals involved, I wouldn't put it past them to apply pressure to the jurors in some form of sense. And there is evidence of them doing this in the past.
You want to hear a funny?
What do we believe?
Go ahead, Elijah. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say just like with voting, right? Do we really believe there's a system that picks people like a lottery? How the fuck do we know that at the very least they aren't just selecting people based on who they are? Oh, look at this person's background. They went to this school.
Yeah.
They're predisposed to this kind of information. Yes,
that's what jury
these are the people that we want. How do we know that that's not happening?
Well, that is what jury selection is.
Let me tell you something. I might have trusted myself to a jury 80 years ago, but an American jury today, I don't trust myself. I wouldn't trust myself to them. I'd be like, give me the chair. I trust the electric chair more than I trust this jury. Because the American people are a bunch of bootlicking imbeciles.
Yeah, I wouldn't trust myself in a jury either. I think I would just acquit people for pretty much anything.
That's what I would do. I've already said, if I ever get on a jury, if I ever get jury duty, I'm acquitting the person. I don't care. And I will be the last man on that jury, and I'll hang a jury. I don't care. I'll do it out of spite.
I don't believe it.
Out of spite.
I don't believe it, Your Honor.
I don't
He's got
believe it.
kind eyes. He didn't hurt a soul.
See, but I don't believe that you would actually do that. What about somebody who, like, one of the people who was defending Julius Jones poured hot liquid all over I think it was like a toddler, 2-year-old groin, and then slammed him down on the ground and killed him? You would acquit somebody like that?
You just have to show me proof for something like that. I'm talking about like gangbangers killing each other or something. No, I'm gonna
like they live by the sword, who die by it, right? So like I'm the same way. It's like people in the mafia that were shooting.
I wouldn't let murderers out on the street free.
Well, if they're murdering other people that have invited themselves into that way of life, then I don't care. Like, you live by the sword, you die by it. There are certain contracts in life
other people
that
that
we
are
agree
innocent.
to. Again, they are not.
You
That's
let
the point.
gangbangers out into the public with each other, they will kill each other.
And they will kill innocent bystanders, mostly children, which has happened in this past year. So many children have died because of these drive-by shootings, these gang retaliations. They really go out and kill kids on purpose.
That's true, but that's a byproduct. That's a byproduct of a disarmed public, though.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's
not-
mostly
but
in these
to what
democratic cities, for sure.
But to what extent is that really true? No, like we be talking about shit that be on TV.
Yeah,
and
that's
these
another thing
and
too.
these things that happen from time to time. Like there's a whole bunch of niggas I know that's dead. It ain't a bunch of whole little girls though that was accidentally there, and there's a few, but there's a lot of just them killing them. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, yeah, the kid. I'll
Do you
take
want to
it
hear
case
a
by
real?
case.
Do you want to hear a real hilarious statistic? In the last in 2020, 258 people died by inserting things into their anus.
Yeah, it's a lot.
In 5 years, that is more deaths than in 5 years. That is more deaths than in 5 years from any Armalite. That's from any AR in the United States.
When are they banning dildos?
But this is what I'm saying. These ideas about justice come from the
media.
selected topics of the year, and of the deck. Like it's not real. Like
yeah.
Listen to what I'm saying. Shit happens. Okay, of course, duh. But the way that they're portraying it on TV and why we have to change our lives around because of this, and so we have to do these precautionary measures
because we can stop it. We can't.
None of that. It's not even real. There's nothing. Okay. Well, here's an example. I'm gonna take it to these mandates, right? So called for the medicine. Okay, let's put it like that.
Yeah.
The crazy thing is they're successful. People think it's about whether they get the medicine or not. No. The biggest marketing campaign you could have is two teams going in on each other while it's being televised.
It's advertisement from both ends.
So look, Blue Shot's been down and decreasing for a while now. How do you get motherfuckers to actually fight to do something that they really honestly don't care about doing?
Yeah.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah, you get the other side. Again, you're right. That's the best form of advertisement, right? Is to have both sides arguing over the thing that, regardless of whether the people that are arguing over the thing want the thing or
frame
not.
it as a binary. They frame it as a binary choice.
Exactly.
And
you
in
implicate
reality,
people
it's
against
not.
one another. The very citizenry become the propositionary salesperson, right? Like it's like,
What's the argument? It's that we have to protect our democracy. Our democracy needs more protection. Our democracy doesn't need that much protection. Wait a minute. The problem is democracy. That's the problem. I don't believe in it. Would you let the average person dictate how you live your life? Because that's what democracy is. It's mob rule by a bunch of low IQ imbeciles who don't belong running a broomstick.
Well, and that's why I love it when they always say our democracy is at stake. It's like, yeah, the Democrats do want democracy. They want two wolves in a sheep deciding what to eat for dinner. We're a republic. You know what I'm saying?
That's the thing.
That's exactly why we're not a full democracy, is for that very reason.
And what do the conservatives say? Well, we've got to protect the democracy. And that's because every single one of them is a cuck. And that's not new either. If you go back and look at the Battle of Athens in the United States, when the soldiers, if you go back in the United States, it's called the Battle of Athens. A bunch of soldiers who were all Republicans and all conservatives, they came home to Tennessee that was dominated by this Democrat who stole elections. The Republicans tried to help them win the election, and they failed and failed and failed and failed and wouldn't do anything. And the soldiers actually had to go to the National Guard armory and take over the election.
They literally did.
They literally had to.
I have a group for you. The one's a pilot. He sees tennis balls that are small and they curve. You're up.
Yeah, because that is under the general consensus. Under the general consensus.
Yeah, he's flying in this room.
You just generally concede.
Wait, Wait. Look. We
Okay, the
can't
general
allow the.
understanding is that the Earth is a
on,
sphere and a
Elijah.
tennis ball is a sphere.
Elijah,
I was trying to explain
Elijah's
it
talking.
through that.
Excuse me, Elijah's talking. Stop. Thank you.
I didn't want to even start talking, so.
Don't worry, it's cool. We can start again.
That's what I'm because the energy is high. We're talking about the tyrannical government and shit. I don't want any of us to put any of that negative energy on you. I would like to reset and start off by saying hello. Welcome to the server.
Hola.
This is the live stream.
What's up, guys?
What's up, Diego?
So, you're a pilot. Is that
I'm in
correct?
school for it. I didn't even want to bring it up just because
No, that's fair enough.
I didn't even want to bring it up. I was here to listen at first.
How
And
many
then
directions does a magnetic compass point?
360 degrees.
One.
This is bad.
Close.
One.
Okay, when you're on a specific heading, it
No, I didn't ask about
points up.
headings. I said, what direction does a magnetic compass point?
Okay,
It's
one.
north, and that's it.
Okay.
That's good. That's a good litmus test. It was just a test because the last person that we had in here, we started talking about compasses, and again, we have people that assert things like there is a magnetic west. So it's just a nice little litmus test just to see if you've got everything up there.
Plus, I don't know how much it's changed in the last 20 years. In 2000, I was taking flight tests and actually did several flights. So I do know something.
Okay, I didn't even want to bring it up. I was here to listen and then talk.
Somebody's going to lie to me too.
You're cool, dude. Okay. Don't worry. Yeah, you're cool. So again, what was it you said about the general? Was it the general consensus is that it's a ball, and that's why you think it's a ball?
Yeah, but I mean that's what everyone was taught in school here.
Okay, so if everyone in school is taught that the Jews are subhuman and need to be put in ovens, does that make it true?
No, because obviously that's
okay.
We're all humans here, so
you just disagreed with you. You've contradicted yourself. So consensus doesn't mean anything, right?
Where the hell did you learn that?
Consensus. Did the Germans have a consensus? Did German scientists have a consensus?
We're talking about that goes into human rights.
No,
yeah, of course.
Oh my God!
Wait,
no, it does not.
You're not understanding
no,
what
no,
he's
no, no,
trying
no,
to say.
Hold on a second. Are you saying you don't understand the principle of consensus is not a proof?
We're talking about the consensus of science.
Consensus of science. That's what we're talking about, dimwit.
Okay, let me get back to my point. I'm here to listen and then talk.
You're here to listen, but can you listen?
Yeah, I am. I'm listening to
How
what you
is
have to say.
consensus scientific? What part of the scientific method is consensus? Step one is
the
observation
consensus
of a
doesn't have
natural
to do with
phenomenon.
scientific method.
And then, okay, so it's not part of the scientific method. What are you talking about? A scientific consensus? What's that?
I think he missed what you were saying. I don't know how, but what he said. Do you not see how it's analogous, right? You obviously remember again. No, I'm telling it to you. So remember, a sphere is a sphere because it's consensus that it's a sphere, right? Do you see my point, right? That was what you were saying, right? So because it's the general consensus that this thing's a sphere, it would be acceptable to purport it as such. But the point is that obviously there have been countries that have had consensus of things that would be like you stated yourself. Well, that's just obviously different. Well, no, obviously worse, or that's just obvious that it's not true. Even that's what I probably think you were going with. Is again that there was a consensus between scientists in Germany that the Jews needed to be eradicated. Consensus isn't an indicator of truth, or is it a form of proof? It is the point, right? So again, it's
a form of agreement.
It's a form
so
of
what
agreement.
if it's an agreement? So what if it's agreement? So what? Who cares? How is that a proof?
Yeah, and it's okay to have different opinions on things, but
I'm not
you were
interested in
you were
opinions. I'm
talking
interested
about
in
Hitler
direct
gassing the
measurement.
Jews. That has
I am
nothing to
talking
do with the
about
topic is here.
direct measure. I'm talking about direct measurements, aren't I? It's not a matter of consensus.
Explain
to
me right now
No,
why.
we're not moving on until you understand that the point of what I was saying was that consensus is not a proof.
I mean, then you can look at the micro or macro level of things. On the macro level of things,
Enough. Is
Still not a proof.
consensus a proof?
in a general community, a consensus can be like a group of 10, or
That
it
is
can
not what I'm
be, or it can
asking
be
you.
7.5
I am asking
billion.
you if can consensus replace experiment? The fact that you're not even answering this instantly, saying no, it can't, tells me
is
that you're a dishonest person.
That is
I'm not a dishonest person.
Yes, it is, because Tremestus said
I'm new
that
to
the
I'm new to
divine
the.
soul is what understands logic, and that it is through honesty that logic emerges.
What does this have to do with the flat Earth?
It means that people who don't think logically are inherently dishonest. So when I give you two things that are comparable on principle of how you come to a conclusion on something, and you say they're not related because there's differences in there's other differences that don't have anything to do with the principle, it makes you dishonest. You know
I'm
full
not
well.
dishonest. I'm
full
here to
well-
listen to you
You
guys,
know
and
full
you
well that
immediately
consensus.
threw me
You know
into the
full
pit.
well that
So
consensus does not equal proof, but you
Right.
won't say it.
All right,
Alright,
but
that's cool.
Buck, you didn't get thrown into anything. They're getting the level set on you, and they're telling you how this is going to work, basically.
All right, cool. I'm here. I'm here to listen to what you guys have to say. So
we
Well,
just want
don't say
it's just we were talking
idiotic
about the
things
Earth
like
being a sphere
consensus.
or flat,
No,
and then you
you're not talking
brought
about
up
Earth
the
being a sphere. You
Hitler
were talking
burning the
about a
Jews. Like that's
consensus of
pretty 0 to
opinion.
100.
You were talking about a
This isn't
consensus of
working.
people. You are not talking about the shape of anything. You're talking about a consensus.
Well, me.
Yeah, and I said,
wait, time out. Stop. Okay, I hear you, Sonny. Let me do this with my handy dandy grabbing of definition, right? So forget about the Jew example, forget about all of that. What we don't want you to do is use fallacious logic. Logic that leads you to things that are not true.
all I was trying to say.
Look, before you try to defend yourself,
I'm not trying to defend anything. I'm just stating a fact that a majority of the population believe that the Earth is a sphere,
Hold on,
and
Buck.
the
Hold on,
minority.
Buck.
You're doing it again. You gotta stop talking.
Calm down, man. Okay, Elijah. Elijah was talking, Buck. That's why you got muted. So, Elijah, go ahead, please.
Unmute him for a second.
I'll unmute him.
Why did you talk over me when it was clear that I wasn't finished?
Because I never got okay. I just feel like you guys didn't understand what I was trying to say.
That's why I'm slowing things down for your benefit. Yes,
And
I heard what you said. I heard what you said. You said I just can't. You said it like 4 times. Maybe you kept repeating yourself because we weren't listening to you, but I heard you. You didn't come in here to get thrown into the frying pan. All you did was want to come in here to listen, and then you would ask questions. I get it. So now that that's out the way, the reason I'm telling you what I'm trying to tell you is because you already heard what you were just about to repeat. All I was saying was what the majority of whatever you was about to say, here's what's wrong with it, right? So I'm going to read this. Argumentum ad populum. In argumentation theory, an argumentum ad populum, Latin for appeal to the people, is a fallacious argument which is based on affirming that something is real because the majority thinks so. So when we're asking for proof, if you try to say, well, majority people think that what we're questioning is actually a thing, therefore I don't have to provide any proof because the majority already think it, that's actually just fallacious argumentation.
Okay, so I want to hear what you have to say about this. Would you say a majority of the global population believe the Earth is flat?
I don't care.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur. So we were trying to establish a point. We're trying to establish a point, Buck, and the point is that you cannot use ad populum fallacy to bolster anything. It's not proof of any kind.
Well,
So we're
one
just
second.
going to.
My
What
goal is
was
not to be popular.
Wait
I
a
would say
second.
it's
What was the whole? Wait there. What was the whole point of you? I'll let you speak. Sorry. After what was the point in you even saying that? Because obviously after what Elijah just laid out for you, and then the first question you ask after the fact of that would be that question. I don't really see where you were going with that. So, do we believe that most of the global population thinks the Earth is flat? What would that even matter after what was just described to you?
I mean, that's all I've been trying to say this whole time. Someone just came in here and said that I'm in school to be a pilot, and then people started jumping to talk to me about stuff. When that's not, I didn't even want anyone here to know that I'm in school for that. When I've never seen proof of the Earth being a sphere, I have perspectives of it, and I don't have any proof. Obviously, I've never seen anything to prove that. That's why I'm here right now.
Okay. Do you think it's strange that we have flat earthers that have been here asking these questions for up to 7 or 8 years, maybe even here? Yeah.
I think everyone has questions.
But I mean, is that odd for us flat earthers to even be here if there was proof that, like, we're told by a lot of people that this Earth is, everybody believes it. It's a slam dunk. Why would you even question the authority, right? So all we did is question what they told us, and we found out, oopsie, it doesn't match what we're finding out in nature.
I think it's good. I think it's good to question things. I mean, that's how you grow. I think that's how. I mean, if you question yourself, so I don't think there's anything wrong with having questions.
No, not at all. No, that's how we all
That's what
got.
drives
I would
discussion.
lie about that.
That's how we all got here. Like, all of us in here have asked questions, probably our whole lives, like how things work. We wanted to know how things work. So
It becomes wrong. It becomes wrong when you have questions, and instead of just saying "I have questions," you formulate false answers, which is what the majority of people are happy with.
And have I had a false answer so far in here?
Not a direct answer, no, but your logic has not been sound, but you haven't lied.
Exactly.
Can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry for interrupting. When you said that most people believe that the Earth is a sphere, right? Were you insinuating that's why you believed it because you were brought up in it, or were you insinuating that is proof and we could shut down the server because most people think it's a sphere?
I don't think that's any reason to shut down the server. I think that it's just kind of what everyone is taught in school. I mean, you go into school in elementary.
You were saying.
That's people just kind of take that in. People take that in around.
Taught. You were saying, I believe it's a sphere because that's what I was taught. Kind of like if you were born in Saudi Arabia, you'd probably be Wahhabi Salafist because you're born in Saudi Arabia, right?
I'm unfamiliar with what that term was.
Just say Muslim. Just say Muslim. It just means it's a sect of Islam.
It's a radical sect.
So if you were born.
Yeah, I was born Christian, and I was taught to be, like, I was raised in that. So obviously, it's all a form of perspective.
Right. So you're not using it as a proof of any kind. You're just saying that's what you believe because that's how you were raised. Is that correct?
Exactly. That's all I've said this whole time. All I've said is that the way I see the world is how I was raised and I've taught and what I've learned. And then that's why I came here to listen to what you have to say, because it's different from what I was taught.
Yeah, of course, dude. We know that. That's fine. Like, so obviously at first, because you were questioned on the logic of the appeal to ad populum, and then you didn't obviously straight away just say, well, yeah, no, I understand that isn't a form of proof. It made it seem like you were sort of backing that as a form of proof, right?
I'm not here to attack anyone here. I'm here to listen what you guys have to say, and I'll tell you what I have been raised to believe and talk about.
Yeah, no, that wouldn't even be a form of an attack anyway, would it? Even if you did assert it as a proof. The main point is right. So in the server, right, what we're really trying to do is get people to remove fallacious ways of thinking, right? So that's the only reason why there was a little bit of a problem at the beginning, right? Was because obviously there was an example drawn, and the example that was drawn was based on a principle, and that principle is quite clear: is that just because a lot of people believe in something doesn't necessarily make it true. And you're a little bit hesitant to sort of agree with that, so people were straight away like, wait a minute, so you know. But we've moved past that now. Yeah, you'll learn quite a lot while you're here, bro. You know, the representation of what the idea of flat Earth, right? Okay, what that is it's completely misrepresented. And what I mean by that is if you were to type in flat Earth in YouTube or something like that, right, you're going to come across a plethora of videos, and those videos are very, very, very good at misrepresenting what it is that we know, right? None of these videos represent anything that any of us in here actually know to be true at all, right? So if you're going to ask questions, I would say the best questions probably to ask would be ones that are probably not related to any of the sort of, bullshit that you would see put out by people like Simon Dan, flying disc through space that's ascending up at 9.8 meters per second squared, and all of this sort of rubbish, right? So, because you're not going to actually meet a single flat earther that has any opinions or knowledge that's even in any way, shape or form related to that type of stuff, right? That's really not even relational to anything that any of our knowledge base at all. Just thought I'd say that to you, so you have a better indicator in terms of which sort of questions to ask. We're sort of more wanting to look at the very, the propaganda that's put out in order that we're put into a position where you are taught from a very young age that the Earth is a globe, and it's really an indoctrination. It's not educated toward you. It's not something that you were, shown proof for. The fact that you don't have any proof for the globe should be a very big red flag, and that's, like I said, that's probably why you're here. But yeah, dude, welcome to the server. Anyway.
All right, so I respect all of you guys here just because you're thinking critically about everything that you've been taught, and that's an art I feel like has been lost, especially if you look at modern day colleges. It's supposed to be a battleground of ideas, and in a way, it feels like that's been lost. So I respect you guys for thinking critically about everything. So my question for you guys is, do you believe that you just called it an indoctrination? Do you think it's an indoctrination, or do you think it is talking about past research that has been conducted and people have come to a conclusion that that is the shape of the Earth?
It's right, so it's indoctrination.
Damn.
I've got something to say really quickly.
I'm fighting my want to end, because you were already talking. You were already on a good path. And I'm just like, I just wanted to say the one thing.
I'll just say something very, very quickly. So a good way of us delineating whether or not this is an indoctrination or is like what you just stated, an agreement based on research in the past. So we would just simply ask a few questions, right? And they should be very easily to be able to provide these questions. So what would be the research in which these people agreed upon? Can we take a look at said research? We've asked for this research. We're yet to find any. So that would be some form of experimentation, some form of direct measurement. So we would ask ourselves, who directly measured the shape of the Earth? Who was it that was able to, in any way, case, shape, or form, show us a measurement of distance? So let's say the horizon, for instance. Has anyone detected any form of axial rotation? Has anyone been able to show us an example of gas pressure without a container? Right? We have those three questions straight away. So the question then would be, okay, if this is something that's potentially been agreed upon by a multitude of people based on past research, then what we would have would be the past research for us to examine to see how they came to that agreement. Where is the research? Mm-hmm. Where are those forms of proof? Where is the evidence?
And wouldn't there be a consensus on those things if it were actually true?
There's only not to pile on. That was such a good combo piece right there. The fact is that we want the information. That we're here because we started out thinking, well, we're gonna learn more about our reality. I didn't come here thinking, oh shit, I'm gonna learn about this flat earth and all this and all that. Like, I started out like, wait a minute, they're flat earthers, like I need to know what's going on because I love Vsauce and I love all this stuff, and I need to know exactly what it is that I think I know, and that has to do with the geometry of the Earth that we live on, because somebody made a claim to the said geometry, so we should know exactly the consequences of living on this geometric shape, and it should
Right.
just be readily available.
Right. Hey, Buck. So I would like to ask, we were all taught the same things. So if you were to come anywhere and support the globe, let's just say, if you were to support the globe, what would your argument sound like? What would it be like? How would you
How would you
defend
do so?
or verify this globe?
All right, so I was trying to give this example earlier in the channel above, and it was not taken very well. So I'd like to explain it without being interrupted, if that's okay.
I put the tennis ball
Does
for
that
you.
mean you're not?
It
Does that
makes
mean
sense.
you're
It
not
makes
answering
sense.
my? Does that mean you're not
I feel like
answering
I feel like it
my
makes pretty good sense the
It's
way that
a
I
pure
I get where he's
live
coming from.
stream test.
So
Well,
can
hey,
someone can I just ask not to be interrupted?
Let's let him do it because we're not doing shit else. I really don't want to hear anybody
Because
interrupt
if I can,
the tennis ball thing or anything, or like the only thing that I want to say before you continue is the only proof anyone ever gives is a begging the question fallacy, meaning the conclusion is already baked in. The assumptions are already baked in. There's never a time where someone gives proof without,
okay,
it being imagine this or.
okay, this isn't about imagination. This is about what I was talking about earlier,
Okay,
just the
Alexis,
general belief.
we
And
want to
if I
see
can
it.
explain this, and then you guys can rebuttal it, then we'll get
ahead.
somewhere with it. Okay.
Yeah, go
If
ahead. No
there's
one
something
interrupt the
to
guy,
rebut,
please.
sure.
Okay, so what you're taught in school, when you're brought.
Come on,
Wait,
bruh.
come on.
Chill out.
Oh, sorry.
So what we're all taught from a
Sorry, I
young
didn't
age
know
in
my mic
school.
was open. I apologize. Go ahead.
He didn't even get Sorry.
He knows where I'm going with this probably. So
We're being that disrespectful.
I'm starting from a very young age in school, you're taught that the Earth is a sphere. Look at other objects that we have here that are spheres.
Brother, I'm sorry. Real quick. I was talking about my game that I'm playing. It was not laughing at you. I swear on my life,
All
okay?
right,
I didn't even know what you were going to say. So go ahead,
That's
start
okay.
over.
We went past that. It's all right.
Yeah, good. Okay, go ahead.
Continue, Buck.
All right. So from a very young age in school, in elementary school, you're taught the Earth is a sphere. A lot of the times people will use physical examples of objects that we have here that are spheres to compare it to. The object that I used was a tennis ball, but you can also use like a basketball. That's a sphere. So when you're dealing with the scale of something like the Earth, which is compared to us very large, and when you take something like a plane or a satellite, it would be like putting a microscope up to it. When you look at a sphere head on, like a tennis ball under a microscope, it would appear flat. And
That's called a
from
reification fallacy.
any angle you look at it head on, which in a sphere is every direction,
That's
it would
called a
appear as a
reification
flat circle.
fallacy.
Just let him finish. Just let him finish.
I don't know if I can.
So-
I'm sorry. I don't have the energy to let him finish because look.
But
Is that
we'll be here
wrong?
for a whole
Is that wrong? Is that wrong
hold on,
to imagine
hold on,
it's a
Buck,
flat sphere?
Buck.
It's
If I
not.
said the Earth, hold on a second. If I said the Earth was a
Buck
chicken,
Diddy.
hold on.
My
I
bad.
said if the Earth was a chicken and I zoomed all the way in on it, you wouldn't be able to see the chicken shape.
Yeah, that
Did I
makes
prove it
sense.
But
was
the
a
Earth is
chicken?
not the shape of a chicken.
Hold on a second.
Facts.
Once you zoom all the way
On
in,
God.
it's the same though, don't they?
On God.
Oh.
Why
It's
are
called
people
a rea-
talking?
Why am I
that
getting
clicking
interrupted?
noise? Where's the
I don't
Why am I
know.
clicking
getting
noise?
interrupted? Okay,
I'm
so wait a minute. When you zoom all the way in on something and it looks flat, anything can qualify as that. That's called a reification fallacy.
Yo, get on the guard.
Who is
What?
talking in the background? Who?
That time was
It's
Sir
a ban.
Nibbles.
It is a ban.
Sir Nibbles was the last one.
I do not like getting interrupted like that with just
I
random.
think it's actually. I think as you might be your audio Mimas. It's going when you open it. It goes click 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 click. It's really loud.
I might be clicking, but that's not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing someone talk.
Yeah, I got you. I heard that.
Constantly getting interrupted by someone just randomly chatting.
It's the same thing though. If you take a cube and if you take a very large cube and if you look at it head on, it would be a square. Same thing as if you take a tennis ball and zoom in on it, it would look flat. It would look like a circle.
No. Explain to me. Okay, so you've imagined it's a ball and you zoom in into a ball till you can't see curves. So that means you're on a sphere?
No matter what angle you like, even
that's not what I asked. I'm asking you to think logically.
Okay, so let's say the moon landing was real.
You're saying the ball is a ball, therefore the Earth is a ball. That's essentially what you're saying.
Yeah, that is what I'm saying. That's what we've all been taught going up
these.
these.
Line of reasoning. How is that? Do you think that's an intelligent way to determine something?
I'm not trying to determine anything.
Yes.
All I'm saying is that is what we're taught from a young age.
Okay, what do you think about that?
If you look even in
what do
even
you
in the
think about that, Buck? What do you think about that line of logic?
Personally, at this point, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Especially because if you look at pictures taken from
that
space,
is your argument. Your argument is because if you zoom in small enough on something and it's flat, that's the shape it is. That's your argument.
If you look at any sphere from any angle,
dude, no,
it's a circle.
At a chicken, listen to me. If you look at a chicken and zoom all the way in on it, it's flat.
Doesn't make it a ball.
So does that
exactly? It doesn't appear as a ball, no matter what angle you look
the
at a
Earth
ball.
Isn't a chicken. I propose that the Earth is a PlayStation 4.
GG. Same logic.
Wait, Buck made a claim though, and we just went right by it. His claim was that it's so big. So I wonder, how big is it, Buck? Do you know?
That's called unfalsifiable.
I'm not an expert on the Earth. I'm not an astrophysicist.
Hold on a second.
You're defending it,
Buck.
But
listen
what
to
I'm
me.
saying
For
is that
Christ's sake,
I'm just saying,
take
a ball.
You have a ball in your hand. I'm telling you to take the ball and look at it. I'm telling you to do this.
Yeah.
What if you look at your brain is. I'm telling you, don't fly, or you will die.
Look at it.
It looks like a circle. Fly, or you die.
Until you look at it.
I'm banning you. Goodbye.
Until you look at it three-dimensionally. Until you look.
There.
Ooh-wee.
And you can thank the people who interrupted me too for him getting banned. That's partially who I'm impatient with.
He legit just said I'm not an expert on Earth. I'm not an astrophysicist. That my favorite part.
What does the astro have to do with the Earth?
The terra firma.
Wait, I have a question. So would it be bad if I agreed with some of Buck's points? I'm new here.
You'd be a retard.
No, but
I think you're a retard, buddy.
You'd be an absolute frothing ape if you
imagine believing in a flat Earth.
Because you can imagine a ball. If you think that because you can imagine a ball to be a ball in front of you and be flat when you zoom it in, therefore the thing you're standing on is like the thing you're zooming in on, then you are an absolute troglodyte.
But what's all the hostility for? I just have a simple opinion.
Because I'm going to tell you what the one thing that really offends me is people who don't think logically.
Colby is wasted on alcohol.
So I deserve to be disrespected because I'm
absolutely. Yes, absolutely. People who don't know how to think do not deserve human respect.
Colby also has Asperger's.
But meme.
I don't care.
Not my fault.
I don't. No, I'm not Kobe. I don't have Asperger's.
But I don't know. But the thing is, like, we got to get past the troll to get to the real person, the real you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
so I feel like Dr. Zayas opening the mouth doesn't have a soul.
Obviously, your friend that just got booted. Honestly, I wouldn't have banned him. I wouldn't have wanted to see him banned. But on the other hand, we said some straightforward, not complicated things that even when breaking down the pattern of communication, he still fell into the logical traps. Like I don't understand how.
Yeah,
bro.
Yeah, that's
You banned him
understandable.
for not agreeing.
It's because he had the ID.
You
It's
banned
because
him
he
for
had the
not agreeing.
IQ of a horse penis. That's why.
Feelings.
Wait, Buck got
Just because you don't agree with him.
We don't
I
need to
banned
get.
Buck. I banned Buck because Buck started chuckling because he has the IQ of horse feces.
We
That's
never
not
banned
nice.
him because he agreed. We banned him because he's retarded, and you can't have a conversation with retarded people.
Hey, there's
But how
another
is he
guy.
being retarded?
Look, there's a chromosome
No
limit
concern
here.
troll.
Let me
Do
finish.
not
There's a
concern troll.
chromosome limit here.
I'm
If you have
not
too
like. What if
much,
it's
if you have
genuine
too many
though? I
chromosomes,
just
you're
don't.
gonna get banned. There's a chromosome limit here. If you have too many, you're gone.
Listen, there's a very simplistic thing that was being spoken about, right? Okay, which is this, right? The concept that the idea of the Earth could be a ball just simply because you look at a basketball close enough and it appears to be flat is not an argument that the Earth is a ball. If you can't understand how that logic is faulty, then you have a problem.
I don't think that's his only point, though. Like, obviously,
That was
that's
his
not his only
literally.
reasoning.
Okay,
That's
what
the
that
other
was
sword.
point
just.
then?
Hey, listen.
Can you tell us
That is
what
the
other?
sword he chose to fall on, though, isn't it? That means it is his best argument.
He's fucked up, man. I don't know. He just
He
is
is
thinking
fucked
of
up.
a
I'll agree
point
with you
that's,
there.
like, he's just thinking of a point that, like, you guys know what you're
No, he
talking
wasn't.
about, but
He wasn't
he
thinking of a point. He
he
was
was trying to.
responding.
Well,
He
meme,
was
it sounds
just
like,
responding.
but meme, it sounds like they're being genuine, and it sounds like they all
Maybe so.
it sounds like maybe they all came in to see what the fuck is up with the flat Earth server.
Yeah,
Like,
he wasn't.
Let's do that.
Who knows? Hold on. Who knows why? I do feel a tinge of genuineness coming from these two guys,
I
even
actually
though
do
they don't
too.
want to see, even though they don't want to see their boy Ben, and it's like, why is it this serious? Y'all niggas crazy.
Look,
I
He
don't know.
wasn't
let me
trying to
tell you.
talk shit. I
Let
promise.
me. I want to tell you two guys something. I want to tell y'all something though. If he does become a pilot, do not fly with him.
Yeah,
Wait,
facts.
no, like
What?
why? He's not even like he's still learning. It's not like he doesn't. It's not like he can fly like
You
a
don't want to fly with
commercial
that. You don't want to
airplane.
fly with somebody who
Global,
can't.
Don't
You
think
don't want
too
to fly
much
with
about
somebody who can't
Well,
think.
like, do most pilots think there's a flat Earth or a round Earth?
They
Like,
know
Pilots
it
What does
is.
it matter?
They know it
Pilots
is.
don't care. 99% of people. Hold on.
Don't.
99% of people believe it's a ball and don't care. They don't use it in their life. They don't calculate it. They don't use it at all. It is literally a useless piece of knowledge in the real world.
so, but why do
Nobody
you?
cares that it is.
Why do you not think he would be a
That's
good
your
pilot, though?
question. That's your question. You don't need it. You never have to assume curvature when you're a pilot, ever.
The answer,
I get
yeah,
that, but like, why don't you think he would be a good pilot, though?
because the answer is that
Because he's an idiot.
The answer is
Because
that
he doesn't
planes are
agree
not.
with you?
Listen, the planes are not deviating their nose down 2,790 feet per minute. That's why that never happens.
Hold on. I heard this. I heard this said a few times. Do you think that the only way for someone to be an idiot is if someone else
GG.
doesn't agree with them?
I don't get why you guys are calling him an
Why?
idiot.
Why
Just because
can't you
he's...
if
answer
somebody
the
can't think
question
logically,
directly?
they are an
Okay, I'm
idiot.
sorry.
No,
Okay,
no,
I'm
hold
sorry.
on,
Let me try again.
hold on, meme.
My bad.
You didn't answer the question directly. That's
Okay.
another reason he got banned.
No, that's fair.
Quite
Are
honestly.
you talking about like me?
No,
Like you asking me?
I'm not calling him an idiot, right?
Yeah.
Meme said he was an idiot, and then you said, so because you disagree with him, he had to get banned. So I'm asking you now, do you think that someone is an idiot? Like, how many ways do you think they can be an idiot? Do you think it's just when someone disagrees with them? Or do you think that someone can get kicked for being retarded maybe because they're retarded?
I don't
think outside of your friends and you, and answer the question as if someone could potentially be retarded, walk in here and have us deal with them like we have to.
I get why you would ban someone because they're being retarded. Yeah, if it was my Discord, I have a Discord. If someone was pissing me off and annoying me, yeah, I would ban them. What I was trying to say is though, like how, like, can you just tell me like how he was being retarded? Like I just don't get
different
that.
than being pissed off.
Because he had a logical concept to him explained more than once. Period.
The Earth
And he
is a
didn't get
sphere.
it. And he
Because when you
didn't
zoom
get
in on
it.
a ball,
So just
close up, it's flat.
because he didn't understand the
That's not a
concept.
just because. That's
No,
not a
this is
just
too much
because.
concern trolling. To be honest.
Logic is what determines how honest someone is.
Excuse me. Can I just say one thing?
Go
So
ahead.
so
You
I
just
came
did.
in. I came in with Buck. He's a friend of mine, and we live like 10 minutes from each other. And I just want to say, he actually invited
Okay,
me in this
cool.
server because we both share common interest, and we actually just want to learn more about this logic. And I understand why you guys were annoyed by him and everything, but we really are
Here's what I'm
interested,
gonna
and we
do.
want to learn.
Here's what
Do
I'm
you
gonna
want
do.
me to
No,
unban him?
hold up.
I'll
Time out.
unban him.
I think he would
Here's
like
what
to
I'm gonna
He didn't
do.
want to be
I'm
banned.
glad that meme. I'm glad that meme just said that because I was about to say, here's what I'm thinking. Okay, so number one, you guys have to stop interrupting and being reactionary to everything we say. Now that might be hyperbolic. You might not be reactionary to everything, but if I'm countering something, I don't want to hear a voice in my ear throwing me off when I'm trying to answer whatever it is that their inquiry is about. Okay,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. I
number.
want to point out
That's
one thing,
number.
Elijah.
Wait. Mike, go
No,
ahead.
I'm going to agree with you. What was one of the reasons I said I banned him?
Annoyed about the talking in the background.
Getting interrupted by
Yeah,
everybody.
I totally understand that. He shouldn't. He was out of line with the talking.
Well, no, it was. There were a lot of
There's other
people
people.
trying to butt in, not muting their mics,
Yeah,
and I was just done with it.
Yeah, I can see why that was frustrating. I do think I just texted him. He does still want to be a part of the server. I told him to just, keep his cool, stop with the back talk. But
look, we're not you guys' parents and shit. Like, I mean, because we go back and forth like fervently all the time. So that's not really the issue. But he said, which is why I'm like, you guys sound genuine, and he did say, I came in here to listen, and then I would ask questions. Putting somebody on the spot kind of makes them act pridefully,
Confrontational
act
background.
out of their, so
Defensive.
so I don't know what you guys' intentions are, but I will say this. If we let him back and we begin to fill you in on what's going on, and you guys are super gumshoe, like all of you are gone.
I haven't.
What I mean is, for example, we're gonna talk about lunar eclipses, maybe even. But you're saying you want to learn why it is that we're here, what the fuck all of this is about. Well, we're just going to educate you then, rather than ask you questions. We're going to walk you through a couple of things, and we're going to ask you if you understand or you don't understand, if you have a problem with it, if you don't have a problem with it. Is
I
that
think
fair?
that's perfect. Yeah.
Yeah, I have a question. Is it okay if I ask?
But asking questions will most likely get you banned if they're dumb questions. There is a such thing as a dumb question. Like if I ask you you're gay, and then you go no, and then I go your mama know you gay. That's obviously.
I'm kind of gay. Shit, I might be bi. Shit. You asking me right now?
What if I ask you if your mama knows you straight? Then it would be a dumb question, right?
I might be gay too.
So
His mama would be chopped.
I like
so
that.
the point is, like, there really are dumb questions. So
I don't think this is a dumb question.
Okay,
Sorry.
fine.
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Go ahead.
But it's okay if we like. Okay, I'm not saying like say we understand, but is it okay if we disagree though? Like I'm not saying like we're gonna like talk shit or something. Like if we like politely disagree, is that okay? Or will I get
Absolutely.
banned?
Absolutely
That is
okay. Yep, that's part of an adult conversation.
Disagreement is fine.
Okay.
But if you and I walk to the store, like hypothetically speaking, obviously, you and I walk to the store, and we come across a tree, and I go, look at that tree, and you go, well, I disagree. That's kind of not an agree-disagree situation. So do you understand that sometimes
Nothing's funny here.
when we're talking about objectivity, like, because funny enough, the thing we're standing on is something real. right?
Yeah.
Like a tree. A tree is real. But unlike the earth, we can see a whole tree. Like it's a tree. It's like we've seen it, we've named it. We all agree that's what the thing that looks like that is. It's a tree.
Mm-hmm.
You can chop it up, you can make paper, you can do all types of, you can burn it, all types of shit you can do with trees, right? So when it comes to a fact, it's not going to be a, well, I disagree kind of situation.
Yeah. Yeah. That
So
makes sense.
again, we'll go back to, and I just want to say this very quickly. So the issue that we had with Buck, and I had the issue myself, I was actually about to ban him myself, right? Because there were 2 points of logic that were pointed out that were completely flawed, and it happened 2 times in a row, right? The first line of logic was an appeal to majority, right? So basically, effectively saying that, well, just because there's a consensus on something, it makes it effectively true. He wasn't necessarily asserting as a form of proof. We established that afterwards, but he couldn't make the agreement. He wasn't able to concede or agree, even, should I say? Because again, it wasn't even to be a concession if it wasn't something that he was first putting forward as a form of proof himself. And what I mean by that is that, again, if you can't admit to basic lines of logic that this is a fundamental truth and it's subjective, it really is, that just because a large group of people believe something to be true, it doesn't make it true. It just
I
means
even
that
tried
that
to help
group of
him out.
people think it's true.
Can I ask
Yeah,
a question?
it was also a reification and an affirming the consequence. Those were wrapped up in his second one with the basketball.
Yes,
Um,
exactly.
like usually when most people lie, right? Usually they have like a motive, like right, like or like intention.
Not always.
Who cares?
But like, what is the
Yeah, not
purpose
always.
of a
Who cares?
school
Hey, let me ask you
teaching?
something. Hold on. If you found out why they lied, would that make it okay?
No, I
No.
mean like, it's like
Okay, well, what's the point of the question?
I just like usually there's a motive. Like, why would
Do you?
Why would most people agree on something?
Hold on. How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Okay, you're 21. Do you remember when the Iraq War started? No, you don't. Okay, I do because I'm 40. Hold on. I'm. Who's
All right.
talking with their mic open? Who's
All right,
talking with their mic open?
that's Diego's kid probably laughing in the
Yeah.
background.
Okay. So when the Iraq War started, it's known that they lied about weapons of mass destruction. Right?
Okay. Yeah.
Hold
Okay.
on. 20 years, millions and millions of brown people dead, tons of American soldiers dead and maimed, British soldiers, French, but who cares about them? But the point is, you had all these people dead, a war that had lasted 2 decades, and they completely lied about it. Why'd they lie? Does it matter why they lied?
No,
No,
it
it's still
doesn't.
wrong.
No,
But
because we hate them.
they
Because
had a
they're a bunch of
motive, though.
liars. Hold on.
They had a motive.
Hold on.
That's
What was their motive for lying about weapons in Iraq?
I don't know I don't know much about the
Yes, you
situation,
do.
but I'm
Yes,
sure
you
they
do.
had a
Hold on.
motive to lie
Hold on.
about.
What's in the Middle East? Hold on. What's in the Middle East?
Oil, okay, sure, right? Oil, is that what you're
And
talking about?
heroin.
I don't know, maybe
Money,
the drugs.
power,
Yeah,
drugs.
okay.
But the
The
point is
poppy
this: is you
fields.
said, hold on. You said you didn't know why they lied. You don't know exactly why they lied, do you?
I guess not. No, I don't know.
No, you
Like,
don't, because you can't read their minds, and you've never had private conversations with Dick Cheney, have
is
you?
this about what we were talking about
Yes, this
initially?
is about it. Now you need to shut up for a second. You don't know why they lied, but you know they lied, don't you?
And you roughly know the motive.
Okay.
That's the whole point of what he was just trying to show to you.
But you're falling. You're failing to see the logic again because of the very
Because of
harsh.
his bias.
Listen, no, it's a very harsh example.
Yeah.
However, it's still a parallel.
It's stark.
It's still analogous to. I mean,
Mhm.
I don't understand why you're failing to see.
Can I say something?
Okay. No.
Sorry. Okay.
Before you continue, you asked why would they lie? Now,
Sorry, hold
before
on.
that,
People are talking. I can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hold on. I can't hear shit right now. Hold on.
I have a quick point.
Okay, you're good now.
No, wait there.
Yeah, hold on.
Go ahead.
So when you ask why would they lie, like, have you even considered the usefulness of your question? Like, usually when people ask questions, it's to get useful information for whatever they need it for, right? So the reason I'm
Yeah.
saying this is because you're asking why someone would lie. Well, do people ask people why they lie before they've been caught in a fallacious situation, or is it after they've been caught lying about something or something seeming fishy because the story is not adding up? What comes first? Asking someone if they lied before there's evidence or after there's evidence?
After. Is that what I'm looking
That
for?
that being said, are you conceding that there's a little something to the conversation about whether or not the Earth is a globe?
Can you repeat that? I'm sorry, I'm a little fucked up. Maybe say it simpler.
Well, when you ask why they would lie, in any
Yeah.
other situation, it's because, well, first of all, there's proof that some chicanery has been going on.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Some bullshit is afoot. So now
Yeah.
you're asking the question in this instance about well, is it because you've seen enough things to make you question it, and now you're really asking, like, why the fuck did they lie about this? That's
Oh,
one way
okay.
to ask. And
Okay.
then there's like, why would my girl lie about cheating on me? But that would be a total different way of asking why would they lie. But then again, if you're asking why would my girl cheat on me, then someone either gives you the evidence of something you didn't know about, or they don't, which you could dismiss it, right? So which
Yeah.
way are you
Yeah.
asking the question is what I'm asking.
I'm not sure how to answer that. I'm sorry. Can I just explain like what I was trying to say? Maybe that'll answer the question in itself. Is that okay?
I don't know. I might just ask you the same question in a different way.
I just what I didn't
Toby, I think you get
understand
the point.
is that usually most people like have a motive, right? So like when
After they've
why
done something.
would like so many scientists
After they've done a crime. There's
that makes sense.
obviously a motive for something that has already been done. There can't be a motive for something that doesn't exist. So are you asking this question with a purpose or what?
I want to say a purpose. I'm sorry. I'm not sure exactly what that means.
Brother,
Elijah, let me try something.
Are you too fucked up to have this conversation right now?
Wait,
I mean, I
think
just
you
maybe
should
I'm
be
just not
excluded
as
from this.
maybe I'm just not as smart as you guys. I don't know.
No,
I'm trying to be like stupid.
but well, I am kind of making. I do kind of talk in this roundabout way. Sometime I guess I could be a little more direct. Like you're asking, why would they lie?
Yeah.
Is it because you don't believe that they're lying, or is it because you've seen enough things to question whether or not legitimately they've been lying? Which one?
I think it's the first one. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so the first one. I don't believe they're lying. It's just because I feel like they'd have a motive, and why would so many scientists
relevant, though?
that you rely
relevant?
on for a lot of
Right,
other
Hold on a sec.
scientific
I got
things?
one thing to say really quick.
Am I gonna have to
but
start
that's
yelling
fine.
over everybody?
Probably.
But that's but that's a waste to go. That look. So now that he's gotten that out, and he said, "I don't believe they would lie." The next step, which is the first step, what I the me saying that your friend could come back and all of this, that was where are my words? Based on the fact that you guys would sit down and listen. So you're asking questions and you don't even believe that they lied, which means you don't know anything yet. So why would you ask such a wasteful question?
Well, I don't know.
It's
I'm
too
trying to
early.
keep an open mind, I guess.
It's too early in the game. Let us tell you some things.
Okay, that's fair.
And then ask questions about the things we tell you. Like, wow, is that true? That can't be true. Because when I tell you the horizon is not not some calculable distance away because we live on a sphere. You're going to be like, bruh,
Yeah.
what are you talking about? That can't be true. Especially because it's on Google. Google will tell you this is the formula for the distance to the horizon based on the shape of the Earth. 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I'm not trying to get too deep now. I'm just saying the claim is out there. We didn't make the claim. It's out there for us to verify.
That makes
And
sense.
it
Do you
and it
need
is
motive? Do you need motive
You
for a
are very.
conviction?
Oops.
Do you need motive for a conviction?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking
Yes.
either of you. Do you need motive to convict somebody of a crime?
No. Wait. Oh, like in
No.
order to convict them, like if you were trying to prosecute someone, do you
Kobe,
need to
Yeah.
prove
Kobe,
motive?
Kobe.
Kobe,
Can I
do
say
you
one thing?
need... Hold on, I'm still talking.
Sorry.
Kobe, do you need to have a motive established in order to convict someone of murder?
No, but then it would just be like a lesser
No.
crime.
You just need what? No, it'd be murder one. You just need what? That's it. All
You
you
just
need
need
is
to
evidence.
prove that it happened. You need to
You
listen.
don't. Motive is
Yeah.
irrelevant to the evidence
But doesn't
because motive is a philosophical. It's like how are you feeling? What are your motivations? Do you need to go to the psychotherapist next?
but doesn't a premeditated murder make it more serious?
Murder one is murder one. No,
Kobe, you're
murder
not
one is murder
understanding.
one. Kobe, listen to me. You don't need motive to convict. You convict based on what? Evidence.
I understand
And
that, but are there
the
different
evidence. Wait
degrees
If you
of
Kobe,
murder?
hold on.
wait
Oh,
You
Kobe, you
say
don't
you
understand.
understand
Shut the
it,
fuck
and
up,
then
Diego.
literally within 1.5 seconds, you say, "I understand that," but how does motive not count? What is wrong
I
with
just
you?
thought the definitions
Does
of
your brain work?
different degree of
Does
murder
your brain
include motive, though,
work?
don't they?
okay.
I
Okay,
am
so hold
asking you if you need motive to establish facts.
No, you do not.
Oh, then
I
why
thought
is
you were
your
talking about a different degree of
primary
murder.
motivating question motive?
That was just one of the many questions that I have. I don't know why you think it's
What good
only
is it?
my single question.
It's because after 7 years of this, it's always the same mongoloids who come in here saying, "Why would they lie? Why would they lie?"
Why do you have to be so negative about it? Like we are curious. Like I'm not being
Because
negative
ultimately, you're
whatsoever.
just some retarded zoomer.
You're asking dumb
We are
questions.
asking questions, and I am keeping an open mind,
Ultimately,
and
you're
I am
just some Gen
agreeing with
Zer that I don't
Elijah.
care about.
Kobe, they're
Elijah
dumb
is very
questions.
Elijah's very
If
we
you've
chill.
didn't
been
tell
here
him
for
to.
7 years,
Me quite
dealing
a
with it
lot.
for
No, no,
7 years, you
wait,
wouldn't ask
wait, wait,
why it's so negative.
wait, wait.
Why does he have to
Okay,
be so negative about
first,
it, though?
wait. Meme is going to be the bad cop, and frankly, I don't have the rank to tell him not to. Okay, it is what it is. Here's the thing. Okay, all we have to do is give you information that we
Yes.
didn't make up for any rational thinking human being. That would give them more than enough questions to go to sleep and ponder about in their dreams. Like all we need to do is give you enough information, the same way I got information when I first got into it. Because nobody came up to me and said, "Look at the flat Earth model. Look at how beautiful this is. You see this dome right here? Look. I shined it and everything. You can see the little snowflake. We got the snow. We got the snow coming down. Look, the sun and look. Nobody convinced me with Google Images, with memes, with none of this. I said, this is ridiculous. I need proof of the shit that I believe, and I need it today because in my mind I couldn't understand how I believe something with so much with I believed it like I believe that uh and whatever you believe wholeheartedly, that's how much I believed in the globe. And I said, if that's the case, why the fuck don't I know how to prove it?
It should exist. The information to verify this thing that I think is completely factual should exist. It should be easily accessible. So let's just take this full circle because and Elijah, I just want, because otherwise this will help clear it up. So again, to point toward the motive part, remember, you already believe you understood the motive of why, let's say, for instance, with the war, right? With the with the Gulf War, right? You understood that the motive potentially could be oil, but then you obviously still yourself, right? And this is you just being honest with yourself. You still couldn't fully ascertain or assert a reason as to why the individuals that decided to do so did so, or why they would lie and do so. You still can't understand their exact motives. It could be that one person in this plethora of people that may have motives in this, it could be one person's motive that they want the oil, and the other person could just be a psychotic murderer and thus loves to be involved in war games and would love to in fact exercise the very framework they have to be able to play out this war game, and they enjoy doing so, right? I could see that. That could be a motive. But again, if we would just take it simply back to the point of, as again, premeditated murder, do you need to know the motive of the person in order to establish it as a premeditated murder? No, you actually do not. You could just actually have evidence that would actually prove that it was premeditated. Let's say they pre-ordered gloves online, they pre-ordered duct tape, they pre-ordered every single thing that they implemented in the murder 2 weeks before murder occurred. You prove the murder happened because their DNA is at the murder scene, and thus, boom, you could prove that it was a premeditated murder. Motive is not even needed to prove a premeditated murder. So motive is really neither here nor there, okay? The fact of the matter is a crime has been committed. The fact that the crime has been committed is why we would ask questions about the crime. We need not know why it happened. Someone's on the floor dying, they've been stabbed. That's all we need to know. Something has happened, it's wrong, it's not right, and that's it. We're going to investigate. So let's take this same framework to the globe. Let's not get bogged down in the idea of trying to divine why psychopaths lie, okay? You will continually be round an Ouroboros circle where you're continuously chasing your own fucking tail if you try to establish why psychopaths lie. Psychopaths lie, it's just a fact. We will never know why they do so. People can have different motives at different times for the said lie. Okay?
True.
So that's
true.
simple.
True. I just want to say, but still, like they know that. We all know that. But when it comes to the globe Earth, I mean, it's just a belief at the end of the day. It's a faith. They got faith in it. So
yeah, and
Right, I
one
gotta
thing
point out
I'd
this
like
one
to
thing.
add about
Can I just add this real quick? Is that the only way to understand the motive anyway is to first find the evidence of the lie in the first place. Thanks.
Yeah, and
Right,
so one thing I'd just like to add is I've talked to Buck, and him and I understand, the situation, and I think it really is because recently his wife cheated and divorced him, and she took the kids, and he's just been going through, a very, I think, a tough time, and
Oh
I just ask
no!
that he
Oh, it's
gets.
so terrible. Oh, it's so terrible.
No, I'm not asking for
Oh,
his
it's
pity.
so awful. Oh no!
Hey, you don't find that a lot on flat
Did
Earth.
they?
though.
Did they?
No,
Hold on.
I'm
Did
not.
they?
I'm not
Hold
asking
on.
for
Hold on.
pity.
Hold on. Hold on.
I just
When they
asked
left.
for.
When they left. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta ask you. When they left,
Yeah.
did they go to the same store that his dad left to go to cigarettes to get and never came back?
I'm pretty sure
Oh,
he has his
shoot.
dad in his life,
Look,
but
I mean,
I just
why do
ask
we have
that
to?
he gets
Why
a
do we have
second
to
chance
let?
on the
Look,
server.
Imagine your admin is trolling.
Look. Listen.
Why would
Why do
he
we?
lie? Why would he
Listen,
lie, guys?
meme,
Imagine
Guys, why
having
would
an
he
admin who
lie?
trolls.
meme. I'm
All
meme.
I ask is he gets a second
Yo,
chance on the
other
server.
guys.
Hold
We
up.
already agreed we're done banning.
Yeah, he's definitely getting a second chance because that was very original.
Okay,
His
Mimas
wife left him.
and Elijah,
Oh,
please.
he got banned. Okay.
Meme. I'm trying to pass the torch off to you so you can actually learn these kids something. No, I don't believe the
Teach these kids.
21-year-old, this guy, and the other guy. I don't believe their friend has a wife. Maybe they do.
He did.
Maybe she did leave. But the bottom line is, we already said we were going to unban him. So all of that's unnecessary. The learning should commence right away because we keep talking about the learning, but the learning is not happening because you guys are saying irrelevant things and asking irrelevant questions.
I'm sorry about
big
that.
waste of your
I just wanted to get that.
We're going to be here regardless.
Well, she probably
yeah.
left him because he wasn't logical.
I don't want to get into that, but Elijah, I get what you mean, and yeah, I didn't mean to be rude or, come off like I'm trolling or anything, but
Start
I just
learning.
wanted to. Yeah, I would like to, but I just asked that if he could come back in because I know he wants to learn too.
Yes, I already unbanned him. I already
There you
unbanned
go.
him.
Already
Just
unbanned.
follow a link.
So
Yeah.
one of you guys need to invite him to the server again, basically. No,
Someone
they
please
can
rename him to something very clever about his wife leaving him, though.
I will.
Maybe
Don't
so.
worry.
Thank you.
That would be
His wife,
appropriate.
is he like 21 and already divorced? I don't know about that.
Yes, it said he's 21. He has like 5 kids. He's divorced.
Nah, he's
No,
31. He's 31.
Kobe's 21. That's
Yeah,
my
I'm
friend Buck
21.
is
31.
First of all, nobody's
31.
anyone who says they're 21 is
I'm 21.
14. Is 14.
I'm 21. Do I sound like I'm 14?
You do sound like 14.
I mean, maybe a
You
little
kind of
bit.
do,
but
Colby. You
shut
do.
the fuck up, Diego.
Guys, do I sound like I'm 14? Huh?
It's Asperger's.
Yeah, it's just my Asperger's.
Oh shoot!
No, but yeah, Buck
Wait,
is
you eat
actually,
Asperger's?
Buck is actually a little older. I don't want to get into his personal life.
31.
Okay.
He's been married for about a
That's
year
how
now.
much-
Oh man,
This
awesome!
is
Cool
a great
therapy session.
conversation.
Can we talk about the
There's
Earth?
evidence.
Marriage
There's
is
evidence relevant.
marriage is a great place to learn
Are
about
you
logical
guys high?
fallacies.
What the fuck? Who
Oh,
cares?
shit.
Eli, I'm
Who
sorry, I like not
cares?
saying nothing.
I'm about to really, yo. If I get off and start muting, I'm so serious. The Earth now.
Oh,
The
bro.
Earth. The Earth. That's it.
Right. Okay, so it seems as if these guys are struggling to talk about said Earth without their friend being there. So if you would like to help your friend get back into the server, go ahead and invite him back to the server, right? Ask him to join the VC check-in 1. I will VC verify him and drag his ass in, okay?
Okay,
So-
I'm telling him to now.
He's in there right now.
Oh,
Okay,
actually,
okay.
he's in there right now. Actually, Buck.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
Just be careful of the logical fallacies. That's what happened last time. So a roadblock will occur
No,
there.
but we're not speaking to Buck. We're gonna talk to the
I know.
21-year-old.
Yeah.
That's who we're talking to.
Yeah, that's cool.
And
Hold on.
Being a pilot has nothing to do with. Oh shit! I was talking in VC1. Shit, my bad.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Hi.
right,
And
whatever you were talking about, we don't care. I just declared that we're gonna talk to the 21-year-old.
It's time to
And
learn.
yeah.
Be
pretty
aware,
much.
Colby is a little. I think he's a little intoxicated. So if he comes, out,
Really? We had no idea. Thanks for telling us.
Whatever the
I'm
case,
just going off what he just told me. I don't know.
What-
But
whatever the case.
Drinking some Bacardi.
All right, let's put whatever happened before behind us, and let's move forward and have a good discussion.
1, 2, 3, Earth talk. Go.
Oh, let's go.
I have a question if you guys can answer. I don't know.
No, you don't have questions because you don't know anything. You're completely
Wait.
ignorant.
Wait,
make
yeah,
the
yeah,
same
you just
mistake.
gotta wait.
I like that. That's fun.
So Elijah,
I mean, hold on. So we're talking about the Earth, not just the Earth.
Yes.
We're talking about the shape of the Earth. Now, I don't know about you, but if I haven't seen something in its entirety, I can't begin to name it a shape. But that's just me. You guys think you have seen it. It is what it is. So the bottom line is, if you're not going to be asking questions about geometry, just save your questions because I don't care.
got it.
Okay. All right.
Is it a geometric question?
Colby.
Mike.
Oh,
Oh,
yeah.
nope. I honestly forgot it. So
Great. Now, who's gonna be spearheading this? Because the moment I start to get serious, my mic is gonna start chopping because I'm moving around.
Okay, I have a
Not
question.
me,
Kinda
not me.
geometric,
Hold on,
actually. I don't know.
Hold on. It can't be me because I'm actually legitimately actually going to put my kids to bed because I am actually married and have kids. So.
Buck is really upset.
Yeah, I
though.
knew you were gonna fit it in there.
Well,
I
I'm sure
actually have a
these.
serious
I'm
question
sure
about
y'all
Earth.
will have fun with these. Totally, they're not 14 years old. All of them.
I am not.
I'm sure they're not. So I'm going to say goodnight. I'm going to go put on my SS uniform and go to sleep.
all right.
Night, Mimas. Good work. Always a
All
pleasure.
Night, y'all.
Bro.
Good night, Mimas.
Check his
Man,
name. Check out his name.
I wish
Goodbye,
I was
Mimas.
14.
Good night.
Yeah.
Okay,
who,
back
who
to the
the
spear.
who the hell
back to the
changed my name?
spearhead. Hold on, who was it? Back to the spearheading.
Yo, who
Elijah.
changed Buck's name? Who changed
His wife's gone.
Oh boy.
Elijah.
Red Buck.
Mimas, I imagine.
So I actually have a serious question about
Yeah,
Earth.
I'm here.
So do I, but
So I was just wondering,
Look, none
know,
of your questions matter because again, you don't know anything about it.
Thank
You
Yeah.
only know
no, I thought I could
you
ask a
only-
geometric
you on-
question.
you only know questions that are based on some YouTube video you saw.
Feeling
No,
or
no,
some-
it's just a
or-
pretty
or-
basic question.
Geometry question.
I just want to start from base one. I just want to.
What's the question?
So obviously, I've been told my whole life that the Earth is round. I just want to know where the basic reasoning, the general reasoning comes from that it's flat.
The reason.
Well,
Wow.
you could have hold up. You could have waited for that, because if I'm telling you we're gonna teach you some things, don't you think I would have included why the fuck we don't think it's a sphere and why it's flat?
I'm sorry, Elijah. I didn't know you meant like we would go into a full-on lesson. I thought it was just gonna be more of a discussion.
I was dead serious, because I don't want to see you guys kicked out of here.
Okay.
Like,
Elijah, can I say something?
yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I just want to point.
I'm not
I
the
feel
main
like,
one anyway.
I feel like all you guys that come in here, young lads and whatnot, you seem to think that us flat earthers just came out from under a rock or something. You realize we've all been taught the globe all our lives. We all knew it. We all believed it at one point. We consumed the science fiction, listened to the fucking scientism priests with their nonsense. We've all been there,
Mm-hmm.
So it's just something to keep in mind, because people come in here and you think that we come from another planet in your mind, We're just regular people.
Yeah, I understand. I didn't mean to come off like that. I just
we were all
I'm just looking from my perspective. I didn't consider that though. You're right.
Well, your perspective, what he's saying is your perspective is our perspective.
I know. I just didn't consider it.
Things like, I grew up all my life believing the globe. No shit. We all did. Like, duh.
No cap.
So I don't know exactly how to. I don't want to ask them questions, which means, look.
I think maybe
I'm thinking about the 3 points, but it's like, it's pointless. I'd rather give them the straight up rundown of things that they would have never thought they would find out coming here, like the black swan, that is the lunar eclipse, maybe about a celestial navigation and how it would only work on a plane based on the instruments that we use. All of these things that they would think the opposite of. Lunar eclipses prove a globe. Celestial navigation proves a globe. The horizon proves that it's a sphere. All of these things that they think they know of, I would just like to inform them on these things. That's all.
And am I allowed to ask questions in between on things like I don't fully understand?
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not?
Okay,
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
There'll be room for that.
Okay.
So you guys decide who's gonna do that. I just wanted to set the stage.
I think if we do just kind of a rundown, each one of us can do a piece of this maybe or something like that. I mean, on the fly. I think it might not be a bad idea. We're just giving information here at this point anyway. So I could start with the black swan, and we can take it from there. How does that sound?
Yeah.
Is that too far advanced? Your opinion?
No, what? How? Okay. Wait.
Go past it. Don't worry about it then. Just
wait, before we do anything then. Okay, just so we make it a little more realistic for you. I'm not even gonna bring up the minute and 30-second video. I'm not even gonna do that. Why don't all three of you guys Google how to calculate the distance to the horizon?
That's a good idea.
All right.
And tell me what you find.
How to calculate.
Matter of fact, read it out loud. One of you.
Or if anyone has actually, I could look up what you've posted.
I found it.
Elijah. Okay.
Yeah, okay. No, I don't want the video. I just want them to get the.
Do I just read off the first thing Google shows me right here?
What if I mean, in any other situation, you'd believe it, right? If you type that up and you was like, yeah, this is true, right?
Yeah. So it's just saying here, if you want to know the distance to the horizon, first calculate your height of eye. Sorry if I have a little slur. I have my retainers in. But once you know your height of eye, you simply plug that into the following formula. 1.17 times the square root of height of I equals distance to the horizon in nautical miles.
Okay, very good. That's
More of that,
close.
please.
1.7. That's a little bit. Did they say 1.17 or 1.7?
Sorry, I think you might have misheard me. I said 1.17.
Oh, close. So 1.225 is what we've been told by experts. So close enough. All right. That's in nautical miles too, slightly different. 6,000 feet versus 5,280. So okay, good. Anyone else? Besides the one that I posted, there's the short video there. Okay, so if we establish that,
no problems with that, right? It's a simple piece of information that who could question it? It seems legit. It's on Google. That's what they say. It's like obviously.
Yeah, it's understandable.
Okay,
yeah,
great.
Good. Now, are you guys able to see the live stream voice text directly above the live stream here? Is hashtag live stream voice text.
In the Discord?
Yes, directly above the live stream, there's a hashtag live stream voice text. It's the voice text.
Oh yeah, I found it.
So click on that, and at 55 minutes after the hour, I posted an image says Black Swan. Do you all see that?
Yes.
If you click on that, do you see the part at top? Can you read that? Or I'll read it for you. The modus tollens, if P then Q, not P, therefore, I'm sorry, I do this every time. If P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, Q. That would be the geometric horizon. So do you have any problem with this logical statement here?
No.
Okay, good. Now, I know I left out one line. Don't worry about that. We're going to get right to that. So we're just going to double click on the image so you can see it as large as you can on whatever screen you're using. Do you see the two oil rigs?
Yes.
Can you tell me where you see the horizon in this image? Is it before the oil rigs, between the oil rigs, or after the oil rigs?
It's a little. I'd say before.
Okay, what do you mean before?
I'm trying to zoom in. It's not a.
Okay, I'm going to maybe help out with this a little bit because I have a still I took of the actual video that this image was taken from as well. 1 second. Let's see if I can find this.
I'm just curious, what's the source of this image?
It's from a video. I'll post the original video from BMLSB69 channel on YouTube. 1 second. I'm going to put another image that's going to help you a little bit with. It's a time stamped from the same video. Should be coming up at, well, there it is. Then, no. Okay, hold on. Top of the hour. 1 moment. There it is. Donato just got it. That image there is from the same video. Now, can you tell us where you see the horizon before, between, or after the oil rigs? Do you see the darker image where it's darker contrasted to bring out what you're seeing, the sky and the sea?
I'm sorry,
Yeah, I was waiting for a response. You see the darker image?
It's taking a minute to load for me.
Oh, okay.
But you could continue. I'll see it after.
Okay, so actually there's even part of a little clip that Drace put in as well. Shows you the still frame, but so see, boom, they're zooming in, right? So this is at 1 foot above the sea level. You can verify that yourself by watching the video and see how the camera is set up. So now where do you see the horizon? That's the part I need to get, because that's what we're talking about here. So do you see the darker image yet? Hello?
Which darker image are we talking about?
At 1 minute,
minute
after
past
the
the hour.
hour, where Donato posted an image.
Guys, if you don't know the answer, just say you don't know. The horizon, the apparent location where the sky meets the earth, or in this case, the water. Is it
Mm-hmm.
front, blocking off the platforms?
It looks like
Is
it's
it
walking
in the
off.
middle? Yeah. So those are only half a platform. Is that what you see?
That's what I would see. Yes.
We're talking about the horizon, right? Where the sea appears to meet with the sky or
Yes.
earth.
For me, it looks like in the back.
In the back, you mean after the oil rigs? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, that's what
Behind
he's
them.
saying,
Yeah,
Sonny. It's in the
after the oil
back.
rigs.
He
Okay,
gets
good.
it.